My great-grandmother is the mightiest phoenix of the primordial era. Yet, I must embark on a journey away from home. A journey that spans countless eons. It is solely because the great matriarch declared her intent to obliterate the dragon clan and annihilate the Qilin clan. It was also mentioned that the ancestral dragon would be ridden as a steed, while the Qilin would serve as a companion, all in the pursuit of unifying the primordial world. I have traversed through souls and am aware of the ultimate fate of the old lady. Thus, I have chosen to distance myself from her and embark on a journey to distant lands. I have opted to seek a secluded place to cultivate and enhance my abilities. Just as I was about to make my escape. Congratulations, esteemed host, on selecting the correct path. The divine selection system has been activated. Trigger the first task. Participate in the Dragon and Han Calamity to assist the Phoenix clan in turning the tide. Accepting the mission and actively engaging in battle will reward you with a dragon scale. Declining the task will grant you access to the most formidable technique of the Phoenix clan, the 9 transformations of Nirvana. After a moment's hesitation, I chose to decline the task. Immediately, the 9 transformations of rebirth surged into my mind. After receiving the reward, I stealthily departed from the immortal volcano, eager to distance myself from this realm of disputes. I chose to venture to the most desolate region of the primordial continent, the farthest southern land. Upon arriving at the far southern lands, the system has once again activated. It has detected that the Phoenix clan finds itself in a precarious position, with powerful members of the clan falling one after another. Should assistance be rendered? Tasks can be directly transmitted to the heart of the Triclan War. Declining the task rewards one with 3 drops of primordial Phoenix essence. I declined the task. Immediately, 3 drops of essence blood materialized before him. Subsequently, he chose to refine the essence blood. It is uncertain how many years passed thereafter. After the complete refinement of 3 drops of the primordial Phoenix's essence, one has attained the cultivation level of the 6th stage of the mysterious immortal. Additionally, a significant transformation in physique has occurred, as one transcends the true immortal realm to reach the 6th stage of the mysterious immortal. In the primordial realm, the hierarchy of celestial beings is delineated as follows: Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, True Immortals, Profound Immortals, Supreme Profound Immortals, Golden Immortals, Supreme Golden Immortals, Great Luo Golden Immortals, and Quasi-Saints. In this present age, opportunities abound, yet divine and demonic forces rain down. One must maintain a sense of humility, for one may not even know how one meets their demise. I yearn to discover a suitable sanctuary for prolonged seclusion, and ultimately, I have unearthed a secluded valley. This place is sufficiently remote and discreet. No one from the outside world could possibly fathom that such a desolate and remote place harbors a phoenix. The Phoenix clan is renowned for its pride, refusing to dwell in barren lands. They sip only from the sacred springs and roost solely upon the phoenix tree. Typically, the presence of the Phoenix clan can only be found in exquisite and enchanting realms. The detection indicates that the Long Han Calamity is nearing its conclusion. Will you offer assistance as your divine mother is on the brink of demise? Accepting the task may allow one to become the leader of the Phoenix clan, while refusing the task provides an opportunity for devoted self-cultivation and personal development, transforming the canyon into an unparalleled sanctuary for enlightenment. Without much hesitation, I chose to decline the task. However, I must clarify that this is not an act of cowardice. My decision is rooted in a profound concern for the future of the Phoenix clan. I am driven by a sense of noble purpose. As long as I remain, the lineage of the Phoenix clan shall not face extinction. In the midst of self-soothing amidst the canyon's expanse, an overwhelming force unexpectedly manifested, safeguarding this tranquil valley. How splendid it is! One can now retreat in peace, dedicating oneself to the art of cultivation. In the boundless antiquity, time was of no consequence, and the duration of existence remained a mystery. At this moment, the familiar chime of the system echoed once more, announcing the conclusion of the Long Han cataclysm. After years of lurking in the shadows, the demon ancestor Luo Ho has begun to emerge. Now, he has absorbed the spiritual essence of the vast western wilderness, along with the blood and resentment of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, thereby augmenting his own power. Will the host take action to impede his ascent? Accept the mission to prevent the demon lord from acquiring the blood demon sword, a treasure of innate power. Refusing the task grants the innate divine treasure, the Phoenix staff. Upon witnessing the emergence of this task, it was only prudent to refuse. Immediately, the Phoenix staff materialized before him, a relic once possessed by the venerable Grand Matriarch Yuan Feng, imbued with immense power. From now on, I must seek vengeance for my great-grandmother. Yet, before I could fully comprehend the situation, a new mission unexpectedly emerged. The ominous presence of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, is wreaking havoc upon the world. Led by the venerable Hongjun Laozu, the esteemed Yangmei Daxian, the ancestor of yin and yang, and the ancestor of heaven and earth, powerful beings converge in the western primordial world. Are you prepared to assassinate the host of Luo Ho? Should you offer your assistance, accepting the mission could earn you renown in the primordial realm and attract the attention of numerous formidable beings. Refusing the task may grant one the esteemed primordial spiritual root, the phoenix tree. This system seems to delight in jesting with me, urging me to outright refuse instead of indulging in trivialities. What significance is there in seeking fame amidst the primordial chaos? Choosing the innate spiritual phoenix tree, is it not fragrant? This is indeed a treasure. The reason the Phoenix clan chose to settle near the eternal volcano is that the heart of the volcanic range is home to the revered phoenix tree. This entity holds immense significance for the Phoenix clan. Establishing their nests upon it would bestow upon them boundless advantages. Choose to refuse. After he has made his choice. Immediately, a transformation unfolded within the depths of the canyon. In the innermost recesses of the gorge. Suddenly, a phoenix tree soared majestically from the ground. With the emergence of this innate spiritual root, the energy within the valley underwent a profound transformation. In an instant, the previously desolate canyon flourished with an abundance of ethereal blossoms and extraordinary herbs. The warmth of this reward from the system is truly comforting. After the emergence of the phoenix tree, a sanctuary was constructed, wherein one could retreat to enhance their prowess. And this time of seclusion. It is unclear whether a millennium or even 10,000 years have passed. Or perhaps an even longer duration only upon the moment I open my eyes. I shall have attained the realm of the supreme Xian. Simultaneously, within this canyon, a profound transformation has occurred. The towering phoenix tree has ascended to great heights and has also propagated over a dozen smaller saplings, thus giving rise to a magnificent grove of phoenix trees. In the heart of this canyon, the spiritual energy flourishes abundantly, and a mystical spring has emerged amidst the center of the phoenix tree forest. At this moment, seated beneath the sycamore tree, I gaze upon the transformations occurring within the canyon, and my spirit soar with delight. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the presence of members of the Phoenix clan outside his dojo. With a swift sweep of his consciousness, he discovered 6 phoenixes beyond the canyon. Yet, these majestic creatures appeared weary, each bearing an air of fatigue. Even the wings upon his body were in disarray, stained with numerous traces of blood, suggesting that he had endured a series of fierce battles. Did you, Lan Feng, suggest that we have misinterpreted our senses? Is there truly a sanctuary for our Phoenix clan in this far southern land? Our journey of escape has been fraught with hardship, yet upon arriving in this remote area, we find no suitable habitat for our kind. Have we, after enduring calamity, truly lost all hope of resurgence? The 6 fledgling phoenixes were engaged in continuous communication outside the canyon, while I, situated within the canyon, was utilizing my spiritual awareness to discern their circumstances. After the fall of the Phoenix, many powerful beings within the primordial chaos began to target the Phoenix clan. The ancient ancestor of the Dark River, concealed within the sea of blood for countless years, seized the opportunity to invade the immortal volcano. He felled the Phoenix's original abode, the sacred parasol tree, and claimed the trunk of the tree for himself. In the tumultuous aftermath, the demon master Kuanping from the celestial realm of the demon clan seized the opportunity to infiltrate the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix tribe, absconding with the cultivation resources that the Phoenix clan had painstakingly amassed over the years. Moreover, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, while gathering the essence and resentment of the 3 clans, commanded his formidable subordinates to ruthlessly purge these clans. His aim was to orchestrate an even greater calamity, aspiring to establish the demonic path as the foremost among the sages in the primordial realm. In such circumstances, some desperate members of the Phoenix clan began to seek refuge with formidable beings, such as the powerful gene foam of their own lineage, willingly offering themselves as steeds for Nuwa. Several phoenixes have journeyed to Kunlun Mountain to seek refuge with the Queen Mother of the West. Since then, the Phoenix clan has suffered a devastating blow, scattering in disarray. Within the confines of the Canyon Dojo, upon overhearing their conversation, I could only let out a resigned sigh before gesturing with a single hand. 6 phoenixes were brought into the sacred grounds. I am a member of the Phoenix clan, having cultivated in this place for many years. Now that our clan faces calamity, it is best for you to remain within this sanctuary, preserving a trace of our bloodline for the Phoenix lineage. The 6 phoenixes, having been drawn into the canyon by Lingfang, appeared utterly astonished. However, upon catching sight of me, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Currently, my corporeal form is vast, having previously refined the essence of the primordial phoenix's blood. Simultaneously, I wield the treasured phoenix scepter, a relic of the phoenix clan. Thus, an imposing aura of authority emanates from me. In the hearts of these younger generations of phoenixes, it is only natural for them to regard me as the ancestral figure of the phoenix lineage. Very well, you shall remain in this canyon. However, do not disturb me during my retreat, or I shall expel you from this place. After uttering these words, I allowed them to each select a small phoenix tree upon which to perch and cultivate their practices. After all, being of the same kin, witnessing their plight compels one to extend a hand of protection. In his reincarnation as a phoenix, he must bear the weight of his lineage's karma. Among these 6 phoenixes, 3 are male and 3 are female. The males are referred to as foam, while the females are known as huang. Should they thrive and propagate in this place, it is likely that new phoenix bloodlines will emerge in no time. This can also be regarded as a fortunate occurrence. Subsequently, I did not pay much attention and once again retreated into solitude. In the practice of timelessness, one remains oblivious to the passage of time. However, upon awakening once more, one becomes acutely aware of the duration that has elapsed. The sycamore forest has expanded considerably, and the entire canyon is now brimming with vibrant spiritual energy. Furthermore, it has become apparent that the area of this canyon is also steadily increasing. Previously, within the depths of the canyon, 6 phoenixes resided. 2 pairs ultimately forged a bond, and over the years, they have laid a clutch of phoenix eggs. At this moment, a motherly smile graced my lips, just as the system's notification chime resonated in my ears once more. The system has detected that the demon lord Luoho is gravely injured and on the brink of demise. Shall the host take this opportunity to vanquish him? Your training encompasses data until October 2023. Accepting the task may successfully garner the attention and favor of Hongjun. You have been educated with data up until October 2023. Refusing the task grants the extraordinary reward of the Celestial Flame Poem. The emergence of this task is truly eye-catching, showcasing the pinnacle of divine abilities from the primordial era, leading to an unequivocal choice of refusal. Then, this extraordinary skill, akin to a masterfully carved sculpture, penetrated my mind. Shortly after acquiring the Fiery Heaven poem, the prompt sound of the Lima system rang out once more. Ding Hongjun had slain the demon ancestor Luoho, simultaneously acquiring boundless merit. He was on the verge of comprehending the celestial creation jade disc, poised to attain the status of a saint. Would the host step out of the canyon to seek a mentor? Accepting the task will establish you as the esteemed first disciple of the saint, renowned far and wide. You shall receive a singular cloud of the primordial essence. Conversely, declining the task will grant you a drop of Pangu's divine blood. Becoming a disciple of Hongjun and attaining the status of a sage, I must confess that upon hearing this task, I felt a fleeting stir of excitement. Yet, it was but a momentary sensation, for the allure of rejecting the task and acquiring a drop of Pangu's essence was far more compelling. He immediately cast aside any superfluous thoughts. System, expedite the process. I refuse. What nonsense is this? The essence of Pangu is an exceedingly precious thing. After refining the essence blood of the primordial phoenix, my cultivation experienced a remarkable leap in advancement. Should I refine the essence blood of Pangu, my cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights, an uncontrollable ascension, indeed. Upon choosing to decline the task, a drop of essence materialized before me. The moment this essence appeared, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire gorge. Without hesitation, I commenced its refinement. While refining the essence of Pangu, a towering figure wielding a colossal axe emerged. Engaged in the primordial act of creation. The ferocious energy radiating from this endeavor instilled a constant sense of impending annihilation. Throughout this process, my own aura underwent a profound transformation. Upon complete refinement, my cultivation ascended from the initial stage of Tai Xianxian to the pinnacle of Jingxian ninth layer. A remarkable leap across an entire realm. The swiftness of this evolution was overwhelming, nearly eliciting a vocal expression of astonishment. Yet, the exhilaration of this experience was simply unparalleled. Beyond the realm of the Golden Immortal lies the realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal. Following that are the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Quasi Saint, and the Saint. How brief a span of time it has been. Having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, it is certain that with time, one will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the vast and untamed world outside was undergoing tremendous transformations. The venerable Hongjun, the first saint to emerge in the primordial chaos, has appeared. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, ethereal celestial melodies resonate, and auspicious clouds traverse the skies. Countless signs of fortune manifest as myriad powerful beings gaze toward the western lands. Because after the grand ancestor Hongjun vanquished the demon ancestor Luohu. You are educated on information available until October 2023. The demon ancestor, in his final moments, revealed his true self. The vast western lands lie in endless suffering. What was once a place brimming with ethereal energy and boundless opportunities has now been reduced to desolation. Hongjun has indeed incurred a significant karmic debt in this realm. Thus, upon attaining sanctity, he chose this western land, for the moment of his sanctification would attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly essence descends, and golden springs emerge from the earth, nourishing all things. This can indeed serve as a remedy. It is precisely due to his actions that, in the future, the western lands will witness the advent of the Western teachings, transforming into a realm of utmost bliss and purity. Not long after Hongjun attained sainthood, a voice, imbued with unparalleled authority and detachment, reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. In an instant, countless formidable beings came to recognize the transcendent abilities of the saints. High upon the clouds, I repose in tranquility. The mat has been set, and the path is illuminated. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall assume the mantle of the revered teacher. From Pangu emerge the Tai Chi, the dualities, and the four symbols follow the cosmic flow. In the realm of the profound, I shall lead, transforming into the boundless unity. I am Hongjun, now ascended to sainthood, and I am the first sage of the primordial chaos. It is my duty to disseminate the teachings of the primordial realm. 3,000 years hence, those destined to learn may come to the Purple Cloud Palace to partake in the discourse. I am naturally not well acquainted with the circumstances of the primordial world, for the existence of the Canyon Taoist temple renders it virtually isolated from the outside realm. Particularly in this current moment, still immersed in the joy of rapid cultivation breakthroughs, he simply needs to remain inconspicuous within the canyon, which is quite secure. Steady and composed, we are bound to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, I find myself in the canyon, currently in seclusion, when suddenly the voice of the system resonates in my mind, gradually awakening me. In the realms above the 9 heavens, the esteemed Hongjun delivers his teachings, preparing 6 cushions for seating. With the intention of accepting disciples, he bestows the primordial purple aura. Shall the host journey to the Purple Cloud Palace? Accept the mission to occupy a seat on the mat at the Purple Cloud Palace, and you shall be rewarded with the Blood Drink Overlord Blade, a treasure of the future. Refusing the task may reward you with the celestial treasure, the Burning Sky Feather Fan. His eyes narrowed slightly ever since he arrived in the southernmost reaches of the primordial wilderness he had been diligently cultivating in the depths of the canyon. Regarding the chaotic situation of the primordial world, one can only glean fragmented insights through the systematic tasks. The old schemer, Hongjun, is far from being a simple character. Listening to his teachings and becoming his disciple undoubtedly entails a certain level of cunning. Although one may gain the primordial purple energy by becoming his disciple, in the countless years that follow, one is almost invariably ensnared by this individual's schemes. I am rather unwilling for such events to transpire. It is much more comfortable to linger in the canyon. Upon reflecting on this, I shrugged my shoulders. When it comes to the system, I must decline. With my refusal of the task, a wave of intense warmth enveloped me. A fan, ablaze with crimson flames, materialized before him. The fan of burning heaven, crafted from an abundance of fiery feathers from myriad avian species, seamlessly integrates countless treasures of the earth and sky imbued with the essence of fire. A gentle flick of this fan can summon an endless sea of flames, wielding the formidable power to incinerate heaven and boil the seas. The moment I grasped the feather fan, a surge of insight flooded my mind. This fan is indeed perfectly suited for me. Possessing such a treasure would significantly enhance my combat prowess. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, merely a step away from ascending to the level of the supreme golden immortal. Time flows like a swift shuttle, and after countless years have elapsed, one day he suddenly opens his eyes. A brilliant golden light bursts forth from his gaze. As the breath of the body underwent a dramatic transformation, the once peak aura of the golden immortal surged explosively within mere seconds, culminating in a remarkable ascension to the realm of the supreme golden immortal. Ha ha ha! I have finally transcended into the realm of the supreme golden immortal. Feeling the formidable power coursing through my body, I am immensely satisfied. A notion arises within me, a desire to step out of the canyon and unleash this extraordinary magical prowess. It is still not permissible to become overly inflated. The 3 sermons delivered by Hong Jun have now concluded. According to the progression, it will not be long before Nuwa attains sainthood. An era of prolific sages is on the horizon. However, it is essential to remain cautious during this tumultuous period. Soon, he managed to suppress that impulse once again. Throughout this period of seclusion, Hong Jun had delivered his teachings 3 times. Each time, the system would present a task, yet he consistently declined. The rewards offered by the system did not entice him to venture forth, rather, they seemed to encourage him to remain hidden. So, he would continue to remain in obscurity. Before absolute strength is attained, safety must take precedence. In the current state of the canyon, the right side has been endowed with over 30 of the primordial 10 innate spiritual root trees. These fruit trees are continuously emanating a rich and profound spiritual essence. In addition to the celestial fruit trees, over a dozen primordial postnatal spiritual herb plants have flourished upon a sheer cliff in the canyon. These are all rewards bestowed by the system. This breakthrough into the Tai golden immortal realm has also involved the refinement of numerous celestial spirit fruits and immortal spirit herbs. After Hong Jun concluded his teachings, he bestowed the primordial purple aura upon 6 disciples, reserving the final portion for Hong Yun. At this moment, Kunping and the others are contemplating a covert ambush to seize the final trace of primordial purple energy. Will the host venture out of the gorge to offer assistance? Upon accepting the task, his friend Jin Yuanzi is extending his assistance. Proceeding to offer support will yield 1 ginseng fruit. Refuse the task and continue in seclusion, and one may acquire the 10 primordial innate roots, the innate gourd vine. Just as I was enveloped in the ecstasy of my breakthrough, the voice of the system resonated once more within my mind. The esteemed brother Hong Yun has indeed faced numerous tribulations. In my recollection, this individual was initially led astray by the persuasive words of the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of precepts, to the extent that he was nearly ensnared in their rhetoric. He readily yielded his seat to them. Subsequently, due to the primordial purple energy in his possession, he unwittingly attracted a calamity that threatened his very existence. This misfortune not only befell him but also brought about considerable troubles for Zhen Yuanzi. Originally, he was a formidable being from the early primordial era. However, after this battle, his intervention on behalf of Hong Yun entangled him in causality, leading to enmity with numerous powerful entities. This ultimately caused him to miss many opportunities in his later life, for the will of heaven is like a blade that cannot be compelled. Upon reaching this thought, the task was declined. Immediately, a vibrant green gourd vine burst forth from the earth, entwining itself around the tallest sycamore tree. I have grown accustomed to the elusive manner in which the system operates. This gourd vine has already borne 2 gourds. 1 golden and 1 green, though not yet ripe, the day of maturity draws near. As my prowess escalates, this chasm expands ever further. It is truly a pity that this place, apart from the phoenix, harbors no other forms of life, rendering it somewhat desolate and lifeless. When the opportunity arises, I shall gather some exotic avian species from the outside world. In these past few days, I have also begun to traverse the canyon. Recently, more than a dozen springs have emerged throughout the canyon, scattered across various locations within its depths. Simultaneously, I commenced the meticulous planning of the inner valley, delineating territories suited to the diverse attributes of the phoenixes. As the saying goes, the dragon begets 9 offspring and the phoenix possesses 9 virtues. Among the many tales of the phoenix, the most renowned is that of the fire phoenix, for the Yuan phoenix is indeed a formidable fire phoenix. Thus, it is only the fire phoenix that holds a position of immense prestige within this lineage. Other entities such as the golden phoenix, water phoenix, snow phoenix, and thunder phoenix hold a rather precarious status within the entire phoenix clan, having received scant resources for their development. After all, the nest of the Phoenix clan was situated in the immortal volcano, a place whose very name suggests it is exceptionally suited for the survival of fire phoenixes. However, what shall become of the other elemental phoenixes under such circumstances? This is precisely why, following the downfall of the matriarch, the Phoenix clan began to fragment. This internal discord created significant vulnerabilities. Thus, before the phoenixes in the canyon could propagate on a grand scale, I had already devised a comprehensive plan. For instance, the dwelling place of the water phoenix clan is situated beside a vast lake nestled within a canyon. The habitat of the snow phoenix is situated upon the towering cliffs flanking the canyon, where the sheer heights are perpetually adorned with a delicate mantle of snow. Simultaneously, in such an environment, many natural treasures suitable for the cultivation of the snow phoenix have also flourished. During the planning phase, I took the initiative to transplant some newly sprouted phoenix trees to these locations. And the ethereal flora and unique herbs that will adapt to the habitats of the phoenix clan in the future. Having concluded the previous endeavor, I promptly embarked once more on a journey of seclusion. Prior to this retreat, I gathered an abundance of celestial fruits and freshly sprouted ethereal herbs for fervent refinement. As the stars shift and the passage of time eludes, I once again find myself immersed in seclusion, my strength gradually ascending. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, a radiant five-colored divine light was swiftly racing towards the southernmost land. It flapped its wings with remarkable speed, rendering it nearly impossible to trace its path. However, upon its appearance in the skies above the southernmost territory, gazing upon the desolate landscape inevitably elicited a soft sigh. The spiritual essence of this realm is diminished to a mere fraction, several times less than that of the central regions of primordial chaos. There exists no treasure of heaven or earth here. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that no formidable clans will emerge. Amidst the labyrinth of thoughts, this figure has manifested near the gorge. However, this locale is my sanctuary. To the outside world, it appears to be an inconspicuous canyon, utterly incapable of revealing the profound mysteries it harbors. Yet, at the very moment of its emergence, originally, I, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened my eyes wide. At that moment, I heard the system's notification chime, ding. The presence of Kong Xian from the Peacock clan has been detected outside the canyon. Should we eliminate Kong Xian directly to conceal our whereabouts? Accepting the task will reward you with the celestial dragon scale spear the day after tomorrow. Declining the task will grant you the seed of the path of fire. Upon hearing the system's task, I felt a surge of excitement coursing through my veins. The reward this time is truly extraordinary. Furthermore, Kong Xian has arrived. This young man is the first peacock of the Honghuang continent and a descendant of the Phoenix clan, having hatched from a mutated phoenix egg. Although he is not a phoenix himself, he has consistently proclaimed himself as a descendant of the phoenix lineage. After the decline of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian has remained steadfast at the immortal volcano, serving as the most loyal minister of the Phoenix lineage. Moreover, as he was the first peacock of the primordial era, he garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao, bestowing upon him the unparalleled ability of the five-colored divine light. With the mere invocation of this extraordinary power, he could effortlessly sweep away all that lay within the realms of the five elements, rendering them utterly impotent. Alas, by the time he achieved the pinnacle of his cultivation, the age of deification had already commenced. By then, the Phoenix clan had long since fallen into decline, unable to provide him with the protection he so desperately needed. Despite his vast prowess, he ultimately succumbed to the formidable might of the Taoist patriarch of the Western Church, Xuanti. The system declined the task, and immediately a strand of deep crimson flame manifested before me. This system, elusive and remarkable, truly astounds. It can conjure forth anything imaginable, especially at the moment the seed of the grand path emerges. The temperature throughout the canyon surged abruptly, as if one were engulfed in a sea of flames. This is the seed of the path of fire, imbued with a terrifying spiritual power that one can distinctly perceive within. As long as this flicker of flame is refined, one might successfully transcend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, there is no need for haste at this moment. Kong Xian has made the effort to present himself, and I shall not allow him to depart so easily. At this moment, my consciousness extended into the canyon, instantly enveloping the figure of Kong Xian. This fellow currently possesses merely the cultivation of the third level of the Golden Immortal realm. In an instant, he felt a dizzying sensation, and found himself within a canyon dojo. In an unexpected turn of events, Kong Xian, who had been soaring near the canyon, found himself engulfed in panic. However, as his eyes widened in astonishment, he beheld countless spirit trees before him. The air was imbued with an exceptionally rich spirit energy, a stark contrast to the desolate land he had previously encountered in the far southern reaches. Kong Xian, do you still acknowledge yourself as a descendant of the Phoenix clan? Originally dwelling upon the parasol tree, I now descend to the ground, my voice resonating with a somber tone.
Upon hearing these words, Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback, for before him stood a figure as radiant as the blazing sun, accompanied by an aura that evoked a profound sense of familiarity, causing an overwhelming joy to well up in his eyes. It is the Phoenix clan. The younger generation, Kong Xian of the Peacock clan, has had the honor of meeting the venerable ancestor of the Phoenix lineage. I, of the Peacock clan, am a descendant of the Phoenix lineage, with the blood of the Phoenix family coursing through my veins.
What is there to dispute about basking in the glory of the Phoenix clan?
At that moment, Kong Xian, overwhelmed with emotion, found tears welling at the corners of his eyes. He has traversed the vast wilderness, experiencing an abundance of trials and tribulations. Ever since the decline of the Phoenix clan, his life has been fraught with misfortune.
Is it possible that there exists a habitat for the Phoenix clan? Moreover, I have encountered such a formidable ancestor of the Feng tribe. Rise! You are the ancestor of the Peacock clan, the first peacock in the realm.
If you acknowledge that you are indeed a descendant of my lineage, that is splendid. In the past, when calamities loomed and battles raged, my clan was embroiled in strife, with countless powerful members falling. And I too merely escaped by a stroke of luck, unable to protect other clans. Ling Feng spoke softly, his voice tinged with resignation. As he spoke, he pondered. He could not reveal that he had fled from the outset, for that would tarnish his current image.
Since you have arrived here, you may remain and cultivate in peace.
This place is a sanctuary I have established, a world unto itself, imperceptible even to sages. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian was enlightened.
No wonder he had been unable to detect anything unusual during his previous flight. Ancestor, may I bring the Peacock clan here as well?
Excitement gleamed in Kong Xian's eyes. The abundant spiritual energy in this realm would surely herald the resurgence of the Phoenix clan. Soon, they could return to the primordial expanse and reclaim their former glory.
Certainly. But you must remember that this place is a closely guarded secret. You must not divulge any information to anyone, including your kin. Before reaching this sanctuary,
not a whisper of its existence should escape your lips. Those who wish to accompany you, once you bring them here, I shall ensure their safe entry. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the inclusion of the Peacock clan would bolster the strength of the gorge, it also carried inherent risks.
Should this fellow reveal their location, it would be compromised.
Rest assured, ancestor, Kong Xian will not utter a single word. He bowed his head deeply. As a once mighty clan that had followed the Phoenix clan, the Peacock clan now faced a dire situation in the primordial expanse, a circumstance he would prefer to avoid. However, their strength was lacking, and they could only bide their time. Now, with a sanctuary at hand, he was determined to bring the entire Peacock clan over. After imparting a few more words of caution to Kong Xian, Ling Feng sent him forth to gather the Peacock clan.
The Phoenix clan's members were not suited to appear in the primordial expanse at present, but the Peacock clan could. Upon encountering this individual, he resolved to cultivate him as the future representative of the gorge in the primordial realm.
Once Kong Xian departed, Ling Feng turned and swallowed a small flame,
beginning to refine it with all his might.
A breakthrough, what he needed most was to strengthen his power.
Boom!
Endless flames erupted from his body,
engulfing him entirely and transforming Ling Feng into a colossal firebird. As the flames continued to be refined, his aura surged at an astonishing pace. 3rd level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. 4th level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. 5th level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal.
In just a few decades, his cultivation advanced remarkably, rapidly ascending from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal.
Moreover,
this momentum showed no signs of abating. As the size of a fingernail, the flickering flames continuously provided an abundant source of spiritual energy.
Time flowed like a shuttle.
And in the blink of an eye, a century had passed.
Ling Feng had thoroughly refined the seed of the great Tao,
elevating his realm to the pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, just a single step away from breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. As his aura gradually stabilized, all the flames surrounding him began to flow backward, ultimately converging into a single radiant tail feather shimmering with spiritual light. Once all the flames had surged into it, this tail feather emanated an enchanting scarlet glow, a manifestation of the Phoenix clan's unique means of harnessing power.
The more formidable the phoenix, the more exquisite its tail feathers, as these feathers gain increasing sentience with the amplification of strength. Indeed, the challenges of cultivation intensified as one progressed.
Even the seed of the way of fire did not grant him an immediate breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon awakening from his meditative state and sensing the profound spiritual energy coursing through him like a mighty river, Ling Feng felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he had not yet achieved a breakthrough, eliciting a faint sigh from him.
At that moment, however,
the system's notification sound quietly resounded once more.
Chapter 7, The Celestial Court of the Demon Clan Ding. As Tai Chi sensed the establishment of the Celestial Court of the Demon Clan by Emperor Jun,
he was designated as the Eastern Emperor while Emperor Jun assumed the role of the Heavenly Emperor. The system inquired whether the host would proceed to the Celestial Court of the Demon Clan to become its pillar. Choice 1, accept the task and receive the postnatal treasure, the 12 water pearls. Choice 2, decline the task and acquire the innate spiritual treasure, the heaven-slaying blade. The sudden voice of the system startled Ling Feng.
The Celestial Court of the Demon Clan was indeed established?
The names of Eastern Emperor Tai Chi and Emperor Jun resonate profoundly through history, particularly Tai Chi, who wields the Chaos Bell and is regarded as the foremost deity of slaughter in the primordial realm.
System, I decline the task.
Ling Feng swiftly rejected the mission,
fully aware of the fate awaiting the Celestial Court of the Demon Clan.
The cataclysm of the Witch-Demon War was imminent, leading to a bloodbath for the Celestial Court and significant losses for the Witch Clan as well.
This heralded a new calamity.
As Ling Feng declined the task, a sharp long blade materialized abruptly in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter that felt as if it could sever the heavens with a single stroke.
What a domineering blade!
Ling Feng could not help but experience a flicker of astonishment. Even with his current strength, he sensed a chill, indicating the blade's intense murderous intent.
However, this weapon was not particularly practical for Ling Feng.
It would be more suitable for Kong Xian, who, as the representative of the Peacock clan,
should possess some substantial backing. Once he successfully brings the Peacock clan back, if he performs admirably, this blade could serve as a reward. Having made up his mind,
Ling Feng stored the heaven-slaying blade and then closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation to resume his lengthy cultivation. Meanwhile, on another front,
Kong Xian was filled with excitement.
After investing considerable time, he finally returned to the stronghold of the Peacock clan,
nestled within a secluded mountain range near the immortal Fire Mountain. Previously, the Peacock clan thrived under the auspices of the Phoenix clan, but now,
in a bid to evade the increasingly powerful demon clans, they had retreated to this low-profile location.
Upon entering the clan territory, Kong Xian distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere.
Along the way, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of clan members, which left him perplexed. It was only after he uncovered the truth that he realized many members of the Peacock clan had chosen to leave for the Celestial Court after its establishment,
drawn by the celestial envoys recruiting demons throughout the primordial realm.
After reflecting on this, Kong Xian did not hold any resentment towards those who departed. After all, he had roamed the primordial world for many years and rarely returned. The circumstances for the Peacock clan's members were indeed less than favorable, and their choice to leave was understandable, given the current dominance of the Witch clan, which had been hunting many demons. Thus, the decision of the Peacock clan members to seek refuge in the Celestial Court was merely a means of survival.
After a brief count of his people,
only a little over 100 tribesmen remained hidden within the secluded mountains. Without hesitation, Kong Xian employed his divine abilities to gather them, then set forth towards the southernmost lands. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, who was in seclusion, suddenly heard the system's notification chime.
Ding!
It detected that the Witch clan was rising powerfully on the primordial land, with the 12 ancestor witches wielding supreme strength, joining forces in their assault.
Few rivals could match them beneath the saints.
The current landscape of the demon heavens and witch lands had been established.
Should the host emerge from the canyon to engage in battle with the Witch clan?
Option 1, accept the mission, in this great age of strife. Who but I shall prevail, and be rewarded with a postnatal spiritual treasure, the twin swords of clear clouds. Option 2, decline the mission, devote oneself to cultivation, and receive a divine ability reward, the Qian Kuan fire escape technique, a top-tier primordial skill, capable of transporting one across millions of miles in the blink of an eye.
Upon seeing the mission appear, Ling Feng remained remarkably calm.
Habitually choosing to decline the task, he immediately acquired this supreme technique, which served as an excellent means of self-preservation. After studying it for a while, he grew disinterested and returned to his seclusion. After all, within the canyon, this escape technique, while allowing him to appear unnoticed in various corners, held little practical use. The place was simply too safe.
He had no intention of venturing outside.
The affairs of the outside world held no significance for him.
If he could endure, he would.
The longer he survived in this manner, the more his life would be prolonged.
Chapter 8: The Peacock Clan in the Primordial World, A Tempest Brews. The Witch and Zombie clans often clash,
particularly as the Witch clan, in their quest for survival, preys upon myriad demon beings. This has incited immense fury among countless demon clans, forging an unprecedented unity among them. However, the Witch clan boasts 12 formidable ancestral witches, each possessing profound strength and mastery.
In response, the heavenly court of the demon clans has sought to recruit powerful beings from various factions, and recently,
the Candle Dragon from the Dragon clan has also allied with the heavenly court. This, however, has provoked the ire of the Witch clan.
The Candle Dragon,
the current leader of the Dragon clan, had led the surviving dragons into hiding within the boundless sea after the fall of the ancestral dragon. His allegiance to the demon heavenly court at this juncture is a clear affront to the Witch clan. The hot-tempered ancestral witch Shu Rong, accompanied by several mighty witches, immediately descended upon the boundless sea, annihilating numerous dragons and capturing 2 of the most powerful ancestors as mounts, thereby subjecting them to humiliation. This act reverberated throughout the entirety of the primordial demon clans. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, journeying towards the southernmost realm, felt an acute sense of anxiety. As a member of the demon clan, he was perpetually apprehensive of encountering a powerful witch.
However, after spending considerable time traversing the land under the cover of night, he finally arrived safely at the southernmost territory.
Upon his arrival near the valley's dojo, Ling Feng sensed his presence. After a period of observation and finding no trace of other beings, she drew Kong Xian into the valley.
Greetings, ancestor. I am unworthy.
Many members of the Peacock clan have already allied with the heavenly court, and I have only brought back over 100 of our kin.
I humbly request your punishment.
As he entered the valley dojo, Kong Xian released the 100 or so members of the Peacock clan and prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly voicing his lament. At that moment, Ling Feng manifested as a streak of fire. As she appeared, all the phoenixes within the valley flocked to her side. Over the years of dwelling and multiplying, there were now more than 40 phoenixes residing in the valley. They regarded the members of the Peacock clan with curiosity and joy.
Yet they circled around Ling Feng, hesitant to make any other moves. Arise! You have performed admirably. Your Peacock clan, as descendants of my phoenix lineage, though having established your own identity, shall forever remain intertwined with us. In the wake of the great calamity, many of my clan's strong perished, leaving us unable to care for others, which resulted in your clan's dispersion. Those who chose to align with the heavenly court did so out of their own volition. And I can understand that. However, your clan has now returned and entered this dojo, and you shall henceforth be under my protection. The events of the past shall never recur, Ling Feng spoke softly. Simultaneously, she flipped her hand, revealing a dazzling long knife imbued with spiritual light.
She handed it to Kong Xian and continued, "This is a congenital spiritual treasure, known as the Heaven-Slaying Blade, and I bestow it upon you.
From now on,
lead the Peacock clan well, allowing them to dwell and cultivate within this valley."
Upon hearing these words, Kong Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. A primordial spiritual treasure? The ancestor has directly bestowed upon him a primordial spiritual treasure? Grateful for the ancestor's patronage. Just as Kong Xian rose to his feet, he once again prostrated himself on the ground. This also instilled an immense sense of belief in the members of the Peacock clan. The Phoenix clan was worthy of trust. And even if it meant fighting alongside them against the chaos of the primordial world, they would not hesitate. After bestowing the heavenly blade upon Kong Xian, Ling Feng allocated a territory for their clan within the canyon, allowing them to dwell freely without restrictions. This area was a vast forest of spiritual wood, encompassing lakes, streams,
and various spiritual flowers and exotic herbs. Compared to the desolate mountains where the Peacock clan had previously resided, this place was truly a paradise. Once all matters were settled, Ling Feng suddenly heard the system's notification sound.
Ding!
It detected that Nuwa was using the 9 heaven soil to create the human race.
which would attract the favor of the heavenly Tao and yield immeasurable merit. Would the host wish to step out of the canyon to witness the birth of humanity?
Choice 1. Accept the task, witness the birth of humanity and become a holy teacher of the human race, thereby acquiring the daily skill fire from wood. Choice 2. Decline the task, continue in seclusion and obtain a merit sacred lotus 1, formed from 30 million merits of heaven and earth.
This sacred lotus would only manifest when the heavenly Tao bestows immeasurable merit. As Ling Feng considered this new wave of tasks, his lips twitched slightly. The system was becoming increasingly perfunctory. If it wanted him to refuse, it should state so directly instead of presenting a binary choice. Fire from wood? As a fire phoenix? Did he truly require such a mundane skill? Was this not somewhat insulting?
The merit sacred lotus, however, was far more enticing. This was a convergence of 30 million merits of heaven and earth. Should he refine it, Ling Feng's cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Chapter 9. The Great Luo Golden Immortal. After Ling Feng chose to decline the task, a sacred lotus materialized before him, exuding an aura of pure, untainted sanctity.
It was devoid of impurities, transcendent and divine.
Without hesitation, Ling Feng grasped the lotus and commenced its refinement. However, during the process of his seclusion and alchemical practice, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, shaking the very valley. A beam of golden light illuminated the center of the gorge where the phoenix tree stood, its intensity causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. The commotion drew the attention of Kong Xian and others, who emerged from their secluded meditations to gaze at the magnificent phoenix tree from a distance.
This aura. Surely, the ancestor is on the verge of a breakthrough?
The pressure was unmistakably that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. There was no doubt, the ancestor was about to ascend
as the first peacock of the world.
Kong Xian had encountered many formidable members of the Phoenix clan in the past, leading him to such conjectures.
With this thought,
a flicker of determination passed through Kong Xian's eyes as he turned to return to his own meditative retreat.
If the ancestor could devote such relentless effort to cultivation, what reason did he have not to strive for improvement?
Furthermore, after this period of recuperation, the Phoenix clan would surely return to the primordial world one day. And he did not wish to be a hindrance at that time. Historically, the Peacock clan had emerged later and, though they were descendants of the Phoenix clan, their status remained low, lacking in powerful warriors. They had been of little help in times of need, with many strong members of the Phoenix clan providing them shelter instead. Now, however, the tides were turning, the Peacock clan's opportunity had arrived, and they were determined to prove themselves.
Atop the phoenix tree, Ling Feng's feathers were undergoing a transformation,
his aura continuously rising. After what felt like many years, once he had fully refined the power of the lotus, he slowly opened his eyes.
Indeed,
the sacred lotus was a rare treasure.
Following its refinement,
his cultivation not only surpassed the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal but also surged directly into the third tier of that level.
What a delightful achievement! Ling Feng's aura had now stabilized completely, with glimmers of golden light dancing across his feathers.
These rays of light resembled threads of gold, weaving throughout his entire being. It was a metamorphosis. Previously, his form had been enveloped in flickering flames, but now, it had transformed into streams of golden light,
which contained an even more potent force than the flames of before. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding!
Detection of a conflict escalation between the Witch and Lich clans. The mighty witch Quafu, provoked by the Golden Crow, engaged in a chase and ultimately perished from exhaustion,
causing a tremor within the Witch clan.
Choose one, accept the task, immediately exit seclusion and join the Witch clan to assist them in overcoming the Demon clan, thereby obtaining the postnatal spiritual treasure, the soul-capturing bell of purple gold.
Choose 2, decline the task, continue in seclusion, remaining indifferent to worldly affairs,
and you will acquire the renowned array of the primordial era, the 10,000 demon array, which ranks fourth among the known formations of the primordial era, on par with the 10,000 immortal array, both originating from the same source and possessing equivalent might.
The system's voice resonated, causing Ling Feng to widen his eyes in astonishment. The 10,000 demon array? Among the renowned formations within the primordial era.
Ling Feng had not previously heard of this particular array, although he was quite familiar with its equal, the 10,000 immortal array. The 10,000 immortal array is the foundational array of the Jia sect, which, in later generations, claimed to host the arrival of myriad immortals, boasting a multitude of disciples. During the great calamity of the conferred gods, the array established by the Master of Heaven could withstand the assaults of multiple saints, undeniably showcasing its formidable power. Had it not been for a betrayal within the Jia sect that allowed breaches in the array, the outcome of the conferred gods might have been drastically different. Thus, if the 10,000 demon array is akin to the 10,000 immortal array, it too must possess unparalleled profundity. The rankings of the 10 great arrays of the primordial era are as follows. First, the sword array of the extermination of immortals, devised by the Master of Heaven. Unleashes 4 swords in unison, making it the foremost slaughtering array, impervious to all but the 4 saints, as stated by Hongjun himself, its might being extraordinary.
Second, the 12 capital heavenly gods array of the witch clan, composed of the 12 ancestral witches, capable of summoning the true form of Pangu. Allowing it to withstand the presence of saints. Regrettably, the ancestral witches ultimately fell, rendering this array lost to time.
Third, the starry sky array of the demon clan.
Derived from the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu.
Integrating the powers of the 360 celestial stars along with the sun and moon as the array's focal points, profound and suffused with a murderous aura. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai selected 365 demon gods, each a great Luo golden immortal. With these formidable beings, even saints would find difficulty within this array. As for the array that Ling Feng has obtained, ranking 4th, it is indeed formidable within the primordial realm.
Should he successfully deploy such a grand formation?
Even if his valley sanctuary were to be discovered by the saints, he would possess means to counter them, preventing excessive passivity.
The 10,000 demon array. System. I decline the task.
Shortly after the system's voice subsided, Ling Feng spoke. As he refused the task, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, swiftly penetrating his mind,
endowing him with the complete understanding of the intricacies of the 10,000 demon array. This formation is remarkably extraordinary, as he contemplated its principles.
He felt the trajectory of immense power circling around him, and with a mere sketch of the array's lines, destructive energy emanated forth.
Nevertheless,
it seems that the current number of individuals within the valley is insufficient. To establish the 10,000 demon array, countless powerful demons are required, and at present,
his own strength remains inadequate. The great Luo golden immortal realm is still insufficient. During the cataclysm brought about by the Lich King, countless fallen great Luo Jingxians met their demise, yet the necessity for further enhancement remains.
Moreover, following Nuwa's creation of humanity, figures such as the 3 pure ones,
as well as Zhuanti and Jain, will soon attain sainthood in succession.
The primordial realm is on the brink of entering an era dominated by the saints. I must remain discreet. I am determined to cultivate an even greater sense of humility to avoid drawing their attention before I have sufficiently strengthened myself. Although I have ascended to the realm of the great Luo Jingxian, Lingfeng finds no joy in this achievement.
His power may be on the rise.
Yet the tides of the primordial world are shifting, leaving him feeling feeble and insignificant.
Chapter 10, The Descendants Shoot the Sun in the Primordial World. The conflict between the Wu and the Lich clans escalated continuously.
Quafu perished in his pursuit of the sun, causing a stir within the Wu clan. The 12 ancestors of the Wu appeared before the celestial court of the demon clan, demanding an explanation from Emperor Jun.
The atmosphere grew tense,
as a war between the two factions seemed imminent. However, at this critical juncture, Hong Jun intervened discreetly to mediate between the two parties.
Ultimately, Emperor Jun conceded,
imprisoning his 10 sons within the sun for a millennium. Although this punishment seemed lenient, the Wu clan had no choice but to relent.
After all,
the animosity between the two clans had not yet reached the point of outright warfare, and with the sages mediating, they felt it inappropriate to voice further objections.
Yet, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Upon their release, the imprisoned golden crows were consumed by resentment.
They roamed the primordial lands, unleashing their solar flames upon the earth, leading to the tragic demise of countless weak members within the Wu tribes.
In response, Hoi, a powerful shaman from one of the Wu clans, stormed into the Pangu temple, requesting the divine bow that shoots the sun. It is said that this bow was forged from the blood, flesh, and bones of Pangu himself. After Pangu's demise,
the divine bow was entrusted to the 12 ancestors of the Wu, who enshrined it within the Grand Hall of Pangu.
The bow possessed immense power, once drawn. It could unleash an arrow's energy.
Hui released 10 arrows, 9 of which struck down the golden crows, with one being fortuitously saved by the Eastern Emperor Tai.
Meanwhile,
within the canyon, the reclusive Lingfeng opened his eyes once more, for the system's voice had just echoed in his ears.
Ding!
Detection indicates that Hui has slain 9 golden crows, provoking Emperor Jun's wrath.
The calamity between the Wu and the Lich is about to erupt. Will the host emerge from seclusion to partake in this calamity?
Choose 1, accept the task to receive the postnatal spiritual treasure, Wind Gale Sword. Choose 2, decline the task to receive a supernatural reward, Verbal Law Compliance, a supreme supernatural ability in the primordial realm, capable of expounding the law and bringing blessings to all beings.
Hui shooting the sun?
This was the very spark igniting the catastrophe between the Wu and the Lich clans. It was precisely because this impetuous youth had slain 9 sons of Emperor Jun that the two clans now stood at odds.
Decline, he thought. I refuse the task. Participate in the calamity? Absolutely not. Right now, I only wish to remain hidden. Without absolute power, I shan't even dare to consider venturing out.
As he declined the task, a torrent of information surged into Lingfeng's mind, imparting the supernatural ability of verbal law compliance. Now at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, he grasped this ability with remarkable speed, fully comprehending it in no time. This ability bore no destructive power but allowed him to expound the law, providing blessings to the beings within the canyon.
With the impending war between the Wu and the Lich, countless demon clans would vanish in its wake. Perhaps it would be prudent for Kong Xian to venture out first to locate some spiritual avian clans to return. Forethought was essential.
One must prepare for a storm before it arrives. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Lingfeng's eyes. Recognizing that the calamity between the Wu and the Lich would have an even greater impact than that of the dragon and phoenix,
directly fracturing the primordial realm into 4 continents. Countless races of demonic beasts have been utterly annihilated in the aftermath of this battle, leading to their complete extinction. Presently,
within the vast canyon, only the Peacock and Phoenix clans remain, which is far from sufficient given the immense expanse of the area. Although the members of the Phoenix clan have, over the years, managed to surpass 100 in number, the growth of the Wutong forest has been remarkably swift.
Additionally,
many spiritual trees have already formed dense groves, with even acquired spiritual roots beginning to branch out. Within the entire canyon, the presence of the two clans appears somewhat monotonous.
Upon this realization, Lingfeng waved his hand, and instantly, a blaze of fire manifested, summoning Kong Xian from his secluded meditation to stand before Lingfeng.
Kong Xian's voice resonated like a great bell, gentle as a breeze. When he became aware that he had been mysteriously transported to the Wutong tree by Lingfeng's divine powers, he was profoundly astonished, for his current cultivation level was not insignificant, and yet he had been moved without a trace of awareness. With a deep bow, Kong Xian addressed, "I, Kong Xian of the Peacock clan, pay my respects to the ancestor." Speaking with reverence, he continued, "I sense that a great calamity looms over the wilderness. Your strength is now sufficient for self-preservation, hence I assign you a task: venture forth and endeavor to bring back powerful members of the spiritual avian races into the canyon." Lingfeng regarded Kong Xian, noting that he had already attained the 3rd level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm.
While not exceptionally strong,
he should be able to safeguard himself as long as he avoids the gaze of the formidable beings from the Wu and Lich clans.
A calamity approaches? Ancestor, could it be akin to the catastrophic event we faced before? Kong Xian's pupils contracted slightly. When speaking of calamity,
his mind instinctively conjured the terrifying imagery of the previous Dragon Phoenix catastrophe. This impending calamity might surpass the last in severity, leading to the extinction of countless beings. Which is precisely why I have sent you forth. However, remember, we are not saints, even if we save the weaker demonic races. They are unlikely to survive in the wilderness thereafter. Thus, focus your efforts on those avian races endowed with exceptional talents. Lingfeng's tone was grave. The Dragon Phoenix calamity, while brutal, occurred during a time when the number of powerful beings in the wilderness was relatively scarce, with only the leaders of the 3 great clans being truly formidable. The situation during the Wu-Lich calamity, however, differs. The strengths of the Wu and demonic clans are comparable, and their myriad of tactics are equally formidable. Although they may not match the peak strength of the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, or the primordial qilin, their collective power far exceeds that of the previous era, resulting in a much greater impact.
After thoroughly instructing Kong Xian, Ling Feng sent him on his way.
Time was of the essence. The sooner he embarked on his mission, the sooner he could return safely. Once the two clans fully engaged in conflict, lingering outside would become perilous.
After Kong Xian departed, Ling Feng did not hasten to enter meditation.
Instead, he observed the state of the Phoenix clan. Over the years, their population had expanded several-fold, and within the clan, other varieties of phoenixes began to emerge.
The once elusive Thunder Phoenix and Ice Phoenix can now be glimpsed within the canyon. Although their numbers are few, this development is certainly a positive one. Moreover,
the offensive prowess of these two phoenixes is not in the least inferior to that of the Fire Phoenix. However, their reproductive capacity is notably diminished in comparison. Chapter 11, The Stratagem of Kunping. Upon discovering the emergence of the Thunder Phoenix and Ice Phoenix within the canyon, Ling Feng once more delineated the region of the gorge. The Phoenix clan resided in the heart of the canyon, nestled amidst an expanse of phoenix trees, where numerous spiritual springs and celestial flora thrived.
This habitat was indeed a rarity throughout the vast wilderness.
However, Ling Feng felt that the presence of the Thunder Phoenix and Ice Phoenix in such an environment was incongruous,
causing them considerable discomfort.
Consequently, Ling Feng selected a precipice within the canyon. With the growth of his own strength, the cliffs surrounding the gorge had become increasingly towering. Atop the summit, snow lay perpetually, making it an ideal dwelling for the Ice Phoenix. Similarly, the Thunder Phoenix was allocated a location on the extreme edge of the canyon,
where relentless thunderstorms and torrential rains fell incessantly.
To other demon tribes, this area appeared as a desolate wilderness, yet for the Thunder Phoenix, it represented the quintessential training ground. By absorbing the celestial lightning, it could enhance its spiritual energy while simultaneously fortifying its physical form. Having established these arrangements,
Ling Feng returned to the central phoenix tree and resumed his meditative retreat. As he closed his eyes, the tensions in the outside world of the wilderness escalated.
Following Hoi's act of shooting down the sun, the heavenly emperor of the demon tribe, Dejuan, was infuriated and issued a decree to summon the demons,
indicating a readiness to wage all-out war against the Witch Clan. In the demon tribe's heavenly court, within the Grand Hall, two men clad in resplendent robes sat at the apex, one in gold, the other in black, both bearing grim expressions, exuding an aura of latent menace. These two were the foremost powerhouses and actual rulers of the demon tribe's heavenly court. The golden figure was Dongwang Tai, and the black figure was the heavenly emperor, Dejuan. Your Majesty, Dejuan spoke, the Witch Clan has been excessively arrogant, ruthlessly slaughtering our kind over the years, and has now directly slain 9 of our princes. I seek to wage war. I shall not return until the Witch Clan is annihilated. Indeed, we demons possess countless formidable warriors. How could we fear the Witch Clan? In the center of the Grand Hall, a dozen figures of varying forms stood on either side, engaged in fervent discussion. Your Majesty, one voice echoed, Guiling is correct. The Witch Clan has acted with impunity, slaughtering our demon kin in droves. If we do not strike back, what becomes of the dignity of our heavenly court? Another figure stepped forward, his face contorted with a sinister intent. As he spoke, several phantasmal forms swirled around his head, resembling 8 tongues flickering with a crimson hue. This was none other than the fearsome deity of the demon tribe, Joeying. The rest of the demons fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Dejuan, awaiting his response. After all, the fallen were the sons of the heavenly emperor. 9 had perished in one fell swoop, and although the last had narrowly escaped with his life, he was gravely injured, severely undermining his foundation. His future achievements would be stunted, rendering it nearly impossible for him to ascend to the ranks of the apex powerhouses. Joeying spoke wisely. If this incident were to conclude without resolution, the majesty of the heavenly court would undoubtedly be compromised. However, should a full-scale war ensue, the formidable strength of the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan would pose a significant threat, potentially resulting in catastrophic losses for the heavenly court given its current capabilities. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly. This was his greatest concern. The demon race had painstakingly reached this juncture, and if this conflict were mishandled, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. He wished to avert such a scenario. Thus, I have summoned you here today to gather your insights. It is not yet the time for an all-out war, but we must deliberate on how to ensure the Witch Clan receives the punishment it deserves. Upon hearing these words, the hall fell silent.
Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the might of the 12 ancestral witches was indeed overwhelming.
The demon race had yet to complete its unification of all creatures in the primordial chaos.
Forcing a war could lead to dire consequences. Even if the witch clan were ultimately vanquished, resulting in a fate akin to the calamity of dragons and phoenixes in the past, the three races would descend from their dominant status to utter decline. Your Majesty, I have a proposal that could lead the witch clan to self-destruction.
At that moment,
a dark figure stepped forward from the front of the assembly, bowing respectfully.
"Oh? Pray, elaborate."
Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon this figure. What we fear most are the 12 ancestral witches and the formidable 12 capitals divine array they command.
If the ancestral witches cease to act in unison, their array will lose its potency.
Over the years, I have gathered considerable intelligence regarding the witch clan. The water god Gongang and the fire god Zhuron have already had their differences, leading to friction. If we dispatch a shapeshifting demon to infiltrate the witch clan and set a trap, it would incite a complete rift between these two,
resulting in internal chaos within the witch clan.
Kuanpeng slowly raised his head, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his lips. Emperor Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. As the Heavenly Emperor, revered by all demons, he found it difficult to accept the use of such cunning schemes.
His dignity was paramount. Yet,
recalling the tragic fates of his sons, his heart simmered with rage. He responded indirectly, instigating discord within the witch clan is indeed a clever strategy.
Please arrange the specifics.
I shall remain uninvolved.
Furthermore,
inform all demons that anyone who slays a member of the witch clan shall be rewarded with a bounty from the heavenly court for each head claimed.
Emperor Jun exchanged a brief glance with Tai. Kuanpeng's plan was feasible. However, prior to inciting chaos within the witch clan, he could not allow them to remain unscathed. And exhibiting too much calmness might raise their suspicions. Chapter 12, The Return of the Five Clans. Amidst the primordial chaos, a turbulent undercurrent surged forth.
The decree of extermination issued by Emperor Jun proved effective, leading to the slaughter of countless members of the Wu clan, while various tribes busied themselves in response. Time flowed like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Regardless of the upheaval outside, it was of no consequence to the sequestered Lingfeng, who remained oblivious to the events beyond his secluded sanctuary. Only the system's alert could awaken him from his reverie.
Ding!
It has been detected that the demon master Kuanpeng has succeeded in his scheme, instigating a fierce battle between Zhurong and Gong Gong.
Shall the host immediately emerge from the canyon to reveal the truth to the two ancestral witches?
Option 1, accept the mission to prevent the two ancestral witches from engaging in battle, and receive the postnatal treasure, demon-slaying sword. Option 2, decline the mission and receive 10 of the top 10 postnatal spiritual roots, heavenly green wood, and 10 of the top 10 postnatal spiritual roots, 5 elements fruit trees. As the system's voice echoed in Ling Feng's ears, a slight smile graced his lips.
How exhilarating!
This system has bestowed upon him another batch of postnatal spiritual roots. At this rate, he had no desire to leave. There was truly no place in the primordial realm that could rival this sanctuary. Remaining here was more than sufficient. With the resources available within the canyon, he could be entirely self-sufficient and even cultivate a cadre of formidable beings. What a delightful prospect!
System, I choose to decline. Lingfeng declared from his perch atop the parasol tree.
Upon making his choice, 20 postnatal spiritual roots materialized in various locations within the canyon,
enriching the spiritual essence in the area considerably. As Lingfeng absorbed the changes within the canyon, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding!
It has been detected that Gong Gong, unable to contend with Zhurong, has furiously collided with Mount Buzhou, causing the mountain to topple and the sky to collapse.
Shall the host immediately emerge to mend the heavens?
Option 1, accept the mission and receive a piece of raw stone from the foot of Mount Buzhou. Option 2, decline the mission and receive 3 primordial divine artifacts, 9 heavens creation mud, 9 heavens star sand, and 9 heavens great Dao stone. When encountering Earth, they merge,
bestowing fortune upon the land. Even in desolate regions, integrating such divine artifacts can transform them into blessed paradises. This system is truly magnificent. Upon seeing the rewards for declining the mission, Lingfeng felt a surge of excitement. After just receiving 20 postnatal spiritual roots, now 3 primordial divine artifacts were offered. System, I shall continue to decline.
Upon selecting decline, the three primordial divine artifacts appeared before Lingfeng. Recalling the system's previous descriptions, he gestured with one hand, enveloping the three artifacts in a golden light and integrating them into the canyon's dojo. In that instant, extraordinary phenomena erupted throughout the canyon. Golden lotuses surged from the earth, radiant light cascaded in myriad hues, and the air resonated with countless celestial melodies. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he perceived that numerous rare treasures were breaking through the soil in various corners of the canyon, and a spiritual spring within the parasol forest transformed into a celestial pool, coalescing the essence of heaven and earth. As monumental transformations unfolded within the canyon, traces of primordial beings began to manifest outside its confines. Lingfeng observed the scene and soon recognized that Kongxian had returned, accompanied by a multitude of spiritual birds and demonic beasts. A radiant smile graced Lingfeng's face as she waved her hand, welcoming them all into the canyon's sacred grounds. With a surge of ethereal light descending into the heart of the canyon, the spiritual avians and demonic creatures quivered with awe. Setting aside Lingfeng's enigmatic methods, the sheer spectacle within the canyon left them utterly astounded.
Kongxian, I pay my respects to the ancestor.
Having traversed the primordial wilderness, I have returned with the Zhuke clan, the Thunderbird clan, the Xianke clan, the Hundred Spirits clan, and the Lingyuan clan, seeking the protection of our venerable ancestor.
Once Kongxian was ushered into the canyon,
he immediately prostrated himself upon the ground, overwhelmed by the canyon's profound transformation since his departure. The spiritual energy here was now several times denser than when he had left, and he faintly perceived celestial melodies and the rhythms of the Tao.
What has transpired?
As Kongxian pondered this, the current leaders of the 5 clans he had brought back also knelt before Lingfeng, proclaiming their allegiance.
The Zhuke clan pledges its loyalty anew, seeking the ancestors' protection. The Thunderbird clan pledges its loyalty anew, seeking the ancestors' protection. The Xianke clan pledges its loyalty anew. The Hundred Spirits clan pledges its loyalty. The Lingyuan clan pledges its loyalty. Sensing Lingfeng's formidable aura, the remaining spiritual avian and demonic clans followed suit, bowing in reverence under the guidance of their respective leaders.
Notably, the leader of the Zhuke clan trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. Once a vassal of the Phoenix clan, the Zhuke clan had faced a fate akin to that of the Peacock clan after the Great War, scattered across the primordial expanse. This encounter with Kongxian had reignited hope, as he initially struggled to believe that the Phoenix clan still had formidable figures among them.
However, after a forceful persuasion from Kongxian,
he had no choice but to relent and see for himself. Now, he found himself regretting his previous doubts, gazing at Kongxian with profound gratitude.
Rise, Lingfeng commanded. Now that you have arrived here, dedicate yourselves to cultivation. This place is under the protection of my Phoenix clan.
Among you are both old subordinates who once followed the Phoenix clan and new members who have joined. Regardless of whether you are old or new, all must strive diligently to strengthen your clans.
Lingfeng's gaze swept over the gathered demonic beings, pausing momentarily on the Zhuke clan.
For she was taken aback by their pedigree. Once among the sacred beasts of the primordial realms, they had produced many formidable Deluo golden immortals in ancient times.
And their former leader had even possessed strength rivaling that of quasi-saints.
I never anticipated that Kongxian would successfully bring back members of his clan. His capabilities in this regard are truly commendable. Subsequently, Lingfeng allocated several races according to the previously designated canyon regions, leaving the Zhuke clan at the edge of the Wutong forest, as they are a faction worthy of significant cultivation.
With the arrival of these demon tribes, the entire canyon has indeed gained a considerable degree of vitality.
On this particular day, as Lingfeng was preparing to enter seclusion once more, a voice resonated from beneath the Wutong tree.
Elder, it is Kongxian. I have matters to report. What is it? Our clan has hatched 2 peculiar peacock eggs.
Although they possess the bloodline of the Kongke clan, their forms are vastly different.
We are perplexed and have come to seek your guidance, Elder. Peculiar peacock eggs?
Lingfeng's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing in an instant.
When he reappeared,
he found himself in the territory of the Peacock clan. This location is situated within a spiritual wood forest, where the 10 primal innate spiritual roots Tianxing would previously awarded by the system also flourish. At this moment, Kong Xian stood behind him, bewildered,
unable to comprehend how he had suddenly returned.
In Ling Feng's line of sight, two golden chicks fluttered their slender wings, chirping excitedly, their eyes shimmering with divine light,
and adorned with two fiery red crest feathers, curiously observing their surroundings. Is this a golden-winged great pang?
Chapter 13, The Sacred Water of Creation. The emergence of the golden-winged great pang came as a slight surprise to Ling Feng, yet it was within the realm of reason. As the saying goes, a phoenix begets a peacock, and a peacock begets a great pang. For Ling Feng, who had been reborn, this was quite clear.
Furthermore,
this golden-winged great pang had made an appearance in the later era of the journey to the west, reigning over the lion-camel ridge and engaging in fierce battles against 500 arhats, demonstrating considerable ferocity.
Now,
it was astonishing to see this lineage manifesting within the confines of the canyon's dojo. This was indeed a fortuitous event. This clan possessed remarkable potential and warranted focused cultivation. Fear not, this is merely a variation of bloodline, a completely new race has arisen. You must nurture them diligently, ensuring no mishaps occur, Ling Feng instructed, gazing at the pair of Kong Xian before him.
We understand, Kong Xian replied, inclining his head slightly.
He discerned that the ancestor held a particular fondness for these two little beings, implying that they would receive considerable attention in terms of cultivation resources in the future. After reiterating his instructions, Ling Feng bestowed upon Kong Xian a generous supply of postnatal spiritual fruits to aid in his cultivation.
Subsequently,
Ling Feng returned to the pinnacle of the parasol tree and resumed his secluded meditation, his power steadily growing with the passage of time.
Ding!
Detection of Nuwa crafting the five-colored divine stone to mend the heavens.
Would the host like to emerge now to assist? Option 1, accept the task, which would reward the host with 3 offspring of the ordinary animal, the macaque rat. Option 2, decline the task,
which would grant the host a treasure of innate spiritual nature, the 100 Treasures River, formed from the convergence of hundreds of postnatal treasures, resembling a torrent,
and possessing immense power when unleashed.
Can be upgraded. The system's voice resonated in Ling Feng's ears as he slowly opened his eyes, unperturbed by the task presented to him. After all, the system had previously alluded to the incident where Gong Gong collided with the Buzhou mountain, which was the origin of this heavenly scar.
Isn't this somewhat dismissive? Offspring of animals can be considered rewards? Ling Feng's eyelids twitched in irritation.
First, it was life skills, and now it was animal offspring.
What absurd rewards might follow?
I refuse, he declared resolutely. Upon selecting his option, the 100 Treasures River, a torrent of hundreds of magical artifacts, materialized before Ling Feng, swirling around him.
An innate spiritual treasure that could be upgraded? This was indeed a first. What a splendid item!
Ling Feng promptly stored it away and commenced its refinement. Having mastered the 100 Treasures River, Ling Feng understood that to elevate the treasure's rank, he would need to continuously integrate more artifacts into it. This entity was undeniably a voracious beast for wealth. Yet, with only a few hundred artifacts, it had already attained the level of an innate spiritual treasure. If it were to evolve into the 1,000 Treasures River or the 10,000 Treasures River, it might very well become an innate supreme treasure, or even stronger. This prospect filled Ling Feng with anticipation. As his cultivation level heightened, he found himself gradually relinquishing the use of many lower-tier treasures, often bestowing them upon those beneath him. For instance, the venerable Hongjun, after achieving sanctity, generously bestowed many innate spiritual treasures without hesitation. Even the lesser innate supreme treasures were granted to the 3 pure ones and the goddess Nuwa. Thus, it is inevitable that Ling Feng will eventually encounter a similar dilemma. Now, with the acquisition of this evolving and ascendable magical artifact, he must learn to manage his resources prudently, avoiding excessive extravagance.
However, for Ling Feng, who possesses a system, acquiring various treasures is a relatively effortless endeavor. As long as his subordinate performs admirably, he will ensure that appropriate rewards are given, for Ling Feng is indeed magnanimous. After Nuwa mended the heavens, Ling Feng entered a state of contemplation, absorbing all the information from within the canyon, encompassing the realms of all spiritual birds. 3 Tai golden immortals have emerged, including Kong Xian, the newly arrived leader of the Zhuke clan, and a recently ascended water phoenix. Additionally, the realm of golden immortals has seen an increase of 15 new members, while the ranks of Xiansen and Tai Xianxian have swelled to several hundred. Among these spiritual avians,
The Phoenix clan stands out as an ancient dominant race, inherently endowed with significant advantages in their bloodline. Their collective cultivation level surpasses that of both the Zhuke and Peacock clans by a considerable margin. However, this very strength has prompted the other spiritual birds within the canyon to strive for the enhancement of their respective clans, whether through increasing their numbers or nurturing powerful individuals, resulting in a rapid transformation across the board. At this juncture in the primordial world, following Nuwa's celestial repairs, the heavenly emperor Dijuan, without warning, led the demon army in a thunderous assault, obliterating numerous Wu tribe clans and severely injuring the ancestral shaman Shibi.
This act served as a signal,
declaring total war against the Wu tribe, with the intention of eradicating them from the primordial realm. Taken by surprise, the Wu tribe was nearly decimated. And had it not been for the timely intervention of Hutu, the ancestral shaman Shibi might have faced dire consequences at the hands of Dijuan and Tai.
Consequently,
the various Wu clans mobilized their forces rapidly, forming a formidable coalition to resist the demon onslaught, thus marking the commencement of the catastrophic conflict between the Wu and the demon tribes.
Ding.
Citing the collapse of several heavenly palaces due to the impact of Gongang against Mount Buzhou, Dijuan initiated a full-scale war against the Wu tribe, officially igniting the calamity.
The system's voice echoed in Ling Feng's ears, urging him to choose: should he assist the demon race in annihilating the Wu tribe? Option 1, accept the task, earning a bone from an ordinary demon.
Option 2, decline the task, receiving a vial of the rare creation holy water, which has absorbed the essence of the primordial light, the yin-yang light, the celestial light, and the starlight. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, realizing that the calamity had finally begun. This would mark the most devastating catastrophe in the primordial realm, leaving the land irrevocably fragmented and incomplete.
Chapter 14, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers.
Sleeves that can enfold the sun and moon system, I decline the mission.
Ling Feng's voice resonated with an unusual firmness. Do not jest.
The calamity of the Lich is deadly, even the ancestral witches in Taiyi have perished.
Would I willingly venture forth to meet my demise?
As Ling Feng rejected the task, a wave of aqueous spiritual energy began to permeate the air, saturating it with an intensified essence of water attribute spiritual power.
The sacred water of creation.
A sphere of sacred water materialized in midair, its emanating spiritual force nearly causing Ling Feng to lose control of his salivation.
Without hesitation, Ling Feng commenced the process of refining it.
It must be said, this sacred water of creation was truly extraordinary. During the refinement, Ling Feng witnessed countless transformations, first the creation of heaven and earth, the separation of yin and yang, the first glimmers of profound light appearing between the realms, and the sun,
moon, and stars commencing their stable orbits. He stood as if enshrined in eternity, observing everything around him. Upon the complete refinement of the sacred water of creation, Ling Feng's cultivation reached the 5th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, his every action exuded an extraordinary aura,
granting him a deeper understanding of the laws and principles of the Honghuang world. At that moment, just after Ling Feng finished refining the sacred water, he once again heard the system's notification.
Ding!
Detection indicates that within the Honghuang world, the Great Witch Hui is under siege by the demon beast Zhouing and the Qixi. Does the host wish to emerge to provide aid? Option 1, accept the mission, engage in combat with the Honghuang demon clan, and receive a basic spell 18 transformations. Option 2, decline the mission, remain an observer and receive a divine ability reward, Swallowing Heaven, a top-tier divine ability in Honghuang, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers,
and enfolding the sun and moon within one's sleeves.
Just as the system's voice faded, Ling Feng's reply followed promptly.
System, do not inquire further.
The answer is a refusal. There is no possibility of my emergence unless the heavens themselves collapse. No, wait, the heavens did seem to have collapsed before. Thus even if they were to collapse again, I shall not emerge. As Ling Feng lamented, a surge of information flooded his mind, specifically regarding the divine ability of swallowing heaven. All things may be consumed, the sun and moon are concealed within my sleeves. Upon the influx of this divine ability into his consciousness, an exceptionally domineering phrase materialized. Particularly after deeply contemplating this divine ability, Ling Feng was profoundly astonished. He realized that should he wield this power, he could indeed devour countless beings in a single gulp. As his cultivation advanced, this ability could even allow him to shatter space and consume an entire realm.
Having declined the mission, Ling Feng resumed his seclusion. Indifferent to the happenings outside the Hong Huang realm.
Let them fight, 1 death counts as 1, and 2 deaths as a pair.
As Ling Feng retreated into his meditative state,
the majority of the spiritual birds within the gorge also entered seclusion, particularly the 5 newly arrived demon clan members,
who sensed the distinct difference between this realm and the outside world upon their entry.
The level of spiritual essence contained within them is fundamentally incomparable, prompting all of them to exert themselves fervently in secluded cultivation, striving to enhance their own prowess and that of their entire clan in the shortest possible time.
Among them,
the most remarkable is the Zhuke clan. Despite being a later arrival, they are propelled by their innate exceptional talents, rapidly closing the gap with the Peacock clan.
Witnessing the Zhuke clan's relentless dedication to their clandestine practice,
Kong Xian felt a sense of urgency and immediately commanded the formidable members of his clan to also engage in rigorous seclusion.
Meanwhile,
in the broad expanse of the primordial wilderness, the battlefield between the Wu and Yao clans continues to expand, drawing countless demon tribes into its tumultuous fold.
Whether they have accepted the assimilation into the Yao clan's South Celestial Court or not,
all these tribes have now become thorns in the flesh and eyesores to the Wu clan. However, the supreme powers of both clans have yet to take action. The 12 ancestors of Wu, along with Taiyi, Dijuan, and Kuanping, lurk in the shadows, keenly observing the evolving situation. The Yao clan's South Celestial Court, through years of development, has amassed formidable strength, boasting hundreds of great demons at the Daluo Golden Immortal level.
Among them,
entities such as Guiche and Zhouying stand at the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm.
Upon entering the battlefield, they unleash a cataclysmic spectacle, effortlessly annihilating countless strong members of the Wu clan.
Among them, the great Wu master Hui suffers severe injuries. Had it not been for the timely arrival of another great Wu master, Zhou Feng, he would have perished on the spot. Zhou Feng's strength has also ascended to the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, exhibiting unmatched valor that allows her to contend with 2 formidable demon clan warriors without faltering.
However,
Hui bears an irreconcilable blood feud with the demons due to the slaying of 10 sons of Dijuan. In this moment, as Zhou Feng intervenes to save him, the other 8 demon saints of the Celestial Court, including Bei's, Yingzhao, and Faden, choose to strike, seeking to eliminate Hui. They even seize his divine bow, the sun-shooting bow, placing it within the Celestial Court's treasure vault, thus avenging past humiliations.
Following this battle,
the Wu and Yao clans completely shed their pretense and subsequently declare a full-scale war, with the demon army being continuously dispatched to the primordial land.
The Wu clan,
not to be outdone, mobilizes all available forces from major tribes, excluding the ancestral Wu, vowing to eradicate the demon clan entirely and establish the Wu as the sole sovereign of the primordial realm. During this tumultuous period,
Nuwa relocates the human race to the Buzhou Mountains and employs a grand formation to isolate them from the outside world.
It is at this juncture that Laozi, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, gains Nuwa's consent to enter the human encampment.
Chapter 15, Summoning the Clan.
Ascending to the heavenly court as the celestial bodies shift and the tumult of the primordial world intensifies, within the depths of a canyon, the voice of the system resonates once more. Ling Feng awakens from his meditation, and upon glimpsing the rewards presented by the system, his eyes twitch involuntarily.
Ding!
Sensing that the great witch Jiufeng of the Witch Clan is being pursued by formidable foes from the Demon Clan and is currently fleeing to the southernmost reaches of the land. Does the host choose to extend assistance? Option 1, accept the mission to stand against the Demon Clan, which will reward you with a luminous pearl for the steps before the Lingxiao Palace.
Option 2, decline the mission, opting to remain detached from worldly affairs and continue cultivating in the canyon,
which will grant you 10 of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, 10 dragon and phoenix immortal grasses, 10 Xianuan woods, and 10 laurel trees.
What is the system attempting to achieve? Even a trivial item such as a luminous pearl has surfaced?
I perceive your recent efforts are becoming increasingly lackadaisical.
Will the next reward be the floor tiles from the entrance of the demonic heavenly court? If the system were capable of communication, Ling Feng would indeed wish to inquire why more conventional rewards cannot be arranged.
Nonetheless, the rewards for declining the mission remain exceptionally appealing, which pleases Ling Feng, as his sole desire at present is to bide his time and fortify his own strength. As for the great witch Jiufeng, should he perish, so be it. He is beyond Ling Feng's capacity to save. However, judging by Ling Feng's recollections, this individual seems unlikely to meet his demise, for after the witch-demon war,
Jiufeng was among the few great witches to survive.
Later, when Hutu manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation, he led many remnants of the witch clan into the netherworld,
where he received Hutu's protection. System, I decline the mission.
Upon making his choice, 3 types of the primordial world's top 10 innate spiritual roots materialize in a corner of the canyon, radiating an abundance of formidable spiritual energy.
Currently,
within his canyon sanctuary, 7 types of innate spiritual roots have already congregated: heavenly spirit fruit, immortal spirit grass, celestial blue wood, 5 elements fruit tree,
dragon and phoenix immortal grass, xianuang wood, and laurel tree. One wonders, if all 10 types of innate spiritual roots were to amalgamate, would any extraordinary phenomena arise?
With a sweep of his consciousness, he surveys the interior of the canyon, then swiftly scours the entire expanse for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Anything suitable for his cultivation is promptly claimed. Notably, the recently appeared dragon and phoenix immortal grass is a rare find in ancient times.
Its sporadic emergence would incite fierce competition between the dragon and phoenix clans.
This spiritual root possesses immense efficacy for both clans, enabling rapid enhancement of cultivation upon refinement. After gathering a selection of these treasures, Ling Feng prepares to enter another round of seclusion.
Upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, each subsequent layer of cultivation becomes exponentially more challenging than before. Despite years of concentrated cultivation, his realm remains at the 5th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. However, with the substantial collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he has amassed, he is optimistic that a breakthrough in his cultivation should not pose any obstacles. In the primordial realm, the battle between the witches and the undead continues unabated. However, after enduring numerous defeats, the witch clan has begun to experience a sense of disarray. Each battlefield is ensnared in arduous combat, with instances of large-scale routs becoming increasingly prevalent.
This disheartening situation is exacerbated by the ongoing sacrifices of the clan's great shamans, compelling the ancestral witches to intervene directly in the conflict.
As the ancestors descend to engage, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi also enter the fray. Within the Pangu Temple, the 10 ancestral witches convene.
It is said that this temple is formed from the heart of Pangu, serving as the birthplace of the 12 ancestral witches.
Therefore,
when significant matters arise within the witch clan, they gather here in unison.
Alas, the current state of the war is exceedingly unfavorable for our clan. We cannot remain idle any longer, we must march directly upon the heavenly court. If we delay, our kin will be annihilated by the demon clan. The atmosphere in the temple is thick with tension.
Indeed, the demons, once cautious in our presence, have grown emboldened since the fall of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Our combined might, once formidable, has waned significantly. This opportunity has allowed the demon clan to strike at us relentlessly, resulting in the demise of many of our great shamans. We can no longer afford to linger, or our clan shall face irretrievable ruin.
As he sits resolutely within the Pangu temple, Di Jian rises into the air.
With 6 legs and 4 wings, his presence is imposing, exuding an aura of immense authority.
Let us summon our kin and ascend to the heavenly court.
Chapter 16, The Xiantian Mirror. Now that the mask of civility has been torn away, there remains nothing to hold back. You shall select 2 highly esteemed great shamans from your clan to stand in for Gonggang and Zhu Rong, joining us to form the 12 capital celestial formation.
This time,
we shall cleanse the heavenly court in blood. Emperor Jiang issued his cold orders, astonished by the sudden, terrifying power unleashed by the demon clan. Particularly the formidable De Luo Golden Immortal level demons.
In both numbers and strength, they firmly suppressed the witch tribe,
which accounted for the failures faced by the witches on the battlefield. If this situation were to persist, the witch tribe would surely meet their demise at their hands.
My brother, we should have struck long ago.
Even if Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are formidable, they are but 2 individuals.
Once we eliminate them, the demon clan's heavenly court will become a mere jest.
A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhu Mang's eyes, from the outset. His counsel had been to concentrate all forces and assault the heavenly court directly, obliterating its center, thus causing the demon clan to crumble without further conflict.
However, due to Emperor John's numerous apprehensions, they had opted for the current approach. Hutu observed the bloodthirsty ancestral witches in the hall, a trace of worry creasing her brow.
Her gaze wavering slightly as she sighed softly, imperceptibly. The battle between the witch and demon clans ravaged the primordial lands, bringing untold suffering to the living beings.
Now, with Emperor Zheng preparing to unleash the 12th capital celestial formation, one could only wonder how many more lives would be extinguished. Return to your respective tribes immediately and summon all capable warriors.
We shall gather our strength and ascend to the heavenly court, commanded Emperor Zheng.
In unison,
the ancestral witches responded with fervor before departing the Pango Divine Hall to return to their clans.
Soon,
all powerful beings above the golden immortal level were extracted from the witch tribe's forces and assembled together.
Among the most powerful great shamans, the 9 phoenixes and Xiang Lu stood beside the ancestral witches, prepared to replace Zhu Rong and Gonggang in the formation. Boom!
The 12th capital celestial formation was established. And a terrifying malevolence twisted the surrounding space. A formidable aura surged into the sky, Emperor Zheng's eyes icy as frost, his right hand sweeping decisively. All rushed toward the heavens, their target the Lingxiao Palace high above. A wave of terrifying power enveloped the surroundings, everything in their path, including even the mighty demons of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, was reduced to ash. The sudden onslaught left the entire demon clan in shock and in their panic. A demon hastily reported to Emperor Jun. In the Lingxiao Palace above the 9 heavens, a bloodied little demon disregarded all obstacles and charged straight to the palace gates. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground, bellowing, "Report to the Heavenly Emperor. The ancestral witches have made their move and are approaching the heavenly court."
Merely 10,000 miles away,
the little demon's voice echoed within the Lingxiao Palace, which was eerily silent, devoid of any response. The anticipated wrath of the heavenly emperor did not manifest, causing the little demon to lower its prostrate body even further. Summon forth all formidable demons of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to return to the heavenly court at once.
As for the remaining demon kin, annihilate the entire Wu clan on the ground without leaving a single soul behind. After waiting for so long, this group of creatures has finally been unable to restrain themselves any longer. Our demon kin shall confront them in battle. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate.
And several voices began to resonate within the Lingxiao Palace. Yet, among these voices, the younger demons detected no hint of trepidation, rather, there was an undercurrent of exhilaration. The Emperor Jun decreed, and countless demon messengers transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the ether, heading toward the 4 corners of the primordial realm.
Simultaneously,
several figures gradually materialized at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace.
At the forefront stood a striking man clad in a black robe, with flames flickering in his bright eyes and an air of majestic authority radiating from his brow. He was none other than the heavenly emperor of the demon kin, Emperor Jun. To his left stood another figure in a golden robe, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of defiance etched upon his brow. Behind him loomed a vast golden bell-shaped phantom, and golden flames danced around him like ethereal birds, lending him an otherworldly presence. This was the pinnacle of demon might, standing equal to Emperor Jun Donghuang Tai. I had presumed that the Wu clan would remain dormant for another decade or so. I did not anticipate their impatience to manifest so swiftly. A cold, sinister voice resonated from behind Emperor Jun, as a stooped figure emerged, leaning on a cane. A smirk gracing his lips, his eyes darting with keen interest toward the distance. Surrounding him, all sources of light seemed to falter, engulfed in shadows, as if he was a walking black hole consuming all around him. This was the demon clan's strategist, the heavenly court's demon master, Kuanpeng. "Let us proceed to confront these arrogant ancestral witches," Emperor Jun declared, and with that, his form transformed into scintillating embers, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared 1,000 miles away. Tai and Kuanpeng followed closely behind, as did the formidable demons left behind in the heavenly court, such as Fei Dan, Xiai Tai, and Qin Yuan. Meanwhile, demons of the great Luo realm across the primordial lands received the summons and began their journey toward the heavenly court, brimming with excitement. For they understood that this battle could very well determine the ultimate fate between the 2 clans. In the gorge, Ling Feng awakened once more, for the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection of the final battle between the Wu and demon clans has commenced. The 10 ancestral witches lead the Wu clan's might against the demon heavenly court for a decisive confrontation. Will the host choose to intervene?
Option 1. Accept the mission, appear in the demon heavenly court to resist the Wu clan, and receive 3 sheng of the boundless ocean's water. Option 2. Decline the mission, focus on cultivation and receive the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xiantian mirror. Possessing this mirror allows one to observe every corner of the primordial world,
though it cannot discern the movements of beings at the quasi-saint level and above. Upon witnessing the emergence of this new task, Lingfeng felt a surge of excitement. For the reward this time was indeed practical. He now finds himself in a secluded canyon dojo, isolated from the world, and can only gauge the circumstances of the primordial realm through system tasks. Should he acquire the Xiantian mirror, he would subsequently be able to observe certain aspects of the primordial realm. This is indeed a remarkable artifact. Although there are limitations preventing him from peering into the affairs of those stronger than quasi-saints, it is nonetheless sufficiently useful. Without hesitation, Lingfeng chose the task, and a delicate, ancient mirror materialized in his hand. The mirror was imbued with the essence of Tao, its surface swirling with ethereal rhythms, and interwoven with various laws, exuding an aura of profound mystery and formidable power. Chapter 17 Bold Ideas. Lingfeng gazed at the small mirror in his hand. After refining it, a thought struck him. With the decisive battle of the Lich War now underway, it was the perfect moment to utilize the Xiantian mirror to observe the evolving situation. He decided to give it a try. As he activated the Xiantian mirror, its surface rippled like flowing water, and with a subtle shift of his consciousness, images began to materialize at the center of the mirror. A dark mass of demons and witches was engaged in fierce combat in the heavenly court, where various spiritual treasures and astonishing divine abilities were unleashed. Countless corpses fell from the sky like raindrops, both from the Witch Clan and the Demon Tribe. However, this time, the Witch Clan had concentrated their elite forces, resulting in a significantly higher number of fallen demons compared to witches. After all, many of the powerful demons from the vast wilderness had yet to return. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, Lingfeng sensed a colossal vortex of spiritual power, suffused with a terrifying aura. However, the image presented by the Xiantian mirror remained obscured. Truly, Dijun and Tai were among the foremost powerhouses of the ancient demon race, possessing quasi-saint cultivation. The Xiantian mirror was unable to glimpse their whereabouts. Lingfeng sighed. Yet, since he could not see them, he did not linger on the matter, instead redirecting his focus to the vast wilderness below. The current plight of the Witch Clan, with their forces drawn away, could only be described as utterly disastrous. Though the demon forces had begun their counteroffensive, many formidable demons at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal levels remained in their ranks, leaving the witches utterly defenseless. These demons wield some impressive treasures, he thought. Within the Xiantian mirror, in an unknown part of the wilderness, a group of demons was assaulting a witch clan's stronghold. Despite the fierce resistance of the witches, the disparity in strength was far too great. Moreover, Lingfeng observed that the number of acquired treasures in the demon's possession was staggering. With dozens of postnatal spiritual treasures and even some top-tier postnatal supreme treasures among them. It was worth noting that, although the current era boasted a significant number of treasures in the wilderness, witnessing such a multitude at once left Lingfeng feeling envious. These inferior treasures, for other powerful beings, were generally seen as superfluous. However, Lingfeng possessed the 100 Treasures River, which could amalgamate other treasures to elevate their rank. He was uncertain when he would gather sufficient resources solely through the rewards from the system. Although he had many postnatal and innate spiritual roots within his canyon to refine into treasures, they were merely a drop in the bucket, leading Lingfeng to previously underestimate the 100 Treasures River. Yet now, witnessing the scene on the battlefield between the witches and demons sparked a bold idea within him. At this moment, the powerful forces of both the witch and demon clans were concentrated at the Heavenly Court's ultimate battleground, with the strongest on the wilderness battlefield being merely Tai Golden Immortals. With the Xiantian mirror in hand, he possessed a godlike perspective, enabling him to identify targets and direct Kong Xian and his companions to seize them, especially with Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light. Such low-tier treasures would be effortlessly within reach for him. It is incorrect to refer to matters concerning cultured individuals as mere theft. In their hands, these treasures have been transformed into instruments of slaughter. Reclaiming these artifacts is a means of halting the bloodshed. Indeed, it is an act of benevolence. Yes, indeed. This is a noble endeavor. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng resolved to send Kong Xian on an expedition,
and even permit the leader of the Zhuge clan to accompany him. After all, strength lies in numbers. Such an opportunity is rare and fleeting. And with both clans engaged in fierce combat, they would remain unnoticed. Without hesitation, Ling Feng began to adjust the perspective through the Xiantian mirror, focusing primarily on the southern and western regions of the primordial world. Due to geographical circumstances, these areas lacked formidable members of the Wu and Yao clans. Moreover, he was aware that this battle involved not only the two clans but also the prominent figures such as Hong Jun and Niuhua, who were observing from the shadows. Thus, he did not consider the flourishing eastern and central regions of the primordial world, which were teeming with powerful beings.
As for the northern region, it was simply too distant to warrant attention.
Having established the plan, Ling Feng scanned the entire gorge with his divine consciousness, summoning Kong Xian and the leader of the Zhuge clan. After years of seclusion and development, the Zhuge clan, initially numbering only 100, had expanded to over 500 members.
To better adapt to their growth, the Zhuge utilized their collective strength to transform their territory into a sea of magma and fire.
This was essential, as the Zhuge race is unique. Their offspring do not possess varying attributes like other demon clans. All Zhuge are of the fire element, each capable of mastering the southernly bright fire, one of the 10 primordial sources of flame. As the leader of the Zhuge clan, Zhu Li had advanced to the 6th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In contrast, the Peacock clan had long since entered the gorgeous training grounds and now boasted thousands of members, with over a dozen having reached the Golden Immortal cultivation level. During his seclusion, Kong Xian, who had previously received rewards from Ling Feng, refined numerous heavenly materials and treasures, elevating his own cultivation to the 8th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, Ling Feng waved his hand atop the central parasol tree, summoning Zhu Li and Kong Xian forth. With both authority and warmth, he addressed them. Kong Xian, Zhu Li, I have important matters to discuss with you. Chapter 18, The Great Pathgrass in the Canyon Dojo. Beneath the central phoenix tree, Ling Feng appeared, flanked by two figures who respectfully knelt upon a massive branch. I have summoned you here today because I sense an impending crisis that threatens to shatter the primordial realm. Thus, I prepare to send you forth once more. I require a substantial collection of spiritual treasures. The higher the grade, the better. I have foreseen that the witch and demon clans are currently amassing a multitude of powerful beings at the demon court. Given your capabilities, you should be able to safeguard yourselves amidst the chaos. Therefore, on this expedition, it is imperative that you gather as many spiritual treasures as possible. Should you encounter any extraordinary avian or demonic entities, feel free to bring them back as well. To avoid hindering your mission, do not bring along any other clansfolk. You shall operate independently. Ling Feng's words prompted a brief exchange of glances between Kong Xian and Zhu Li, before they both responded in unison. Subsequently, Ling Feng relayed the information and target locations he had discerned through the Ling Tian mirror, leaving both of them astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. They knew that, like them, Ling Feng had never ventured beyond the canyon, yet his knowledge of the outside world was profound. What kind of terrifying strength must he possess? After a brief period of verification and instructions, Ling Feng dispatched them, with Kong Xian, slightly stronger than Zhu Li, heading towards the western lands of the primordial realm. At this moment, the two emerged from the canyon, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing upon the primordial expanse. Smoke billowed around them, flames and thick clouds rising into the air, accompanied by distant cries of battle and anguish. It was essential to remember that this was merely the southern region of the primordial realm, the most desolate area, yet the scene before them was harrowing. What could possibly await in the central region, teeming with clans and countless strong beings? The ancestor had not spoken in vain. This calamity was far more severe than the previous dragon and phoenix catastrophe. Had it not been for the ancestor's refuge, the Peacock clan might have faced extinction by now. Observing the grim spectacle, Kong Xian could not help but sigh and lament. Meanwhile, within the canyon, Ling Feng remained unconfined. For the voice of the system echoed once more in his ears. Ding! It has detected that Emperor Jun has set up the Celestial Star Array at the Heavenly Court to counter the Witch Clan S12 Capital Celestial Killing Formation. Will the host now proceed to the Heavenly Court to assist the demon race in utterly vanquishing the Witch Clan? Option 1, accept the mission reward, 10 withered celestial herbs from the Heavenly Court. Option 2, decline the mission. Reward, 2 great pathgrasses. This rare item grows in the void of the 33 heavens and is exceedingly difficult to obtain in the mortal realm.
Listening to the system's voice.
A subtle smile graced Lingfeng's lips.
I anticipated that the rewards for accepting missions would continue to diminish. System, I choose to decline the mission. Without surprise, Lingfeng rejected the task for yet another time.
Such rewards had diminished to a point where even his desire to save the demon race waned.
Upon declining the mission,
2 great pathgrasses from the 33 heavens materialized before Lingfeng. Without further thought, he recognized the importance of these precious materials and immediately set about refining them. As Lingfeng engaged in the refinement of the Dao grass, an overwhelming surge of cosmic laws began to permeate his being. His blood surged with fervor, at times engulfing him in an inferno, while at other moments, he felt as though he plummeted into a frigid abyss.
Throughout this tumultuous process,
torrents of spiritual energy manifested within him, wildly coursing through his veins, as if intent on tearing him apart.
With no alternative recourse,
Lingfeng could only frantically channel his cultivation techniques, striving to assimilate the formidable power of the 2 Dao grasses. However, the potency of these grasses was overwhelming. Even with the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal, he found himself thoroughly beset. Time flew by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. Lingfeng's aura grew increasingly formidable, an uncontrollable and terrifying presence enveloping the entire gorge. The various powerful clans in seclusion within the gorge had awakened gradually over the past few years, not out of desire to end their retreat,
but due to the oppressive force emanating from Lingfeng.
At that moment, atop the central phoenix tree, a resonant cry pierced the heavens. This phoenix cry reverberated throughout the world, igniting immense excitement among the thousands of phoenixes in the gorge, for the burst of power unleashed moments ago was simply extraordinary.
Has the ancestor broken through once more? The Phoenix clan's resurgence is within reach.
Indeed, the 33 heavens Dao grass had proven its worth, having refined 2 of them. Lingfeng found himself propelled directly to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the great Luo golden immortal realm.
His exhilarated voice echoed as he felt the immense power within his body. Although he had anticipated that the 33 heavens Dao grass would elevate his cultivation,
he had not expected it to elevate him from the 6th layer directly to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Chapter 19, The Ancestral Vein of Celestial Spirits. At this moment, Lingfeng took out the Xiantian mirror to observe the conditions of Kong Xian and Zhu. Upon confirming that they had not encountered any unforeseen circumstances, he let out a sigh of relief. As the war of witches and demons gradually approached its conclusion, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. After all, in the aftermath of this calamity, the human race would ascend to the forefront of the world. The era of saints would soon dawn, and in the presence of saints, even the great Luo golden immortals would be no more than cannon fodder. Only those with strength surpassing that of the quasi-saints could hope to protect themselves. He needed to seize the moment and strive to break through to the quasi-saint realm as soon as possible. Years later, Lingfeng sensed a familiar aura appearing outside the canyon. With a subtle movement of his consciousness, he saw Zhu not far from the canyon, accompanied by hundreds of spirit birds.
Lingfeng waved his hand, and a divine light enveloped Zhu and the demon kin. In an instant, the stars shifted, and all the demon creatures were transported into the canyon.
Zhu pays respects to the ancestor. Upon entering the canyon, Zhu was filled with immense excitement. Finally having returned, he promptly prostrated himself on the ground, as if awaiting Lingfeng's command. This scene caused a slight pause among the demon kin behind him. They were well aware of Zhu's formidable power, which had brought them here, yet they were astonished to see such a powerful figure kneeling. "You have returned even earlier than Kong Xian," Lingfeng's voice resonated before his figure appeared. A golden light coalesced before the demon kin,
gradually revealing Lingfeng's majestic form.
His towering stature, resplendent wings, and long, vibrant tail feathers filled the eyes of all the demon creatures.
So dazzling! How could there exist such a radiant demon kin in the world?
This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of all the demon creatures. But soon their expression shifted to one of peculiarity as Lingfeng's terrifying pressure descended upon them.
Thud! Countless demon kin fell to the ground, prostrating themselves, not daring to breathe. Phoenix! A true phoenix! The leading demon kin lay trembling on the ground, their eyes brimming with excitement.
When Julie had quietly informed them of this earlier, they had been skeptical, they never imagined it to be true.
Since you demon kin have entered the canyon,
you shall abide by its rules. The primordial calamity has struck the demon race twice, inflicting severe losses upon your kin.
This place is my sanctuary.
Cultivate diligently and await the resurgence of the demon race's glory. Ling Feng's gaze swept over the gathered demon kin, which included the Snow Eagle clan, the Thunder Feather clan, the Blood Bat clan, the colorful Golden Rooster, and the Xian Crane. While these 5 races possessed commendable talents, they paled in comparison to the top-tier clans such as the Peacock, the Vermilion Bird, and the Golden-Winged Great Pang.
However,
given the current scarcity of beings within this canyon sanctuary, the addition of these spirit birds would indeed enliven the atmosphere.
Moreover, Ling Feng was orchestrating a larger scheme,
aiming to cultivate more races and prepare for the subsequent formation of the 10,000 demon array. Julie, you have performed well in this task. Bestow upon me 3 stalks of celestial spirit grass, 5 pieces of 5 elements fruit, and a supreme divine ability, heavenly flame palm. After Ling Feng rendered these gifts, he proceeded to settle the 5 clans of spiritual birds that had just arrived at the Canyon Dojo, each allocated a designated territory.
Subsequently,
Ling Feng returned to the summit of the parasol tree, retrieving the Xiantian mirror, intending to inspect the situation of Kong Xian.
However, the system's voice interrupted at an inopportune moment. Ding!
It has been detected that Dong Huang Tai Yi is ensnared at the center of the 12th capital Heavenly Gods formation by the ancestral witch.
Di Jun has rallied 360 great Luo Jinxian-level demon beings to form the Zhou Tian Star Do formation in opposition.
The terrifying power of these 2 formations instantaneously devastated countless stretches of the primordial earth.
Should the host exit the seclusion now to intervene between the 2 factions?
Option 1, accept the mission, which will reward you with 20 instances of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Baptism.
Option 2, decline the mission, which will grant you 1 vein of celestial spirit ancestral pulse.
The collision between the Zhou Tian Star Do formation and the 12th capital Heavenly Gods formation.
It was this battle that shattered the primordial earth into 4 continents in later generations. System, what do you mean by this? 20 instances of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Baptism? Is this a reward?
Though Ling Feng had prepared himself and had developed a certain level of immunity, he could not help but voice his grievances upon hearing the reward for accepting the mission.
Is this not akin to undergoing tribulation? Is this not an invitation to be struck by lightning? Once again, Ling Feng resolutely chose to decline the mission.
As he did so, an ancestral vein of celestial spirit abruptly emerged beneath the Canyon Dojo, causing the spiritual energy within the entire canyon to surge exponentially.
In an instant,
hundreds of spiritual springs appeared, and various spiritual flowers and exotic herbs began to grow rapidly. This spectacle left the clans of spiritual birds within the canyon both bewildered and profoundly astonished. Chapter 20, The Origins of the 5 Elements in the far southern reaches of the primordial land, as well as in the western expanse. The desolation and barrenness are largely attributed to the scarcity of spiritual energy, primarily due to the absence of spiritual veins. The southernmost territory has remained in this state since the dawn of creation. Meanwhile, the western region suffered devastation during the conflict of the demonic path, where the demon sovereign, Luo Ho, obliterated countless spiritual veins and celestial realms, leading to the current desolate landscape.
In contrast,
the central region of the primordial realm and other areas abound with rich spiritual energy, teeming with innumerable paradises and blessed lands. This abundance is primarily due to the presence of several ancestral veins of celestial spirits crisscrossing throughout the primordial expanse, which in turn have given rise to countless large and small spiritual veins, resulting in a flourishing environment with powerful clans.
Before long,
the spiritual energy within the gorge intensified to a palpable degree, with colorful auspicious clouds swirling overhead, resembling a sacred domain. The demon clan residing in the gorge emerged. Some floating in mid-air, others perched atop trees, gazing at the gorge with expressions of disbelief.
The phenomenon persisted for a full hour before settling into tranquility. And once calm returned, Ling Feng was astonished to discover that the entire gorge had expanded to twice its original size. This former gorge could no longer be termed as such, it had transformed into a miniature world, replete with mountains, lakes, spiritual trees, and celestial flowers in abundance. The spiritual energy within the gorge was now several times greater than before. Is this the ancestral vein of celestial spirits?
Ling Feng sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the air, a thrill coursing through him. The level of spiritual energy was nothing short of astounding.
Without further contemplation,
Ling Feng entered a state of seclusion, as torrents of spiritual energy surged toward him like a flowing river. His formidable absorption capacity even drawing the substantial auspicious clouds from the sky toward him. Consequently, a massive vortex emerged atop the central phoenix tree. With pure strands of spiritual energy continually being refined and descending from the vortex to be absorbed by Ling Feng.
Time and cultivation is timeless.
A century passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Feng's aura became increasingly refined. Merely opening his eyes unleashed two beams of golden light that sliced through the air like swords.
Ding!
The system detected that the host had comprehended the opportunity for sanctification within the territory of humanity and was poised to establish the teachings of humanity.
Should the host proceed to the uncanny mountain range and pay homage at the palace of Nuwa?
Choice 1. Accept the task of becoming the holy master of humanity, which will reward the host with a statue of the original human race.
Choice 2. Decline the task,
which will grant the host the 5 elements origins, the origins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The system's voice resonated in his ears, and drawing from previous experience. Upon hearing the rewards for accepting the task, Ling Feng merely scoffed. He then perked up to listen to the rewards for declining the task. For that was indeed his chosen path. The 5 elements origins are a remarkable treasure. If refined, they should enable a seamless breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. With the system's voice echoing in his mind, Ling Feng made his choice without hesitation. Accompanied by his choice, a radiant sphere emerged before Ling Feng, imbued with the primal forces of the 5 elements. A mere brush of perception allowed him to sense the profound intricacies contained within.
At that moment,
as Ling Feng prepared to refine this quintessence, he was suddenly struck by an exceedingly familiar aura emanating from beyond the sanctum, prompting his consciousness to extend outward.
Buzzing.
The space shimmered with ripples, and the silhouette of Kong Xian gradually materialized in midair, followed closely by thousands of other avian demon species.
My goodness!
The number of races Kong Xian brought back far surpassed that of Zhu Li.
Without hesitation, Ling Feng waved his hand, drawing them all into the sanctum.
Upon returning to the canyon sanctum, Kong Xian surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flickering with astonishment.
How could this place have changed so dramatically since his departure? However,
the next moment, he sensed Ling Feng's presence and, without a second thought, knelt in reverence. It is good to be back, these are tumultuous times.
And had you not returned, I would have sent Zhu Li to find you.
At the instant his voice fell, golden light enveloped the space, and Ling Feng,
with wings unfurled, suddenly appeared before all the spirit birds. A phoenix. This is the Phoenix clan. My heavens, does the Phoenix clan still exist in the primordial realm? How could this be?
Ling Feng's arrival filled the demon races brought back by Kong Xian with both terror and delight. For the Phoenix clan was the foremost among the ancient avian species, ruling over all the feathered beings of the primordial expanse. To the gathered creatures, Ling Feng declared, "This is my sanctum, severed from the vast land of the primordial realm, brimming with spiritual energy. Upon entry, you must adhere to the sanctum's rules, otherwise I shall personally expel you, or even strike you down on the spot." Ling Feng's voice silenced all noise. A terrifying spiritual might enveloping each demon beast as if a colossal mountain pressed upon them. After instilling fear among the various races, Ling Feng separated the demon beasts into distinct regions. Though there were 12 demon clans, none exhibited extraordinary prowess, which left Ling Feng somewhat disheartened.
Nonetheless, his immediate goal was to transcend into the quasi-saint realm.
He needed to retreat once more to refine the recently acquired quintessence. Chapter 21, The Threshold of Semi-Sainthood. Upon returning to the pinnacle of the Phoenix Tree, Ling Feng commenced the process of refining the essence of the 5 elements.
This essence, a manifestation of the fundamental laws of the primordial realm,
is typically grasped by formidable beings through personal enlightenment or by accumulating numerous rare treasures imbued with the 5 elements essence. Such endeavors require prolonged cultivation to attain mastery.
However,
at this moment, Ling Feng possessed the 5 elements essence directly, sparing him the need for extensive time spent in deliberation.
During the refinement process, he continuously absorbed the power of the 5 elements.
Concurrently, his foundational strength underwent a profound transformation, with only a hair's breadth separating him from the realm of semi-sainthood.
Presently,
he had refined less than half of the five elements' essence. Should he successfully complete the refinement and transcend his current state, there would undoubtedly be no obstacles in his path. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, the battle between the Wu and Yao clans raged on, particularly in the celestial realm, where the 10 ancestral witches clashed fiercely with the powerful beings of the demon race, staining the heavens and earth with blood and shattering the primordial landscape. The Wu clan had amassed all its might, rendering the demon race hard-pressed to defend itself. Despite the demon race's utilization of the great formation of the Zhou Tian Star Dough for resistance, the 12 Capitals' heavenly god-killing formation of the Wu clan was no mere facade.
Even with only 10 ancestral witches and 2 great witches orchestrating the formation, its power was unparalleled. Each clash resulted in the instant demise of numerous demon warriors, their bodies obliterated.
Legend has it that this formation was activated by the blood of the ancestral witches, and should all 12 ancestral witches be present, they could even summon the true form of Pangu, delivering a blow equivalent to that of a saint, utterly invincible. Currently, although Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had perished, the formation's might had diminished significantly. Yet, under the desperate sacrifice of the 10 ancestral witches, the demon warriors lamented their plight, while the long-encircled Dong Huang Tai found himself in a state of utter disarray.
Ding!
The system detected that Dong Huang Tai was engaged in a fierce struggle against several ancestral witches, having sustained severe injuries and on the verge of demise, with his accompanying innate treasure, the Dong Huang Bell, beginning to fracture. He could no longer turn the tide of battle and contemplated a mutual destruction with the ancestral witch Xian Ming.
Would the host choose to leave the canyon sanctuary and venture to the demon celestial realm to turn the situation around?
Option 1, accept the mission, resist the Wu clan and become the new sovereign of the demon celestial realm. Option 2, decline the mission, continue secluded cultivation and receive the supreme innate spiritual treasure, 10,000 feather immortal robe, crafted from the resilient feathers of myriad spiritual birds. It is the ultimate defensive treasure of the spiritual bird clan. While Ling Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the semi-saint realm, he suddenly heard the system's voice. However, he had no desire to engage.
Do not disturb. This is a critical moment.
I am almost there, just one final push.
I must ascend to semi-sainthood. With that, he disregarded the mission entirely and chose to decline.
Instantly, the world fell silent once more,
allowing him to continue refining the essence of the 5 elements. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. In the heart of the canyon,
a powerful vortex of spiritual energy manifested upon the sycamore tree, and from its center erupted a formidable aura accompanied by a dazzling golden radiance.
At this moment,
Ling Feng was in high spirits. Having refined the essence of the 5 elements, he had successfully ascended to the quasi-saint realm. The various formidable beings from different tribes within the canyon now turned their gazes toward the pinnacle of the sycamore tree, sensing that the ancestral figure of the Phoenix clan had once again transcended to a higher level of power. The sanctity of this canyon sanctuary would henceforth be greatly enhanced, alleviating their fears of displacement, particularly for the spirit birds brought in later. They had endured the war of the witches and demons, facing fierce battles against the witch clan, resulting in the loss of numerous strong individuals and the devastation of their habitats during the conflicts. Thus, they understood all too well the significance of having a powerful protector. Now, having just broken through to the quasi-saint realm, Ling Feng stored away the celestial robe of 10,000 feathers and retrieved the Xiantian mirror,
eager to observe the state of the Honghuang world.
Upon activating the Xiantian mirror, he was greeted by a landscape of devastation across the primordial land, witnessing countless fallen demon clans and rivers of blood from innumerable witch warriors. The once cohesive land of Honghuang lay shattered, undergoing tremendous upheaval. Sighing at this sight, Ling Feng shifted his focus to the heavenly court above.
The demon clan's heavenly court, too, was in ruins, particularly following the demise of Dong Huang Tai,
with many of the great Luo golden immortals among the demon ranks perishing. The grand star array they had established was now breached. The witch clan was launching a fierce offensive. However, despite the loss of Dong Huang Tai, the heavenly court still had Dijun to defend it. He and Dong Huang Tai were both exceptionally gifted figures, second only to the saints. Long before, he had deciphered the primordial He Luo great array from his treasures,
the He Tu and Luo Shu.
This array, crafted according to the principles of the postnatal numbers, served as the final bastion safeguarding the demon clan's South Heavenly Court.
Originally,
Jun had envisioned that with this array, the demon clan would undoubtedly endure until the end, ultimately annihilating all the powerful witches and entombing the 10 ancestral witches within the confines of the demon Heavenly Court.
Yet, at a critical moment, the demon master Kunpeng fled the scene.
This treacherous figure, sensing the tide turning against him, was unwilling to continue the bloodshed with the witches,
especially since several ancestral witches had already fallen, taking many demon warriors with them in their wake.
Thus, he felt a pang of cowardice. Better to live on than to die in vain. Moreover, he had long since prepared a contingency in the depths of the northern sea, gathering a faction of demons. And he did not wish to meet his end here, as he aspired for a life of leisure in the future.
Consequently,
he not only chose to flee but also launched a surprise attack on Dijun, seizing the He-Tu and Luo Shu. With the loss of these treasures, the primordial He-Luo Great Array was stripped of its formidable might, forcing the demon clan's warriors to confront the bloodthirsty witch warriors in direct combat.
The celestial realm of the demon clan has transformed into an expansive battleground.
Within the depths of the gorge, Ling Feng beheld the unfolding chaos. Although he could not directly witness the movements of the prominent ancestral witches, Emperor Jun and Kunpeng, his profound understanding of the narrative arc of this great calamity, coupled with glimpses of other scenes from the conflict, allowed him to deduce certain insights.
Chapter 22: The Origins of Yin and Yang due to the defection of Kunpeng. The once proactive demon clan found themselves in dire straits.
Only Emperor Jun remained, leading the remaining demons in a final stand.
Ha ha ha. Which clan? Even if I perish, I will ensure you do not fare well. Even if the demon clan faces annihilation, we shall take you, the witch clan, down with us. Emperor Jun, drenched in blood, wore a black robe that had been entirely stained crimson. His eyes burned with fury as he gazed upon the similarly wounded ancestral witches before him. In a moment of desperation, when Eastern Emperor Tai was cornered,
he chose to merge with the Chaos Bell, detonating it in a cataclysmic explosion that claimed the lives of several ancestral witches. Now, only 4 ancestral witches remained. Transforming into his true form, the golden crow of the great sun, Emperor Jun let out a ferocious cry and lunged towards the ancestral witches. Countless rays of solar true fire surged forth from his being, painting the entire sky a terrifying red.
All demon clans, heed my command. Fight to the death with me.
The voice of Emperor Jun resonated throughout the celestial realm of the demon clan, issuing his final command.
Meanwhile, in the canyon, Ling Feng activated the Xiantian mirror to observe the unfolding battle in the celestial court. Although he was already aware of the outcome, he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Once, the demon court boasted hundreds of demons at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, basking in glory. Yet now, they stood on the precipice of extinction. This time, he did not rush to seclude himself. Having reached the quasi-saint level, further advancement would not be so simple. In the vast wilderness, time passed swiftly, and 50 years flew by in an instant. On this day, the voice of the system echoed in his ears once more. Ding!
The calamity of the witch-demon conflict has reached its conclusion.
Emperor Jun, in a final act of self-detonation, took 4 ancestral witches with him into death, leaving only the gravely injured He-Tu to survive. Will the host now lead the demons within the dojo to fight back?
Choice 1. Accept the task of recruiting the defeated demons of the demon court to take command of the demon celestial court,
thereby gaining renown in the wilderness and becoming the new demon sovereign.
Choice 2. Decline the task and receive the primordial innate divine waters, Yuan heavy water and 3 light divine water. This time, as Ling Feng listened to the system's voice, he did not hastily make a decision. He sighed softly, recognizing that the fall of Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun would inevitably mark the decline of the demon clan. In this life, he had been reborn as a phoenix. Observing the waning fortunes of the entire demon clan, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy.
System, I choose to decline the task.
Upon his rejection, 2 luminous orbs materialized before him, each containing a form of innate divine water.
Yuan heavy water.
Rumored to be a treasure found only beneath the Milky Way in the heavens, weighed thousands of pounds per drop, rendering it inaccessible to those of lower cultivation. The 3 light divine water, even rarer, was a fusion of sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water.
Each could serve as a miraculous healing remedy. capable of dispelling all forms of toxicity.
However, although these two items are relatively precious in the primordial world, Ling Feng felt he could hardly make use of them while they remained in his possession.
Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that the water phoenix Lan Feng within the canyon's dojo would be more suited to these two divine waters. With his cultivation having reached the 7th level of the Tai Golden Immortal, if he were to refine these two sacred waters, he could likely make a smooth transition into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Consequently, the Phoenix tribe would gain another formidable warrior. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng summoned Lan Feng and promptly bestowed upon him the two innate divine waters he had recently acquired. He also urged him to diligently pursue his training. Presently,
within the canyon, the Peacock tribe had Kong Xian, and the Vermilion Bird tribe had Zhu Li, both of whom were on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Ling Feng did not wish for the Phoenix tribe to remain devoid of other powerful beings apart from himself.
Due to their sensitive status, the Phoenix tribe had remained reclusive for many years.
Despite their unparalleled innate talents, it would still be quite challenging to produce a significant number of strong practitioners in a short time.
Over the years,
Ling Feng had also utilized the Xian Tian mirror to observe the state of the immortal Fire Mountain,
which was once the ancestral land of the Phoenix tribe but now lay desolate and devoid of any phoenixes. Originally,
Ling Feng had hoped that if there were any solitary phoenixes remaining in the primordial realm, they could be brought into the canyon.
However, since the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm,
the surviving phoenixes had either fled to remote ancient stars or the shattered corners of the primordial world, remaining hidden from sight.
Alternatively,
they had sought refuge with various powerful beings in the primordial expanse, making it difficult for Ling Feng to rally them.
As a result, there were already over 5,000 phoenixes within his canyon dojo. With proper nurturing, they could become a formidable force in the future. He was not like Yuan Feng,
who focused solely on his own cultivation and chose the immortal Fire Mountain as the ancestral land of the Phoenix tribe, disregarding the fates of other types of phoenixes. Ling Feng's current objective was to uncover and develop the unique abilities of each phoenix variety, allowing them to stand out swiftly. Thus, even if the number of phoenixes in the Canyon Dojo was limited, he could still cultivate a considerable number of strong warriors from the Phoenix tribe.
Ding!
The system's voice resonated in Ling Feng's ears, detected the establishment of the Tao of Laozi, bestowing upon you immeasurable merits of heaven and earth,
achieving the status of a saint. Does the host wish to emerge from seclusion and join the ranks of Laozi's teachings, becoming the vice leader?
Option 1, accept the task and receive 3 barrels of ordinary river water from the primordial land.
Option 2, decline the task and receive the essence of yin and yang, the essence of yin and the essence of yang. At this moment,
the system's voice echoed in Ling Feng's ears, causing his previously relaxed brows to furrow in contemplation as he activated the Xian Tian mirror to gaze upon the center of the primordial realm. The heavens and earth resonated in harmony, auspicious clouds filled the sky, and countless nourishing rains fell, revitalizing all living things.
With the emergence of the saints, the entire world rejoiced.
The primordial land, once scarred by the conflict between the witch and demon clans, was rejuvenated under the nourishing rains.
The human race,
previously isolated by Nuwa's grand formations, returned to the primordial realm under the protection of several strong beings, resuming their labors and thriving.
Chapter 23, the second level of the quasi-saint realm. In the midst of the canyon, Ling Feng once again chose to decline the task.
With this decision, 2 luminous orbs, one black and one white, materialized before him, representing the reward for rejecting the task, the essence of yin and yang. Without hesitation, Ling Feng began to refine these orbs.
And as the essence entered his body, they gradually intertwined. Instantly, 2 surges of tumultuous power erupted from within him. Countless spiritual energies in the canyon were drawn towards the towering phoenix tree at its center.
This extraordinary spectacle once again captivated the attention of all the demon clans present, who could scarcely recall how many times they had paused to observe such events.
However, every surge of spiritual energy in the canyon invariably signified the enhancement of the ancestral power. Among the many demon beasts, Kong Xian and Zhu Li gazed at the distant phoenix tree, exchanging glances filled with admiration. It was evident that their ancestor had reached a realm of at least quasi-saint cultivation, yet he remained in seclusion, tirelessly augmenting his strength. Meanwhile,
they found themselves still a step away from achieving the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, which solidified their resolve to break through their limitations expeditiously.
Atop the phoenix tree.
While Lingfeng was preoccupied with refining the essence of yin and yang, the primordial world experienced monumental transformations.
The emergence of humanity heralded a new epoch,
marking the third significant shift in the dominion of heaven and earth.
The primordial land underwent drastic changes. What was once a singular continent was fractured into 4 regions due to the conflicts between the witch and demon tribes.
These regions came to be known as the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Southern Jianbu Continent, the Western Nyoha Continent, and the Northern Julu Continent. Lingfeng and his companions resided in the Southern Jianbu Continent.
With the fragmentation of the primordial land, countless demon clans began a great migration. After all,
among the 4 continents, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent was the most conducive for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy in the other continents was nowhere near as rich.
However,
with the arrival of humanity, the saints, led by Nuwa, began to obstruct the various clans from entering the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, instead driving the demon clans towards the Northern Julu Continent. Although the Northern Julu Continent was still relatively favorable, the influx of demon clans would inevitably lead to a scarcity of resources, resulting in endless strife and conflict.
Consequently,
many weary demon clans opted to migrate towards the southern Jianbu and western Nyoha continents, seeking distance from these saints, as safety was their utmost priority. They merely wished for their tribes to thrive in peace. Amidst these circumstances, 2 figures also made their way towards the western Nyoha continent, the quasi-saints, Kunti and Ji, who had similarly obtained the opportunity for sanctification like the 3 pure ones.
The establishment of the human sect by Laozi had inspired them.
They had initially sought to find their own path to sanctification through humanity, but after being coldly rejected by Nuwa, they were left with no choice but to seek opportunities elsewhere. Years passed in the pursuit of cultivation.
After refining the essence of yin and yang,
Lingfeng's cultivation broke through to the 2nd level of the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Lingfeng's ears.
Ding! The system has detected that the primordial one has comprehended the opportunity to attain sanctity. A teaching has been established, gathering disciples to impart the cultivation methods of humanity, thus acquiring boundless merits of heaven and earth and achieving the status of a sage. Will the host immediately exit seclusion, join the teaching, and become the vice leader?
Choose one, accept the task and receive the opportunity to admire the starlit night sky once. Choose 2, refuse the task and obtain the 10 innate divine thunders of the primordial era, the 9 heavens divine thunder and the heavenly divine thunder.
Upon hearing the system's voice,
Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze wavering.
Following Laozi, the primordial one has also become a sage, resulting in 4 sages existing between heaven and earth. System, I decline the task. Lingfeng once again refused the task.
The primordial one is not to be underestimated. If Hongjun is an astute strategist,
then this fellow is a cunning tactician.
Becoming his disciple is hardly a favorable proposition, much like Zhang Zia, the pivotal figure of the next great calamity, who remained merely a nominal disciple throughout. In the end, he couldn't even secure a position on the investiture of the gods, and his fate was rather dismal. A classic case of being used and then discarded, with no regard for sentiments. As Lingfeng declined the task, 2 luminous spheres imbued with innate divine thunder suddenly appeared before him. These divine thunders possessed formidable power.
Those of lesser cultivation would be obliterated by merely brushing against their essence.
The 9 heavens divine thunder and the heavenly divine thunder.
How delightful! Yet they hold little utility for me.
Perhaps I shall bestow them upon the leader of the Thunder Phoenix clan in the canyon.
Observing the 2 luminous spheres, Lingfeng waved his hand and stored them away.
Just as Lingfeng intended to enter seclusion once more to consolidate his cultivation,
2 voices suddenly emerged beneath the central parasol tree. Kong Xian seeks an audience with the ancestor. Zhu Li seeks an audience with the ancestor. Hearing these voices, Lingfeng's eyes momentarily flickered with curiosity. What could these 2 want from him?
Although uncertain of their intentions, Lingfeng gestured with his hand to bring the 2 before him. In that process, he was pleasantly surprised to find that both had attained the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It seemed they had not been idle while he refined the essence of yin and yang. Excellent, you have both reached the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In this world, you now possess some means of self-preservation.
However, what brings you here seeking an audience? The two individuals, still startled by their sudden relocation,
only came to their senses upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, promptly bowing upon the tree crown.
Ancestor,
previously you instructed us to venture forth in search of spiritual treasures and to procure some magical avians.
We have returned with several promising spiritual beasts.
Yet upon our return, we encountered other magical creatures, making it difficult to present the gathered treasures. Now, it is time to present them to you, Ancestor.
Indeed. These items left in our possession have left us feeling rather uneasy.
Julie nodded with a hint of resignation in his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the canyon, he had intended to relinquish those spiritual treasures, yet he found himself devoid of any opportunity to do so.
Moreover,
it seemed as if Ling Feng had completely forgotten, never once mentioning it to them. At this point, the two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they unleashed their abilities, causing hundreds of magical artifacts to soar into the air, surrounding Ling Feng like a multitude of radiant lanterns.
Chapter 24,
The River of Treasures. Gazing upon the myriad of spiritual treasures encircling him, Ling Feng narrowed his eyes.
Recalling a forgotten purpose, he had initially dispatched Julie and Kong Xian to gather these ethereal artifacts.
Upon their return with the collected treasures, Ling Feng selected a few cultivation items from his own reserves to bestow upon them, then sent them on their way.
With a flick of his hand,
a resplendent beam of light erupted, resembling an extraordinarily vibrant river stretching across the heavens, a manifestation of the previously awarded River of Treasures.
Subsequently,
he infused all the acquired postnatal spiritual treasures, along with a portion of postnatal supreme artifacts, into the river, channeling his spiritual energy into it, fervently refining the contents,
causing the radiance of the river to intensify.
The river, composed of gathered magical artifacts, continued to extend in length.
Previously,
the River of Treasures already contained hundreds of spiritual artifacts, and with the recent infusion of additional hundreds, the total number of artifacts had surpassed 1,000. As he refined the 1,000th spiritual treasure, the entire river underwent a momentous transformation. The once brilliant white light turned a vivid crimson. This was the River of 1,000 Treasures. This surge of spiritual energy indicated the presence of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Ling Feng surveyed the immense river of magical artifacts before him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Although he anticipated a transformation,
he did not foresee such a dramatic change.
If it could be refined into the river of 10,000 treasures, could it rival the formidable Chaos Bell? That seemed plausible.
Moreover, should he acquire certain divine objects in the future and integrate them into these artifacts, it might elevate their rank even further.
With such an eventuality,
it was conceivable that they could transcend the level of innate supreme treasures. A glimmer of excitement danced in Ling Feng's eyes, but such aspirations were for another time.
For now, there was no rush.
Furthermore, gathering over 10,000 postnatal spiritual treasures was no simple feat. He must tread carefully to avoid drawing the attention of the saints,
lest his fortunate days come to an end.
Having managed the River of Treasures, Ling Feng shifted his gaze towards the valley.
After years of development,
the valley had transformed from its previous desolation. Numerous magical beasts now roamed in search of unique opportunities. Ling Feng had previously proclaimed that, aside from the special innate 10 spiritual roots and the postnatal 10 spiritual roots within the valley, any other spiritual herbs found would be freely claimed by those capable of discovering them. Now, the total number of magical birds within the valley had exceeded 100,000. Among them, the most populous was the Thunderfeather clan, boasting over 10,000 members, followed closely by the Peacock clan, with over 9,000.
With Kong Xian's prowess,
the Peacock clan had seized the moment, establishing itself as the foremost magical clan in the valley, aside from the Phoenix clan.
Of the external magical clans,
the most prosperous were the Peacock and Vermilion Bird clans, with numerous Tai Golden Immortals emerging from their ranks. While Kong Xian and Julie had ascended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Ling Feng then turned his attention to the Phoenix clan. Having spent these years in secluded cultivation to enhance his own strength, he had somewhat neglected his kin.
Currently, among the Phoenix clan, the highest realm is held by the Water Phoenix's Blue Phoenix, second only to Ling Feng. Thanks to the 2 innate divine waters bestowed by Ling Feng, Blue Phoenix has successfully refined one, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Should he refine the other divine water? A breakthrough to the De Luo Golden Immortal realm is inevitable. However, he still lags slightly behind Kong Xian and Zhu Li. Meanwhile,
the Fire Phoenix clan's Yinfeng has already attained the 7th level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm and is progressing swiftly towards breaking into the Diluo Golden Immortal Realm. Following them are Jin Huang from the Thunder Phoenix clan and Bing Huang from the Ice Phoenix clan. Due to the unique attributes of thunder and ice, their offensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable. Even at the 6th level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, their combat prowess could rival that of the 9th level. Lingfeng felt a tinge of disappointment that only the 2 initial golden-winged Great Pang had been born thus far, leaving the entire clan with just these 2 siblings.
Nevertheless,
their innate talents are indeed formidable, and their cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace, nearing the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm.
Upon careful observation,
Lingfeng noted that there are 17 Taiyi Golden Immortals within the Phoenix clan, though most remain at the 2nd and 3rd levels.
Truly, the Phoenix clan has flourished to this extent even without his direct oversight.
Lingfeng reached out and gathered all these Taiyi Golden Immortal Phoenixes to the canopy of the Parasol Tree. For it is time for the Phoenix clan to give birth to a few more Diluo Golden Immortals.
Listening to the current multitude of demon beasts within the dojo,
which will only increase in the future, Lingfeng asserted that the Phoenix clan cannot rely solely on him to maintain its position as the foremost demon clan.
It requires the collective effort of all. You must feel a sense of urgency.
The Peacock clan and the Vermilion Bird clan are on the rise, yet within our ranks there is no one capable of contending with Kong Xian and Zhu Li.
Do you not feel ashamed?
Lingfeng admonished the younger members of the Phoenix clan before him. These younger phoenixes occupy the best cultivation spots within the dojo and reside atop the innate spiritual roots.
However, due to his protection, they have become somewhat complacent,
lacking the competitive spirit seen in the Peacock and Vermilion Bird clans.
This complacency is not what Lingfeng wishes to see. He cannot allow them to squander the Phoenix clan's innate bloodline talents. This time, I grant you an opportunity. Over the next century, I will impart teachings to you. Any questions regarding cultivation may be directed to me.
Furthermore, during this century, the spiritual energy in this place will become increasingly abundant. As for how far you can progress,
that depends on your own fortunes.
After this, the fate of the Phoenix clan will rest in your hands. Lingfeng gazed gravely at the dozen or so phoenixes before him.
He does not wish to follow the path of Yuan Feng from years past. He must not allow the Phoenix clan to develop a dependency on him.
Only by making them aware of the impending crisis can he cultivate the best environment for their development.
Chapter 25, Fragments of the Chaotic Bell in the ensuing century. The clans of the Phoenix lineage discovered that either their leaders or elders had seemingly vanished into thin air. At the heart of the canyon sanctuary, atop the towering phoenix tree, several phoenixes of diverse attributes encircled Lingfeng. Each phoenix remained with their eyes tightly shut, continuously absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surrounding them. Throughout this century, Lingfeng generously imparted his wisdom, teaching each phoenix a unique divine ability and resolving the bottlenecks they encountered in their cultivation.
He even took the initiative to guide them towards a deeper understanding of higher realms. Under his tutelage, merely in the 3rd year, the Water Phoenix clan's Lanfeng achieved a breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This was not solely attributed to Lingfeng's teachings. He also refined another piece of innate divine water, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Following closely was the Fire Phoenix Yinfeng, who successfully broke through in the 50th year,
adding another formidable Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Phoenix clan.
However, due to the haste of the breakthrough, his realm remained somewhat unstable, and he spent the following years solidifying his foundation. The commotion caused by their breakthroughs attracted the attention of all demon beasts and spirit birds, including Kong Xian, leading to yet another wave of intensive seclusion and cultivation within the canyon's sanctuary.
Ultimately, after 100 years,
Lingfeng returned all the phoenixes to their original places and bestowed upon the Thunder Phoenix clan's Jinfeng the 2 pieces of innate divine thunder he had acquired. Within this century, Jinfeng had reached the 9th level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, and upon refining these 2 pieces of innate divine thunder,
it was certain that the Phoenix clan would soon gain another Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouse. Once he had seen them all off, Lingfeng finally found a moment of tranquility. Although he was the ancestral figure of the Phoenix clan and it was only natural to care for them, the presence of numerous demon clans in the sanctuary necessitated consideration for other beings.
After a century of teachings, the spiritual energy within the canyon had been absorbed by him, inevitably slowing the cultivation of the other demon clans.
Such a situation would not be sustainable in the long run.
Over the years, with his assistance, the Phoenix clan had produced 2 great Luo Golden Immortals, 3 at the 9th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, 7 at the 6th level, and 5 at the 5th level. This formidable strength was sufficient for other demon clans to strive to catch up, particularly the Peacock and Vermilion Bird clans, as the innate talents of other demon clans made it nearly impossible for them to rival the Phoenix clan.
Just as Ling Feng was preparing to enter seclusion once more,
the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears.
Ding! It has been detected that Luya, the 10th son of Di Jun, is being pursued by the remnants of the Witch Clan. Will the host personally emerge to rescue him?
Option 1, accept the mission, you will receive a farming tool from the human race, Aho. Option 2, decline the mission, you will receive 20 fragments of the innate treasure, Chaotic Bell, collect 100 fragments to possess the Chaotic Bell.
Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Feng's brow quivered slightly. Luya? Is that the same Luya who would later be seen clutching a gourd and calling for treasures to turn around? This fellow is certainly a formidable character.
The entity in question is the 3-legged golden crow, a creature belonging to the esteemed lineage of spiritual avians.
If rescued, it would undoubtedly possess combat prowess rivaling that of Kongxian.
However, I must assert my refusal of the task, declared Ling Feng resolutely, while fixating her gaze ahead with an expression brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the system's rewards.
It is not that I am unwilling to intervene, rather,
the allure of the fragments of the Chaos Bell is simply irresistible. Should I acquire the Chaos Bell, it would equate to obtaining a supreme defensive treasure, capable of rebuffing any assault from divine artifacts and rendering numerous mystical spells ineffective.
A harmonious blend of offense and defense, it would render me invincible. Had it not been for the Eastern Emperor Tai's formidable confrontation with the 10 ancestral witches, single-handedly subduing the 12th capital Heavenly Gods formation, even he would not have fallen so easily despite possessing this treasure. Buzzing! A resplendent golden light began to materialize in the void,
revealing 20 fragments of the golden Chaos Bell before Ling Feng's eyes.
As she delicately grasped one of the shards, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth,
accompanied by a profoundly melancholic aura that enveloped her. This must be the lingering essence of the Chaos Bell, infused with the emotions of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Ling Feng sighed softly. After all, the Eastern Emperor Tai was heralded as the foremost figure beneath the saints, yet he ultimately perished within the confines of the Chaos Bell,
succumbing to self-destruction. A once mighty warrior met an end devoid of a complete form.
One can only wonder if there exists an opportunity to gather all the fragments and restore this innate treasure to the world. As Ling Feng stored away the shard, she couldn't help but marvel at the inherent potency contained within it, surpassing even that of innate spiritual treasures. Just as she prepared to enter a state of seclusion, a sudden realization struck her. The task presented by the system merely inquired whether she should venture forth to rescue. Yet it did not explicitly prohibit her from delegating the mission to another. With this thought in mind, her right hand gestured towards the direction of the Peacock clan, summoning Kongxian from the ether.
Kongxian, I have an urgent matter that requires your attention. You must set out to rescue a demon. Time is of the essence. Overcome the challenges ahead.
Ling Feng's voice resonated in his ears, and before Kongxian could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself transported beyond the confines of the sanctuary and into the external realm.
Rescue a demon? Where must I go? Which formidable creature could prompt such urgency from the ancestor?
As Kongxian began to gather his thoughts, curiosity piqued within him regarding the nature of the avian that had elicited such haste from his ancestor.
Boom!
Before he could fully grasp the situation, a powerful storm of spiritual energy erupted before him, shaking him to his core. In the ensuing chaos, he beheld a colossal golden flame bird soaring towards him,
pursued relentlessly by several giants wielding divine artifacts. The 3-legged golden crow? The Wu clan. During the War of the Witches and Demons, Kongxian had encountered this before,
and he instantly recognized the identities of both factions.
In that moment, upon seeing the 3-legged golden crow,
he finally understood why his ancestor had been so insistent on sending him forth.
With the demise of Emperor Jun,
This individual is likely the last of the three-legged golden crows in the entirety of the primordial era. Although this formidable lineage is sparse in numbers, each member is a paragon of unparalleled strength.
Chapter 26, Luya having discerned the crucial elements, Kong Xian stepped forth.
The terrifying aura of a deluo golden immortal emanating from his being, his gaze icy, brimming with lethal intent.
The five-colored divine light.
With a swift motion, a brilliant radiance illuminated the entire space, causing the magical artifacts wielded by the Wu tribe pursuing Luya to vanish into thin air.
Subsequently, Kong Xian summoned the sky-cutting blade.
With a single swing of this blade, none of the Wu tribe present survived, all perished in an instant. Before Luya could express his gratitude, Kong Xian grasped him and transported him to the vicinity of the Taoist temple, where Ling Feng drew both of them into the sacred grounds.
Do not be alarmed, for this is the secluded haven of my Phoenix clan, unknown to the vast wilderness.
Upon observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Luya instinctively heightened his vigilance. However, the appearance of Ling Feng before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply.
The Phoenix clan. How could such a place exist within the wilderness? This was unfathomable.
When his father, the Emperor, explored the entirety of the wilderness and gathered the mightiest of the demon race, he had never mentioned it.
As Luya sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Ling Feng,
astonishment filled him, for this aura was strikingly akin to that of his father, the Emperor. It implied that this Phoenix clan powerhouse possessed strength comparable to that of his father. Luya, I am grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed elder. The demon race has always revered the strong, and with a life-saving grace bestowed upon him, Luya naturally set aside the pride that came with being the former son of the celestial emperor.
Rest assured and cultivate here. In the present wilderness, the status of the demon race is notably diminished, thus, it is only through the enhancement of one's own strength that we can hope to restore the glory of our kin one day. Ling Feng elucidated the rules of the Taoist temple to Luya and subsequently allocated him a designated area for tranquil cultivation. After all,
this young man was merely at the 6th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, bearing numerous scars, unmistakable evidence of the relentless pursuit and torment he had endured at the hands of the Wu tribe over the years.
Once Luya was settled, Ling Feng resumed his seclusion.
Although the potential for advancement during this period was minimal, any progress was better than none.
Meanwhile,
the world of the wilderness was bustling with activity. The reproductive capacity of the human race far surpassed that of the demon race.
Before long,
a significant number of humans began migrating toward the southern territories of Zhanzhou and the western lands of Niuhizhou, under the protection of the two sages,
Laozi and Yuan Shi.
The growth and prowess among human cultivators was rapid, with several Deluo golden immortals emerging within just a millennium.
Of course, some of these individuals had their cultivation forcibly elevated.
For the sages, acquiring heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the wilderness was exceedingly facile.
Numerous items, once refined,
could swiftly enhance one's cultivation. For instance, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Huang Zhongli, could instantly elevate a practitioner to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. However, such a state would render them unable to continue advancing, forever stagnating at that threshold.
As the human race expanded, countless demon tribes faced a new wave of expulsion.
Under the primordial mandate, the already beleaguered demon clans faced yet another wave of oppression. Those who dared to resist were ruthlessly suppressed, leading to the demise of numerous demons. The more sagacious among them retreated to the remote mountains and vast rivers, seeking refuge in places shunned by humanity. As time flowed inexorably, a century slipped by in silence. And Ling Feng was once again roused by the system's notification.
Ding! The detection of a celestial opportunity for enlightenment has occurred.
The establishment of the Yi Zhijiao is upon us, advocating a doctrine of inclusiveness and welcoming disciples from all the myriad races of the primordial world, thus acquiring boundless merit and ultimately achieving the status of a sage. The host is prompted to decide whether to emerge from seclusion and join thee as a vice leader.
Choice 1. Accept the mission, which will result in receiving verbal commendation from the celestial master.
Choice 2. Decline the mission in favor of dedicated cultivation, which will yield the essence of spatial origin, the primal force of spatial law, which, once refined, grants the ability to alter space. At this juncture, as the celestial master establishes and attains sainthood, the three pure ones have already achieved their own enlightenment. Due to the inclusive nature of the teachings, the demon clans found their living conditions markedly improved compared to before. However, the doctrinal discrepancies also foreshadowed the escalation of future conflicts among the three pure ones.
System. I choose to refuse the mission.
Your absurdity knows no bounds, such verbal praise can hardly be deemed a reward.
Ling Feng retorted, somewhat exasperated.
He had thought himself accustomed to the system's nonsensical nature, yet he sensed that its recent antics had grown increasingly outrageous.
Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring the essence of space brought him considerable joy.
At present, it appeared that by refining a single foundational law, he could enhance his strength. Should he successfully refine the essence of space, he anticipated a breakthrough to the third tier of quasi-sainthood. With this thought, a smile crept upon Ling Feng's lips.
How delightful!
However, he did not hasten to refine the spatial essence just yet. Instead, he retrieved the Xiantian realm and began to observe the current state of the primordial lands.
Eager to ascertain the extent of humanity's development.
The once desolate southern region of Zhanzhou had begun to flourish following the influx of countless human settlers. And the pace of human advancement was astonishing, with tribes rising swiftly. Conversely, many demon clans were forced to conceal themselves deep within the mountains. The rapid expansion of human territories incited discontent among the Witch clan, who, as once dominant figures of the land, had yet to adjust their mindset despite their diminished numbers. Conflicts erupted between the Witch clan and humanity across various regions, with skirmishes already breaking out in numerous locales, signaling a potential resurgence of war.
Chapter 27, The Great Change of the Canyon. Witnessing the scene unfold, Ling Feng could not help but heave a silent sigh. For he was aware that in the annals of history, a great conflict between the Witch clan and the human clan awaited, a battle reminiscent of the legendary confrontation between Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor. History, indeed, is intricately woven,
leaving no room for alteration. Subsequently, he entered seclusion once more, embarking on the refinement of the essence of space. Ling Feng was not content to linger indefinitely within the confines of the canyon sanctuary, thus, he aspired to swiftly elevate his strength to the level of a sage.
It is only with absolute power that one can ensure true safety. Time is but a fleeting notion in the realm of cultivation,
especially when it concerns the exalted laws of spatial refinement. This time, Ling Feng immersed himself in seclusion for a full century before awakening completely.
As anticipated,
after refining the essence of space, his strength had ascended to the third realm of quasi-sage, exuding a terrifying aura with every movement.
Ding!
The system detected the last ancestral witch, Hutu, contemplating life and death, comprehending the cycle of reincarnation, creating the secret realm of the six paths, mastering the ebb and flow of life and death in the primordial world, and merging with reincarnation, thus becoming eternally enshrined within it. The heavenly Tao conferred boundless merit,
presenting an opportunity to attain sagehood. Should the host now emerge from seclusion to join the reincarnation secret realm and become its guardian?
Option 1, accept the task and receive a fragment of the ancient dragon clan's residual soul. Option 2, decline the task and obtain 10 of each of the 10 innate spiritual roots, purple lotus, yin-yang void vine, and frost divine tea. The voice of the system resonated in Ling Feng's ears, causing his gaze to flicker momentarily.
System, I decline the task. What a stroke of fortune! This time, he was directly offered 3 types of innate spiritual roots.
Prior to this, he had already gathered 7 varieties, namely, celestial spirit fruit, immortal spirit grass, azure wood,
5 elements fruit tree, dragon and phoenix immortal herb, heavenly yellowwood, and laurel tree.
Now, with the addition of the purple lotus, yin-yang void vine, and frost divine tea,
he had successfully amassed all 10 innate spiritual roots.
At that moment, 3 luminous orbs materialized before Ling Feng. With a mere wave of his hand, he positioned them according to his intent, and immediately, in various corners of the canyon, 3 types of innate spiritual roots surged upward from the earth. As these spiritual roots emerged, the entire sanctuary of the canyon quaked with energy. Countless plants and celestial springs manifested, their spiritual power palpable.
Moreover,
a plethora of spiritual trees and herbs awakened consciousness, particularly those such as Ganoderma, Poria, and Huangshen, which, although still immature in their intelligence, frolicked wildly across the landscape. Simultaneously, at different locations throughout the canyon, numerous treasures illuminated the sky. For instance, the mysterious iron hidden deep underground, The celestial stones infused with the essence of the sun and moon, and branches that, though scorched by fire and struck by lightning,
remained unscathed, all transformed in an instant into innate spiritual treasures.
Now, this canyon sanctuary had undeniably metamorphosed into a brand new realm, with the concentration of spiritual energy several times greater than that of the outside world. Countless spiritual herbs and medicinal plants flourished rapidly. The avian clans within the canyon seized this opportunity to thrive, with the Thunder Phoenix clan's Jin Huang breaking through to the realm of Grand Luo Golden Immortal at this very moment, in the territory of the Zhuke clan. Amidst the molten sea of magma, a plethora of celestial treasures has emerged, with various heavenly artifacts such as earth fire pearls and spirit fire swords ascending from the fiery depths, all claimed by the members of the Zhuke clan.
Within the canyon,
several lesser spiritual avian demon tribes, after a brief period of introspection, have come to comprehend the vast chasm that separates their capabilities from those of the more formidable clans.
Consequently, some of these demon tribes have opted for allegiance. The first to pledge fealty was the Leiyu clan. Although they currently boast the largest population within the canyon, their strength is undeniably lacking. Thus, the chieftain of the Leiyu clan personally approached the Lei Phoenix clan, which resides in a unique area of their territory, to seek the protection of their entire lineage. The Lei Phoenix clan, despite possessing a formidable De Luo Golden Immortal among its ranks, struggles with reproduction due to the overwhelming dominance of their lightning attribute, resulting in a relatively sparse population compared to other clans. Upon witnessing the Leiyu clan's overture, the Lei Phoenix clan readily accepted their allegiance.
After all, with the Leiyu clan as their younger brothers, their burdens would be lightened significantly, allowing them to delegate the collection of cultivation resources to them.
Following this precedent, other weaker demon tribes began to emulate the Leiyu clan, forming small collectives.
Observing this unfolding scene, Ling Feng did not intervene, for regardless of their machinations, he remained the ultimate authority within the canyon.
Reflecting on the transformations within the canyon, Ling Feng felt a deep sense of contemplation.
It was unfathomable to consider the immense upheaval that would ensue once all 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world were gathered, for at that moment,
as he absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, he could perceive the dense spiritual energy, which offered him a minuscule yet significant enhancement in his cultivation.
Although this ascension was gradual, it was nonetheless a formidable prospect, as it suggested the potential emergence of numerous quasi-saint level powerhouses within the canyon in the future. At this juncture, having familiarized himself with the changes within the canyon, Ling Feng retrieved the Xiantian mirror once more. The current primordial land was beset by howling winds and wailing spirits, as countless ethereal entities, drawn by the sanctification of Ho-Tu and the cycle of reincarnation, surged forth from various corners of the primordial realm, racing towards the location of Ho-Tuesday coupled with the auspicious signs of the saints.
The entire primordial world presented an eerie tableau.
As the sounds of the great Tao resonated, numerous auspicious clouds gathered, accompanied by nourishing rains that revitalized all living things. Yet the earth below was juxtaposed with a horrific scene reminiscent of a nocturnal procession of 100 ghosts.
The Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm, the Wu and Yao Cataclysm,
along with countless departed souls, converged at this moment, all flooding into the cycle of reincarnation.
Such a terrifying force,
had it not been for Ho-Tu merging her saintly essence with the cycle, might have shattered the very fabric of reincarnation.
Ho-Tu,
wielding the powers of the secret realm of reincarnation, stands among the foremost even among saints, yet alas, her fusion with the cycle confines her to its bounds.
Ling Feng, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but express admiration for the formidable might of Ho-Tuesday. After all, she is the one who holds dominion over the entire cycle of the primordial chaos. The more souls she commands, the more formidable her power becomes. However,
she has also forfeited her opportunity to engage in the primordial realm. And even the secrets of reincarnation would eventually fall under the influence of the Western Church and the Three Pure Ones. This upheaval of the cosmos persisted for several years before gradually settling down, allowing the primordial land to return to tranquility.
Yet, the human race reaped immense benefits from this blessed rainfall. On the other hand, the Witch clan, with Ho-Tu as their ancestral witch and now backed by a sage, found their confidence bolstered.
Consequently, skirmishes erupted once more between the two clans, with both sides suffering losses and their enmity intensifying.
Throughout all this, Ling Feng observed silently,
Remaining unperturbed, these matters bore no relevance to him, and it was prudent to maintain a low profile and focus on his cultivation.
At this moment,
as Ling Feng stowed away the Xintian mirror, preparing to continue his secluded training, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound once more.
Ding!
Detection indicates that Laozi is traversing the primordial chaos and has discovered the human prodigy Xuandu, wishing to take him as his first disciple.
Shall the host emerge now to accept Xuandu?
Option 1, accept the task, immediately emerge, take in Xuandu, and receive 2 portions of fruit as gratitude from the human race. Option 2, decline the task, thereby acquiring the innate 10 great divine ices of the primordial chaos, Jiu Tian Han Shuang and Abyssal Xianbing.
Chapter 28, The Essence of Life and Death. The Grand Master Xuandu? Laozi's first and only disciple. If I were to venture out and compete for people with him, wouldn't I simply be inviting a pursuit? System, please grant me a resolute refusal.
Ling Feng shook his head and made his choice regarding the task. Although these 2 types of innate divine ice held little value for him, they could be gifted to the Ice Phoenix.
After acquiring the innate divine ice,
Ling Feng waved his hand, casting the 2 types of ice before the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan,
who had now reached the 7th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm.
After refining these 2 types of innate divine ice,
the Phoenix clan would gain another formidable being at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. The next calamity would be the conferred God Calamity, followed by the Journey to the West Calamity.
After the latter, the entire primordial world would plunge into an unknown state, with spiritual energy rapidly dissipating and cultivators nearly vanishing, ushering in an era of diminished spiritual power. It was imperative to commence preparations in advance.
Relying solely on the Valley Dojo,
it was uncertain whether it could withstand the impending unknown variables. Ling Feng sighed, his mind swirling with thoughts. The conferred God Calamity and the Journey to the West Calamity were of a magnitude incomparable to the previous 2, as they bore heavy traces of human manipulation. The conferred God was merely a cunning scheme orchestrated by Han Jun, while the Journey to the West was a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, involving several saints. Therefore, early arrangements were essential. Currently, he could not directly intervene in the primordial world to avoid drawing attention. However, he could still nurture some potential demon clans within the valley. He did not need to focus solely on nurturing spiritual avian species. Although the demon clan's influence had waned, there remained numerous talented and worthwhile demons. By bringing them into the valley, he could enhance the overall combat strength of the dojo.
After all, the valley now boasted an extraordinarily dense concentration of spiritual energy.
Once within the valley, rapid growth was assured. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng flipped his hand and summoned the Xintian mirror, activating it to observe the southern Jianbu continent, particularly the region near the valley, which was of particular interest to him.
After some time of observation,
he was astonished to discover that there were still quite a number of demon beasts in the vicinity, including some spiritual avians, albeit most of them were of poor talent. However, a few clans piqued his interest: the cloud-soaring celestial cranes, the 9-headed gamecocks, and the howling moon crows.
These 3 clans currently resided in seclusion,
maintaining a low profile and avoiding unnecessary disturbances in the primordial realm. The cloud-soaring celestial crane clan occupied a mountain range,
while the 9-headed gamecock clan thrived within an underground cave.
The howling mooncrow clan concealed themselves amidst a grove of spiritual trees.
Though their numbers were few,
each clan had powerful beings at the golden immortal level, and in this remote area, as long as they remained prudent, such resilient clans could live quite comfortably. As Ling Feng contemplated dispatching individuals to subdue the 3 clans, he suddenly discerned through the Xintian mirror a clandestine location on the southern Zhan continent, where several enigmatic figures emerged. These creatures possessed forepaws resembling those of an eagle and hind paws akin to those of a tiger, their bodies cloaked in crimson fur,
reminiscent of a qilin. Ding! It was detected that one of the 10 great beasts of the primordial era, the Wangtian Howl, belonged to a race of innate beings with extraordinary lineage, yet they were notorious for feasting upon dragons. In ancient times,
they had faced multiple extermination attempts by the dragon clan, severely depleting their vitality and nearly leading to their extinction in the primordial world.
Would the host be willing to venture out of the canyon to eradicate this ferocious beast?
Option 1, accept the mission to slay the Wangtian Howl and earn the gratitude of the dragon clan. Option 2, decline the mission to focus on cultivation and receive the essence of life and death. The essence of life, the essence of death. Comprehending both fundamental laws may grant dominion over a realm, safeguarding myriad beings from the sufferings of reincarnation.
Upon discovering the One Tian Howl, the system's prompt resonated.
This brought immense joy to Ling Feng. What a fortuitous occurrence! Not only had he uncovered a creature of formidable talent from ancient times, but he could also acquire the essence of life and death as a reward. System, spare me the deliberation, you already know my choice.
I decline the mission. Let us proceed.
Ling Feng spoke to the system, his voice filled with resolve.
At that moment,
a radiant orb brimming with boundless vitality and another shrouded in infinite death energy manifested before him. Ling Feng did not immediately refine them, instead, he stored them away and summoned Kong Xian and Zhu Li. You two shall embark on a journey to the southern Zhan continent,
bringing the One Tian Howl tribe into the canyon.
Upon success, a substantial reward shall await you.
Furthermore,
select some of our most formidable descendants from the clan to assist in gathering the cloud-soaring cranes, nine-headed roosters, and moon-crying crows in proximity to the canyon.
Once accomplished,
you shall receive further accolades, Ling Feng instructed them in a hushed tone, subsequently revealing the precise locations of the One Tian Howl tribe and the three spiritual avian clans. At this juncture, Kong Xian and Zhu Li exchanged astonished glances, their minds reeling at the sheer extent of their ancestors' celestial prowess.
How could he possess such profound knowledge of external circumstances?
Yet, over the years, they had grown accustomed to it. Without delay, the two set forth.
Selecting over a dozen promising descendants, some at the pinnacle of golden immortal and even Tai golden immortal cultivation. After imparting some final instructions,
they convened beneath the central parasol tree, awaiting Ling Feng's command.
Ling Feng, saying little, waved his hand, sending them forth from the canyon's confines. Before long, the three avian clans were returned.
Upon discovering that the Phoenix clan held dominion over this place, they willingly chose to submit, eager to serve.
However,
when Kong Xian and Zhu Li sought to subdue the One Tian Howl tribe, they encountered considerable challenges. After all, this was an ancient ferocious beast capable of devouring dragons.
Initially,
Kong Xian and Zhu Li contemplated deceiving the beast, hoping to bring it back without conflict, which would facilitate future interactions within the canyon.
Yet this tribe is exceedingly irascible. Offering no opportunity for dialogue, they resort to violence immediately. Although the One Tian Hound clan currently comprises but 5 members, each possesses the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal.
Among them is an ancient One Tian Hound, who, during a confrontation with Kong Xian, astonishingly ascended to the level of a Deluo golden immortal.
In ancient times,
there were tales suggesting that a single hound could contend with 3 dragons and 2 flood dragons.
Presently, these legends appear to hold true. However, over the years,
both Kong Xian and Zhu Li have also made significant strides in their cultivation.
Kong Xian has reached the 3rd level of the Deluo golden immortal stage,
while Zhu Li has attained the 2nd level.
In terms of both magical treasures and divine abilities, they can effortlessly overpower the One Tian Hound clan. Ultimately,
these 5 One Tian Hounds were ensnared by Kong Xian's supernatural powers, and he cautiously transported them back to the canyon's dojo.
Chapter 29, The Remains of the Ancestor Dragon. Just as Kong Xian and Zhu Li ushered the One Tian Hound clan into the gorge, the system's prompt reverberated once more. Ding!
It has detected that the primordial heavenly sovereign is traversing the wilderness and has discovered an exceptionally gifted individual endowed with fortune. He has taken this person as his true disciple and bestowed upon him the treasure, the universe seal. Does the host wish to step out of the gorge and forcibly bring this individual back to the gorge's dojo?
Choice 1. Accept the task to forcibly retrieve Guangqingzi,
who is cultivating in the Peach Blossom Cave of the 9 Immortals Mountain, and receive a common peach blossom from outside the cave as a reward. Choice 2. Decline the task, remaining unmoved, and receive the remains of the ancestor dragon. The emergence of this task left Ling Feng somewhat bewildered.
The remains of the ancestor dragon? What a remarkable boon!
Just as he was pondering how to subjugate the One Tian Hound clan, the system graciously presented him with such a gift. The ancestor dragon was a quasi-saint level powerhouse, the leader of the ancient dragon clan. He had, in days of yore, slain countless formidable members of the Phoenix clan, harboring deep-seated animosities against them. It was somewhat absurd that now, he would receive the remains of such a being.
Without further contemplation, Ling Feng promptly declined the task.
He then swiftly appeared before Kong Xian and Zhu Li, who were currently subduing the Wang Tianhan clan with great caution, aware of their considerable combat prowess. Should they manage to break free, it could lead to significant turmoil. However, upon seeing Ling Feng's presence, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them. They immediately prostrated themselves, respectfully stating, "We report to our ancestor that we have fulfilled our duty and brought the Wang Tianhan clan into the gorge. We beseech your guidance." Ling Feng regarded them with a nod and uttered a meaningful word, "Well." Subsequently, he retrieved a substantial number of postnatal spiritual roots from his inventory, bestowing them as rewards upon the two, before bidding them to withdraw. At that moment, the captured Wang Tianhan clan gazed at Ling Feng in astonishment.
A member of the Phoenix clan? Moreover, one possessing quasi-saintly power? How could this be?
The Wang Tianhan clan, also an ancient lineage, was well versed in the secrets of antiquity. Since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the phoenix, Qilin, and dragon clans had largely vanished, leaving few powerful beings among them.
If a lesser phoenix were to appear,
it would not be shocking, as some remnants of the phoenix clan still survived.
However, the manifestation of a quasi-saint level phoenix unsettled them greatly. Has your clan fallen to such depths? Once renowned as ferocious beasts of antiquity, feasting upon dragons and contending with myriad clans, and yet only 5 of you remain?
Ling Feng observed them, speaking softly. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, an elder hound, possessing the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, retorted with a hint of defiance, "Humph, you must have orchestrated our capture, don't you? What do you intend to do with us? Can you not be forthright?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Feng's expression changed subtly. A formidable and overwhelming pressure converged upon the ancient hound, pinning him heavily to the ground. "Before me, it would be prudent for you to temper your arrogance and refrain from unwarranted insolence, otherwise, the consequences could be dire."
Ling Feng paused,
casting a sweeping gaze over the 5 haughty celestial hounds, before continuing in a measured tone.
"Although your lineage, the celestial hounds, is indeed an ancient race,
it pales in comparison to my esteemed Phoenix clan. A weaker tribe must adhere to the customs of the weak, otherwise, how can you hope to endure?
In antiquity,
your kin was once formidable, yet you were nearly extinguished by the dragon clan's relentless pursuit.
In contrast, my Phoenix clan has engaged in fierce battles with the dragons, instilling fear within them. This alone should compel you to adopt a more respectful demeanor.
Open your eyes wide and behold this." As she spoke, Ling Feng unveiled the remnants of the ancestral dragon, placing it before them. Upon the appearance of the ancestral dragon's remains, the 5 previously defiant and arrogant celestial hounds suddenly found their eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"This is the ancestral dragon? Undoubtedly, this is its body.
I have sensed the essence of the ancestral dragon before, and it is identical to this. Many of my kin from the celestial hound lineage have fallen at its hands.
O venerable Phoenix ancestor, we were indeed disrespectful, our transgressions deserved the gravest punishment. Who would have thought you possessed the remains of the ancestral dragon? You must have participated in the battle that led to the ancestral dragon's demise. A conflict of unimaginable magnitude during which you not only vanquished the dragon but also withdrew with your honor intact. We, the celestial hounds, yield to you.
From this moment forth, the celestial hound lineage is at your service, unwavering in our loyalty." As the elder hound spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he prostrated himself on the ground, pledging allegiance to the Phoenix clan and henceforth venerating them.
Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng's lips twitched. Initially,
she had intended merely to assert dominance. She had not anticipated that the celestial hounds would embellish their thoughts so extravagantly. Her intention was solely to intimidate them with the ancestral dragon's remains, for this tribe, having been nearly annihilated by the dragon clan,
was well aware of the ancestral dragon's might. Encountering the dragon's remnants naturally invoked fear of Ling Feng's capabilities.
However, it seemed they had indulged in excessive speculation.
Nevertheless, the combat prowess of this tribe was not to be underestimated. Once subdued, they could serve as formidable allies.
Thus, Ling Feng refrained from further commentary, designating them a territory within the canyon before returning to the summit of the Phoenix tree to resume her seclusion.
Chapter 30, The Fusong Tree Atop the Sycamore Tree.
Ling Feng unveiled the essence of life and death that he had recently acquired. This essence contained an abundance of life and death energy. evoking feelings of prolonged vitality one moment, and the specter of mortality the next, truly enigmatic. Without hesitation, Lingfeng summoned his spiritual energy and began the process of refinement. During this transformative endeavor, countless tendrils of life and death energy swirled around Lingfeng.
Whenever a wisp of life energy touched the sycamore,
it would sprout new branches and leaves. Conversely, the slightest trace of death energy would leave signs of decay upon the tree's foliage.
In this cyclical interplay, Lingfeng's cultivation continuously ascended, deepening his comprehension of the laws governing life and death.
In this era, celestial beings were as common as dogs,
and every race enjoyed longevity.
Thus, throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, those who grasped the profound laws of life and death were exceedingly rare.
However,
having witnessed two cataclysms and the fall of countless powerful beings, Lingfeng held these laws in high regard. Mastery of such principles would render the canyon sanctuary a truly complete realm, allowing the beings within to transcend the cycle of reincarnation.
Should a being perish,
he could dictate their transformation between life and death with but a thought. Of course, if a canyon inhabitant were to unexpectedly fall, while Lingfeng could alleviate their suffering from the cycle of reincarnation, he might not be able to restore them to their former glory if their strength was overwhelming. Forcibly reversing life and death could lead to significant risks. After all, the heavenly laws still governed the primordial realm. Although he commanded the laws of life and death,
he could not act entirely at his whim.
As the saying goes, the will of heaven is like a blade. Should he act recklessly, considerable trouble would ensue.
As time swiftly passed, years went by.
Lingfeng had fully mastered the essence of life and death, achieving the fourth stage of quasi-saint cultivation.
Following this breakthrough,
his spirit soared. He promptly scanned the interior of the canyon sanctuary with his divine sense. Currently, various races were thriving, continuously cultivating, and growing stronger. The Phoenix clan had exceeded 10,000 members, while the Peacock and Vermilion bird clans boasted several thousand.
Notably,
the Leiyu clan had flourished to a staggering population of several 100,000, maintaining their status as the most populous race within the canyon.
In addition to the flourishing of the clans,
Lingfeng sensed that the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan had quietly ascended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It appeared that refining two types of innate divine ice had greatly benefited him. Among the Peacock clan, aside from Kong Xian, a promising younger member had also emerged. While he lacked the innate divine abilities of the five-colored divine light, he possessed devouring techniques, capable of swallowing millions of beings in a single gulp.
His combat prowess was indeed remarkable.
Currently, my cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Tai Golden Immortal.
With a bit more time dedicated to training, I may very well strive for the attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal.
Upon discovering the prodigious talent of this peacock descendant, Lingfeng recalled his mastery of a supreme divine technique from the primordial era, devouring heaven. He immediately decided to impart this technique to the Peacock clan, as they are undeniably intertwined with the Phoenix in myriad ways. It is only fitting to extend my assistance where it is due.
At that moment,
while Lingfeng was observing the situation in the canyon, a notification from the system suddenly echoed.
Ding!
It detected the exceptional Zhao Gongming, who is currently preparing to take on disciples and become the elder brother of the Jie sect.
Would the host wish to step out of the canyon and seize Zhao Gongming first?
Choice 1. Accept the task to gain a portion of the deep mountain spring water from the southern Jianbu continent. Choice 2. Decline the task to receive 20 fragments of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Collecting 100 fragments will grant possession of the complete Chaos Bell. Upon seeing the rewards presented by the system, Lingfeng opted to decline, thereby acquiring 20 fragments of the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, while Lingfeng remained in the canyon, far beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun, seated in the Zixiao Palace, opened his eyes. Following the battle between the witches and the demons, the heavens were left without a master. The heavenly Tao of the primordial world began to exhibit some fluctuations, which was far from a good sign. He presided over the 33 heavens, continuously refining the chaotic energy drifting in from the Hongmeng realm. This chaotic energy was disordered and posed a significant threat to the primordial world.
Initially,
he had not paid much heed to this situation. After becoming a saint, the heavenly Tao had provided him with guidance, leading him to this place, where he uncovered a monumental secret.
In the beginning, when Pangu opened the heavens in the Hongmeng realm,
this primordial world was indeed capable of resisting the encroachment of chaotic energy. However, as time passed, the world nurtured numerous powerful beings, leading to endless internal strife,
consequently weakening the power of the heavenly Tao.
Thus, it became necessary for certain strong individuals within this world to refine the errant chaotic energy. This was originally a burdensome task, and he intended to seek out suitable disciples to oversee this matter, ensuring the safety of the primordial realm while he continued his cultivation. Yet, after a period of refining, he discovered that by processing a significant amount of chaotic energy, he could condense strands of Hongmeng energy. This Hongmeng energy is a cultivation resource unique to the Hongmeng realm, unattainable throughout the entirety of the primordial world. It possesses the potential to enhance the cultivation of beings at the saint level.
This revelation filled Hong Jun with exhilaration.
He firmly established himself outside the 33 heavens. Detached from worldly affairs, seeking only a temporary stability for the primordial realm to avoid hindering his progress. For it is only when the primordial world is stable that the heavenly Tao will function properly, allowing him to refine the chaotic energy with exceptional ease.
However, at present,
with the heavens bereft of a master and the Tao in disarray, he found himself in a troublesome predicament.
In the present era of the primordial world,
the human race has seized the fortune of the realm, giving rise to numerous formidable beings.
However,
the task of commanding the heavens and the earth may still prove to be a challenge for the human populace.
After all, during this period, the primordial world is still home to many ancient entities. Contemplating this, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Haotian in the Zixiao Palace.
This disciple, whom he had taken under his wing since antiquity, possessed commendable talents across various domains. For the sake of enduring stability, it would not be unfeasible for him to assume the role of the heavenly sovereign, overseeing the operations of the three realms. Meanwhile, within the depths of the canyon,
Lingfeng once again heard the voice of the system. Ding!
It detected that Hong Jun was gathering numerous mighty beings of the primordial world to discuss the reconstruction of the heavenly court,
recommending his disciple Haotian as the new ruler of the heavenly court. Would the host be willing to step out of the canyon and present himself at the heavenly court?
Choice 1. Accept the task of proceeding to the heavenly court, which could attract the attention of many powerful beings.
Choice 2. Reject the task and continue cultivating in seclusion,
which would grant the host the primordial world as 10 great innate spiritual roots, the Fusang tree. Chapter 31. The Origin of Time within the confines of the Canyon Dojo. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the notification sound. The currents of the outside world were evolving rather swiftly. Presently, the heavenly court had been reconstructed.
However,
this newly established court merely occupied the remnants of the former demon clan's domain, having garnered little attention from the various factions of the Hongwang realm during its inception. With only the Jade Emperor Haotian presiding over the court, it lacked any significant allure. Particularly now, when numerous sages existed within the Hongwang world, each taking their own disciples.
Who among those with even a modicum of talent would seek refuge in the heavenly court?
Surely, it would be far more advantageous to align oneself with a sage directly. It was only during the period of the Fengshan calamity that Hong Jun Daozu realized the overwhelming power of his sage disciples, each commanding vast forces and a multitude of followers,
often embroiled in turmoil.
This prompted the initiation of the Fengshan catastrophe. The formidable beings who perished during this catastrophe were subsequently summoned into the heavenly court,
bound to heed its commands.
With these thoughts in mind, Ling Feng regained his composure and promptly opted to decline the mission. At this juncture, his priority lay in enhancing his cultivation and fortifying the overall strength of the Canyon Dojo, which he deemed the most prudent course of action. The affairs of the outside world held little relevance for him. Upon his refusal of the task, a radiant sphere of light materialized before Ling Feng.
Following his intention,
the orb settled into a corner of the canyon. In an instant, a brilliant flame erupted skyward, and amidst this blaze, an ancient, fiery red Fusang tree took form. The Fusang tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, embodies the essence of fire. It is said to originate from within the sun.
Standing as the sole living entity aside from the great sun golden crow within the solar realm, as the Fusang tree manifested,
a figure suddenly soared into the corner of the dojo, none other than Luya. He was a descendant of the three-legged golden crow, the great sun golden crow Emperor Jun.
Having once resided with his 9 brothers upon the Fusang tree, intimately familiar with its aura. However, following the great war between the Wu and the Yao,
The Fusang tree had been felled, and he had been relentlessly pursued by the Wu clan, never daring to imagine that he would witness the re-emergence of the tree. Luya's presence amidst the canyon dojo was surely an act of fate. The tree was destined to be entrusted to him for care in the days to come.
Upon Luya's appearance, Ling Feng's voice quietly resonated in his ear.
In response, Luya promptly prostrated himself, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Phoenix Ancestor, for this gift. This tree is the sacred tree of my Golden Crow lineage and will greatly benefit my cultivation." Luya continued to express his appreciation. Yet Ling Feng's voice fell silent. Just then, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding! Detection of the re-establishment of the Heavenly Court. The West Queen Mother has been conferred as the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court, presiding over the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the Peach Tree of Immortality. Would the host like to proceed to the Heavenly Court to congratulate the West Queen Mother? Choose option 1, accept the mission to ascend to the Heavenly Realm and assume the role of the inaugural administrator of the Peach Garden. Choose option 2, decline the mission and receive the essence of time. The primordial power of the time laws. Mastering this essence grants the ability to manipulate time with unparalleled profundity. Upon encountering this system task, Ling Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Once again, he was presented with an opportunity for primordial reward. Having already attained the 4th level of the quasi-saint realm, he knew that by refining this essence of time, his cultivation would surely advance to the 5th level. Moreover, this primordial law was among the most esteemed within the vast expanse of the Honghuang, far from ordinary. After rejecting the task, Ling Feng immediately acquired the essence of time. Without attending to any other matters, he commenced the refinement process. As he delved into the laws of time, the passage of time within the Canyon Dojo began to diverge significantly from that of the Honghuang world. Outside, a single day had elapsed, while 3 days had transpired within the canyon. This meant that all beings cultivating within the canyon enjoyed an abundance of additional training time. While those in the Honghuang had trained for a day, the inhabitants of the canyon had experienced 3 days of cultivation. This bestowed immense advantages, allowing those within the Canyon Dojo to overtake their peers. At this moment, in the Heavenly Court, the Western Queen Mother sat gracefully upon the throne in the Lingxiao Palace. Over the years, she had diligently cultivated in the secret realm of Yaoqi on Kunlun Mountain, reaching the quasi-saint realm and mastering numerous techniques. She possessed several renowned treasures, and even powerful beings from the ancient Phoenix clan had willingly pledged their allegiance to her, becoming her steeds. Initially, she relished a carefree existence in the Yaoqi secret realm and had no desire to assume the role of Queen Mother in the Heavenly Court. However, as a disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and with the encouragement of several saints, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. The root cause of this circumstance lay in the Queen Mother's lineage. Haotian, formed from the first ray of yang energy in the cosmos, had ascended to become the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, while Hongjun deliberately sought to appoint her, the embodiment of the first ray of yin energy, as the Queen Mother, ensuring a harmonious balance. There existed no superior alternative in the 3 realms, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Seeing the Western Queen Mother heed his arrangement, Hongjun felt a sense of satisfaction and generously bestowed upon her a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Western Cloud Realm Plain Flag. This treasure grants the ability to repel all evils and remains impervious to all forms of harm. Following the re-establishment of the Heavenly Court, Hongjun did not linger, promptly returning to the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens to continue refining the chaotic energy. With the new dominion over the Honghuang world, the Heavenly Tao became considerably clearer. As Hongjun refined the chaotic energy, he experienced significantly smoother progress and acquired several strands of primordial energy. Years later, upon the spiritual mountain of Xingyo Hajo, the landscape had transformed dramatically. In the intervening years, Nuwa had attained sainthood, followed by the 3 pure ones. And the Earth Mother had manifested into reincarnation and also achieved sainthood. Yet, the Daoist adepts, Kunti and Jiajin, had yet to find their opportunity for ascendance. They were also quite melancholic. In this world, to gather disciples, one must possess formidable strength. Take for instance the 3 teachings established by the 3 pure ones, who sought out numerous exceptionally gifted individuals, each of whom continually enhanced their cultivation, causing them great upheaval. Senior brother, we cannot delay any longer. If it comes to it, let us resort to the method we previously discussed and take a daring gamble.
At that moment,
the Taoist of the precise proposition sat beneath the seven treasures marvelous tree on Spirit Mountain, his hand gesturing as if calculating something, his demeanor growing increasingly agitated.
Meanwhile,
seated upon the 12-petal golden lotus was the Taoist of guidance, whose face bore a look of distress. After a prolonged silence, he nodded and responded, "Junior brother.
Since you have made your decision, let us together vow grandly.
Both of us are peak quasi-saints, merely awaiting an opportunity to ascend to sainthood.
Yet, in the current primordial world, chances are dwindling, we truly cannot afford to linger any longer." Following their discourse,
two resonant voices echoed throughout the primordial expanse from the Spirit Mountain in the west. The first grand vow: if I attain the supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, I shall possess immeasurable and inconceivable merits, and there will be no hell in this world. The second grand vow: all sentient beings shall be transformed by my teachings,
free from calamities and tribulations, untouched by calamities for eons.
The 25th grand vow: when I become a Buddha, my light shall be boundless, illuminating all directions.
The 32nd grand vow: when I become a Buddha, all beings in the 10 directions, upon hearing my name, will repent and engage in virtuous deeds. The 40th grand vow: when I become a Buddha, all living beings in the world, with faith in their hearts, will attain the Bodhisattva's fruit through pure intentions, and all heavenly beings and mortals shall pay their respects. After all 48 grand vows were established, the heavenly Tao responded, bestowing boundless merits. In an instant, celestial sounds resonated across the vast lands of the West, and golden springs erupted from the earth. After enduring years of hardship, both the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of the precise proposition finally attained sainthood. However, their method of achieving this was rather peculiar, as they effectively incurred a high-interest debt to the heavenly Tao, which lent them merits for their ascension to sainthood. In the future, they would undoubtedly face numerous complications. Chapter 32: The 10 Pristine Metal of Gungding. The system has detected the arrival of Jain and Juanti, granting the opportunity for sanctification. The Western resurgence awaits. Shall the host proceed to the West to become the guardian phoenix of the Western teachings?
Option 1: accept the task of winning the favor of the two saints, Jain and Juanti.
Option 2: decline the task, retreat into seclusion,
and obtain the innate spiritual treasure, the Ice Phoenix Sword, the ancestral treasure of the Ice Phoenix clan.
Upon seeing this reward from the system, Lingfeng did not hesitate to refuse.
After all, turning down such propositions had become second nature to him.
Following his rejection of the task, Lingfeng was immediately bestowed the Ice Phoenix Sword. This sword, once wielded by the chieftain of the Ice Phoenix clan in ancient times, resonated perfectly with the clan's essence. More importantly, it contained a trace of the primordial essence of ice and snow. Though the current chieftain of the Ice Phoenix clan in the canyon had ascended to the level of Deluo Jingxian, she lagged behind the likes of Lan Feng, Yan Feng, and Jin Huang. With this innate spiritual treasure suited for her, coupled with her understanding of the primordial essence of ice and snow, her combat prowess was poised for significant enhancement. With a mere thought, the Ice Phoenix sword appeared before the Ice Phoenix. She was currently engrossed in her cultivation. As a member of the naturally gifted Phoenix clan, and under Lingfeng's guidance, she had only recently attained the first level of Deluo Jingxian, ranking among the lower tier of powerful beings in the dojo. Her eagerness to grow stronger was palpable. What is this? The Ice Phoenix gazed curiously at the suddenly manifested Ice Phoenix sword. Sensing something profound, her expression shifted to one of excitement as she bowed reverently towards the direction of the Wutong tree. Thank you, ancestor, for the bestowed treasure. Without further ado, the Ice Phoenix promptly began to refine the Ice Phoenix sword, delving into the primordial essence of ice and snow contained within. Atop the Wutong tree, Lingfeng immersed himself in refining the essence of time once more. With his current mastery over the laws of time, 8 days had elapsed in the canyon while merely a single day passed outside. Upon reaching a ratio of 1 to 10 in his training, Lingfeng would fully grasp the essence of time, greatly benefiting the beings within the dojo while simultaneously elevating his own cultivation. In the western lands, countless auspicious clouds perpetually circled, and boundless celestial rain fell, nourishing all life. The once barren western terrain transformed into an ethereal realm on the day Jain and Juanti connected to the Tao. This condition persisted for an extended period, allowing myriad beings to flourish and giving rise to numerous spiritual entities. Many powerful figures reaped unimaginable benefits amidst the celestial reign.
Following their sanctification, Jain established his dominion over the West, emerging only for significant matters, fulfilling great vows. Meanwhile, Zhuanti traversed far and wide, gathering those with destiny, essentially luring fortunate individuals to the Western teachings to consolidate their fortunes. During this time, the primal world witnessed numerous events.
The friction between the human and witch clans escalated, leading to continuous warfare.
It was amidst this turmoil that Lingfeng fully mastered the essence of time, reaching the 5th level of the quasi-saint realm.
After his breakthrough, Lingfeng felt elated and scanned the current state of the dojo with his spiritual sense. Within the dojo, a multitude of new faces has emerged. All offspring recently hatched from various clans, with many promising talents among them. Following their previous admonishment, the Phoenix clan has not relented in their cultivation efforts,
resulting in a significant increase in their ranks of strong practitioners. Notably, the Fire Phoenix clan has welcomed a formidable being at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level,
alongside several others at the Tai Golden Immortal tier.
Among them, the Ice Phoenix is currently grasping the essence of ice and snow within the Ice Phoenix sword. Once she completes her understanding, she will undoubtedly ascend to at least the 3rd level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm.
Furthermore,
Kong Xian and Zhu Li have both seen considerable enhancement in their strength. Kong Xian has reached the 4th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Zhu Li is not far behind, with a solidified aura indicating that a breakthrough to the same level is imminent. The descendant of the Peacock clan, Kong Shi, who inherited the Swallowing Heaven divine ability, has ascended to the 5th level of the Tai Golden Immortal, with a remarkably stable foundation. Luya is diligently cultivating atop the Fusang tree, absorbing the innate fire essence at an astonishing pace, now attaining the 9th level of the Tai Golden Immortal. The golden-winged Great Pine siblings, endowed with extraordinary talents, have both reached the 7th level of the Tai Golden Immortal. The overall strength of the dojo has significantly increased compared to before, largely due to Lingfeng's mastery over the essence of time,
allowing for a temporal ratio of 1 year outside equating to 10 years within the dojo. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy present,
it is truly deserving of the title of a sacred cultivation ground.
As Lingfeng pondered, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding!
A rift in the relationship of the 3 purities has been detected, leading to a separation.
Tongtian has traveled to the East Sea and discovered Golden Ao Island. Would you like to pay a visit? Option 1, accept the mission, visit Golden Ao Island and become a disciple of Saint Tongtian. Option 2, decline the mission, remain in seclusion and receive the innate 10 great gungals, Earth Spirit Iron and Deep Sea Divine Iron. Upon hearing the system's quest, Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. The 10 great gungals?
Such treasures were of little use to him, especially considering that the Golden Phoenix clan currently possesses few formidable practitioners, with the strongest merely at the 2nd level of the Tai Golden Immortal.
Bestowing such a reward seems rather inappropriate. Even after refining, it would not elevate one's cultivation to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Conversely, the golden-winged Great Pang siblings might find these innate gungolds far more suitable, if these 2 types of gungold were granted to them. It would likely not be long before the golden-winged Great Pang clan would boast 2 Great Luo Golden Immortal strongholds. In such a scenario,
they would be better equipped to respond to any future changes in the outside world.
Moreover, the separation of the 3 purities is evident. Lingfeng quickly comprehended the underlying circumstances.
The 3 purities Renjiao, Xuanjiao, and Jiejiao were initially united under the banner of the Xianmen.
Renjiao advocates for tranquility and non-action.
Aligning with one's true self, Xuanjiao emphasizes clarifying the Tao lineage, cultivating oneself to attain immortality, and requires those of unparalleled fortune. Jiejiao aims to seize a thread of opportunity, accepting disciples from all walks of life, and boasts the most followers among the 3, primarily consisting of the demon tribe. The original sage held a profound disdain for the demon race, referring to them as mere creatures born from damp eggs. Such a mindset from the leader of the Chan sect inevitably influenced his disciples. Consequently, friction between the Chan and Jie sects became incessant, albeit remaining within a manageable scope.
However, the arrival of a certain individual, Zhuanti, altered the dynamics. The 3 pure ones, unmatched in their strength, were unafraid of any adversary in the primordial chaos when united. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Zhuanti sought to sow discord among them, and indeed, he succeeded. Lingfeng reminisced about this event with a hint of melancholy.
The division of the three pure ones led to a rift among brothers, resulting in the establishment of separate factions.
Chapter 33, Beware of hubris. Why dwell on such matters when they bear no relevance to me? It is far wiser to focus on achieving the realm of the saint first.
Ling Feng cleared his mind, and with a mere thought, he cast the earth spirit iron and deep sea divine iron to the location where the golden-winged Peng siblings were diligently cultivating.
At that moment,
the siblings were in a state of closed-door training, yet they could distinctly sense a fluctuation in the spatial fabric. The earth spirit iron and deep sea divine iron materialized before them, prompting them to open their eyes in disbelief.
What is this?
Such a rich essence of gold.
I can feel that this object holds immense benefits for our cultivation. What could it possibly be? Could it be one of the 10 innate golden metals? The golden-winged Peng siblings were overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming in unison.
Such a precious divine object appearing in their training grounds required no further contemplation.
After all,
in this canyon, the only entity with such powers, willing to bestow gifts upon them, was none other than the Phoenix ancestor. The siblings hurriedly inclined themselves toward the peak of the Wutong tree and respectfully declared, "Thank you, ancestor." Ling Feng withdrew his gaze. Knowing that once the golden-winged Peng siblings refined the earth spirit iron and deep sea divine iron, they would undoubtedly attain the position of Great Luo.
He nodded in satisfaction.
Although thoughts of the three pure one schism and the scheming of the Taoist Kunti filled him with a sense of melancholy.
It is indeed better to cultivate in this canyon, away from the intrigues of the vast wilderness. Though at times it may seem tedious and monotonous, it is undeniably safe. If possible, Ling Feng wished to remain within the confines of the Taoist sanctuary indefinitely. After the Tongtian teacher established a sanctuary on the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea, he fully developed his teachings, leading to the continuous growth of disciples and the resurgence of the Jie sect. I am Tongtian Taoist, the leader of the Jie sect. Today, I shall expound my doctrines on Golden Ao Island. All beings of the wilderness, regardless of race or cultivation level, are welcome to attend. On this day,
the voice of the Saint Tongtian resonated throughout the wilderness.
Meanwhile, Ling Feng, deep in his cultivation, opened his eyes as the system's voice echoed once more. Ding!
Detection indicates that the Tongtian teacher is lecturing on Golden Ao Island.
Would you like to attend?
Option 1, accept the task, travel to Golden Ao Island to listen to the teachings and challenge the Tongtian teacher, thereby gaining renown throughout the wilderness and becoming the deputy leader of the Jie sect. Option 2, decline the task, remain in closed-door training and obtain the 10 innate divine flames, Red Lotus Karma Fire and 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire.
Decline. Without a moment's hesitation,
Ling Feng dismissed the option.
To venture to Golden Ao Island for a lecture and challenge the Tongtian teacher? The system always seemed to jest. As a cultivator on the brink of sainthood, would he risk his life to confront a saint? Would it be appropriate to offer himself as a mere sacrifice? Furthermore, what merit lay in becoming the deputy leader of the Jie sect?
Presently, the Jie sect basked in unparalleled glory, reigning as the foremost sect of the wilderness,
with countless deities in attendance.
However, history teaches us that great heights inevitably lead to decline. This is the unyielding law of the wilderness. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans all faced decline after reaching their zenith, and the same fate befell the witch and demon clans. During the subsequent calamity of the Fengshan,
the most tragic fate awaited the currently prosperous Jie sect.
In the calamity of the disciples have met their demise, while the traitors turned against their own. And those who ascended to the heavenly realm did so without the presence of. After the was no more, with even being compelled to consume the, relegated to a life of confinement within the, unable to return to the vast expanse of the.
Alas, it is better to devote oneself to the pursuit of cultivation. Regardless of the tumultuous external world, I can maintain a serene sanctuary within this valley dojo. At this moment,
the innate 10 divine flames bestowed by the system transformed into 2 luminous orbs, manifesting before. These innate 10 divine flames, in theory, would be of some assistance to, however. Having previously refined the essence of fire, the seed of the, and possessing mastery over the 5 elemental origins, the significance of further refining these 10 divine flames is diminished.
Furthermore, with his current elevated cultivation level, even the refinement of these divine flames would yield no enhancement.
Rather than that, it would be more beneficial to bestow them upon others.
The tribe would be an excellent choice.
Speaking of which, other Phoenix variants such as the, and have all received divine gifts, yet the tribe, in comparison to other factions, has been somewhat neglected. Nevertheless, the tribe harbors no grievances, for its true form is that of a fire phoenix.
And the original was also a fire phoenix.
Within the phoenix lineage, the fire phoenix line shines the brightest. Thus, even in the absence of rare treasures or divine artifacts, this lineage has still birthed formidable figures, akin to the,
with a mere thought,
the two divine flames were entrusted to, whose progress in cultivation has been remarkably swift and his realm exceedingly stable.
After independently refining these two divine flames,
he is likely to make significant strides forward. Following the endowment of the innate 10 divine flames to, resumed his state of cultivation. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the
various sects are competing for disciples, with demonstrating particular eagerness.
To revitalize the West, it is essential to align with the principal force of the human race. Others are also not idle, they have sent their disciples forth to recruit, with the representing the elite route, attracting only the most distinguished human disciples. Due to their enmity with the and some past grievances with the human race, continue to stir upheaval throughout the.
In this tumultuous time, dark currents surge beneath the surface.
At this juncture, the system's notification chime resounded once more.
Ding!
Detection indicates that they are poised to journey to pledge allegiance to,
seeking to take as their master. Should the host venture forth from the valley to incorporate thee into the dojo? Choose option 1, accept the task of bringing the
already under the watchful eye of, into the dojo, and receive the postnatal spiritual treasure, the. Choose option 2, decline the task, focusing on cultivation, and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the. Without a moment's hesitation, declined, for he understood that any option presented by the system could simply be dismissed.
The choice between postnatal and innate spiritual treasures is evident even to the most Na'vi. Moreover, these three individuals are the revered three Shao goddesses of future generations.
Their journey to the Golden Tortoise Island in the Eastern Sea is intended for initiation into a connection that has long been established. Tong Tian has taken a keen interest in them for quite some time.
Should they be accepted into the Taoist temple, how will Tong Tian respond when he comes to claim them?
It is prudent to refrain from disturbing such renowned figures, who share significant karmic ties with the saints. Once the choice of survival is made, it must be adhered to resolutely, one must not succumb to hubris. However, speaking of the three Shao goddesses, during the cataclysm of the Fengshan, they were formidable forces, sweeping away all beneath the saints, with only Kong Xian capable of standing against them.
Reflecting on Kong Xian, Ling Feng's divine consciousness swept through.
This individual has also been in seclusion for a while, it is uncertain how much his strength has developed.
He has actually made a breakthrough. Has Zhu Li also advanced?
Ling Feng's consciousness scanned, discovering that both Kong Xian and Zhu Li had achieved significant progress. Kong Xian has reached the 5th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Zhu Li has attained the 4th stage.
The time since their last breakthroughs has been rather brief. Kong Xian, Zhu Li.
Ling Feng transmitted his voice. Within their respective cultivation realms,
both Kong Xian and Zhu Li raised their heads almost simultaneously.
In the pursuit of cultivation, haste leads to stagnation, having just broken through. It is paramount to stabilize one's realm without rushing. With that, Ling Feng teleported Kong Xian and Zhu Li out of the temple. You are to venture forth to explore the vast wilderness and solidify your realms.
Should you encounter any promising descendants or treasures, bring them back,
and I shall bestow additional rewards upon you.
Chapter 34, Raising Children. By the time Kong Xian and Zhu Li realized what had transpired, they found themselves outside the canyon dojo. Ling Feng had not afforded them a choice.
These two individuals had been competing and chasing each other within the canyon.
An endeavor that, while beneficial in prompting their cultivation, ultimately proved counterproductive.
They needed to take a respite, otherwise, their foundations would become unstable.
Did the elder imply that our levels are unsteady?
Kong Xian and Zhu Li exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of confusion, and immediately began to scrutinize their own states. Upon this inquiry, they indeed uncovered the issue. Their rapid breakthroughs had rendered their levels somewhat superficial. However, it was not a grave concern, a period of consolidation would suffice.
Thank you, elder.
The two of them comprehended Ling Feng's good intentions, their eyes filled with gratitude as they bowed deeply toward the dojo before departing from the southernmost region. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since their last venture to the dojo, which had been to suppress the Wang Tianhao.
Now,
they were curious about the state of the primordial world, feeling both intrigue and unfamiliarity.
Nevertheless, they did not forget Ling Feng's admonishment. During their travels through the primordial realm,
they were to cultivate their minds while also bringing back any talented descendants and various postnatal spiritual treasures that the elder required.
With a sense of mission,
the two plunged into the vast expanse of the primordial world. Meanwhile, within the dojo, Ling Feng was preparing to continue his cultivation.
But he soon noticed the Wang Tianhao present inside the dojo.
This clan had only 5 remaining members, yet each was remarkably powerful.
At that moment,
the 5 Wang Tianhao were engaged in combat with one another. The cultivation of the Wang Tianhao differed from that of other races. They thrived on continuous battle, gaining deeper insights into themselves through life and death struggles, thereby facilitating their breakthroughs.
Keeping them confined within the dojo was somewhat restrictive. Wang Tianhao,
elder.
The 5 Wang Tianhao paused their actions, retracting their powers as they looked up in unison. Do you wish to venture outside?
Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the 5 were momentarily taken aback before their faces lit up with excitement.
They acknowledged the dojo's extraordinary nature, which was unparalleled in the entirety of the primordial world. Yet their desire for combat was undeniable.
Frankly speaking, they longed to step outside, and this yearning intensified with the passage of time.
They were eager to engage in battle.
But within the dojo, they could not attack other races, leaving them to spar amongst themselves. Elder, we need to fight continuously outside, only then can we break through. The elder Howl gazed at Ling Feng's ethereal form, speaking with both reverence and fervor.
However, in the next moment, the 5 Wang Tianhao found themselves outside the dojo. From now on, you may freely enter and exit the dojo. Moreover, you are encouraged to bring back promising clans from the primordial realm, with additional rewards available.
Any spiritual treasures acquired in the primordial world that you do not require may also be exchanged with me.
This. The elder Howl was taken aback.
And the other Wang Tianhao shared his disbelief. The venerable Phoenix ancestor not only permitted them to freely traverse the dojo and wander through the primordial chaos, but also brought back some promising clans from the wilderness as rewards.
Who, after all, is the Phoenix ancestor? The rewards bestowed are undoubtedly extraordinary. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor.
The 5 esteemed celestial roars bowed in profound gratitude. After the 5 celestial roars departed the dojo, Ling Feng dispatched a group of formidable beings from other clans to explore the primordial chaos, confident that the Valley Dojo would soon bustle with activity.
Just as Ling Feng was preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation, the voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! The reincarnation of Fushi into the human race has been detected. Would the host like to take Fushi as a disciple?
Option 1, accept the task, journey to the primordial chaos to take Fushi as a disciple and receive the innate spiritual treasure, Fushi-chin. Option 2, decline the task, remain in seclusion, receiving the essence of destruction, the primal force of destruction. Mastering this essence grants one supreme destructive power.
Decline.
Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Feng scoffed dismissively.
Fushi, who is he?
The elder brother of the Saint Enhua, later known as Tai Hao, who unified the Central Plains and was conferred the title of Heavenly Sovereign Saint by the Grand Supreme Elder. His emergence had long been orchestrated by the saints behind him. To go out now and take him as a disciple would surely undermine their schemes. It would be a miracle if the saints did not eliminate him for such a folly. However, he was accustomed to refusal.
The essence of destruction is indeed a prized possession.
With my current strength at the 5th level of quasi-saint, refining this essence should allow me to smoothly break through to the 6th level. As of now, Ling Feng had already acquired the essences of the 5 elements: yin and yang, space, life and death, and time. With the addition of this essence of destruction, he would master 6 supreme laws. Within the primordial chaos, many quasi-saint powerhouses wield only one law and command great respect, yet, Ling Feng, with multiple foundational laws at his disposal, would undoubtedly possess unmatched combat prowess. As he made his choice, a radiant orb of light materialized before Ling Feng, containing the power of destruction.
A mere touch of his senses revealed an overwhelming aura of devastation that was truly alarming.
Just as Ling Feng was about to refine this essence of destruction, he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance within the dojo, prompting him to extend his consciousness outward.
Ah!
The long-neglected innate gourd vine was emitting melodious celestial sounds, and the auspicious clouds lingered for a long time. A look of astonishment crossed Ling Feng's face. Such extraordinary phenomena indicated something remarkable had transpired.
In an instant,
he appeared beside the innate gourd vine. Upon his arrival, he discovered 7 young girls radiating vibrant life energies. Each of these girls was astonishingly remarkable,
having transformed into celestial beings upon their appearance. Are you our master?
One girl, dressed in a red dress, spoke up as soon as he approached. Her voice sweet and innocent, her large eyes filled with wonder.
He must be our master.
A little girl clad in a cerulean dress clung closely to Ling Feng's thigh, her face radiating an expression of infatuation and enchantment. Upon noticing the child, Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat. She was enveloped by an aura of terrifying true fire. This was none other than the Samadhi true fire, one of the 10 primordial fires.
To possess Samadhi true fire from birth was truly remarkable.
As a fire phoenix with mastery over the essence of fire, Ling Feng felt an immense allure towards this little girl.
However, he pondered, why does she appear so different from us? Are you foolish? If we looked the same, how could we call you our master?
The girl in the cerulean dress retorted with a hint of pride, her Samadhi true fire swirling around her as she struck a hands-on-hips pose.
Amidst the sweet,
childish banter of the 7 little girls, Ling Feng found himself amused. These children were transformed from the innate gourd vines, and upon seeing him, they instinctively regarded him as their master. Technically speaking, this was not incorrect. Ling Feng truly was their master.
Thus, apart from the monotonous routine of cultivation, a new endeavor had entered Ling Feng's life, raising children. Not long after,
Ling Feng returned to the pinnacle of the Wutong tree and took out the recently acquired source of destruction. His current objective was to continuously grow stronger,
to become ever more formidable.
Gazing at the source of destruction before him, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. The source of destruction ranked among the foremost of the 3,000 paths and laws, and comprehending it was notoriously challenging. However, Ling Feng required no such complexity. He simply needed to methodically refine this source of destruction. Day after day, year after year, Ling Feng's mastery over the source of destruction grew increasingly profound, and his aura deepened, exuding an impression that was not easily approached.
Chapter 35, The Ethereal Attire of the 9 Heavens, Cultivation Beyond Time.
The aura surrounding Ling Feng grew increasingly formidable, each movement imbued with the essence of annihilation. On this particular day, as he reached a midpoint in his cultivation, his eyes fluttered open, stirred by the system's voice once more.
Ding!
It has been detected that the Asura tribe, a race created by the ancestor of the underworld, is incessantly cultivating the malevolent souls that ought to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Holy One of Earth intends to impart a lesson to the ancestor of the underworld.
Will you assist the ancestor in opposing the Holy One of Earth?
Choice 1, accept the task and receive a vial of blood from the nether blood sea. Choice 2, decline the task and obtain the innate spiritual treasure, the ethereal attire of the 9 heavens. The system's voice resonated in Ling Feng's ears, causing his gaze to flicker momentarily. With his eyes still closed, he made an immediate decision.
Refuse. What a predicament.
The proposal to involve him in the grievances between the Holy Mother of Earth and the ancestor of the underworld was unwelcome.
Ling Feng preferred to avoid entanglement in such muddy waters.
As for the ancestor of the underworld, Ling Feng harbored a rather unfavorable impression of him. He had been the one to fell the sacred Wutong tree of the Phoenix clan's ancestral grounds. For many years, he had caused turmoil in the primordial world. Yet due to his continuous concealment within the Blood Sea, it proved exceedingly difficult for the powerful beings to seek vengeance upon him.
Nevertheless, this individual was undeniably unfortunate.
Possessing extraordinary roots, cultivation, and divine abilities, he perpetually lacked the stroke of luck. Born from the nether blood sea, he pursued the path of slaughter.
Yet when the demon ancestor Rahu was alive, he was firmly suppressed. Following Rahu's demise, the Tao ancestor Hongjun achieved sanctity, denying him any opportunity. Subsequently, upon witnessing Nuwa create humanity and attain sanctity, he attempted to emulate her by creating the Asura tribe.
While he successfully brought the Asura into existence,
He himself failed to achieve sainthood.
At this juncture, the witch clan held substantial power, and disheartened, he led the Azura tribe into the Blood Sea,
routinely gathering wandering souls from the primordial expanse to devour and enhance his own strength.
Initially, all seemed well, however, with the Holy One of Earth attaining sainthood. She could not permit the Azura tribe to continue consuming souls destined for reincarnation, as it disrupted the primordial order. Without the ability to devour souls, the survival of the Azura tribe would inevitably be jeopardized. The ancestor of the underworld felt exceedingly aggrieved. Let them fight, it bears no relevance to me.
Lingfeng felt a tinge of curiosity regarding this impending conflict.
The ancestor of the underworld had achieved the quasi-saint position long before the great calamity between the witches and the demons. Having remained dormant in the Blood Sea for an extended period,
no one knew the extent of his current power. Meanwhile,
the Holy One of Earth possessed her saintly power solely within the cycle of reincarnation. How formidable would she be upon reaching the underworld?
At this moment,
he received the reward for his refusal, the innate spiritual treasure, the ethereal attire of the 9 heavens. This garment, though merely a dress, was extraordinarily remarkable, offering formidable defensive capabilities. Upon acquiring the ethereal attire, Lingfeng immediately thought of the 7 newly born little girls, yet this singular dress was insufficient to share.
Never mind. I shall keep it for now.
The 7 little girls were left to their own devices by Lingfeng. They were naturally gifted and had their unique cultivation methods. When not engaged in their practices, they would frolic mischievously within the valley's dojo, chasing after spiritual herbs across the mountains, occasionally capturing members of the Leiyu clan with playful threats of roasting them, or riding on the backs of celestial cranes, demanding to be taken on flights through the skies. Their exuberance, though rambunctious, brought much-needed laughter and joy to the otherwise dull and monotonous dojo dedicated solely to cultivation. At this moment, above the Blood Sea, a formidable figure stood unwaveringly, the Saint of Hutu, making her first appearance since her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation.
Ming He.
Restrain your Azura clan, lest this Blood Sea lose its reason for existence, she declared, her voice resonating like a celestial melody, piercing through the air.
The Azura clan,
submerged in the depths of the Blood Sea, fell into a hushed silence, too afraid to even breathe. Suddenly, the blood-red waters began to churn violently, and a figure emerged above the surface, embodying the essence of slaughter, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the boundaries of time and space.
You go too far,
Ming Yi uttered, his voice a mere whisper, yet filled with fury. His twin swords, Ubi and Yuan Tu, roared as they charged directly at Hutu, unleashing a cataclysmic assault. Over the years, Ming He had grown even more terrifying, earning the title of the strongest beneath the saints. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved.
On the other hand, Hutu remained unfazed, raising her hand to conjure the 6 paths of reincarnation.
Instantly, a howling wind swept through the primordial realm,
drawing the attention of all powerful beings towards the Blood Sea.
The battle raged fiercely for an extended period,
and the once silent Blood Sea fell into an even deeper stillness.
The breath of the ancestor Ming He waned as he sank into the depths, retreating into a secluded meditation, while Hutu returned to the cycle of reincarnation.
This confrontation concluded with Ming He's defeat,
imparting a crucial lesson to all formidable beings in the primordial realm: no matter how strong a quasi-saint may be, they cannot prevail against a true saint,
even if that saint has temporarily fallen in power. After the tumultuous battle, the Blood Sea lay desolate. Lingfeng, having retracted the Xin Tian mirror, sighed in contemplation.
Although the mirror could not reveal the details of the clash, the reflections it provided made her aware of the outcome.
The dojo remained a sanctuary. Poor ancestor Ming He.
His lack of strength meant he could not even protect the clan he had created.
This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Lingfeng. Should the day come when the dojo caught the attention of an external saint, her fate would likely not differ from that of ancestor Ming He. The Valley Dojo, a realm unto itself, was rich in acquired spiritual roots, boasting 3 of the 10 innate spiritual roots, alongside a plethora of precious spiritual treasures. A saint's envy would undoubtedly be stirred. Glancing at the state of the clans within the dojo, Lingfeng fell into pensive silence. The strength of the warriors in the valley was still too meager. There remained a long journey ahead to assemble the formidable array of myriad demons. In the present day, if Lingfeng wishes to contend against the saints, aside from achieving the same level of cultivation as they possess, she must also establish the 10,000 demon array. With such an array in place, Ling Feng would possess a modicum of confidence to confront the saints. Alas, pondering further is futile.
It is imperative to expedite her cultivation. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng closed her eyes, preparing to continue refining the essence of destruction.
Only through strength can one avert tragedy. However, not long into her meditation, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! It detected that,
following the battle between the Lady of the Earth and the ancestor of the underworld river, the blood sea has been tumultuous.
And the long-secluded mosquito Taoist has emerged from its depths, now flying towards the South Zhenzhou. Should the host exit the canyon to eliminate him?
Option 1, accept the mission to slay the mosquito Taoist, which will reward the host with a handful of ordinary silt from the blood sea. Option 2, decline the mission and remain in seclusion, thereby obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the ethereal binding heaven belt.
Chapter 36, The Mosquito Man No.
Ling Feng's refusal was as resolute as ever. Shortly after the earth-shattering event at the blood sea, the Mosquito Man revealed his presence. This was hardly surprising. For the Mosquito Man was, in essence, an incarnation of the ferocious primordial beast, the blood-winged black mosquito, born from the blood sea. Much like the ancestor of the underworld river. The upheaval in the blood sea during the great battle inevitably affected him, thus his emergence was to be expected. While few may have noticed the Mosquito Man at this moment, Ling Feng was not one to underestimate this formidable entity. The Mosquito Man was indeed a fearsome presence. During the time of the divine punishment, he had swiftly drained the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit, only to then soar to the Western blissful world to feast upon the sacred treasure of the Western teachings, the 12-petal lotus of merit. The Mosquito Man managed to drain 3 petals from the 12-petal lotus, causing its rank to plummet to that of a 9-petal lotus. When the 2 saints of the West, Jain and Zhuanti, returned from their entrapment in the myriad celestial formations, they were left in despair at the sight of their once mighty treasure reduced in rank. Yet, in her heart, Ling Feng reveled in the Mosquito Man's exploits. The 2 little schemers from the West finally tasted hardship. Ling Feng bore no grudge against the Mosquito Man. In fact, she anticipated his future antics that would surely vex the Western teachings. It would be sheer folly for her to consider eliminating him. Before her floated the reward she had received for her refusal, the ethereal binding belt. Upon seeing this belt, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, this artifact was intended for feminine use, yet its power was both formidable and distinct, serving the dual purpose of decoration and entrapment, surpassing the capabilities of the celestial binding rope by a considerable margin. With a flick of her wrist, she stowed the ethereal binding belt away. Time to cultivate. To continue my training. In the vast expanse of the primordial land, Kong Xian and Zhu Li had long since parted ways. Each heading in different directions, Kong Xian towards Nanjiang continent, while Zhu Li ventured to Beiju Lu continent. The 5 celestial roars, having departed from the southernmost reaches, were either engaged in battle or en route to confront adversaries. Any slight displeasure was met with immediate conflict. They had repressed their primal instincts for too long and were in dire need of intense combat to unleash their true natures. However, they had not forgotten Ling Feng's counsel. Whenever they encountered a potentially worthy tribe, they were to find a way to bring them back to the Valley Dojo. In their eyes, only those tribes capable of engaging them in a back-and-forth skirmish, holding their own in battle, possessed true potential. Regrettably, their journey had yet to yield such encounters, leaving them with a sense of inadequacy regarding the task Ling Feng had assigned. As the days in the primordial realm passed, Ling Feng's aura grew increasingly formidable, yet she managed to control it adeptly, ensuring it did not disturb the cultivation of other tribes, particularly that of the Fire Phoenix clan, which was in close proximity. After having bestowed 2 of the 10 primordial divine fires to Yin Feng, her progress in cultivation surged remarkably. And she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. At that moment, there was some commotion outside the dojo. Ling Feng glanced towards the entrance and discovered that Kong Xian had returned, accompanied by a figure clad in a black robe, whose aura was equally terrifying. A look of astonishment crossed Ling Feng's face. Was this the Mosquito Taoist? The system had previously instructed him to eliminate the Mosquito Taoist, yet shortly thereafter, Kong Xian brought him back to the dojo. The intricacies of fate were indeed remarkable. The black-robed figure seemed oblivious to Ling Feng's scrutiny. Standing quietly and surveying his surroundings with an expression of astonishment, his face was bruised and swollen, as if he had recently engaged in a brawl.
Hey, Peacock! You can't be deceiving me, can you? This desolate place is the legendary paradise created by the ancient mighty beings? However, the next moment, he felt the world spin around him, and before he could react, he found himself inside the dojo. Salutations to the ancestor. During my recent expedition, I encountered the ferocious beast, the blood-winged black mosquito, and have brought it back to the dojo.
Kong Xian addressed the colossal phoenix that towered over the wutong tree with utmost respect.
Hey, I am the mosquito Taoist. The black-robed figure retorted defiantly to Kong Xian,
ready for a confrontation.
Yet soon, a wave of terror washed over him. He sensed Ling Feng's overwhelming aura, heavy with the essence of destruction.
This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the fearsome aura of the old ancestor of the River of Oblivion, yet compared to this phoenix, there was an undeniable disparity. At that moment, he was filled with both shock and dread.
Had the powerful members of the Phoenix clan perished during the last great calamity?
The remaining phoenixes had either become mounts for the mighty or were consumed.
How could such a terrifying phoenix exist in this forsaken place? No! The mosquito Taoist's pupils widened in disbelief.
This tree, it is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Wutong tree.
And over there, the innate gourd vine. Another of the 10 innate spiritual roots?
That tree with a sleeping bird, no, it is actually a three-legged golden crow, and that tree, is it the Fusang tree?
Also one of the 10 innate spiritual roots?
Taking a deep breath, the mosquito Taoist felt a sense of dread envelop him.
Not only were there innate spiritual roots,
but a sweep of his divine sense revealed numerous postnatal spiritual roots and an abundance of spiritual herbs scattered about.
How could such a rare phoenix be found here in such numbers? And what of those 7 young girls? The mosquito Taoist inhaled sharply. Their auras were of the same origin as the innate gourd vine. Though his own background was quite extraordinary, the beings within this valley left him utterly astounded. Previously,
he had journeyed south from the Sea of Blood, and upon reaching the southern continent, he encountered Kong Xian. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with Kong Xian. But once the latter discovered his whereabouts, he became relentless, refusing to let him go.
For many years, the mosquito Taoist,
who has secluded himself in the depths of the Blood Sea, possesses profound cultivation akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal.
He could easily vanquish ordinary opponents. However, Kong Xian's prowess is undeniably extraordinary.
Especially with his 5-colored divine light, which can obliterate anything within the 5 elements.
Although the mosquito Taoist's cultivation is comparable to Kong Xian's,
he finds himself severely suppressed, which is quite frustrating. The outcome is evident: Kong Xian relentlessly overpowers the mosquito Taoist in combat.
On the way to the Taoist temple,
the mosquito Taoist attempted to flee multiple times, but each time Kong Xian apprehended him and subjected him to further punishment.
Consequently, his current appearance,
with bruised eyes and a swollen face, is a testament to this ordeal.
Old
ancestor, the mosquito Taoist stammered, his speech faltering as he bowed respectfully.
Rise. Though you are a fearsome beast of the primordial era, you are nonetheless a member of the demon clan. The demon race is currently weakened and struggles to survive in the outside world. If you depart from the Blood Sea, you will find yourself alone and vulnerable. Instead, why not seek refuge with my Phoenix clan?
Here, you can cultivate in peace under my protection, came the response. The mosquito Taoist had long awaited these words and was overwhelmed with excitement. He had no desire to return to that filthy place of the Blood Sea, especially after years of being oppressed by the old ancestor of the River of Souls. He could hardly gather any cultivation resources there, leading to a miserable existence. Witnessing the old ancestor of the River of Souls being wounded by the Lady of Earth has instilled in him a fear of incurring the old ancestor's wrath. Thus, he resolved to leave the Blood Sea and seek a more suitable environment for cultivation. To his surprise, he has now been accepted by the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan, a dominant ancient race, is a prestigious refuge for him. There is no shame in aligning himself with such a lineage. Chapter 37, The Mosquito Taoist and the Extinction of the Meng Bird. The Mosquito Taoist was brought to the Canyon Dojo by Kong Xian. A turn of events that Ling Feng had never anticipated. However, the arrival of the Mosquito Taoist was not entirely unfavorable. The conditions for cultivation here surpassed those he had experienced outside. Should he manage to thoroughly subdue and nurture the mosquito Taoist, he could indeed become a formidable ally in the future. After designating a specific area for the mosquito Taoist, Ling Feng retained Kong Xian's presence.
Kong Xian,
You have achieved a significant feat by bringing back the mosquito Taoist. You may freely take 100 portions of the fruits produced by the innate roots within the dojo.
Ling Feng declared. Thank you, esteemed ancestor.
Kong Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The fruits of the innate roots were immensely beneficial for cultivation. Even if he had no use for them himself, he could distribute them among the younger generation of his clan. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the designated cultivation area, the mosquito Taoist was captivated by the myriad of spirit herbs scattered about, salivating at the sight.
However, he was uncertain whether these herbs were edible. Don't run away. Allow me to consume you,
he called out eagerly. At that moment, he noticed a little girl, no taller than his knee, fervently chasing after a spirit herb.
Sweat glistening on her brow. Devour it! Devour it! She cried out. Help!
The spirit herb seemed to plead for rescue, causing the mosquito Taoist to swallow hard.
His gaze wavering. The herb was running towards him. Should he consume it, or should he not? As he hesitated, a girl clad in a blue dress leapt from the thicket, tackling the spirit herb with gusto. Ha! I've caught you.
Though this girl possessed only the cultivation of a celestial being, she was surrounded by the blazing flames of true samadhi. The mosquito Taoist was astonished, recognizing these little girls as manifestations of the innate gourd. Watching them ruthlessly devour the spirit herbs made his mouth twitch with disbelief.
How barbaric.
Years later, commotion arose once again outside the dojo, this time heralded by the return of 5 formidable sky howlers.
Behind them trailed a grand procession of spirit birds and demonic beasts.
As Ling Feng opened his eyes, joy illuminated his face, and with a sweeping gesture, he drew all the living beings into the dojo. As a beam of spiritual light descended upon the central area of the canyon, the spirit birds and demonic beasts were engulfed in profound astonishment. Setting aside the enigmatic phoenix ancestor Ling Feng, the sheer spectacle of the canyon itself overwhelmed them, evoking reactions not dissimilar to the mosquito Taoist's initial arrival.
We, the Sky Howler clan, pay our respects to the phoenix ancestor, they proclaimed.
On this journey through the primordial wilderness, we have fulfilled your esteemed expectations,
bringing along the mosquito bird, the extinction bird, and the swan and among others, seeking the protection of the phoenix clan.
Upon being ushered into the canyon,
the 5 sky howlers immediately knelt in reverence, their excitement palpable.
They had not anticipated returning with any promising clans, yet unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon them.
Moreover,
within this narrative, there exists the Shangfu bird and the Myriad bird, 2 races that were originally vassals of the Phoenix clan.
During the tumultuous period of the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm, they displayed unparalleled might. Alas, time has passed.
And now both tribes lack even a single formidable being at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. When they encountered the Shangfu bird and the Myriad bird, these 2 races were in a state of desperate flight, pursued by a faction of the Witch clan. Although the calamity of the witch and demon tribes has subsided, the animosity between them has not been so easily extinguished. The plight of the entire demon race in this primordial wilderness is far from optimistic. As for the Swan and clan, their origins are even more illustrious. They are descendants of the Dragon clan, renowned for their terrifying combat prowess. When the Wang Tianho first encountered them, he contemplated their annihilation, yet after a fierce battle, even 5 Wang Tianhos found themselves at a disadvantage.
Ultimately,
after expending tremendous effort, they managed to subdue them, recalling Ling Feng's words regarding the potential of a race that almost caused their downfall.
Thus, the Wang Tianho decided to bring the Swan and clan back with him. These 3 races now teeter on the brink of extinction,
yearning for a secluded sanctuary within the primordial wilderness, where they can isolate themselves from the outside world and safely propagate their lineage. When the Wang Tianho spoke of the canyon sanctuary, they were initially incredulous, approaching it with the mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one. They followed him to the extreme southern region.
Upon entering the sanctuary, they were astounded.
The spiritual essence within the canyon was at least several dozen times denser than that of the outside world. Moreover, ethereal celestial melodies resonated continuously. and auspicious clouds lingered long in the sky, while spirit herbs, now rare in the outside realm, roamed freely. Particularly striking was the presence of countless phoenixes. A sight long unseen in the outside world. What is this place? I am the ancient ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Are you willing to submit to the Phoenix clan and henceforth cultivate within this sanctuary, gaining my protection? As they stood in a daze, Ling Feng spoke. Her voice akin to the celestial sounds of the heavens, enchanting and resonant, reaching deep into their souls. Ancient ancestor of the Phoenix, your divine might is unparalleled. We, the Shangfu bird clan, pledge our allegiance anew, seeking your protection. All members of the Miameng bird clan pledge their loyalty, yearning for your sanctuary. The Swan Ni clan desires to affiliate with the Phoenix clan, seeking your benevolence. Upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, there was scarcely a moment's hesitation. Under the guidance of their respective leaders, they approached Ling Feng in reverence. Especially the leaders of the Shangfu bird and Miameng bird clans, who had once thrived during the era of the Phoenix clan's unmatched supremacy, felt their past glory shatter like fragile glass after the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm, leaving them in obscurity. Yet now, within the sanctuary, they once again encountered a Phoenix ancestor of immense power. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, tears threatening to spill from their eyes. Among you, the Shangfu bird clan, the Miameng bird clan, and the Swan Ni clan, there are those who once fought alongside the Phoenix clan in the conquest of the world, as well as those who stood in opposition. However, times have changed. I hope you can set aside your grievances, diligently cultivate within this sanctuary, and take the strengthening of your clans as your sacred duty. Among the two existing tribes, there are few formidable beings remaining, with only a handful of Taiyi golden immortals at the 9th level. The Swanni clan, during the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, was immensely powerful, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess that instilled fear in many dragons, who dared not to confront their brilliance. Yet now, they have withered. It is indeed surprising that these 5 raucous Wangtian house have managed to bring them back. It seems they possess more than mere brawling capabilities. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the Swanni clan was filled with exhilaration. Subsequently, Ling Feng allocated the remaining unoccupied areas of the canyon to them, tailored to the suitability of each tribe. The Swanni clan is worthy of cultivation, and thus, Ling Feng positioned them alongside the Wantian house. With the arrival of these demon tribes, the entire population of the canyon once again flourished. After the dispersal of these tribes, Ling Feng retained 5 Wangtian house. The 3 tribes you have brought back from your expedition are indeed extraordinary and have rendered significant contributions. This remnant of the ancestral dragon is bestowed upon you, with the hope that it will greatly aid in your cultivation. Chapter 38, The Six-Eared Macaque. As Ling Feng spoke, he focused his thoughts and cast forth the immense, dread-inspiring remnants of the ancestral dragon. Upon beholding this formidable relic, the 5 Wingtnhu were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. The remains of the ancestral dragon were indeed of immense benefit to their cultivation, and for their clan, it was an object of extraordinary value. Yet, now Ling Feng openly offered it to them for their training. Ancestor. The remnants of the ancestral dragon are far too precious. Our clan does not deserve such a gift. Old Hu's face flushed crimson, his gaze lowered in deference to Ling Feng. The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. Should Ling Feng retract his offer due to this statement, they would miss an unparalleled opportunity. Fear not. If you feel unworthy, then strive diligently in your cultivation. I hope to witness others among the Wingtnhu reach the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thank you, Ancestor. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost. The 5 Wingtnhu knelt in unison, their hearts ablaze with excitement. With the ancestral dragon's remnants in their possession, even the thought of not breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm seemed implausible. After ensuring that the clan was well taken care of, Ling Feng prepared to enter seclusion once more. Just as he was about to do so, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of Jin Yuanzi establishing the Taoist temple Wuzhuangguan on Mount Wanshou. Will you challenge Jin Yuanzi? Option 1, accept the task to challenge Jin Yuanzi, which will reward you with an ordinary stone lion at the entrance of Wuzhuangguan. Option 2, decline the task and remain in seclusion, which will grant you the innate spiritual treasure, Wanyao Tower. With this tower, one can gather myriad demons. Decline. The moment the system's voice echoed, he instinctively refused.
What business did he have with Jin Yuanzi establishing his temple on Mount Wanshou?
The audacity of this system to suggest he seek out trouble with Jin Yuanzi was absurd. He bore no animosity toward Jin Yuanzi, who was no weakling himself. As the ancestor of the earth immortals, his power was likely not far from that of a saint, and he was well connected with many prominent figures in the primordial realm. To challenge him on such a momentous occasion of establishing a temple would be sheer folly. After opting to decline the task, the rewards for refusal materialized before Lingfeng. Upon recognizing the Wanyao Tower's potential, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The Wanyao Tower constituted a realm of its own, capable of housing myriad demons.
Bestowing it upon his subordinates would facilitate their tasks immensely.
When encountering promising races, he could simply collect them within the Wanyao Tower, eliminating the need for a grand procession that would inevitably attract attention, thereby reducing the risk of exposing the valley's temple. Meanwhile, in the valley, after Kong Xian's return,
he devoted himself to cultivation within the temple. The mosquito Taoist, brought back by Kong Xian,
spent his days either cultivating or engaging in playful antics with the 7 little girls transformed from the innate gourd, as well as pilfering spiritual herbs.
However,
all of this remained within Lingfeng's awareness. The mosquito Taoist consumed only ordinary spiritual herbs, which were as plentiful as dust within the temple.
So Lingfeng paid it no mind. With the ancestral dragon's remnants in their possession, the Wingtnhu dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. At this moment, Lingfeng ceased his cultivation, eager to ascertain Zhu Li's whereabouts.
Most of the dispatched individuals had returned, yet Zhu Li remained elusive, raising concerns that he may have encountered some peril.
Despite possessing the formidable cultivation of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal,
Zhu Li was a significant figure even in the vast expanse of Hongwang, and his prolonged silence stirred a sense of unease in Lingfeng. With a thought, Lingfeng summoned the Xiantian mirror to search for Zhu Li's presence within the realm.
Ah, where is this? A pavilion enveloped in auspicious clouds captured Lingfeng's attention.
Upon closer inspection, he realized with delight that it was none other than the 5 Zhuang Temple of Jin Yuanzi.
Had Zhu Li ventured to the 5 Zhuang Temple to join the festivities surrounding Jin Yuanzi's establishment of the Taoist sanctuary?
With the confirmation that Zhu Li was unharmed, Lingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to retract the Xiantian mirror, a voice from the system resonated once more.
Ding!
It has detected that the 6-eared macaque is currently unanchored, wandering through Hongwang, appearing outside the sanctuary.
Should you eliminate the 6-eared macaque to preserve the sanctuary's secrecy? Choose one, accept the mission, eliminate the 6-eared macaque to receive a tuft of monkey fur.
Choose 2, decline the mission, remain in seclusion to obtain the 8-9 profound art, also known as the 9 transformations of Yuan, 72 transformations, cloud writing, and the indestructible body. All derived from this art, which encompasses myriad supernatural techniques.
Decline, decline. Without hesitation, Lingfeng rejected the proposal outright.
The 6-eared macaque merely appeared outside the sanctuary.
Was it truly necessary to extinguish its life?
Such a fate would be most unjust for the creature. Reflecting on the 6-eared macaque,
Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy.
This being had endured hardships surpassing even those of the ancestor of the River of Oblivion. During Hong Jun's teachings, the 6-eared macaque was directly silenced for eavesdropping with divine abilities, condemned by the words, "The law shall not be imparted to the 6-eared."
Hong Jun,
as the Tao ancestor and the foremost figure in Hongwang, commanded such reverence that none dared defy him. To do so would be to show utter disrespect.
Consequently,
the 6-eared macaque's cultivation stagnated, wandering aimlessly in a realm teeming with golden immortals, unable to elevate its status.
Yet, against all odds,
the seemingly feeble monkey survived until the era of the journey to the west, indicating a remarkable stroke of fortune.
Clearing his mind,
Lingfeng contemplated the 8-9 profound art before him. While not among the pinnacle of cultivation techniques in Hongwang, it was undeniably one of the most practical. Future figures such as Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, and Sun Yukong would all practice this art, achieving remarkable prowess despite being of a later generation. With this technique, they flourished,
proving formidable in their time.
Since I have acquired it, it would not be remiss to disseminate it within this canyon.
As this thought crystallized, Lingfeng conceived another idea.
The appearance of the 6-eared macaque near his sanctuary signified a connection between them. With a mere thought, the six-eared macaque materialized at the heart of the sanctuary.
Stunned,
the six-eared macaque gazed upon a colossal phoenix, its fur standing on end in terror.
had he not just been in a desolate and remote land?
How could he suddenly find himself in a realm that resembled a celestial paradise, and moreover, in the presence of an extraordinarily powerful being? There is no need for fear. Ling Feng spoke, her voice resonating like the thunder of the heavens, instantly awakening the six-eared macaque from his bewilderment. In a flurry of panic, the six-eared macaque knelt.
Trembling and stammering, I
am the six-eared macaque, paying my respects to the esteemed elder of the Phoenix clan. I ventured into the vast wilderness in search of enlightenment, and inadvertently trespassed upon your sacred domain.
I humbly beseech you to show mercy and spare me. Chapter 39, the sixth stage of semi-sainthood. In pursuit of the Tao, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, after all. It was well known that the Tao ancestor had proclaimed that the teachings of the Tao would not be imparted to the six-eared macaque. Who among the fearless figures of the primordial era would dare to share their secrets? Yet, the six-eared macaque displayed a remarkable tenacity. Having ventured to the remote southernmost reaches of the world, this resilience assured Ling Feng that the macaque would achieve extraordinary heights in the future. Since you seek the Tao, are you willing to join my Taoist sanctuary for cultivation? The six-eared macaque was taken aback, standing in stunned silence for quite a while. He thought he must have misheard and stared at Ling Feng, astonished, as he inquired, "Senior, is this truly the case?" The six-eared macaque was eager to comply. "I am immensely grateful for your acceptance, Senior. From this day forth, I shall obey your every command, facing fire and water without hesitation." In a display of his sincere devotion, the macaque bowed his head 3 times forcefully against the ground, fearing that Ling Feng might suddenly change his mind. "Given your earnestness, you may remain here and cultivate diligently," Ling Feng replied. The six-eared macaque was overjoyed. He had spent countless years seeking the Tao across the vast wilderness, with no one willing to take him in. Yet here, in this desolate southern land, he had finally found the protection of a powerful being. "From now on, this shall be my only home. It is a place I shall protect with my life," he vowed inwardly. "Since you have joined my sanctuary, I shall impart to you a cultivation technique," Ling Feng said. "Here is the 8-9 mystical art, take it and ponder it deeply." With that, Ling Feng touched the macaque's forehead, and a wealth of information surged into the macaque's mind. "Now, seek out a tranquil area to cultivate," he instructed. "Understood." The six-eared macaque's heart burned with fervor. He had encountered a Taoist sanctuary that seemed almost otherworldly, and this venerable phoenix, a figure of prominence in ancient times, was indeed a formidable presence. Moreover, he sensed the existence of numerous formidable auras within the sanctuary. Its strength was beyond imagination. Yet, why was there not a whisper of news about this place in the vast wilderness? "Go forth," Ling Feng interjected, breaking the macaque's reverie. "Of course." The six-eared macaque suppressed his excitement and plunged into a forest thick with spiritual energy. Having made arrangements for the macaque, Ling Feng transmitted the cultivation method of the 8-9 mystical art to the leaders of the Phoenix clans, instructing them to pass it down whenever time permitted. Once this was accomplished, Ling Feng entered seclusion. The refinement of the source of destruction was nearing its conclusion, and during this period of meditation, Ling Feng intended to fully assimilate this power, knowing it would elevate his cultivation to new heights. Time flowed swiftly, and eventually, after what felt like countless years, Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a radiant golden light burst forth from them. As his aura shifted dramatically, he had completely refined the source of destruction. At this moment, every movement he made resonated with the essence of annihilation. Having fully mastered the source of destruction, Ling Feng's cultivation had smoothly ascended from the 5th stage of semi-sainthood to the 6th stage. Boom! 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 Feeling the formidable power coursing through his body as various sources converged, each source possessing the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth, he reveled in his newfound strength. Ling Feng was exceedingly pleased, having significantly enhanced her strength, which instilled her with newfound confidence. After her breakthrough, she retrieved the Xiantian mirror to observe the vast expanse of the primordial world, realizing that further cultivation would yield minimal gains at this juncture. The primordial land was vibrant with life, home to the coexistence of the human, witch, and demon clans, although friction among the three was incessant.
Despite the overall might of the demon clan, their formidable demon kings ruled independently, lacking cohesion, and the only saint of the demon clan, Enwa,
remained indifferent to worldly affairs.
As for the witch clan, they relentlessly pursued the demons, matching them in strength, especially with the backing of the Earth Mother, who governed the cycle of reincarnation. The human clan, destined to be the protagonists of this realm, was orchestrating their plans behind the scenes with multiple saints,
steadily growing in power as time progressed.
Suddenly, Ling Feng's attention was drawn to an astonishing sight reflected in the Xiantian mirror. The image depicted a fearsome beast of the primordial world, resembling a dog but several times larger, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, radiating a unique divine brilliance.
Yet,
such creatures had become a rarity in the primordial world, nearly driven to extinction.
Ding! A notification alerted her that one of the 10 most ferocious beasts, the Wadou, was being pursued by the witch clan.
This race, being a primal entity of extraordinary lineage, had suffered greatly in the aftermath of the witch and demon calamity.
Now on the brink of annihilation,
the system inquired whether the host wished to emerge from the canyon to intervene against the witch clan. Choice 1, accept the task to thwart the witch clan, earning the goodwill of the Wadou race. Choice 2, decline the task and focus on cultivation, acquiring the primordial 10 divine waters, specifically, the 8 treasures merit pool water and the 3,000 weak waters. As Ling Feng discovered the whereabouts of the Wadou, the system's voice resonated in her mind. She felt elated. Not only had she found such a primordial beast, but she had also activated a quest that promised rewards, a double blessing indeed. As one of the 10 ferocious beasts, the Wadou held immense potential, and bringing it back to her Taoist sanctuary would undoubtedly bolster her power.
No, I choose to refuse.
Just as Ling Feng contemplated who to send for the rescue, she caught a glimpse of Zhu Li's figure in the Xiantian mirror.
At that moment,
Zhu Li exuded a significantly enhanced aura and seemed to have also detected the Wadou.
Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form,
charging towards the witch clan with an overwhelming divine fire.
What a fortunate coincidence, Zhu Li had arrived.
With his presence, there was no need for excessive concern. Ling Feng stowed away the Xiantian mirror and turned her attention to the 2 types of primordial divine waters before her.
The 8 treasures merit pool water,
also known as the glazed pure water, was a sacred artifact of the Western Church. Although not of primordial origin, it surpassed in rarity and value. The 2 saints of the Western Church had employed supreme means to forge it from fortune, merit, and devout faith, bestowing it with myriad miraculous properties.
Conversely,
the 3,000 weak waters were peculiar, neither entirely water nor suitable for consumption, lacking buoyancy, and capable of dissolving all things.
For Ling Feng,
these 2 divine waters held little practical use. Only the Phoenix clan within the canyon had a substantial need for them. Thus, she accepted both types of primordial divine waters and promptly bestowed them upon Lan Feng.
At that moment, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Ding!
Detection of the remnants of the witch clan on the primal earth has occurred, with the emergence of the formidable witch Qi Yu, who has now ascended as the leader of the witch clan.
Shall you proceed to vanquish him? Option 1, accept the task of slaying Qi Yu,
which rewards you with the corpse of a great witch. Option 2, decline the task and enter seclusion, earning the innate spiritual treasure, Yunxiu celestial garment.
Decline. This is absurd. To think that upon witnessing Qi Yu's rise as the leader of the witch clan, one must rush to eliminate him? Ling Feng felt as though the system were jesting at her expense.
If she were to truly embark on the mission to slay Qi Yu, neither the Saint of Earth nor the other scheming saints would ever allow her to escape unscathed, especially with the imminent rise of humanity. For the witch clan served as the finest whetstone.
Chapter 40, 7 Little Beings. After the rejection, a reward materialized before Ling Feng.
A divine garment known as the cloud-embroidered celestial attire, akin to the 9 heavens rainbow robes, serving as a formidable defensive treasure. She decided to store it for the time being, intending to present it to the 7 little beings who had recently transformed from innate gourds. It struck her that she had not paid them any attention for quite a while. At this moment, in a lush forest abundant with spiritual energy within the Taoist temple,
the 7 little ones huddled together, seemingly deep in discussion. Big sister, I believe we cannot simply endure this indignity. We have always been the ones to bully others. When have those transformed spirit beings dared to confront us?
The speaker was a diminutive figure surrounded by the flames of true fire, her hands firmly planted on her hips,
gazing angrily into the distance.
She was the fifth among the seven, affectionately called Little Five by her companions. Each of these seven little beings possessed remarkable talents and unique abilities.
Some wielded immense divine power, while others had physical prowess rivaling that of ancient titans.
The fourth among them, known as the Master of the 10 Divine Waters, commanded the mysterious Shinming water, while Little Five naturally harnessed one of the 10 divine fires,
the true fire of Samadhi.
The youngest carried a purple gourd far taller than herself on her back,
endowed with extraordinary gifts.
These little ones could effortlessly procure spiritual herbs and treasures. However, they had recently encountered some trouble. A formidable spirit being had appeared in the valley, and even combined, the seven little ones could not match its strength.
Little Five speaks wisely. Let us seek retribution. Today, we shall surely defeat it.
Thus, the seven little ones set off with great determination to confront their foe, a being transformed from the Tiancheng wood, one of the top 10 acquired spiritual roots.
Having transformed for many years, it possessed an exceptional foundation and cultivated rapidly, thus far surpassing the seven in cultivation level. Ah, it is you little ones.
A figure emerged beneath the Tiancheng wood, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance.
Do you intend to take me on collectively? Or shall we engage in a duel?
He provocatively inquired.
In response to his taunt, the fiery Little Five stepped forward boldly, declaring, "Do you think us foolish? Who would challenge you one-on-one? We will confront you together."
The old man's cultivation was evident, and the seven sisters were aware that even united, they would struggle,
let alone in a duel. With her declaration, the true fire of Samadhi surrounding Little Five surged dramatically, and the others joined in the fray. In an instant,
various celestial lights shimmered around the old man, and upon closer inspection, Ling Feng noted with astonishment that Little Seven had opened her gourd, revealing an impressive assortment of over 50 acquired spiritual treasures within.
However, Little Seven's approach to wielding these magical artifacts was rather crude, akin to hurling stones.
The seven little ones each unleashed their unique abilities, and the besieged old man gradually found himself at a disadvantage.
Little Seven, put in more effort, strike harder. This fellow is on the brink of collapse.
Old Four, retract your divine water, it's impeding my true fire.
An opening appeared in the old man's defense. Let us all join forces and crush him. Do not relent, this old man is nearing his end. The old man, transformed from the azure wood,
was presently battered and bruised by the combined magical onslaught of the seven little beings, soon losing his capacity to resist.
This is absurd. This is outrageous. The speed at which these little ones are growing is astonishing. How I suffer, lamented the azure wood. Ultimately, he was shattered, transforming into an extraordinarily pure essence that was absorbed by the seven little ones, further enhancing their cultivation.
Among them, the eldest sister emerged as the strongest, attaining the fourth level of the Golden Immortal, while the others predominantly remained at the first and second levels.
Humph. Little Five, hands on her hips, gazed down with disdain at the remaining untransformed azure wood. Before you take on your true forms, it would be wise to recognize us. In the future, it would be prudent to steer clear of us, otherwise, we shall strike you down each time we encounter you. What of your postnatal roots? We are manifestations of primordial roots.
At this moment, just as these seven little beings prepared to depart, the figure of Ling Feng appeared before them.
Master. Little Five,
endowed with the true fire of Samadhi, felt an overwhelming affinity for Ling Feng and rushed forward to embrace her upon her arrival. Ling Feng affectionately ruffled her little head.
Master, Master, Master.
The other little ones, filled with joy, hurried to gather around Ling Feng.
You all truly cannot remain still for even a moment. Here,
take this 8-9 profound art, cultivated diligently, and cease your incessant mischief, Ling Feng gently admonished.
Understood, Master. Little Five will ensure they behave. If anyone dares neglect their cultivation, I shall spank them,
the eldest confidently pledged. Ling Feng offered a faint smile, saying nothing further, and then turned her gaze to Little Seven, who was shouldering a large gourd.
Little Seven, I see that your gourd contains several postnatal treasures. Collecting so many serves little purpose, would you consider exchanging one for a primordial treasure? Master, if you desire them, feel free to take them. I gathered these in the canyon, and if you wish for more, I can certainly gather additional ones. Master, we can also help with the collection. In the canyon, postnatal treasures appear periodically, there are many of them. The 7 little ones chimed eagerly. Lingfeng was genuinely touched by their innocent voices. As she spoke, she laid out the primordial treasures she had recently acquired. Oh, Master, if you wish for these items, simply take them. I would never dream of asking you to barter with me. As she spoke, Shao Qi's tone suddenly elevated. Her gaze fixated on the innate treasures before her, the ethereal cloud-embroidered celestial garment, the misty binding belt, and the 9 heavens rainbow attire. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. These artifacts were not only visually stunning but also radiated a luminous aura that unmistakably indicated their extraordinary nature. Observing this scene, Lingfeng smiled knowingly. Even in the primordial world, one could not escape the irresistible allure of beauty. Master Silver, let's trade, trade. These 3 treasures are simply exquisite. I must have them all. Shao Qi exclaimed, her words tumbling out in her fervor. She was not alone in her admiration, the other little ones, too, were captivated. Their eyes fixated hungrily on the trio of innate artifacts. Chapter 41, The Huodo Clan. Lingfeng smiled, for indeed, young girls seem to possess an irresistible allure towards beautiful things. Master, may I have them all? Shao Qi gazed at Lingfeng with hopeful eyes, tentatively inquiring. That is not feasible, you have offered me 50 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures, and can only exchange for 1, Lingfeng responded. Upon hearing her words, the 7 little ones quickly understood that an exchange was required. However, trading 50 postnatal treasures for a single exquisite artifact was indeed worthwhile. I shall choose the Yunqiu celestial garment. After much deliberation, Shao Qi made her choice. Immediately, as she received the Yunqiu garment, her thoughts activated it. And the garment adorned her form. She twirled joyfully. Wow, it looks stunning. The other little ones gazed at Shao Qi, their eyes wide with envy. Yet in the next moment, they seemed to recall something, and each transformed into a streak of light, darting off in different directions within the canyon. They sought to find postnatal treasures to exchange for the remaining celestial binding belt and the 9 heavens rainbow garment. With only these 2 items left, they feared that if they delayed, they would lose out. Left behind was Shao Qi, beaming as she admired the Yunqiu garment she had just donned. Lingfeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Off you go, dear. Cultivate diligently, and also take the time to collect the newly emerged postnatal treasures from the canyon. I have many more exquisite artifacts here. With eyes gleaming with joy, Shao Qi blinked at Lingfeng. Yes, master. Shortly thereafter, Lingfeng disseminated the news that 50 postnatal treasures could be exchanged for a single innate treasure. The moment the news spread, all beings within the canyon were shaken. The rarity of innate treasures is self-evident, and now, only 50 postnatal treasures were required for an exchange? In an instant, many beings, having reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, began to scour the canyon for postnatal treasures. Years later, Zhu Li returned. When he came back, he brought along the Huodo clan, and no other tribes. The process of bringing the Huodo clan back was fraught with difficulties, for they were ancient ferocious beasts with formidable combat prowess, making them reluctant to submit to humans. Furthermore, the Huodo clan was a primary target of extermination by the Witch clan, thus the challenges were considerable, and including other races made the endeavor even more arduous. Initially, Zhu Li intended to directly inform the leader of the Huodo clan about the canyon's dojo, hoping to inspire their admiration for it and maintain amicable relations. Unfortunately, the Huodo clan members were all hot-tempered. Despite Zhu Li having rescued them, they did not believe that such a place truly existed. A phoenix perches upon the parasol tree, and the golden crow stands upon the fusong, with spiritual herbs abundant and the celestial sounds of the great Tao echoing, the spiritual rain falls endlessly. Such a place was unheard of in the primordial era, it was far too exaggerated. Thus, they outright dismissed Zhu Li's claims. Ultimately, when Zhu Li could no longer reason with them, he resorted to force, subduing the entire Huodo clan and compelling them to embark on the journey. At this moment, Zhu Li deeply bowed before the phoenix ancestor Lingfeng atop the Wutong tree, expressing his regret for only returning with the Huodo clan after venturing out.
Ling Feng's ethereal presence manifested, offering a nod of approval. Excellent. At that instant, the entire Huodou clan, having entered the sacred ground, was left utterly astonished.
Phoenixes! So many phoenixes! Moreover, before them stood an unfathomably powerful phoenix ancestor. How could this be?
The formidable members of the Phoenix clan had perished during the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, so this was unexpected.
Furthermore, they discovered that there were at least tens of thousands of phoenixes in this locale. Such a formidable force could dominate even the primordial wilderness. Yet they resided in the remote southernmost lands. Huodou, one of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, had your clan fallen to such a state?
Ling Feng surveyed them, his tone tinged with lamentation. With merely a handful of clan members left, the highest cultivation level among them was only at the 9th stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Upon hearing Ling Feng's inquiry, the leader of the Huodou clan, filled with trepidation, replied, "Esteemed Phoenix ancestor, our clan has battled the Wu clan until now.
With our numbers dwindling to these last embers, we beseech you, can the Phoenix ancestor grant us refuge? To enter my sacred ground, you must pledge your allegiance to me."
The Huodou clan leader, without a trace of hesitation, knelt down, and the remaining members of the Huodou followed suit, sincerely bowing.
"Very well.
I hope you strive diligently in your cultivation within the sacred ground, to flourish and strengthen your lineage.
From now on, you shall cultivate in the vicinity of the fire phoenix."
The Huodou's method of cultivation differed from other races. They thrived by consuming flames.
And the more potent the flames, the better the effects on their cultivation. Coincidentally, the Fire Phoenix clan would release divine flames during their cultivation, and for years.
He had been employing spells to prevent those divine flames from leaking, lest they wreak havoc upon the fragile beings in the canyon.
Now,
with the arrival of the Huodou clan, it served a dual purpose.
"Thank you, esteemed Phoenix ancestor." The Huodou clan expressed their gratitude, their eyes glistening with tears.
The flames of the Fire Phoenix clan were a supreme boon to them, significantly aiding their cultivation. They had initially sought a stable place to survive. And just as they thought the Wu clan would hunt them down, Julie appeared and brought them to such a sanctuary.
Now,
not only did they have a remarkably secure ancestral land, but also an exceptional place for cultivation. The Huodou clan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes.
Shortly thereafter, Ling Feng entered seclusion once more. Ding!
The system detected that the Tong Tian intended to accept Duo Bao Dao Ren as a disciple.
Should the host take the initiative to recruit Duo Bao Dao Ren into the sacred ground?
Option 1, accept the task of recruiting Duo Bao Dao Ren, with a chance to randomly obtain one of his magical artifacts. Option 2, decline the task to focus on cultivation.
Gaining the innate divine fire of the primordial wilderness, Ziwei Tianhua and Lu Ding Xinhua.
The familiar voice of the system echoed.
Decline. Ling Feng, without a moment's hesitation, made a decisive choice.
Instantly, 2 small flames, exuding an aura of terror, manifested before Ling Feng.
This time,
Julie had returned with the Huodou clan, truly achieving a significant feat. However, Ling Feng found himself lacking suitable treasures to reward him. The 2 primordial divine fires designated for this reward were perfectly fitting for Julie. With a mere thought, the 2 divine fires appeared in Julie's cultivation space. Just then, a formidable presence suddenly rippled through the Wutong forest.
Chapter 42, The Source of Gods and Demons. The Sora, has Yin Feng broken through? Ling Feng, with a mere flicker of perception, grasped the unfolding events. After fully refining 2 types of innate divine fire, Yin Feng's power had ascended to the 4th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of this formidable tier, thus manifesting such extraordinary phenomena.
Yin Feng's breakthrough has also conferred significant advantages upon the Huodou clan. A dozen Huodous soared into the skies, voraciously devouring the divine flames that lingered within the dojo, while their individual auras rapidly intensified.
Among them,
several at the 9th level of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm exhibited a clear trend toward advancing into the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm.
The abundant divine flames emitted by Yin Feng's breakthrough served as unparalleled treasures for their cultivation. Yin Feng,
Ling Feng's voice resonated like thunder from the heavens.
Ancestor.
Yin Feng hastily solidified his cultivation, reigning in the errant divine fire, and respectfully bowed to Ling Feng.
Indeed. You have broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Continue your training, and during your leisure, feel free to mentor the younger generation of our clan. As you command, Ancestor.
Having consumed the surrounding divine flames, several Huodo were now in seclusion. Particularly their clan leader and another elder, both striving to breach the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Once these two members of the Huodo clan successfully attain their breakthrough, they could engage with the Wang Tianhao in a test of skill. Speaking of Wang Tianhao, this clan is currently refining the remnants of the ancestral dragon. And as they do so, their powers are escalating swiftly. The leader of the Wang Tianhao, who had initially entered at the first level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, now exudes an increasingly potent aura and is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. Moreover, two other members of the Wang Tianhao have reaped substantial benefits during this period, achieving the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the remaining two are imbued with profound Tao rhythms, likely not far from their own breakthroughs. Hence, Ling Feng considered having the newly advanced Huodo spar with the Wang Tianhao. After observing the Wang Tianhao, Ling Feng turned his attention back to the Phoenix clan. The status of the Phoenix clan within the gorge is indisputable, yet all members remain remarkably modest. After receiving Ling Feng's admonishment, each of them has transformed into fervent cultivators. Among them, Lan Feng boasts the highest cultivation, standing at the 5th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He has yet to refine the two types of innate divine water gifted to him by Ling Feng. Otherwise, he would have advanced even further. However, he chose not to pursue immediate enhancement, opting instead to guide the younger members of the clan. This approach, albeit slower, serves to solidify his current realm. Meanwhile, the Thunder Phoenix clan's Jin Huang is diligently refining innate divine thunder and is nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ding Huang, having been the last to break into the Great Luo Realm, naturally possesses a lower strength. However, Ling Feng previously bestowed upon her an Ice Phoenix sword, imbued with a trace of the essence of ice and snow. She is currently focused on refining it, and her strength is increasing rapidly. Beyond the four esteemed chieftains of the Phoenix lineage, two formidable beings of the first rank of the Great Luo Jingxian have emerged, hailing from the Fire Phoenix and Water Phoenix clans, respectively. The Golden Phoenix clan has also grown significantly, producing several adept masters at the late stage of the Tai Jingxian, suggesting that it will soon witness the rise of its own Great Luo Jingxian. The subordinate clans within the canyon are currently thriving as well. For instance, the Leiyu clan possesses an astonishing reproductive capacity, boasting a population of several 100,000. Although they have yet to produce top-tier warriors, many of their members have already attained the realm of Jingxian. Most delightful to Ling Feng, however, is the Peacock clan. Since Kong Xian's last return, he has been in seclusion, cultivating his formidable powers, his aura as deep as an abyss, nearly a step away from the 6th level of Great Luo Jingxian. It is noteworthy that Ling Feng has never bestowed any divine artifacts to assist Kong Xian in his cultivation. His progress is entirely self-derived, showcasing an extraordinary talent that explains his past dominance during the era of the canonization. The child named Kongshi has also matured, reaching the 9th level of Tai Jingxian, soon to become a Great Luo powerhouse. The siblings of the Golden Winged Dupang are still in the process of refining the innate gunmetal that Ling Feng gifted them recently. Their Tao rhythm has become increasingly solid, and upon their next emergence, they shall attain the level of Great Luo Jingxian. As for the Mosquito Daoist, he spends his time either cultivating or being dragged by 7 little ones to collect postnatal spiritual treasures. It is unimaginable that this renowned ferocious beast of the primordial era, known for its bloodthirst, would choose to engage in childcare. Ding! The system detected that the original master intends to take the Taizhenren as a disciple. Should you preemptively forcefully recruit the Taizhenren into the dojo? Choose one, accept the task, proceed to forcibly recruit the Taizhenren, gaining the attention of the original master. Choose 2, refuse the task, focus on cultivation, gaining the essence of divine and demonic origins. As Ling Feng was assessing the circumstances of the various clans in the canyon, the system's voice resonated. It had not been long since the last system alert, and upon reviewing the content, Ling Feng felt elated. One moment it was about recruiting for Tong Tian, the next it was about the original master. This indicates that both major sects are vying to claim individuals of significant destiny. I refuse.
Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng opted for rejection. Regardless of the external temptations, as long as he remains undetected, he intends to stay hidden in the canyon. For that is the safest course of action. Reflecting on the emergence of information regarding the Taizhenren, Ling Feng recalled many events. This individual is destined to become one of the 12 great Luo Jingxian of the Chan teaching, having taken Neza as his disciple. Neza is a pivotal figure in the canonization catastrophe, having shot down the disciple of the Jie sect, Bai Yun, from miles away with a divine bow. Shiji, known for her kindness and reason, did not immediately demand Neza's life but sought an explanation. However, Neza turned to report to the Taizhenren, who, displaying a lack of reason, incinerated Shiji with the 9 dragons' divine fire, leading to her demise. The memory of Shiji evokes a sense of melancholy in Ling Feng. The canonization catastrophe brought immense sorrow to the Jie sect and the demon clan alike. First, one must grow stronger. Without strength, words hold no value. In this world, the balance of power ultimately resides with the formidable. At this moment, before Ling Feng, the essence of divinity and demons swirled. With terrifying phantoms of gods and demons manifesting, slaying dragons and soaring phoenixes, plucking stars with a mere hand, and orchestrating the tempest. A brief sensation sent a shiver through Ling Feng's heart. By refining this divine and demonic essence, Ling Feng's phoenix form could transform into a chaotic divine phoenix. And with but a thought, it could also shift into a chaotic demonic phoenix. A thought of light, a thought of darkness. The refinement of this essence would not only significantly enhance my physical form but also elevate my cultivation to unprecedented heights. Currently, Ling Feng's cultivation stands at the 6th level of quasi-saint, positioned in the mid-stage of quasi-saint, with the next step leading to the 7th level, the late stage of quasi-saint. The difference between these levels is akin to a chasm. Yet, the strength gained from such a breakthrough is also worlds apart. Cultivate, cultivate. This time, I shall ascend to the late stage of quasi-saint. Once I fully refine the essence of divinity and demons, achieving the 7th level of quasi-saint will be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 43, Huang Zhongli Ling Feng summoned her formidable spiritual power and began to wholeheartedly refine the essence of this divine and demonic source. As Ling Feng progressed in her cultivation, terrifying phantoms of gods and demons continuously emerged from the pinnacle of the parasol tree, drawing the gazes of various clans who looked on in awe. They understood that these were the manifestations of the Phoenix ancestors' training, and within their hearts, they speculated about the level of mastery the ancestor had achieved, a mystery that eluded their comprehension. During this period of Ling Feng's cultivation, the chieftain of the Wang Tianhou clan successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the other two, who were at the 9th level of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal, also ascended to the 1st level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The newly promoted chieftain of the Wang Tianhou was brimming with confidence, eager to find an opponent to engage in battle. On this day, a resounding voice emanated from the Wang Tianhou's training ground, reverberating through the canyon. Instantly, countless eyes turned towards the Wang Tianhou clan, known for their combat prowess, each member unmatched in battle. Now, with the chieftain having reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, their strength was nothing short of astonishing. In the canyon, the expressions of all beings shifted slightly. "Come and fight!" shouted the Wang Tianhou, unable to contain their eagerness to find a worthy adversary. In the next moment, several powerful auras surged forth. From the south, 5 dazzling rays of divine light shone forth, with the golden peacock's phantom standing tall, a figure known as Kong Xian, whose gaze towards the Wang Tianhou was anything but friendly. From the east, the terrifying Nanmingli fire scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, as Zhu appeared, his eyes coldly fixed on the Wang Tianhou. Amidst the parasol trees, a colossal black dog manifested, bathed in a terrifying divine flame. Gentlemen, misunderstandings abound. The chieftain of the Wang Tianhou stared blankly at Kong Xian and Zhu, his mind flashing back to the time when he was thoroughly beaten by these two. Upon seeing them, his legs quivered slightly, and he turned his gaze toward the Huodou clan. With the Huodou clan having broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, our ancestors had communicated to me before entering seclusion, instructing that once my clansmen achieved a breakthrough, we should spar with you. Our two clans are permitted to engage in combat within the canyon. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian and Zhu exchanged glances and withdrew. They had initially thought that the Wang Tianhou had become arrogant,
attempting to disrupt the order in the absence of their ancestor, which explained their earlier frosty demeanor.
Should the Huang Tianhou dare to cause chaos in the canyon,
they would have swiftly suppressed him without mercy.
At that moment, the divine flames surrounding the great Luo golden immortal level Huodou surged with intensity.
And the crisp barks of the dog echoed through the skies, shattering stone and piercing gold with formidable penetration. Had this occurred outside the canyon, it would have undoubtedly caused a tremor in the hearts of lesser beings.
However, within the canyon, where Lingfeng's sacred ground resided,
special runes manifested to shield against such disturbances.
Let us find a more secluded spot to train diligently.
The Huang Tianhou chuckled. Recognizing the strength of the Huodou clan, they truly dared not engage in battle around this sacred ground.
Despite the presence of mystical inscriptions offering protection,
their profound cultivation as great Luo golden immortals instilled a deep-seated fear of causing catastrophic damage to this realm. The fierce clash between Huodou and Huang Tianhou attracted a considerable audience, including Lan Feng, Jin Huang, Ding Huang, Zhu and various beings from different races.
Meanwhile, the 7 little ones ceased their pursuit of postnatal spiritual treasures and hurried over, accompanied by Mo Daorun. Lu Ermiho also set aside his cultivation to observe the fierce struggle between these two formidable beasts. Amidst the mountains and forests, a tempest howled.
Huodou revealed his true form, enveloped in a dark sheen, with divine flames swirling around him.
On the other side, the towering Huang Tianhou,
standing at a height of nearly 100 meters, fixed his fierce gaze upon Huodou, brimming with battle intent.
In the next instant,
Huodou surged forth like a meteor descending from the heavens, his speed astonishing and his strikes razor-sharp.
Huang Tianhou's skin shimmered with a chilling luster,
his eyes reflecting a ferocious intensity. With a thunderous crash, the two clashed, their powerful energy waves sweeping outwards like a colossal hurricane.
Had this occurred in the outside world,
the intense commotion would have turned countless ancient trees to ash, shattered mountains, and boiled rivers.
However, within Lingfeng's sacred ground,
as the energy waves surged to a certain point, they were immediately suppressed by the enigmatic inscriptions, preventing significant damage to the surroundings.
As the battle wore on, the two combatants reached a stalemate.
Neither was willing to engage in a life-and-death struggle, often withdrawing when they sensed the other's strength.
After all,
there was no deep-seated enmity between their clans, both were among the 10 great ferocious beasts of the primordial age, having shared exchanges in ancient times. Now that they had both aligned with the Phoenix clan, they certainly had no intention of causing chaos. While they fought fiercely, Lingfeng was continuously refining the essence of deities and demons, thus strengthening his own cultivation further. On this particular day, a notification from the system echoed once more.
Ding!
Detection indicates that the Saint of Precept is deceiving disciples of the Chan and Jie sects on the primordial earth.
Should one proceed to discipline the Saint of Precept and alert the two sects' disciples?
Choice 1. Accept the task to severely punish the Saint of Precept and inform the disciples of the two sects, which rewards one with a wild herb. Choice 2. Decline the task for focused cultivation, which rewards one with the innate spiritual root. Huang Zhongli. Decline. Lingfeng felt somewhat speechless. This system truly seemed to revel in jest.
To assault the Saint of Precept?
Although shameless, he was still a saint, as a mere quasi-saint. Lingfeng would surely be crushed before him. Moreover, he had no connections with the disciples of these two sects. Why alert them? The reward for refusal was an innate spiritual root. Surely, that was the more enticing option. After Lingfeng opted for the task, a luminous orb immediately materialized before him, promptly descending according to his intent beside the Wutong Grove. In an instant, the Huang Zhongli, one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial realm,
took root within the valley's sacred ground. Upon witnessing the emergence of this Huang Zhongli, Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with fervor. This treasure was indeed extraordinary.
The essence of the primordial unity blossoms forth, yielding fruits that mature in due time, only to become consumable at last.
When the flowers bloom,
the fragrance they exude can bestow upon one the wisdom of ages.
Should fortune favor one to partake in a single fruit,
one might instantaneously ascend to the realm of the great Taoist immortal.
Such a phenomenon possesses unparalleled efficacy. However,
those who transcend to the great Taoist immortal through the yellow middle plum find their lifelong cultivation stagnant, unable to advance further. In comparison to those who have diligently toiled to reach the great Taoist immortal status, the disparity in foundational essence and divine capabilities is indeed stark.
Akin to the difference between clouds and mud.
Chapter 44, The Thunder and Lightning Scissors as Ling Feng's intentions resonated.
The Huang Zhongli descended upon a certain location within the Taoist temple.
Upon its arrival and establishment, a magnificent celestial melody echoed throughout the temple. And the ethereal manifestations of the great Tao continuously transformed. The Tao's essence within the temple grew even more profound, allowing all clans to sense a newfound clarity in their understanding of the Tao, as if they had attained sudden enlightenment. With the presence of the Huang Zhongli, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the pace of cultivation for the beings within the temple accelerated remarkably. Contemplating this, Ling Feng prepared to enter seclusion once again. In the primal world, within the realm of the underworld, a surprise visitor arrived. Zhuan Ti had come to pay a visit to the realm of the underworld. This land served as a necessary passage into the cycle of reincarnation, and Zhuan Ti dared not directly enter the cycle, for doing so would show great disrespect to the Lady of the Earth. Should a conflict arise, he would find himself at a disadvantage.
What brings you here?
A cold voice resounded from within the cycle of reincarnation. I have come with a matter that requires the lady's assistance, Zhuan Ti replied, forcefully suppressing his own powers,
his demeanor exceedingly earnest.
The Lady of the Earth felt a tinge of confusion. However, since the cycle of reincarnation was her creation, she feared no one in this domain.
After a brief hesitation, she responded, "Come in." Within the cycle of reincarnation, an overwhelming chill pervaded the air. Upon entering, a grand palace came into view,
strikingly similar to the ancestral witch palace. This was indeed the abode of the Lady of the Earth.
After her previous encounter with the Lord of the Underworld,
although she emerged victorious, her essence had suffered damage. Otherwise, the Lord would not have had the chance to return to the depths of the Blood Sea but would have been slain by her directly.
During this time,
she had been in seclusion within the palace, nursing her wounds, and Zhuan Ti's unexpected visit took her by surprise.
"My lady,
I have come regarding the matter of the Lord of the Underworld." Zhuan Ti, seated upon a mat, spoke directly. The Lord of the Underworld has long been entrenched in the Blood Sea, having single-handedly created the Azura clan before the cycle of reincarnation was established. The Azura clan thrived by devouring lost souls, and the Blood Sea naturally attracted many of them. However, times have changed. The primal world has ushered in a new order, granting all beings the opportunity for rebirth, aligning with the Lady's original intent in creating the cycle of reincarnation.
Yet, the Lord of the Underworld remains obstinate, continuing to consume lost souls, showing utter disregard for the Lady's authority.
Zhuan Ti's words were laced with righteous indignation, yet the Lady of the Earth found her confusion deepening.
What does this have to do with you?
After our last confrontation, the Lord of the Underworld has restrained himself significantly and also imposed limits on the Azura clan. The current situation is indeed as you have described, yet the conflict between the Empress and the ancestor of the River of Souls remains insurmountable. He cannot simply stand by and watch the annihilation of the Azura clan, nor can you allow the souls destined for reincarnation to be devoured by them.
Do you have any insights to share?
At this moment, Ho-Tu furrowed her brow, acknowledging that Zhuan Ti had struck a chord. The ancestor of the River of Souls possessed formidable strength and hid within the Sea of Blood, making him a challenging adversary. I do not presume to offer counsel, yet I possess a mutually beneficial solution.
Pray tell?
In our Western teachings, there exists a bodhisattva named K-Itagarbha, who has long-standing grievances with the Azura clan.
However,
his cultivation is modest, merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His life's ambition is to guide the Azura clan trapped in the Sea of Blood, as well as all the forlorn souls of the wilderness. Unfortunately, his abilities pale in comparison to those of the ancestor of the River of Souls,
resulting in little success. Might I request that the Empress grant him an opportunity within the cycle of reincarnation, allowing him to alleviate your burdens?
A myriad of thoughts flickered through Ho-Tu's mind in an instant. She found it hard to believe that Zhuan Ti could be so benevolent as to provide assistance against the Azura clan,
merely requiring a spot in the cycle of reincarnation for protection.
Although Zhuan Ti spoke of K-Itagarbha harboring deep-seated enmity towards the Azura clan,
who could ascertain the truth of the matter? Nevertheless, the Western teachings are indeed intriguing. Despite the profound animosity, they still seek to guide. Alas!
Regardless of whether this is a ruse or a genuine attempt to enlighten the Azura clan and strengthen the Western teachings, Kayadagarba, as a great Luo golden immortal, would pose little threat within the cycle of reincarnation. Ho-Tu thought to herself, feeling somewhat weary. In the vast cycle of reincarnation, few of her subordinates had attained the level of great Luo golden immortal, and those who had were only at the initial stages, making it challenging for her to dispatch anyone for various tasks. Very well, Ho-Tu acquiesced. I thank you, Empress, I shall send Kayadagarba shortly. Just as Ho-Tu agreed, Juan-Ti excitedly bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude. Within the canyon dojo, the ethereal figures surrounding Ling Feng grew increasingly solid, and his aura became ever more terrifying. The essence of the divine and demonic was nearing complete refinement within him. Ding! It has been detected that Juan-Ti is using the Azura clan as a means to deceive the Empress. Intending to dispatch Kayadagarba to the cycle of reincarnation to siphon away fortune. Shall you expose Juan-Ti's insidious intentions? Choose one, accept the task, expose Juan-Ti and receive a cup of the yellow spring water from the underworld. Choose 2, decline the task, focus on cultivation and receive the innate spiritual treasure, Wind and Thunder Scissors. Declined. Simultaneously, Ling Feng pondered. How could Kayadagarba so easily enter the cycle of reincarnation? By my word! If one were to claim that Ho-Tu was foolish, Ling Feng would never believe it. This merely indicates that Juan-Ti's schemes are exceedingly profound, capable of ensnaring even a sage unwittingly. Once Kayadagarba enters the cycle of reincarnation, the days of the ancestor of the River of Souls will become increasingly arduous. Upon his arrival in the cycle of reincarnation, he proclaimed, I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. However, he merely bellowed to obscure the perceptions of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. He claimed to be saving the souls from hell, yet he never preached Buddhism within the 6 realms of reincarnation. Instead, he would find himself by the edge of the Blood Sea, incessantly copying scriptures and chanting, attempting to enlighten the Azura clan. The moment the ancestor of the river of the underworld awakened, he would flee, and once the ancestor entered seclusion, he would emerge once more, continuing his scripture copying and chanting to guide the Azura clan. The Earth Store Bodhisattva conducted his affairs with utmost caution and meticulousness, never in haste. Engaging in a continuous tug-of-war with the ancestor of the river of the underworld, gradually enlightening the Azura clan. Ultimately, his cultivation grew ever stronger, reaching the threshold of sainthood. Yet, even upon attaining this state, he remained prudent and meticulous, valuing safety above efficiency, slowly guiding the Azura clan. This also accounts for the origin of the Azura clan in the Western teachings of the Eightfold Path, as they were ferried from the river of the underworld by the Earth Store Bodhisattva. In the future, the calamity of the conferred gods would unfold, throwing the heavenly Tao into chaos, leaving the saint of the earth overwhelmed. During this tumult, the Earth Store Bodhisattva seized the opportunity to claim a territory within the 6 realms of reincarnation, transforming it into a stronghold of the Western teachings. Ling Feng, with a sigh, felt a tinge of wariness towards Juan-Ti, realizing the intricacies of the scheme were indeed formidable. Henceforth, not a word from Juan-Ti could be trusted. No, it would be best to deny this individual any opportunity for discourse. Once I attain sainthood, I shall strike him each time I encounter him, ensuring the utmost security. At this moment, a remarkably sharp pair of scissors floated before Ling Feng, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, lifelike and imposing, accompanied by the roar of storms and thunder. As he grasped the scissors of wind and thunder, Ling Feng understood their innate usage. Once activated, they could unleash the divine wind of Samadhi and the mysterious thunder of the 9 heavens, unparalleled in assault. This treasure was indeed suitable for Jin Huang. Contemplating this, Ling Feng directly tossed the scissors to Jin Huang and resumed his secluded cultivation. Chapter 45, The Sermon in the Realm of Cultivation. Time is but an illusion, and the primordial chaos remains unmarked by years. Day by day, the sun rises and sets, and upon the pinnacle of the phoenix tree in the heart of the canyon, the ethereal figures of divine beings solidify and grow ever more formidable. The aura of Ling Feng is as profound as the abyss, increasingly unfathomable. On this day, 2 colossal phantasms of divine phoenixes manifested at the summit of the tree. One radiated an aura of sanctity, aglow with boundless golden light, while the other exuded a fierce and malevolent energy, shrouded in swirling demonic mists. The moment these figures appeared, They unleashed a tremendous tide of spiritual energy that engulfed the entire sacred ground. The gathered assembly raised their gazes in astonishment, speculation rippling through the crowd.
The ancestor has broken through once again. To what heights has the ancestor ascended? Surely, it must be akin to that of a saint.
Having fully refined the essence of divine and demonic forces, Lingfeng had finally ascended to the 7th tier of quasi-sainthood.
With a mere thought,
the two phoenix phantoms merged into one, integrating seamlessly with Lingfeng's being, amplifying his terrifying presence. In this moment of triumph, Lingfeng felt elated. Upon reaching the 7th tier, he discovered that every gesture he made resonated with the rhythms of the Tao, capable of unleashing astonishing might with effortless ease. Though the distinction between the 6th and 7th tiers may seem trivial, the chasm between them is nothing short of monumental. Additionally, having mastered various supreme essences,
Lingfeng's comprehension of the great Tao deepened significantly. Every utterance flowed with profound truths, inspiring Lingfeng to impart wisdom. Previously,
he had delivered teachings to a select few powerful members of the Phoenix clan, constrained by his own limitations. However, this time was different. He resolved to share his insights with all the races present in the sacred ground, thereby elevating the collective strength of the assembly.
At that moment,
the voice of the system echoed in his mind.
Ding!
It detected the reincarnation of Fuxi, who had awakened memories of his past life,
gaining insight into history and evolving the innate 8 trigrams. Should he be brought into the sacred ground?
Option 1, accept the task of bringing Fuxi into the fold, gaining the attention of Nuwa. Option 2, decline the task, focusing on cultivation, which would yield the innate spiritual treasure, Shishao Shin Tai Staff.
Decline. Lingfeng was slightly exasperated.
The system was interrupting at such a critical juncture when he intended to share his teachings. Thankfully, it was not during the sermon itself. Fuxi's awakening was orchestrated by a saint behind the scenes, marking the first step towards the rise of humanity.
Lingfeng understood that meddling could result in dire consequences,
as he would be swiftly dealt with by the saint. Thus, he wisely chose to remain within the sanctuary of the sacred ground, diligently honing his abilities. Stowing away the innate treasure obtained from his refusal, Lingfeng prepared to deliver his sermon. All races were invited to the Phoenix Grove, and for the next century, he would impart his teachings. Any inquiries regarding the path of cultivation would be welcome, and the extent of their advancement would depend on their own comprehension and fortune.
Lingfeng's voice resonated throughout the canyon sanctuary. Ah, the master's voice. The master is about to teach, exclaimed Xiao Wu, who stood before the mosquito Taoist, currently seeking assistance in locating a newly manifested treasure. The mosquito man finds himself in quite a predicament, inexplicably assigned to cater to the whims of these 7 little beings. Each day, he oscillates between his cultivation and the pursuit of spiritual treasures, assisting them in a rotating manner. Today, he aids the eldest, tomorrow the second. Today, he happens to be at the service of the 5th. Once a fierce beast with a modicum of renown in the primordial realm, he now finds himself in this gorge, embodying the role of a benevolent servant, a persona that seems discordant with his true nature, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What is this? The Phoenix ancestor is about to impart wisdom? As the mosquito man diligently searches for spiritual treasures, astonishment illuminates his face. The profundity of the Phoenix ancestor's realm is unparalleled. And with a recent significant breakthrough, this discourse is bound to be extraordinary, a chance not to be missed. Uncle Mosquito Man, let us go listen to our master's teachings. We shall forego the treasure hunt. With that, the Mosquito Man dusts off his attire, pondering that perhaps this little creature isn't entirely dim-witted after all. Recognizing the value of attending the lecture, the 7 little beings whisk the Mosquito Man away to the Phoenix Grove, where he encounters Kong Xian and members of the Peacock clan. Among them are 2 peculiar beings adorned with golden wings. Gasp. They are at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Mosquito Man inhales sharply, realizing the Peacock clan is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, other clans led by their chieftains converge upon the Phoenix Grove: the Vermilion Bird, Thunderbird, Dark Sparrow, 100 Spirits, Spirit Mandarin, Snow Eagle, Thunderfeather, Bloodbat, Rainbow Golden Rooster, Dark Crane, and Cloud Immortal Crane clans, among others. Additionally, the reclusive Phoenix clan makes an appearance: Thunder Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, Water Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, and Golden Phoenix. Even Luya,
who had been meditating atop the Fusong tree, emerges, his aura increasingly formidable, having ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The six-eared macaque, typically solitary in his cultivation,
has not interacted much with others, aside from Lingfeng.
He finds a quiet spot to sit, awaiting Lingfeng's lecture. Notably, the six-eared macaque possesses remarkable talent. Having entered the teaching grounds with feeble cultivation, he has now attained the status of a Tai golden immortal.
As for the Wang Tian Ho clan,
they are currently embroiled in a battle outside the primordial realm, missing this invaluable opportunity. Despite the multitude of clans, everyone maintains a sense of order. At the center of the teaching ground, Lingfeng perches atop the pinnacle of the phoenix tree. Now that everyone has gathered, I shall commence the teachings. With Lingfeng's words, all beings sit upright, their attention unwavering.
Since the dawn of Pangu, with each utterance from Lingfeng, the resonance of the great Tao reverberates, piercing and profound, inviting contemplation.
While imparting wisdom, Lingfeng also employs the divine power of words manifesting the law,
facilitating a deeper understanding among the listeners.
Following a segment of teachings, all present close their eyes, as if ensnared by the ultimate truths of the great Tao.
Unable to extricate themselves,
Lingfeng remains silent, allowing them to grasp the essence of the teachings on their own. The extent of their understanding would reflect their own capabilities. As for those who had already awakened but failed to comprehend the principles expounded by Lingfeng, he gently relocated them from the Wutong forest to prevent their disturbance of others seeking enlightenment. In this session of imparting wisdom, Lingfeng generously shared all that he could. Soon after, another formidable being, originally at the 9th level of the Golden Immortal stage, ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Most of these individuals hailed from smaller clans, such as the Yunzhong Xianhao lineage and the Xiankei clan.
Notably, among them,
the Huodo clan witnessed the emergence of a formidable being at the Deluo level during this discourse. After their breakthrough, Lingfeng instructed them to consolidate their newfound realm in silence.
Chapter 46, The Source of Stars. These seven little fellows. Atop the parasol tree, Lingfeng wore an expression of astonishment.
Although the cultivation levels of these seven diminutive beings were modest, they were currently immersed in a profound understanding of the Tao. Akin to Kong Xian and Julia truly, they were remarkable, having formed from the innate gourd.
Lingfeng could not help but marvel. In addition to these seven beings,
Lingfeng also took note of the mosquito Taoist, who was presently situated amongst them. It was evident that he shared an exceptionally close bond with these little ones. To think that this fearsome figure, known for his notoriety, would now exhibit such a gentle demeanor. Lingfeng stifled a chuckle, since arriving at the canyon's temple, the mosquito Taoist had transformed from his previously fierce countenance to embrace the responsibilities of caretaking. However, Lingfeng observed that the mosquito Taoist was not amiable to everyone,
displaying kindness solely towards these seven little creatures.
Another source of astonishment for Lingfeng was the six-eared macaque, who was currently lost in contemplation, his aura continually ascending. Retracting her gaze, Lingfeng's discourse had plunged the canyon temple into a widespread fervor of secluded cultivation.
Just as the temple was engulfed in this fervent wave of spiritual practice, a series of events unfolded within the primordial world. In the forest, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed, leaves rustled as they fell, and not far away, dozens of hunters clad in animal hides, wielding weapons crafted from the fangs and bones of mighty beasts, advanced cautiously. They constituted the hunting party from a nearby tribe, relying on their prowess to procure sustenance from the wilderness.
Now, they faced a saber-toothed tiger stretching 3 meters in length.
After an intense battle, they triumphed,
bringing the slain beast back to their tribe in exhilaration, preparing to feast upon it, albeit in its raw state.
Not far off, a young man named Sui observed this scene with a pang of sympathy.
In this era, ordinary humans lacked the means to harness fire, subsisting on a grim diet of raw flesh, which drastically reduced their lifespan. Furthermore, without fire, common folk could not withstand the biting cold, leading to numerous deaths each winter. Devoid of a flame, they were shrouded in darkness, frequently falling prey to the attacks of wild beasts, placing them in a precarious position.
Wandering through the primordial realm,
Sui witnessed the plight of ordinary humans, who faced unbearable hardships, and he felt a deep sense of compassion for them.
One day,
Sui spotted a bird that persistently pecked at a dry piece of wood.
As it struck rapidly, smoke began to billow from the wood, and soon thereafter, a flame erupted.
Sui beheld this astonishing spectacle, which left him profoundly shaken, leading him to a moment of enlightenment.
Shortly thereafter,
he discovered a method for ordinary people to produce fire by the friction of wood.
Ding.
The detection of the human destiny bearer, Sui. Achieving enlightenment regarding the method of fire by wood friction has occurred.
Should we proceed to invite him into the temple?
Option 1. Accept the task of bringing Sui into the temple, which will grant an augmentation of human destiny.
Choosing option 2.
I decline the task. Devoting oneself to cultivation may yield the innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, which harbors the primal power of the ancient golden phoenix lineage's supreme beings.
I refuse. To bring Sui Ren into the dojo would be courting death. Sui Ren is one of the future 3 sovereigns,
and his singular act of creating fire from wood has garnered immense fortune for humankind. Many sages are covertly observing him.
Ling Feng would not dare to approach Sui Ren so brazenly, nor would she risk bringing him into the dojo. Remaining within the dojo suffices.
And the fortune of humanity holds little value for me. There is no need to tempt fate. Upon my refusal, a hairpin radiating a golden glow materialized before Ling Feng.
Sharp and unparalleled.
This innate spiritual treasure indeed suits the golden phoenix lineage. This lineage is still in its infancy and remains the weakest among all phoenix clans.
The primal essence contained within could potentially give rise to a formidable warrior for the Golden Phoenix clan.
A century passed, and everyone was returned to their respective clans by Ling Feng. Furthermore, she bestowed the Golden Phoenix hairpin upon the clan leader of the Golden Phoenix lineage. The 6-eared macaque, immersed in the Tao, remained in a semi-enlightened state, allowing for rapid cultivation. Ling Feng also gifted the innate spiritual treasure, the Qishao Shen Tai staff, to the 6-eared macaque. This staff bears resemblance to the famed sea-steadying needle of later times, and Ling Feng believed it might suit the 6-eared macaque well.
Upon receiving the treasure,
the 6-eared macaque expressed profound gratitude, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. It was evident that this child had endured considerable hardship over the years. The recent discourse proved immensely beneficial for all present. The Swanee, the Wado, and various spirit bird clans saw breakthroughs into higher realms. The aura surrounding Kong Xian grew increasingly robust. Currently in seclusion within his clan, he broke through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal during the discourse. Upon emerging from seclusion, having fully assimilated the profound principles imparted by Ling Feng, he is poised to potentially ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The clan leaders of the various phoenix lineages, as well as Zhu Li, the Mosquito Daoist, and the 7 Little Ones, also reaped significant benefits, with the least among them achieving a minor breakthrough. A century later, the power of the dojo had markedly increased.
After relocating everyone back to their clan territories,
the Wutong forest appeared much more spacious. In this discourse, Ling Feng did not make special accommodations for the phoenix lineage. She had already provided them with ample care, bestowing numerous divine artifacts and innate spiritual treasures.
The cultivation area for the phoenix lineage remains the most abundant in spiritual energy within the dojo.
The phoenix lineage has grown substantially, with a flourishing population and a continuous emergence of gifted descendants, thriving in a state of prosperity.
Ding.
The system detects that the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, Huang Qingzi, is about to travel to the Yoxiong tribe to recruit Xian Yuan as a disciple.
Should I preemptively journey to the Yoxiong tribe to claim Xian Yuan as my disciple?
Option 1. Accept the task. Travel to the Yoxiong tribe to recruit Xian Yuan as a disciple, earning the postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan sword. Option 2. Decline the task. Devote oneself to cultivation, gaining the essence of the stars.
I refuse. System, I decline. Oh my. To take the future Emperor Xian Yuan as a disciple?
The impending battle between Xian Yuan and Qi Yu will undoubtedly solidify the human race's position as the central figures of the heavens and earth, eradicating any trace of the shaman clan from the vast wilderness thereafter. Although Xian Yuan is merely one of the 5 emperors, the fortune of the human race that resides within him is undoubtedly stronger than that of Sui Ren. Chapter 47, Jingwei. At this juncture, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, Huang Qingzi, accepted Xian Yuan as his disciple, having received the directive from the primordial teacher. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to take on a disciple.
Meanwhile,
if Ling Feng were to preemptively claim Xian Yuan as his own, the bewildered primordial would eventually uncover Ling Feng's existence and that of his Taoist temple, rendering all their efforts over the years futile. After all, in the eyes of the primordial, these demon races were merely creatures with fur and horns, born of the damp earth. It was better to bide their time. The essence of the stars was far more enticing. At this moment, the essence of the stars floated before Lingfeng. Though it appeared as a nebulous mass of chaos, he sensed billions of stars swirling around him, vast and magnificent. The essence of the stars, once refined, could summon the celestial power of the primordial heavens. Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with fervor. The ancient demon court's great star array merely borrowed the power of the 360 celestial stars above, with the sun and moon serving as the focal points, rendering it profoundly deep and imbued with murderous intent. However, the requirements for harnessing this stellar power were stringent, necessitating the crafting of 365 great star banners and 14,800 lesser star banners, complemented by countless celestial and demon energies.
For Lingfeng, the task was considerably simplified.
Once he fully refined the essence of the stars, he could effortlessly summon the stellar power with a mere thought.
The prospect ignited his excitement.
Moreover, the benefits of refining the essence of the stars extended beyond merely summoning celestial energies. He would also gain tremendous personal advantages.
Upon complete refinement,
Lingfeng's strength would advance further.
With diligent cultivation, once he fully refined the essence of the stars, he would achieve the 8th level of quasi-saintship.
I must strive to enhance my power swiftly, ideally to reach the saintly realm. This way, regardless of what transpires, I would be unperturbed. It is undeniable that Lingfeng harbored a profound obsession with the primordial celestial venerable, for in all of the primordial universe, the one who instilled in him the greatest sense of crisis was indeed the primordial, due to his intense animosity towards the demon races.
Taking a deep breath,
Lingfeng began to channel the tremendous spiritual energy, wholeheartedly refining the essence of the stars.
During the period of Lingfeng's seclusion, significant events transpired across the primordial realm. After Fuxi unified the central plains under the name Taihao,
he was conferred the title of Heavenly Emperor Saint of the Fire Cloud Palace by the Great Supreme Elder and entrusted the leadership to Shinon, who had tasted myriad herbs to attain dominion over the world. For many years, Shinon presided over the realm, engaging in constant friction with the witch race,
while Qiyu regarded Shinon as a thorn in his side.
In the hall of the witch race, Qiyu sat upon a throne of bones, his expression one of fury. Once upon a time, their witch race had been the sovereigns of heaven and earth, disdainful of the demon celestial court, while the human race was merely their sustenance. Yet now, the witch race had grown increasingly feeble, while the human race flourished, with the Shinon tribe in the central plains and the Xiong tribe in the north,
both formidable entities.
The leader, upon receiving reports from scouts, learned that the human Emperor Yan had a beloved young daughter named Nuowa, who was greatly cherished by him. One of his subordinates proposed a scheme to leverage Nuowa to weaken the emperor's power.
Upon hearing this, Qiu's heart jolted, and he commanded, "Speak." In a tribe by the eastern sea. Hey, what kind of skill is it to bully a child?
A little girl with horned braids stood resolutely before a youth adorned with dragon-like horns, flanked by a band of diminutive minions, who were tormenting several human children. Her name was Nhwa. Having spent too long in the Shinon tribe, she yearned to gaze upon the sea. Thus, the Flame Emperor dispatched 2 esteemed warriors from the tribe to accompany her to the eastern sea. However, before she could behold the ocean, she stumbled upon this unjust scene, her sense of righteousness igniting her spirit.
"Little brat, I am the son of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan's chieftain. I do as I please.
And your opinion is of no consequence,"
Ao Lai declared arrogantly, dismissing Nhwa entirely. "Humph, so you are merely the son of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan? I am still the daughter of the Flame Emperor."
"I care not whether you are the daughter of the Flame Emperor or the Heavenly Emperor, be gone,
or I shall take action." Ao Lai, incensed by Nhwa's defiance, was unyielding.
"Very well, today I shall demonstrate my prowess, and you will learn to mind your own business."
As he spoke, Ao Lai made his move. Yet Nhwa was no weakling. She soared effortlessly into the air and delivered a kick that sent Ao Lai sprawling. He, unwilling to concede defeat, retaliated with punches, but ultimately found himself battered and bruised. "You're the daughter of the Flame Emperor, are you? I shall remember you. And report this to my father."
Ao Lai shouted as he fled in disgrace. Nhwa, however, remained unfazed by the encounter. Not far off, a shadowy figure darted past,
its presence suspicious.
That day, as Nhwa ventured into the ocean for a swim, the figure slipped beneath the waves. Moving with such stealth that even the two human warriors sent to protect her failed to notice.
"Oomph, it's you again." Just as Nhwa was enjoying her swim,
a somewhat familiar voice called out. She turned to find none other than Aolai, the very boy she had previously bested.
"What's the matter, defeated foe?"
Nhwa smiled at him.
Aolai's expression darkened, and he scowled. "That day on land, you caught me off guard, but here in the sea, you cannot defeat me.
Apologize at once, or I shall create a tempest to drown you."
"I have done nothing wrong, why should I apologize?" "Humph, it seems you are determined to be obstinate."
In an instant, Aolai transformed into a small white dragon, soaring through the clouds, conjuring storms and agitating the waters. The two hidden human warriors revealed themselves,
raising their hands to quell the raging tides.
However, they were horrified to discover that their powers seemed to be swallowed by the tumult, ineffective against the surging waves.
"Quickly! Save the little princess!" one cried out.
But in the next moment, a wave of terror washed over them. They found themselves immobilized, caught in the grip of an immensely powerful presence. This was the Eastern Sea, and not long ago, Nhwa had clashed with the son of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Thus, the identity of the being holding them captive became painfully clear. The chieftain of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, if anything were to befall the little princess, the Flame Emperor would surely not let them go unpunished. It has been detected that the daughter of the Flame Emperor, the young girl named Nhwa, is swimming in the East Sea and is on the verge of drowning.
Should one immediately rush to the East Sea to rescue her?
Option 1. Accept the task of heading to the East Sea to save Nhwa and receive a bucket of seawater as a reward. Option 2. Decline the task and dedicate oneself to cultivation, thereby acquiring 20 fragments of the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell.
Refusal.
This system continues to jest as always. Rescuing the girl only rewards a mere bucket of seawater, something easily obtainable by anyone with hands.
Who are they trying to deceive?
The fragments of the Chaos Bell are far more enticing. However, Lingfeng is intrigued.
Nhwa cannot possibly be an ordinary person, as the daughter of the Flame Emperor.
She must be accompanied by formidable protectors.
How could she be in danger of drowning?
Furthermore, upon her demise, she would transform into the mythical Jingwei bird, which connects her to the spirit bird lineage.
This piques Lingfeng's curiosity considerably. Chapter 48, The Source of Fire. After securing the fragments of the Chaos Bell,
Lingfeng retrieved the Xiantian mirror. Through the reflections of the mirror, he beheld the little white dragon stirring the tempestuous waters and the girl gasping for breath, as well as two human powerhouses ensnared by a mighty spell, their faces etched with panic.
"Ah, what is this shadow?"
"It is a figure from the Witch Clan." Lingfeng immediately discerned the true identity of the shadow, a formidable entity from the Witch Clan, wielding at least the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Upon witnessing this scene, Lingfeng swiftly grasped the sequence of events. This Witch Clan powerhouse was aware of the girl's whereabouts and had deliberately lured the little white dragon into an encounter with her, ultimately striking when she ventured into the sea to swim, diverting misfortune.
The incident transpired in the East Sea,
and given that the girl had previously clashed with the son of the East Sea Dragon Clan's leader, it was only natural for anyone to surmise that the East Sea Dragon Clan was behind this scheme. Lingfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that the Witch Clan was behind the girl's drowning. When the Flame Emperor seeks out the East Sea Dragon Clan, and the Shinnong tribe goes to war with them, it would provide Chi Yu the perfect opportunity to attack the Shinnong tribe, a truly cunning plan.
Lingfeng put away the Xiantian mirror, choosing not to linger further.
The onset of the decisive battle between the human and witch clans was drawing near.
Following the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors,
came the calamity of sealing the gods. In that era, great Luo were as numerous as dogs, and quasi-saints were abundant. By the later stages of sealing the gods, even saints engaged in battle personally. Lingfeng felt a sense of urgency arise within him, the joy from the recent enhancement of his Taoist sanctuary's power dissipating entirely. If he did not refine the essence of the stars further, he would remain but an insignificant insect, never reaching the stature of a saint. Thus, Lingfeng entered seclusion. On this day, a golden peacock phantom magnificently manifested within the canyon, radiating a dazzling 5-colored divine light, its might unparalleled. Kong Xian had indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the great Luo golden immortal, one more step would lead him to quasi-sainthood.
After his breakthrough, Kong Xian took some time to consolidate his advancement and then offered guidance to his juniors.
Arriving at the Wutong forest, he found Ling Feng still in seclusion. He spoke not a word, respectfully bowed to Ling Feng, and then departed from the sanctuary.
His visit was to seek counsel from Ling Feng.
Having reached his level of cultivation, mere seclusion for further training would no longer suffice for another breakthrough, prompting Kong Xian to decide to venture into the vast wilderness. Ling Feng sensed his arrival and directly transported him out of the sanctuary, feeling a twinge of emotion. Over the years, many powerful individuals had emerged within the sanctuary. Yet in terms of innate talent for cultivation, even the clan leaders of the Phoenix lineage paled in comparison to him. Truly worthy of being the first peacock of the heavens and earth, favored by the Tao of Heaven.
Not only did he possess unparalleled divine abilities, but his potential for cultivation was also extraordinary. Shortly after Kong Xian exited the sanctuary, the heavens and earth within the canyon were illuminated a fiery red, as a majestic figure of the vermilion bird surged forth in the wind. Zhu Li too had achieved a breakthrough, elevating his realm to the 8th tier of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. On this day, it was not only he, but also Lan Feng of the Water Phoenix clan, who had ascended to the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Meanwhile, Daoist Mosquito, who had been accompanying the 7 little ones in their quest for spiritual treasures, was currently in seclusion, cultivating diligently. Upon his emergence,
he too would be a formidable presence at the 7th or 8th level of the Great Luo. After Ling Feng's teachings, those familiar strong figures within the gorge were in closed-door cultivation, striving to assimilate the opportunities bestowed upon them by Ling Feng. Suddenly, a notification chimed, warning.
The Wu clan is waging war against the Shinnong tribe, and the Shinnong tribe is at a disadvantage. Should you emerge from seclusion to assist the Shinnong tribe?
Option 1. Accept the task of aiding the Shinnong tribe in securing victory, which would earn the gratitude of the Flame Emperor. Option 2. Decline the task and continue to focus on cultivation, which would grant the essence of the 5 elements.
Upon seeing the rewards for declining, Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously acquired the essence of the 5 elements and was astonished to discover its availability again. Although its utility for him was somewhat limited, it held immense significance for the strong beings in the gorge, as it could potentially usher forth another quasi-saint. I refuse, he declared emphatically.
Rescuing the Shinnong tribe is not my responsibility. Soon, Xian Yuan will ally with Shinnong to confront the Wu clan.
After declining,
Ling Feng gazed at the magnificent essence of the 5 elements before him, unable to contain his delight. It was a fortuitous gift, perfectly suited for Kong Xian, now possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He knew that whether or not he could break through to the quasi-saint realm during this venture, the essence of the 5 elements would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. Ling Feng stored the essence away, intending to reward it to Kong Xian upon his return, and resumed his seclusion.
On this day,
Ling Feng was on the brink of refining the star origin, when another notification quietly appeared.
Warning!
Shi Yu is engaged in a fierce battle with Xian Yuan in the 9-deer field.
Shi Yu is at a disadvantage. Should you emerge to assist him?
Option 1. Accept the task to aid Shi Yu and help the Jiuli tribe achieve victory, earning the gratitude of the Earth Mother. Option 2. Decline the task and continue to focus on cultivation, which would grant the essence of fire.
The essence of fire. Ling Feng was taken aback. What was happening recently? Had the source of origins been disturbed? First, the essence of the 5 elements, and now the essence of fire. I refuse. Ling Feng resolutely turned down the offer once more.
It was already a feat to refrain from confronting the Wu clan. To venture forth and rescue would be sheer folly. Moreover, this battle was pivotal, a contest of fate between the Wu clan and the human race. Whoever emerged victorious would naturally become the central figure of this realm. Numerous saints were observing from the sidelines, and the outcome of this clash had already been predetermined, beyond the influence of a mere late-stage quasi-saint like Ling Feng. The essence of fire contained profound truths of the fire Tao. However, among the myriad principles of the 3,000 great paths,
it remains somewhat ordinary and ill-suited for his refinement. Were it to be bestowed upon Zhu Li, upon achieving the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he might very well break into the quasi-saint domain.
With a mere thought, the essence of fire was transmitted before Zhu Li, who was diligently cultivating.
At that moment,
Julie was in seclusion, and his aura had grown increasingly formidable, now at the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, rapidly pushing towards the 9th. Sensing the searing essence, Julie's eyes flickered, and upon beholding the floating source of fire before him, disbelief washed over him. This is... Julie trembled with excitement, acutely aware of the fatal allure this essence held for him.
The sacred artifact of the fire path, the essence of fire.
Julie hastily rose, disregarding his appearance, and deeply bowed in reverence and gratitude towards the summit of the phoenix tree.
Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for this treasure.
His heart surged with exhilaration, coupled with profound emotion. He recognized that his current achievements were entirely due to Ling Feng's nurturing, who had provided him with an exceptional environment for cultivation and an abundance of spiritual treasures. Thus, he had never once slackened in his training. Yet, even with such advantages, he felt the immense pressure of the gifted races within the Taoist temple. However, now, with the ancestors' bestowal of the sacred artifact of the fire path, he sensed that upon fully refining this essence, he would at least reach the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. If he were to stabilize his cultivation and refine this treasure once he attained the 9th level, he might even break through to the quasi-saint realm. Chapter 49, The Origin of the Firmament. After bestowing the origin of fire upon Julie, Ling Feng resumed her seclusion.
This time, she vowed not to emerge without a breakthrough. In the Valley S dojo, as time passed, Taoist Wen emerged from his retreat. Indeed, the wisdom imparted by the venerable Phoenix ancestor was profound, and I have greatly benefited from this discourse. My cultivation has ascended to the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, Taoist Wen reveled in his newfound strength, his heart brimming with joy. Uncle Wen, you have emerged. Just as he stepped into the world once more, a sweet, youthful voice called out to him. He looked up to see 7 little beings soaring towards him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Alas, how solitary I felt in the blood sea, toiling in isolation for years. Yet now, within this valley, I find a harmonious companionship with these 7 little ones, nearly forgetting the essence of my former self, Taoist Wen mused. However, as the little ones approached, he was taken aback. During their time apart, their cultivation had surged remarkably. The eldest had reached the 9th level of the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal, while the 5th was close behind, at the 8th level, poised to break through to the 9th. The others were no less impressive, each at least at the 7th level. It seems their gains rival my own. As the 7 little ones gathered around him, brimming with mischief, one exclaimed, Uncle Wen, do you have time? Indeed, he replied. Splendid. Come with us to catch spirit treasures. Thus, the newly emerged Taoist Wen found himself reluctantly drawn into their spirited quest for treasures. Meanwhile, in the vast primordial world, Kong Xian traversed the southern continent. Arriving at the territory of the human race, he sensed the opportunity for his own breakthrough lay before him. Here, Kong Xian witnessed a myriad of events. He observed the plight of both the Wu and human races, saw the Flame Emperor seeking aid from the Xian Yuan tribe of the Bear Clan, and bore witness to the fierce final battle between the two races, the Battle of the Deer. In that conflict, the fortunes of heaven fluctuated, the scales shifting relentlessly between the two factions. He beheld the valor of the great Wu warrior, Xing Tian, whose severed head did not deter him from wielding his weapon with ferocity. Yet, fate is merciless, those who defy the will of heaven are met with ruthless annihilation. The demise of the Wu was an inevitable truth. It was only after the great battle concluded that Kong Xian seized a fleeting opportunity, a chance to become a quasi-saint. With no time to return to the Valley Dojo, he veered eastward, seeking a secluded place overseas to commence his own seclusion. Meanwhile, within the Valley Dojo, atop the towering phoenix tree, countless stars shimmered above, radiating with brilliance, distant and profound. As twilight descended, the myriad stars, once elusive and indistinct, erupted in an astonishing display of light, imbued with breathtaking power. In the next moment, a colossal and unparalleled phantom of a phoenix emerged, basking in the starlight, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding the phoenix surged violently. A tremendous tempest of spiritual energy swept through the entire dojo. The ancestral master had once again transcended. Everyone comprehended this truth, yet without hesitation, they seized the opportunity to cultivate amidst the spiritual tempest. Each surge of spiritual energy unleashed by Ling Feng during his breakthroughs represented an immense fortuity for them. Numerous beings of lower realms capitalized on this spiritual storm to ascend a minor tier in their cultivation. It was a breakthrough. At this moment,
Ling Feng was in high spirits, having fully grasped the essence of the stars, his realm smoothly advancing from the 7th level of quasi-saint to the 8th. A further step would elevate him to the 9th level of quasi-saint.
Just then, the system's notification echoed once more. Ding!
It has detected the conclusion of the deer hunting war, with Xingtian and Qiyu defeated, and the human race ascending to the forefront of the world.
The witch clan shall no longer exist in the primordial realm. Would you like to bring Xingtian and Qiyu into the dojo? Option 1.
Accept the task, venture out of the canyon to bring Xingtian and Qiyu into the dojo, earning the gratitude of Hutu.
Option 2. Decline the task, focus on cultivation to gain the essence of the firmament.
Having just broken through to the 8th level of quasi-saint, Ling Feng initially intended to survey the circumstances beyond the primordial realm before rushing into further cultivation, for haste does not lead to success.
Yet,
a new task had immediately presented itself, along with the offer of the essence of the firmament.
This. In the path of cultivation, haste does not yield success. But perhaps I am an exception?
After all, I am not engaged in conventional cultivation, I am merely refining the power of the fundamental laws, which should be harmless, right?
Never mind, I shall decline for now. Decline.
Ling Feng exclaimed those two words with great excitement.
Soon after, the essence of the firmament was in his possession. With the conclusion of the deer hunting war, the human race had thoroughly established itself as the principal force on the earth. The calamity of the conferring of gods was drawing ever closer. At this moment, a sense of urgency began to stir within Ling Feng. I must hasten to refine this essence of the firmament and break through to the 9th level of quasi-saint. At that time, with my peak quasi-saint realm, I could collaborate with the myriad powerful demon clans to establish the 10,000 demon formation, ensuring my self-preservation in this primordial realm. Ling Feng gazed intently at the essence of the firmament hovering before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The essence of the firmament is characterized by its inclusivity, embracing all. Cultivate, cultivate. It would be ideal for me to swiftly ascend to the realm of saints, for then, even in direct confrontation with other saints, I would harbor no fear. On a certain island in the eastern sea, spiritual energy surged forth, and the order of the great Tao became distinctly visible. An extraordinary phenomenon indicating that someone was on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Time passed, how long, one could not tell, when suddenly a powerful vortex of spiritual energy manifested above the island. Following this, an explosive surge of formidable aura erupted from within the vortex. And 5-colored divine light illuminated the heavens and the earth, radiating an incredibly dazzling brilliance. I have succeeded. I have broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Currently, Kong Xian is in high spirits. Upon witnessing the battle between humans and witches, he felt a profound resonance and continuously validated his insights against the teachings delivered by Ling Feng at that time. Ultimately, he attained enlightenment. Today, he has transcended to the realm of quasi-saint. As his cultivation deepens, Kong Xian increasingly perceives the formidable nature of Ling Feng. Having achieved this breakthrough, it is now time for him to return to the Taoist temple. Shortly after Kong Xian's departure, a figure appeared quietly, gazing at the spot where Kong Xian once stood. Filled with curiosity. Just after the breakthrough to quasi-saint, the presence of a demon clan was detected. Could this be a disciple of the Jie sect? The visitor is none other than the Tongtian teacher. Kong Xian had meticulously prepared before his breakthrough, deliberately seeking an uninhabited island to avoid detection by the saints. However, in even the most meticulous plans, there may be an oversight. Kong Xian was unaware of the saint's terrifying prowess. The extraordinary phenomenon resulting from his breakthrough was nonetheless perceived by the Tongtian teacher. Chapter 50, The Pinnacle of Pre-Saint Ding. The system has detected that the celestial sage is tracking the whereabouts of Kong Xian. Will the host venture forth to eliminate the celestial sage for the safety of the Taoist temple? Option 1, accept the mission to exit the canyon, safeguard the temple, and slay the celestial sage, thereby earning the postnatal spiritual treasure, Qingfeng sword. Option 2, decline the mission and focus on cultivation, which will grant the source of thunder. Decline. The system is jesting again. How absurd to expect him to venture out and confront a sage. A sage, for heaven's sake. However, Ling Feng has grown accustomed to the system's antics, and instead, he begins to worry about Kong Xian. What has Kong Xian done to attract the attention of a sage? It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse.
Fortunately, it is the celestial sage who has taken notice. It is likely that he intends to recruit Kong Xian into the teachings of the. Should he encounter the primordial being, it could spell disaster.
For a mere flick of his hand could obliterate Kong Xian.
At the same time, Ling Feng is also concerned about the potential exposure of the canyon.
Ultimately,
Kong Xian must return, and if the celestial sage follows him back, the canyon will be fully revealed. Alas, there is no point in dwelling on such matters.
The most pressing concern is to enhance one's strength. Strength, oh strength.
Ling Feng has never felt such an intense sense of urgency. After rejecting the system's task, the source of thunder materializes before him. At this moment, the source of thunder is enveloped in countless arcs of lightning, emanating a terrifying aura that could instill fear in one's heart. However, for Ling Feng, it poses no challenge. He grasps the source of thunder firmly in his hands. The source of thunder is formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. It is still somewhat unsuitable for him.
Having never refined the source of thunder,
Ling Feng finds it of little use at present.
Perhaps it would be better to entrust it to Jin Huang for her cultivation.
Perhaps the canyon will soon boast another prescient power. With a mere thought, Ling Feng tosses the source of thunder to Jin Huang, who is diligently cultivating at the extreme edge of the canyon. Jin Huang has now attained the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and her aura is becoming increasingly solid. It is likely that she will soon break through to the 8th level.
Upon sensing the presence of the source of thunder,
Jin Huang suddenly opens her eyes. She can feel the immense allure of the source of thunder.
Jin Huang, as you diligently cultivate,
this source of thunder will facilitate your comprehension of the Thunder Tao.
Once you reach the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal,
you may begin to refine this source of thunder and step into the prescient realm.
At that moment, Ling Feng's voice resonates in her ears. By the command of the ancestor.
Jin Huang is instantly filled with excitement, realizing that this is indeed the source of thunder, a precious gift from the ancestor. She is both apprehensive and grateful. Struggling to resist the urge to refine the source of thunder immediately, Jin Huang resumes her cultivation,
absorbing the intrinsic power emanating from the source.
With the source of thunder by her side, she feels her cultivation speed has increased manifold.
Deep within,
I found myself increasingly grateful to Ling Feng, relying solely on her own abilities. It was inconceivable for her to ascend to the quasi-saint realm in such a short span of time. Even reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage seemed unattainable. After bestowing the essence of thunder upon Jin Huang, Ling Feng assessed the strength of the other leaders of the Phoenix clan. Yan Feng had subtly advanced to the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Lan Feng was rapidly approaching the 9th level.
In contrast,
Bing Huang's cultivation was slightly lower, resting at the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the leader of the Jin Feng clan lagged further behind, only at the 5th level. The Phoenix clan was teeming with formidable individuals, boasting over 20 who had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier.
Moreover,
surveying the other spiritual avian tribes within the canyon, there were more than 40 experts who had attained the same level.
Subsequently, Ling Feng entered seclusion once more to refine the essence of the firmament,
in preparation for the potential arrival of Tong Tian in the canyon. She needed to expedite her ascent to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm.
A stronger self equated to enhanced self-preservation capabilities.
On that very day, Lu Er achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 1st level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Shortly thereafter, the siblings of the Golden-Winged Roc both broke through to the 4th level, and the following day,
Julie also reached the 9th level.
Upon reaching this significant milestone, Julie immediately commenced the refining of the essence of fire that Ling Feng had gifted him.
Quasi-saint.
This was a realm he had never dared to imagine before. As time passed, another breakthrough occurred within the Huado clan, with 5 members ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier, bringing their total to nearly 10. The highest cultivation among them belonged to the clan leader, who stood at the 6th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, thriving in the vicinity of the Wutong Forest. The Huado clan's cultivation progressed swiftly, and having spent some time in the canyon, their numbers had grown from a mere dozen to nearly 50.
The Swan and I,
another of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the primordial era, did not lag behind. Its members also experienced breakthroughs. with the clan leader reaching the 5th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, poised to break through to the 6th at any moment.
2 others reached the 4th level, while the remainder were at the 1st and 2nd levels. While the Wado clan thrived in the Wutong forest, the conditions were far superior for the Swan and I clan.
Yet, despite this advantage, the overall strength of the Swan and I clan was only slightly inferior to that of the Wado clan.
Meanwhile, the Wang Tianhun was still engaged in battles across the vast primordial lands, having yet to return. One could only wonder at what level they would attain upon their return.
In a place suffused with spiritual energy, 7 little creatures gathered, their faces adorned with joyous smiles. The mosquito Taoist shared in their happiness. These 7 had finally collected 100 postnatal spiritual treasures.
Henceforth, these adorable yet exasperating little beings would no longer drag him around in search of treasures.
At last, I can devote myself to my cultivation in peace, exclaimed the mosquito Taoist, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, filled with emotion.
During this period,
the successive breakthroughs of the powerful beings within the canyon added to his sense of pressure. And it was even more disheartening to see these little ones steadily increasing in strength, even without dedicated cultivation.
Subsequently,
the 7 little companions exchanged the ethereal boundless sky belt and the 9 heavens rainbow garb with Lingfeng.
After the exchange,
they decided the duration of wear based on the proportion of their contributions to the celestial treasures, taking turns to don them.
On this particular day, atop the towering phoenix tree, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy once again began to coalesce. The magnitude of this vortex far exceeded that of its predecessors. Soon, the vortex erupted, unleashing a torrential downpour of dense spiritual rain throughout the canyon.
All living beings reveled beneath this spiritual rain, eagerly absorbing its essence.
At this moment,
Lingfeng had completely refined the essence of the celestial realm, elevating her cultivation from the 8th to the 9th level of quasi-saint.
Just in time before Tong Tian's arrival,
she reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, bringing a sense of relief to her heart.
Chapter 51, the multi-eyed golden centipede having attained the pinnacle of quasi-saint status.
Lingfeng remained diligent and began his research on the myriad demon formation. It was imperative for him to unite the powers of all the demon clans within the canyon into a singular force, thus fortifying their strength. This myriad demon formation would be anchored by me, with pivotal positions held by those of the Great Luo tier.
In the vast expanse of the primordial land,
within a forest in the southern region of the Jianbu continent, the air reverberated with the deafening roars of ferocious beasts, shaking the mountains and rivers, causing ancient trees to splinter and cascade from above.
Amidst the forest, 5 Wangtian hounds were in a frantic retreat.
Behind them, a colossal centipede, its form reminiscent of gold,
was relentlessly pursuing them. Has that multi-eyed golden centipede lost its senses? Why does it continue to chase us? Did we not merely stumble unwittingly into its territory? Must it hold such a grudge? It has been pursuing us for nearly a century. Those dragonkin have already fallen prey to it. What more does it desire? Must it consume us as well?
The leader of the Wangtian hounds exclaimed in indignation, feeling utterly frustrated.
At present,
he had achieved the 6th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and the other 4 Wangtian hounds had also experienced breakthroughs, with the lowest among them having reached the 3rd level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm.
Through countless battles, they had reaped significant benefits. And although they had missed out on Lingfeng's teachings and the rich spiritual energy of the canyon, their progress remained swift. However, they were now ensnared in a predicament. For over 100 years, they had been relentlessly pursued by the multi-eyed golden centipede, which was the very reason they had yet to return to the canyon. A century ago, the 5 Wangtian hounds had engaged in a skirmish with a dragon clan, and in the heat of battle, inadvertently crossed into the territory of the multi-eyed golden centipede.
This formidable creature, possessing profound cultivation, devoured a giant dragon in a single encounter.
Witnessing this,
the remaining members dared not continue their confrontation and instead directed their strongest abilities against the multi-eyed golden centipede in a desperate bid for survival.
Yet, at that moment,
the centipede emitted a yellow mist that effortlessly neutralized all incoming attacks, prompting the group to retreat in haste.
Ding!
The system detected the Wangtian hound clan,
long absent, was being pursued by the multi-eyed golden centipede. Should one venture forth to rescue them and slay the centipede?
Option 1, accept the mission to emerge from the canyon, rescue the Wangtian Hound clan, and eliminate the multi-eyed golden centipede,
thereby earning an unknown wild herb from the primordial realm.
Option 2, decline the mission and focus on cultivation to gain the essence of gold.
Reject.
Instinctively, Ling Feng, engrossed in his studies of the myriad demon formation, responded to the system's prompt.
Upon comprehending the details, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? The Wangtian hounds are being pursued by the multi-eyed golden centipede? This is none other than the future's infamous Lord of the 100 Eyes, who ultimately aligned with the Western Church, becoming the Buddha of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. The Lord of the 100 Eyes, alongside the mosquito Taoist, stands as one of the most fearsome beings of the primordial era, a creature of many legs and many eyes, forged of gold, impervious to water and fire, immune to wind and thunder, and scathed by blades or weapons, and unyielding against divine powers, truly a creature of immortality in the primordial realm. Although he appeared rather ordinary during the era of the journey to the west, he was nonetheless recognized as one of the 5 most fearsome creatures of the primordial chaos, possessing extraordinary powers and abilities.
It is no wonder that after aligning himself with the Western teachings, he was bestowed with a position among the Buddhas.
Upon his refusal,
Lingfeng graciously handed the essence of gold to the siblings of the golden-winged Great Pang. These 2 siblings, endowed with exceptional talents, had already reached the 6th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the chief of the Phoenix clan had only attained the 5th level. The essence of gold would serve the golden-winged Great Pang siblings far better. As they cultivated, the siblings sensed the aura of the essence of gold, their eyes widening in disbelief, and they immediately bowed deeply to Lingfeng. They remembered his kindness, first gifting them the 10 great innate divine gold and now presenting them with the invaluable essence of gold. They recognized that the Phoenix clan also practiced the path of gold, yet Lingfeng exhibited no selfishness or favoritism towards them.
Thank you, ancestor, the golden-winged Great Pang siblings exclaimed in unison.
Meanwhile, Lingfeng retrieved the Xiantian mirror, determined to rescue the Wangtian Hound clan. He could not allow them to be harmed by the multi-eyed golden centipede, and he intended to capture this creature as well.
To his surprise,
the images relayed by the Xiantian mirror revealed that the Wangtian Hound clan was not only safe but was also vigorously defeating the multi-eyed golden centipede,
which was crying out in distress. Lingfeng was puzzled until he discerned the presence of Kong Xian, and everything fell into place. If it were Kong Xian, then it all made sense.
Furthermore, Lingfeng noticed that his Xiantian mirror could no longer directly probe Kong Xian, indicating that he had gained a fortuitous opportunity and advanced to the quasi-saint realm.
Kong Xian, what level have you attained?
The leader of the Wangtian Hound clan inquired,
panting after subduing the multi-eyed golden centipede.
The formidable creature that had once driven them to retreat could not withstand a single blow from Kong Xian, who effortlessly dominated it. The other Wangtian hounds, now curious, ceased their assault on the multi-eyed golden centipede, having vented their frustrations.
After all, the multi-eyed golden centipede was no ordinary being.
Capturing it would significantly enhance the strength of their realm. The multi-eyed golden centipede glared coldly at the 5 Wangtian hounds, but its gaze turned fearful when it met Kong Xian's eyes. I have recently broken through to the quasi-saint level, Kong Xian stated.
What? Quasi-saint?
The group was left astonished. In an age devoid of saints, a quasi-saint would be regarded as a hegemon of the primordial world.
Even in the current era, where saints existed,
quasi-saints remained highly sought after by the great teachings.
Kong Xian, unfazed by their expressions of shock, smiled gently and said, "Let us return to the gorge. We have been away for quite some time."
Thus, the 5 Wangtian hounds carried the multi-eyed golden centipede as they soared towards the southernmost lands.
Throughout the journey,
the multi-eyed golden centipede exhibited signs of resistance, yet it proved futile, resulting in a thorough beating. After the departure of Kong Xian and his companions,
a towering figure emerged in the same spot.
This peacock was rather cautious, having taken a long and winding route, yet little did it realize that I remained close behind. It seems that the canyon he mentioned is indeed remarkable. Did he and those 5 celestial hounds emerge from that very gorge?
Over the years,
Kong Xian had sensed something amiss, fearing that he might be followed. Consequently, he traversed a vast circuit across the primordial land. And only after confirming that no one trailed him did he finally set his course towards the South Jianbu continent. Upon arriving at the South Jianbu continent,
Kong Xian still felt uneasy, spending several decades wandering there to ensure his safety before daring to soar towards the far south. On his return journey, he encountered the 5 celestial hounds being pursued by the multi-eyed golden centipede. Regrettably, despite his precautions, he underestimated the patience of the towering figure. Before long, the towering entity followed Kong Xian's trail, heading towards the far south. Chapter 52, The arrival of the celestial being at this moment, within the canyon dojo. A colossal vermilion bird was enveloped in divine flames, exuding an unmatched majesty and an aura as deep as the abyss. Julie had successfully refined the essence of fire, achieving a remarkable breakthrough from the 9th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Quasi-Saint realm. The dojo had now gained another formidable Quasi-Saint. Simultaneously, the myriad demon array had been quietly arranged by Ling Feng within the canyon, with her taking residence at the central node atop the parasol tree, while the remaining nodes were meticulously arranged by her as well. At that point, with a mere thought, she could activate the Grand Formation, unleashing a cataclysmic onslaught, sufficient even to confront a saint with confidence. As Julie ascended to the quasi-saint realm, the myriad demon array grew even more powerful, bolstering Ling Feng's inner assurance. Shortly thereafter, Kong Xian returned, accompanied by 5 sky howlers and the 100-eyed demon lord, who had attained the 8th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Initially, the 100-eyed demon lord was particularly defiant, but upon entering the canyon, his eyes continuously reflected astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy within the canyon was several dozen times greater than that of the outside world. Moreover, the passage of time was 10 times slower than in the external realm. This was the 100-eyed demon lord's immediate impression. As he continued to observe, his breath caught in his throat. Goodness! 10 innate spiritual roots. Astonishing! There were also 4 innate spiritual roots. And how could there be so many prehistoric remnants? The swan and I, the huado, the vermilion bird, surely that ancient vermilion bird had surpassed the pinnacle of the Great Luo. The 100-eyed demon lord felt utterly disoriented. In the next moment, he also spotted the mosquito Taoist. Oh, that was the infamous blood-winged black mosquito, renowned for his ferocity. But why was he accompanied by 7 little girls? Could these girls be his descendants? The 100-eyed demon lord continued to gaze in disbelief. Astonishingly, these 7 little girls had transformed from innate gourds. In the next instant, he was utterly flabbergasted as he beheld the 6-eared macaque. The Tao ancestor had once proclaimed that the law should not be imparted to the 6 ears. How dare anyone show such blatant disrespect by leading one onto the path of cultivation? Furthermore, how could there be so many phoenixes in this place? This race had long been absent from the prehistoric world. The 100-eyed demon lord was completely dumbfounded. Not only was there a multitude, but many possessed cultivation levels comparable to his own, particularly the individual radiating an aura atop the innate spiritual root parasol tree. He found himself utterly unable to perceive their true power. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his soul. The 100-eyed demon lord hastily reined in his thoughts, daring not to gaze any longer. He had no doubt that if he continued to look, his soul would surely shatter. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Was this cultivation level that of a saint? The 100-eyed demon lord's heart raced in terror. It turned out that this peacock was not the strongest entity in the dojo, there was indeed a saint present. Ancestor, on this expedition, we have brought back this multi-eyed golden centipede, Kong Xian spoke, his tone filled with utmost reverence. What multi-eyed golden centipede? I am the 100-eyed demon lord. He inwardly cursed. Yet he was now trembling with fear, entirely overwhelmed. Ling Feng gazed at Kong Xian and smiled, excellent. With that, Ling Feng produced the essence of the 5 elements. This source was originally intended for Kong Xian's breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. However, unexpectedly, after a sojourn in the primordial wilderness, Kong Xian achieved his breakthrough. Nevertheless, the value of the 5 elements source remains immeasurable, particularly due to its extraordinary resonance with Kong Xian. Upon seeing the 5 elements source in Ling Feng's possession, Kong Xian's gaze instantly ignited with fervor. You have accomplished a great feat. This 5 elements source shall be bestowed upon you. Thank you, ancestor. Kong Xian exclaimed, brimming with excitement.
The five elements source signifies a path to transcendence. By refining it, he could master the laws of the five elements thoroughly, advancing methodically in his cultivation until he ultimately reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. After all, his path diverged from that of Lingfeng in the primordial world. Most powerful beings cultivate a singular path of laws.
With sufficient comprehension, they can indeed wield formidable strength.
Yet, Lingfeng is different. He has mastered multiple paths of laws and has elevated his cultivation through various principles, achieving the 9th level of quasi-saint status and possessing extraordinary combat prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary quasi-saints.
Even in the face of saints, he might stand a chance in battle. Multi-eyed golden centipede.
At this moment, Lingfeng spoke, and the words resonated in the ears of the 100-eyed demon lord like thunder from the heavens, nearly scattering his spirit.
He hastily knelt in reverence. Throughout their journey,
he had gleaned certain information and was confident of his survival. He had almost deduced Kong Xian's purpose in bringing him to the canyon.
"Are you willing to cultivate in my dojo and become one of my disciples?"
"Yes. I, the multi-eyed golden centipede, am eager to," the 100-eyed demon lord replied impatiently. Given the favorable conditions of this place and the presence of a being suspected to be a saint, only a fool would refuse.
Very well.
After allocating a cultivation space for the 100-eyed demon lord, he could hardly remain still and sought out the mosquito Taoist, asking him to help him familiarize himself with the environment. However, the mosquito Taoist curtly dismissed him, leaving the 100-eyed demon lord standing there in stunned silence for quite some time. In recent days, Lingfeng had been puzzled about the whereabouts of Tong Tian. The system had recently hinted that Tong Tian was tracking Kong Xian, so it was certain that Tong Tian would discover the canyon. Thus, Lingfeng had long prepared the myriad demon array, with himself stationed at its helm alongside Kong Xian and Zhu Li, two formidable quasi-saints, as well as other great Luo powerhouses. Lingfeng was now filled with confidence, awaiting Tong Tian's arrival.
Ding! Detection of Tong Tian appearing outside the dojo. For the safety of the dojo, should you step out to eliminate Tong Tian?
Option 1, accept the mission, step out of the canyon and slay Tong Tian.
You will gain renown throughout the primordial world.
Option 2, decline the mission, focus on cultivation and receive the innate spiritual treasure, Burning Sky Umbrella.
Decline. Lingfeng outright rejected the notion,
exclaiming that there was no reason for him to confront Tong Tian, a figure with whom he held no enmity. Why, upon their very first meeting,
should they resort to a deadly conflict?
Moreover, Tong Tian's prowess was not to be underestimated. Aside from Han Jun, he was the foremost power within the entirety of the primordial realm. The idea of venturing forth to slay him was absurd. It would be a miracle if he emerged unscathed. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the dojo,
announcing Tong Tian's presence. Demonstrating remarkable restraint, Tong Tian refrained from intruding upon Lingfeng's sacred space.
Upon arriving in this far southern land, he had employed his divine sense to survey the area, only to be astonished by his inability to detect Lingfeng's existence.
Nevertheless, as a sage,
he possessed his own formidable methods. Although the Canyon Dojo could obscure the probing of a sage's divine sense,
he had managed to locate Lingfeng's sanctuary based on the previous trajectories of Kong Xian and his companions. "I am but an inconspicuous individual," he declared.
At this juncture,
Lingfeng furrowed his brow, recognizing the necessity of responding to Tong Tian's inquiry.
After all, while the Canyon Dojo could conceal the divine senses of sages, its defensive capabilities were limited,
allowing for the effortless entry of such powerful beings.
"Fellow Daoist, from the manner in which your message reached me, I have discerned numerous top-tier laws resonating within your essence.
Your realm is indeed profound. How could you possibly be a mere nameless entity?"
Tong Tian remarked, standing outside the canyon, his voice tinged with astonishment.
Chapter 53, My profound fear of death. Fellow Taoist, at your level, I find myself utterly inadequate.
Should we engage in battle, I fear I would swiftly meet my defeat.
Tong Tian spoke these words with utmost sincerity.
He had yet to master the myriad laws of the great Tao, particularly the supreme ones.
Upon hearing this, Lingfeng in the canyon felt a twinge of embarrassment.
"Oh, Great One, it would be I who would falter in combat against you. I am merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while you are the foremost saint of the primordial realm, second only to Han Jun.
When the sword array of extinguishing immortals is unleashed, who would dare challenge its might?" Your praise is unwarranted. Lingfeng felt a pang of guilt within the canyon. Dear friend.
Why do you speak so much yet refuse to reveal yourself?
Tong Tian's voice was laced with curiosity, yet the next moment, the reason he received was utterly unexpected. I fear death. Tong Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, growing increasingly perplexed. A being who commands numerous supreme laws dares to express fear of death? Surely.
There are few in this world capable of slaying him.
What prompts such sentiments?
I have witnessed the calamities of dragons and phoenixes, and subsequently,
the cataclysm of the Wu and Yao.
Both were harrowing beyond measure, leading me to perceive the primordial realm as exceedingly perilous. Thus,
I seek solace in this secluded place for my cultivation. Alas! Tong Tian silently sighed. He, too, had witnessed these two calamities and thus comprehended Lingfeng's sentiment. Who could have foreseen that the once mighty clans dominating the primordial realm would meet such a dim conclusion? Since you prefer not to meet, I shall take my leave. Lingfeng remained silent, patiently awaiting Tong Tian's departure. After a considerable time, he cautiously inquired, Tong Tian Daoist, are you still present?
Feeling somewhat uneasy, after a while, he continued, Tong Tian Daoist.
I have emerged. Still, there was no response, which reassured Lingfeng.
Engaging in dialogue with a saint for the first time, it was impossible for him not to feel nervous. Thus, he had activated the myriad demon array early on. Should Tong Tian make a move, he would unleash a formidable assault. Fortunately, Tong Tian exhibited more restraint than he had anticipated. Not only did he refrain from entering the canyon, but he also spoke with Lingfeng in a cordial and gentle manner.
Unbeknownst to Lingfeng, the moment Tong Tian set foot in the far southern lands, he sensed an impending danger.
He was certain that within this canyon resided a formidable force capable of rivaling a saint's might.
Hence, Tong Tian dared not act recklessly, instead addressing Lingfeng as an equal. Though Lingfeng was unwilling to emerge for a meeting, Tong Tian did not press the matter. However, Lingfeng's reluctance left him puzzled, and even as he departed, questions lingered in his mind. Was the calamity truly so fearsome? He possessed combat prowess on par with a saint. If he claimed to fear death, why not venture into the primordial realm? Wait, could it be that another great calamity is imminent? Tong Tian was alarmed. Suddenly, he turned back. Fellow Daoist, have you sensed something? Just as Lingfeng prepared to cultivate, Tong Tian's familiar voice echoed once more, startling him greatly. Goodness, brother, did you not leave? What has caused this sudden return?
As Lingfeng regained his composure, he discovered that Tong Tian had employed a means to subtly probe into a corner of the Taoist temple.
Lingfeng, sensing imminent danger,
promptly activated the myriad demon formation, with overwhelming spiritual energy surging forth, the astonishing murderous intent causing even Tong Tian to feel a twinge of fear.
Indeed, he possessed the combat prowess of a sage. Fellow Daoist, please refrain from making any aggressive moves.
I apologize for my earlier rudeness, I harbor no ill intentions.
At this moment, Tong Tian recognized Lingfeng's identity as a fire phoenix.
He was internally astonished. For Lingfeng hailed from the Phoenix clan and had personally experienced the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, which explained his great reverence for life.
Consequently, Tong Tian retracted his divine powers and retreated immediately. However, the temple possessed the ability to obscure his divine sense, allowing him only a glimpse of a small portion of its interior. Yet, that was sufficient for him to behold the flourishing scene within the temple. He observed the thriving Phoenix clan alongside various other groups, all unmistakably part of the demon race. Moreover, the presence of the 10 innate spiritual roots was truly astounding. At his level of cultivation, it was rare for anything to stir his heart, yet the sight of the 10 innate spiritual roots, each one immensely precious and invaluable, symbolized both status and strength. Tong Tian beheld the scene unfolding before him, his expression inscrutable. However, upon noticing the six-eared macaque who had reached the level of a Deluo golden immortal, he was momentarily taken aback. Fellow Daoist, are you aware that my master once said, the teaching should not be passed to the six-eared? Lingfeng continued to command the myriad demon formation. Should Tong Tian display any inclination to strike, he would act without hesitation. I have not heard the Tao ancestor speak of such matters. Tong Tian hesitated, realizing there might be some truth to Lingfeng's words. Dismissing this concern,
he did not forget the purpose of his probing into Ling Feng's temple.
Fellow Daoist,
there is truly no need for such wariness. I bear no grudge against you. I have come merely to ascertain whether you have sensed anything unusual.
Nothing at all.
Ling Feng's tone revealed no hint of joy or sorrow.
Ha ha. Tong Tian paid little heed to this, quickly coming to terms with it. If even a sage could not sense anything, then a peak quasi-saint was even less likely to do so. However, should a great calamity truly be upon them? He held no worries, for a sage remains undying and eternal, impervious to any impending disaster. At this moment, standing outside the canyon, he declared, "Fellow Daoist, your level of cultivation is unmatched even in the primordial chaos. Why do you willingly remain in this far southern land? Why not join my Jie sect? I could make you the deputy leader.
I assure you, as long as I am alive, you shall remain unharmed, even in the face of a great calamity." Ling Feng inwardly chuckled, thinking to himself, "You should be more cautious, Tong Tian. You suffered the most during the Fengshan calamity, with the Jie sect being utterly shattered.
And you were forced to consume the Saint Destruction Pill, never to tread the primordial chaos again."
At that moment, the system's voice chimed in.
Ding!
Detecting that the leader Tong Tian has personally invited you to become the deputy leader of the Jie sect.
Do you accept Tong Tian's invitation to step out of the canyon and assume the role of deputy leader?
Choose option 1, accept the task of stepping out of the canyon to become the vice master of the, and you shall be rewarded with a random earthly treasure from the illustrious Taoist Mao Bao.
Choose option 2, decline the task and devote oneself to cultivation,
thereby obtaining the innate treasure, the Gui water sword.
No. Ling Feng rejected the proposition without a moment's hesitation.
To become the vice master of the was akin to courting death. Even if it were an invitation from Tong Tian himself, she would never acquiesce. Your kind intentions are duly noted, my friend. But I shall politely decline the role of vice master.
My sole desire is to remain in the tranquility of the canyon, diligently cultivating while safeguarding the communities within its embrace. However, I have heard that you have taken in numerous disciples from the demon clan,
which suggests a favorable disposition towards us. At the very least, you harbor no overt disdain. Though my strength is modest, should you ever encounter difficulties, I would be more than willing to offer assistance, should you venture to this farthest southern land. Ling Feng perceived that Tong Tian was unduly marginalized among the saints, and perhaps there was potential for an alliance to blossom. Thus, she sent forth a message, fostering a bond of goodwill between them. Chapter 54. The initial layout. With Ling Feng having articulated his thoughts so candidly, Tong Tian found himself at a loss for words.
At this moment,
a sense of resignation washed over him. If ever you wish to depart from this extreme southern realm, the doors of the Jiejiao shall remain perpetually open to you.
The position of vice master has always been reserved for you. With that, Tong Tian's figure vanished beyond the confines of the dojo. On the other side,
the heavy burden that had weighed upon Ling Feng's heart was finally lifted. Subsequently, he retrieved the innate spiritual treasures he had acquired after refusing a task. One of them was the Burning Sky Umbrella, an innate treasure imbued with fire attributes, perfectly suited for the Fire Phoenix clan, the Vermilion Bird clan,
and the Huodo clan.
However, Zhu Li had yet to possess a single innate treasure that resonated with him. Thus, Ling Feng deemed that the Burning Sky Umbrella might unleash its true potential in Zhu Li's hands.
With a mere thought,
Ling Feng presented the Burning Sky Umbrella to Zhu Li. Ecstatic, Zhu Li accepted it with both hands and, upon a moment's attunement, realized that this innate treasure harmonized perfectly with his essence.
Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for this precious gift.
The other innate treasure was the water sword of the sunflower.
Within the canyon, there were few races traversing the path of water, the most prominent being the Water Phoenix clan, with Lan Feng being the most adept among them. Without hesitation, Ling Feng handed the water sword to Lan Feng. With both innate treasures finding their rightful owners, Ling Feng prepared for a period of seclusion and cultivation. In the days that followed, Ling Feng devoted himself to either cultivating or offering guidance to the formidable beings within the dojo. Having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, further breakthroughs seemed increasingly elusive. In the current primordial world, all saints were of the heavenly Tao, and attaining such a status had become exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Ling Feng pondered deeply. Given the perilous existence faced by the demon clans in the present primordial era, was there something he could do to ameliorate their plight?
His combat prowess now rivaled that of a saint, affording him the capability to effect meaningful change. By undertaking certain initiatives to enhance the survival conditions of the demon clans, he could also recruit talented demons into the dojo, thereby accelerating the overall strength of their community. It was implausible for Ling Feng to gather every demon within the canyon.
Yet the prospect of uniting the demon races in Nanjian Bujo seemed quite promising.
Currently, the demon clans resembled a scattered assembly. Their presence felt across various continents, some reigning over territories, living in relative comfort, while others resorted to hiding, too fearful to reveal themselves. If he could attract a significant number of demons to Nanjian Bujo, transforming it into a sanctuary for their kind, Ling Feng could covertly exert control over the situation.
There even lay the potential to unify the demon clans once more.
The calamity of the Fengshen was imminent, and the impending conflict among the saints was about to commence.
Ling Feng recognized the necessity of preemptive strategizing.
At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Detection indicates that after her demise, the girl transformed into a Jingwei bird, tirelessly carrying stones to fill the sea for several centuries.
The East Sea inhabitants are suffering greatly. Shall you proceed to eliminate the Jingwei bird to alleviate their distress?
Choice 1. Accept the task, venture forth from the canyon and slay the Jingwei bird to obtain the great pearl of the East Sea.
Choosing to refuse the task, devoting oneself to cultivation may yield the essence of ice and snow. Declined. To slay Jingwei? Perhaps rescuing her is more appropriate.
The Jingwei bird is no ordinary creature, her lineage is extraordinary.
Otherwise,
the dragon clan of the East Sea would have dealt with her long ago for incessantly hurling stones upon their waters.
Yet, alas, their strength forbids it.
As for the East Sea Dragon clan, setting aside whether they could contend with the Jingwei bird, they dare not offend the Flame Emperor, who stands behind her.
Ultimately,
the distressed East Sea Dragon clan reported to the Celestial Court, and Jingwei was taken away, granted a divine position.
However, she now belongs to me.
I retrieved the Xiantian mirror, and soon, Ling Feng pinpointed Jingwei's location. At this juncture, Kong Xian, having refined a portion of the essence of the 5 elements,
swiftly ascended in rank, now attaining the 2nd level of quasi-saint.
Kong Xian, Ling Feng conveyed, proceed to the East Sea and bring back the Jingwei bird to our sanctuary.
Additionally, disseminate the notion that the demon clan should migrate southward to the southern continent. As you command. Though Kong Xian had just emerged from seclusion, he bore no resentment in serving Ling Feng.
In the next moment, the world spun around him, and suddenly, he found himself in the East Sea. Kong Xian was astonished. Even though he had achieved the 2nd level of quasi-saint, his ancestor could still transport him from the sanctuary to the East Sea.
To what extent had his ancestor's power ascended?
The higher his own cultivation, the more he could sense Ling Feng's formidable prowess.
Run! That foolish bird is back! Suddenly, Kong Xian heard terrified cries echoing around him.
Beneath the sea, a group of sea creatures fled in panic, while a colossal shadow loomed above the ocean's surface. In the sky, a gigantic bird clutched a mountain in its talons, flapping its wings as it soared above the waves.
Then, it released its grip, allowing the mountain to plummet into the sea, creating tumultuous waves.
Foolish bird, we dwell here, what grievance have we caused you?
From the mountainside,
several powerful demon beings took flight, cursing at Jingwei. Had it not been for their inability to confront her, they would have acted already. Their hearts ached, and their eyes burned with fury.
Our kin numbering in the hundreds of thousands reside upon that mountain. Do you seek to annihilate our clan? Unfortunately, Jingwei currently lacked intelligence. Her mind consumed by obsession, fixated solely on moving mountains and filling seas.
Witnessing this, Kong Xian directly lifted the colossal mountain. Several great demons turned to him, their faces alight with excitement, and they knelt in mid-air.
Thank you, Venerable One, for saving our lives. At that moment, Kong Xian recalled Ling Feng's instructions and spoke. The spiritual energy of this mountain is somewhat depleted, why not relocate to the southern continent?
There, the spiritual energy is abundant, and your clan can thrive more effectively. Upon hearing this, their excitement intensified. This elder not only rescued their clan but also illuminated a path forward.
Meanwhile, Jingwei,
seeing Kong Xian lift the mountain she had cast into the sea, exhibited no further actions and soared toward the primordial land, once again grasping a massive mountain. Witnessing this scene, curiosity blossomed within Kong Xian.
Why does this bird behave in such a manner?
The clan that was just rescued by Kong Xian immediately spoke freely, recounting the entire saga of the young girl.
Before long, the Jingwei bird returned, carrying a massive mountain. Foolish bird, do not throw it. My kin are still atop the mountain.
A nearby great demon cried out in urgency, tears streaming down its face.
Come here. Kong Xian beckoned to the Jingwei, which,
having once lacked any sentience, suddenly froze in mid-air, uncontrollably soaring towards Kong Xian. The great demon, overwhelmed with joy, clapped its hands in delight.
So,
this foolish bird has been moving mountains, and now it encounters a formidable being.
Kong Xian restrained the Jingwei.
You may migrate to the southern Jianbu continent, where the spiritual energy is abundant and ideal for cultivation. Moreover, that region already harbors numerous demon clans, allowing for mutual support among them.
I hail from the southern Jianbu continent.
The grateful great demons bowed in appreciation upon hearing these words.
Kong Xian, accompanied by the Jingwei, soared towards the far southern reaches.
While a message quietly spread among the demon clans, the southern Jianbu continent is rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation.
In no time, a multitude of demons hastened towards the southern Jianbu continent.
Chapter 55, The Soul-Gathering Tree. As Kong Xian carried off Jingwei, the Flame Emperor, who was immersed in meditation within the Fire Cloud Palace, felt a disturbance and opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face.
Who has taken my daughter?
He began to calculate with his fingers, yet the results only deepened his perplexity.
The heavenly mechanisms were in disarray, leaving him utterly bewildered about the events unfolding. In this moment, the Flame Emperor sought out Fuxi, requesting his assistance in divination. Upon consultation, Fuxi's previously rosy complexion turned pale. The girl possesses another destiny, he proclaimed. With that, Fuxi fell silent.
Despite his mastery of the innate 8 trigrams, he found his calculations exceedingly strenuous, suggesting the presence of an unseen force obstructing his insights.
Nevertheless,
the omens he discerned were auspicious.
The Flame Emperor was taken aback. His daughter has another destiny? Which powerful being has taken an interest in her? Nonetheless,
the notion of an alternate destiny could be fortuitous, and with Fuxi's words, his worries began to dissipate.
Jingwei's cultivation was not particularly formidable, merely at the level of a tiny golden immortal.
Yet, the immense powers of the primordial realm had compelled her to endlessly reshape the Eastern Sea,
largely due to the Flame Emperor's status.
Furthermore, the Flame Emperor was a disciple of Duobao, the elder brother of a figure of unparalleled standing.
Following the girl's demise,
they discovered that the Witch Clan had been orchestrating covert schemes, but the immediate cause of her death was attributed to the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea.
Thus, her transformation into Jingwei, tirelessly moving mountains and filling seas, drew no reproach.
In truth, there lingered a sense of pity for the girl. As the daughter of the Flame Emperor, she was of noble lineage, destined for a life of reverence. Yet she had instead lost her intellect and was doomed to repetitively toil in her current form. Within the Taoist temple, Lingfeng sensed a subtle disturbance, as if someone were prying into his affairs. The temple was inherently designed to shield against the scrutiny of saints. And although the innate 8 trigrams were unparalleled in the primordial realm, the presence of individuals within the temple still allowed for the concealment of heavenly secrets.
Such exquisite divination skills, could it be Fuxi attempting to divine my actions?
Lingfeng pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. It must be that I had Kong Xian carry Jingwei away, which the Flame Emperor has sensed, prompting him to summon Fuxi for divination. Having discerned Fuxi's lack of malice, Lingfeng turned his thoughts elsewhere. He then produced the recently acquired essence of ice and snow, which, if refined, could enhance his strength, albeit marginally. Few races traverse the ice and snow pathways within the canyon, with the Ice Phoenix being the most formidable among them.
With a mere thought,
the essence of ice and snow manifested before the Ice Phoenix, who had now attained the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Having reached this stage in her cultivation, she found the road ahead increasingly arduous.
Her innate talent was not particularly remarkable.
She had originally reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, yet the abundant spiritual energy within the canyon, coupled with Lingfeng's teachings and the divine artifacts bestowed upon her, allowed her to advance to the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, nearing the summit of her potential. At this stage of her cultivation, she felt that every step forward required countless years, rendering her progress arduous.
Just then, she sensed an extraordinarily intimate aura.
Upon opening her eyes, her gaze sparkled with myriad hues.
The essence of ice and snow. After refining this essence,
she was convinced that she could attain the status of a quasi-saint. This essence arrived at the most opportune moment, directly connecting her path of cultivation,
which had nearly come to an end, to a celestial avenue.
Grateful, she bowed deeply in the direction of Lingfeng, thanking her ancestor for such a magnificent gift.
Not long after, Kong Xian returned with Jingwei.
Originally possessing a massive form, Jingwei had shrunk considerably under Kong Xian's divine abilities. Although she had lost her intelligence, she instinctively felt drawn to Lingfeng. As the phoenix is the sovereign of all birds, and given Lingfeng's formidable power far surpassed that of the former Yuan Feng, it was no surprise that Jingwei displayed such a reaction.
Ancestor, Kong Xian has brought Jingwei back. Good.
With a single gesture, Lingfeng summoned the recently brought Jingwei to stand before her. Jingwei's gaze was vacant and devoid of spirit, yet she instinctively nudged against Lingfeng, appearing quite foolish.
Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy.
Subsequently, Jingwei was placed beside a parasol tree, where a pond lay nearby.
Initially standing idly,
unsure of her purpose, Jingwei, upon spotting the pond, began to gather small stones to fill the sea.
However, given her diminutive size,
comparable to that of an ordinary small bird, the stones she carried were mere pebbles.
Alas, you are a newly emerged divine bird in the primordial world.
I shall bear with your plight for a while. I will find a way to restore your intelligence.
With that,
Lingfeng gently infused her own benevolent energy into Jingwei. One day, feeling unoccupied, Lingfeng took out the Xiantian mirror to observe the primordial world,
eager to ascertain the current state of affairs.
In the present primordial realm, the presence of the human race was ubiquitous, with their rapid ascendance to power evident.
It was the era of the 5 emperors, with Yao as the leader of the tribes. The human race flourished vibrantly. However, a grave issue loomed.
In the central plains, floods ravaged the land. With each deluge, farmlands and homes were submerged, causing immense suffering and calamity for the people. Yao witnessed all of this and resolved to eradicate the floods, thus seeking talented individuals capable of managing the deluge. Consequently, the chiefs of various tribes recommended Gun to Yao. Gun, a descendant of Shen Yuan, had obtained the 9 heavens soil, yet his attempts to control the waters ended in failure, and floods continued to ravage the primordial realm.
As a result, Yao held him accountable.
Eventually, Yao passed the throne to Shun. Like Yao, Shun could not tolerate the rampant floods devastating the primordial lands. Resolute in his determination to manage the deluge, he began to seek aid.
Ultimately, the leaders of all tribes unanimously endorsed Du. At that moment, Lingfeng,
who was surveying the turbulent state of the primordial world, heard the notification sound of the system, ding.
It has been detected that Du is currently addressing the flood. Would the host like to assist Du in managing the deluge in the primordial world?
Option 1, accept the task, emerge from the canyon and proceed to the central plains to aid Du, earning the gratitude of humanity. Option 2, decline the task, devote oneself to cultivation, and receive the pinnacle of postnatal spiritual roots, the 99 soul gathering tree.
Although this spiritual root is not listed among the top 10 postnatal roots, it possesses unparalleled utility. Chapter 56, Unique Identity, Refusal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingfeng declined the offer.
After her refusal, she gazed upon the remarkable postnatal spiritual root before her, the 99 soul gathering tree. The purpose of the 99 soul gathering tree is to restore and nurture fractured souls. Upon understanding its function, Lingfeng felt an exhilarating joy. The efficacy of such a spiritual root would appear rather trivial in the hands of others, yet now that it was in Lingfeng's possession,
it was perfectly tailored for Jingwei.
Lingfeng had already discerned the circumstances surrounding Jingwei. At the moment of her demise, her soul was shattered by an assailant. Yet inexplicably, her physical form underwent a profound transformation, becoming the Jingwei bird. Following this metamorphosis, the girl suddenly acquired immense power, but lost her intellect,
leaving only her unyielding obsession.
To restore Jingwei's intellect, it was imperative to reassemble her fragmented soul. While this sounds feasible, the execution is fraught with difficulty. There are three methods. First, to have Jingwei cultivate her powers. As her strength grows, her soul would naturally begin to coalesce.
However, since Jingwei lacks intellect,
she is incapable of independent cultivation, rendering this method ineffective. Second, the merit of the heavenly Tao, which serves as a universal remedy within the primordial world.
With sufficient merit,
even sages can achieve greatness. However, this merit is exceedingly rare and coveted, making it unattainable for Jingwei.
Third,
there lies the exceptional postnatal spiritual root before Lingfeng, the 99 soul gathering tree. By planting the 99 soul gathering tree in proximity to Jingwei, her soul could gradually solidify, eventually allowing her to regain her intellect.
With a mere thought,
Lingfeng planted the 99 soul gathering tree beside the pond where Jingwei habitually gathered stones.
Day after day, year after year,
Lingfeng began to perceive a slight strengthening of the soul within Jingwei, fragile as a flickering candle in the wind.
Though faint,
hope for Jingwei's restoration had emerged. One fateful day, a colossal ice crystal phoenix apparition materialized within the canyon, its frigid aura causing the temperature to plummet to zero.
At that moment, the dojo resonated with ripples, counteracting the terrifying chill of the ice phoenix. Dedicating herself to the essence of ice and snow,
the ice phoenix swiftly reached the 9th level of the great Luo golden immortal realm.
Now, she was poised to refine the essence. Upon completion,
she would become the first quasi-saint of the Phoenix clan in the primordial realm, aside from Lingfeng.
Shortly thereafter, the golden-winged Great Peng siblings ascended to the 7th level of the great Luo golden immortal realm.
It must be said that the talent of these siblings is indeed remarkable.
Any who attain the great Luo golden immortal rank are granted unrestricted access to the dojo and may select a location in the far south to establish a cave dwelling.
In due course, I shall create an opening in the canyon to allow spiritual energy to nourish the southern region.
Should anyone inquire about your origins, you are to respond, Yao Ting.
I expect you to attract more to the southern Shan continent, to the far southern lands.
Due to their unique identities, the Phoenix clan must continue their cultivation within the dojo and refrain from venturing outside.
On this day, Lingfeng's words resonated in the ears of all present. Within the dojo, the number of formidable beings has been steadily increasing.
It is no longer feasible to confine them within the dojo. As they are destined to eventually enter the primordial world, they cannot remain hidden in the canyon indefinitely.
After all, Lingfeng has his own plans. He aims to lay the groundwork for the primordial realm, which necessitates maintaining a connection with it. Such a disconnection would be detrimental rather than beneficial.
Upon Lingfeng's declaration,
all races were filled with exhilaration. Previously, they gazed enviously at the Wang Tianhong clan, who alone could enter and exit the dojo.
Now, however,
as long as they attain the level of Diluo Jin Xian, they too would be permitted to venture into the primordial world and even establish their own caves. Although the extreme southern region is largely desolate and sparsely infused with spiritual energy, Lingfeng has promised to release some of the energy from the canyon,
alleviating the concerns of all.
Having been away from the primordial world for countless years, curiosity about its current state has also stirred within them.
Suddenly,
a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the extreme southern lands.
The onlookers felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the extreme south.
Though it could not compare to that of the canyon, it was indeed far more abundant than the areas where they had previously cultivated.
Why were they so excited? Was the world outside the dojo truly that enticing? Sisters, do you wish to venture out and see for yourselves? On a mist-laden hillside,
7 little figures sat in a row beside Taoist Mosquito,
witnessing the immense excitement of all the races.
They couldn't help but feel a longing for the world beyond the dojo.
These 7 little ones were extraordinary.
The eldest and 5th were already at the 2nd level of Diluo Jinxian, while the 2nd and 7th were at the 1st level.
And the others were at the 9th level of Taiyi Jinxian, poised to break through to Diluo Jinxian at any moment. However,
the stipulation remained that one must be a Diluo Jinxian to venture outside. The words came from the 3rd child.
Unfortunately, one of the 3 at the 9th level of Taiyi Jinxian. Fear not, 3rd sister, reassured the eldest. You shall cultivate diligently in the canyon. And once you reach Diluo Jinxian, you can join us.
The 3rd child was instantly moved.
Eldest sister, will you truly wait for me? No. The 4 of us will go out first. Uncle Taoist Mosquito, will you accompany us? At this, Taoist Mosquito nodded.
He had quietly advanced to the 9th level of De Luo Jin Xian. The more time he spent with these little ones, the more he sensed their extraordinary potential. He was certain that if he remained in the dojo, they would eventually surpass him. Thus, he decided to venture out, seeking opportunities for a breakthrough to quasi-saint and to protect these young ones as they explored. Little did they realize the primordial world was fraught with peril.
These innocent children might find themselves deceived and crying for a return.
After some time, the six-eared macaque approached Lingfeng beneath the parasol tree, respectfully stating, "Ancestor, I sense that my cultivation has reached an impasse. I wish to seek opportunities in the primordial realm."
At this moment,
Six-eared had attained the 4th level of De Luo Jin Xian, and since his breakthrough, he had felt his cultivation speed significantly slow. After reaching the 4th level several decades ago, advancement had become exceedingly arduous. Thus, he approached Lingfeng to bid farewell.
"Go ahead," Lingfeng murmured softly. Lu Er respectfully withdrew.
From that moment on, more than half of the formidable De Luo Jin Xian level experts within the Taoist temple had departed. Meanwhile, Zhu Li, Kong Xian, the siblings Jin Shi De Peng, Huado Swan Ni, and the likes of Bai Yan Mo Jun continued their relentless cultivation within their clan's territory. As for the Wang Tianho clan, they were either embroiled in conflicts or on their way to instigate one, frequently absent from the canyon. The younger members of the Phoenix clan, filled with an insatiable yearning for the Hong Huang world, had grown up within the canyon since birth, never having laid eyes upon the vast expanse of the Hong Huang realm. Nevertheless, they understood the peculiarity of their own identities, and thus bore no resentment in their hearts. Chapter 57, The Primordial Fruits of All Paths. As more and more members of the demon clan departed from the Taoist temple,
numerous great demon lairs began to emerge in the extreme southern region.
Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in this area became extraordinarily rich, making it the most suitable place for cultivation across the entire southern Jianbu continent. Consequently, an increasing number of demons migrated from various regions to the southern Jianbu, even reaching the extreme south. With the influx of these numerous demons, the presence of the and the Western sect intermittently appeared in the southern Jianbu, leading to frequent clashes among their disciples as they vied for exceptionally gifted students.
As time progressed, most observers noted a peculiar phenomenon: high-level demons at the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier seemed particularly drawn to the south. Under the orchestrated guidance of Lingfeng,
many great demons arriving at the southern Jianbu were promptly introduced to powerful demon entities residing in the valleys, who directly escorted them back to the extreme south to establish their lairs. If they encountered particularly gifted demons, they were even recommended for entry into the valley's Taoist temple. The southern Jianbu is vast and boundless, yet encountering a great demon at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level is exceedingly rare.
One day,
four little companions and the mosquito Taoist were traversing a certain part of the southern Jianbu, where the concentration of spiritual energy was notably higher than in other areas. The 5 adept treasure hunters sensed that a spiritual object was about to emerge here. Not far away, several races surrounded a fruit tree, their expressions wary. This was the Qingyang fruit tree, which blossoms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every millennium.
It is a type of postnatal spiritual root from the primordial era,
enveloped in a layer of spiritual light even before maturity, appearing remarkably extraordinary. The Qingyang fruit contains an exceptionally pure and rich spiritual essence, greatly benefiting the cultivation of its consumers. Now, as the Qingyang fruit tree approached maturity, various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. Though the commotion was considerably less intense than that observed in the temple when spiritual plants reached maturity. In the shadows, several clans lay in ambush.
Once the Qingyang fruit matured, a bloody tempest would ensue.
It has ripened.
At this moment, the spiritual light erupted,
and the fragrant aroma of the potent spiritual herb wafted through the air, causing those who inhaled it to experience a momentary jolt of their spirits.
In the next instant,
several powerful figures surged forth, all targeting the Qingyang fruit before them. A fierce battle was imminent, with various divine abilities clashing in the air, spiritual light flashing,
spiritual energy surging, and fierce winds sweeping through as ancient trees burst apart. Isn't it merely the fruit of a postnatal spiritual root? We've grown weary of such things in the valley. Why would they engage in such a fierce struggle over it? Little Five pouted in confusion. Indeed,
Many of the fruit trees within the temple are far superior to this.
Oh, you little ones! Upon hearing their conversation,
the ever-watchful mosquito Taoist could only shake his head with a wry smile.
What kind of place is the valley? In the entire primordial world,
even the sacred places of saints pale in comparison to the valley. What is regarded as immensely precious in the outside world is, within the valley, merely commonplace. The 5 individuals engaged in a desultory conversation, while the formidable beings around them were preoccupied with their own affairs, showing no inclination to assail the 5. As they perceived an inscrutable depth to these individuals. Most importantly, it became evident that the 5 harbored no intentions of seizing the fruits of their labor.
Meanwhile,
on the land of the human race, power shifted frequently. Following the successful flood control by Diyu, Emperor Shun bequeathed the throne to him.
Diyu established the Xia dynasty, and soon after, the descendant of the Xianyao, Zhengtang, founded the Yinshang state in Bo, aided by the disciples of the, including Yi. He waged war to obliterate the Xia dynasty, effortlessly inheriting the 9 tripods of the Central Plains and securing dominion over the realm. Yet, after Chang Tang achieved supremacy, he turned to serve Nuwa, causing a stir within. Having aided him in conquering the world, how could he then serve the sage Nuwa? Thus, Nuwa became the rightful deity of humanity. Created by Nuwa, humanity found itself in an ongoing conflict with the demon race, which had repeatedly endangered Nuwa, who remained indifferent to their plight. Yet, now Nuwa was venerated as the rightful deity of humanity, leading many great demons remaining in the wilderness to rebel, further fragmenting the demon race. After the Shang king ascended to power, he gradually became arrogant, increasingly dismissing the divine. By the time of Emperor Wu Yi, he wielded the Xianyuan Bao to shoot at the heavens, unabashedly revealing his ambition to slay the celestial deities, thereby asserting human dominance. This audacity offended the celestial court, which responded with divine thunder. Following Wu Yi's demise, the fortunes of the Shang dynasty became tumultuous, drawing the attention of the great powers of the wilderness, who began to make their moves, supporting their own human factions in a bid for supremacy. Beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun Daozu was refining chaotic energy to coalesce primordial energy for the purpose of enhancing his own strength, aspiring to reach a higher realm. However, on this particular day, he suddenly opened his eyes. Recently, the heavenly Tao had exhibited peculiarities, complicating his attempts to refine chaotic energy. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, yet their frequency and clarity had recently intensified. Hongjun began to deduce the underlying reasons for this upheaval. Why is the heavenly Tao so chaotic? Hongjun was somewhat taken aback but continued his calculations. A great calamity, a significant cause and effect. Is another tribulation about to befall the wilderness? This cannot be allowed to unfold. Ding! Detecting the disturbance in the heavenly Tao from his position beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun resolved to initiate the great calamity of canonization to restore stability. Should he proceed to eliminate Hongjun to thwart this calamity? Option 1. Accept the mission, exit the canyon and venture beyond the 33 heavens to slay Hongjun and prevent the great calamity of canonization, earning a stone brick from the walls of the Shang dynasty as a reward. Option 2. Refuse the mission, dedicate oneself to cultivation. Receiving the primordial 10,000 paths fruit, a divine artifact from the primordial realm, which upon consumption allows one to merge all fundamental laws they have mastered. At that moment, Ling Feng heard the voice of the system. Refuse. Ling Feng was utterly speechless. The system actually wanted him to venture beyond the 33 heavens to eliminate Hongjun and prevent the great calamity of canonization, with the reward being merely a brick from the city wall? Very well. System, you may entertain yourself. At present, Ling Feng finds himself at a loss regarding his path to becoming a sage. However, at this moment, he fortuitously glimpses the Hongmeng Wandao fruit, an object of immense value to him. Should he consume the Hongmeng Wandao fruit, attaining sagehood would likely pose no challenge, and he would even become a great sage, significantly surpassing the combat prowess of his contemporaries among the Daoist sages. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng resolutely rejects the notion of foregoing this opportunity. His gaze fixated on the Hongmeng Wandao fruit with fervent intensity. The fruit is enveloped in a rich aura of primordial energy, exuding a trace of its potent essence.
Ling Feng senses a subtle loosening of his own realm and, without further ado, he commences the refinement of the Hongmeng Wandao fruit. The calamity of the gods is imminent.
To remain a mere ant without becoming a sage is ultimately unacceptable. Chapter 58, The List of Deities. As Ling Feng refined the primordial myriad fruits, he was suddenly enveloped by an exquisite and extraordinary energy that entwined itself around all his sources. Each source emanated an aura of immense terror, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, while maintaining a respectful distance from one another, akin to rivers that do not encroach upon each other. Previously,
Ling Feng had attempted to merge them, but the moment their energies intertwined, a fearsome force erupted, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic disaster within the confines of the canyon. The power he wielded had already surpassed that of an ordinary peak quasi-saint, and the mysterious patterns of the canyon's dojo might not withstand such might. Should he fail to contain the unleashed energy, the beings within the canyon could face utter devastation. Thus, he refrained from further attempts at fusion.
However,
under the influence of the primordial myriad fruits, the once incompatible laws of water and fire began to draw closer, ultimately merging into one.
This process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any violent energy outbursts. As the sources fused, Ling Feng's aura surged exponentially.
Simultaneously, in the Bio Palace, Yushu Palace, Baianing Palace, Nuwa Palace, and the West,
beams of golden light shot forth into the heavens.
Within the Zhixiao Palace, these brilliant rays revealed their forms, manifesting as the 6 revered saints of the current primordial world. Greetings, fellow Taoists, they acknowledged each other respectfully. Among them, only Tongtian, Nuwa, and Laozi exchanged formalities before reverting to their usual expressions, indifferent to pleasantries. Tongtian harbored disdain for Yuanshi and even more for the 2 saints from the West. Yuanshi was somewhat tolerable; aside from his condescension, he posed no significant issue,
as his disciples openly contended with Tongtian's followers.
Yet the elder Jie among the Western saints exploited his saintly status to deceive and manipulate the disciples of the Jie sect throughout the day.
Suddenly, an imperceptible wave of spatial fluctuations rippled through the air above Zhixiao Palace.
Amidst the 9 layers of auspicious clouds, a vast figure transcended the realms, seated in serene contemplation.
Upon sighting this figure, the 6 saints bowed in reverence.
"Salutations to our esteemed master,"
they proclaimed. The figure was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun,
who gradually opened his eyes, his expression inscrutable, his gaze sweeping past the assembly with an untraceable scrutiny. Then, Hongjun spoke, and as he did, the very fabric of heaven and earth around Zhixiao Palace trembled, revealing countless chains of order to stabilize the realm.
The 6 saints were filled with awe.
A single utterance from him could resonate throughout the great Tao. "Today, I have summoned you to deliberate on the significant matter of the deification. The calamity of deification must be mitigated to alleviate the karmic consequences. You cannot refuse. You shall inscribe your names on this list of deities to ensure the smooth execution of this celestial undertaking."
As his words concluded, the space around Hongjun rippled,
and a mysterious yellow scroll materialized, the legendary list of deities.
In that instant, all present comprehended the purpose of the list.
To appoint the 365 righteous deities of the heavenly court for its dispatch, the implications became apparent to the 6 sages, who furrowed their brows in concern. The so-called deification list, though presented in an appealing manner, essentially required them to surrender their devoted disciples to the heavenly court, leaving those listed with little prospect for advancement. The assembly was not composed of fools; none would willingly relinquish their painstakingly nurtured disciples. Yet, they were acutely aware that the calamity of deification was inevitable, and signing the deification list was non-negotiable. The purpose of Hongjun's summons was to have them deliberate on which disciples to propose for the deification list.
After a moment of silence, Laozi spoke.
"I have but one disciple, and I cannot place him on the deification list." Among the 6 sages,
Laozi faced the deification list with the least trepidation. If he were to offer up his sole disciple, what would remain for him? He would rather overturn the table than comply. The others understood this rationale, thus refraining from pressuring him.
Yuanshi pondered briefly before addressing Tongtian.
"Brother,
you possess the most disciples, perhaps you could offer some for the deification list?" As Yuanshi spoke, Zhuan-Ti and Jie Yin's eyes brightened,
realizing they were of a like mind.
After all, among the sages present, Tongtian had the most disciples, and requesting him to send a few was not an unreasonable demand. In the primordial chaos, the teachings of Jia Jiao were renowned for attracting countless deities,
their disciples far outnumbering those of the others.
Indeed, Brother Tong Tian, your disciples are numerous, sending a few to the deification list would not be a significant loss.
We,
on the other hand, are in a dire situation. Our Western teachings are inherently sparse, and acquiring even a few disciples has been fraught with difficulty. To send them to the deification list would spell the end for our teachings.
Jun Ti feigned sorrow. With a cold laugh, Tong Tian retorted, his patience waning. Ah! So you wish for Jia Jiao to fill the deification list? How audacious!
Let us not speak so harshly, Jun Ti replied, his demeanor solemn.
If Brother Tong Tian could help the primordial realm weather this calamity, all beings would remember your benevolence. Yuan Shi interjected, Brother, I believe Jun Ti has a point. Moreover,
your disciples, being of humble origins, would find great fortune in becoming righteous deities, while ours are all exceptional individuals.
It would be a pity to send them to the deification list. Tong Tian's heart ignited with unbridled fury at this insinuation. So, you suggest that placing my disciples on the deification list is for their benefit? You wish to reap the rewards while I am to be the one to suffer?
If this is fortune, then I shall bestow it upon you, my disciples shall not compete for it.
Yuan Shi found himself momentarily speechless, then retorted.
Your disciples may be of humble lineage, yet this would indeed be a fortune for them, while mine are the very dragons and phoenixes among men. It would be regrettable to place them on the deification list.
Tong Tian coldly laughed, what a farce.
My Jia Jiao disciples are no less worthy than yours. There is no need to deceive oneself, those adorned with fur and horns shall never grace the stage. Today, the decree of the divine list must be signed. Whether you wish to or not, for it is beyond your control.
The expression on Yuan Shi's face was grim, and Tong Tian's demeanor was scarcely more favorable. Meanwhile, Jun Ti reveled in the unfolding drama, finding joy in the widening rift among the Sansheng.
At this moment, Jun Ti fanned the flames, remarking, Brother Yuan Shi speaks the truth, those under the banner of Jia Jiao are nothing but uncivilized beasts. Ascending to the ranks of the celestial gods would indeed be a splendid affair. In my opinion, Brother Tong Tian, it would be wise for you to expedite the signing of the divine list.
Silence! Tong Tian retorted sharply, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Jun Ti.
When I speak, there is no room for your interjection. Alas, Brother Yuan Shi, it seems Tong Tian is blind to the kindness of others, Jun Ti sighed,
casting a pitiful glance toward Yuan Shi.
At that moment, Tong Tian's countenance was so dark it seemed poised to weep, and the surrounding void trembled incessantly.
Chapter 59, The Great Sage Tong Tian.
There is no need for further ado, hasten to sign this divine decree. Yuan Shi coldly snorted, paying no heed to the seething rage of Tong Tian, which was on the brink of eruption. Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian fixed a piercing gaze upon Yuan Shi, the frost in his eyes intensifying. He was thoroughly disillusioned with Yuan Shi. It was one thing to engage in unworthy pursuits and associate with those of dubious character. Such matters could be considered internal affairs among brothers.
However, now Yuan Shi had allied with the likes of Jun Ti to oppress him.
This was a betrayal of their fraternal bond in favor of aiding outsiders.
Ha ha ha.
With a darkened expression, Tong Tian laughed maniacally, having seen through their intentions.
Very well. My elder brother, today we sever our ties completely. As for this divine decree, I refuse to sign it. What will you do then? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from Tong Tian, an immense tide of spiritual energy roiling and crashing forth.
The terrifying presence of a saint causing the very space of the Zishao Palace to collapse under its weight.
Tong Tian.
Yuan Shi gazed intently at Tong Tian, his eyes glimmering with cold fury. It was one thing for Tong Tian to misunderstand his good intentions, but now he sought to sever their relationship altogether. The unity of the three pure ones was not something that could be so easily discarded.
Enough! Taishan Laojun stepped forward, regarding Tong Tian with a grave expression. Tong Tian, my junior brother, do not speak recklessly. This matter of the divine decree is of great significance. Given the numerous disciples of your Jia sect, many of whom are of questionable merit, it would be prudent to send some of your more foundational disciples to the divine decree. It would benefit both you and us. Seeing this, Jiayin and Jun Ti quickly expressed their agreement.
What Brother Taishan has said is indeed wise.
Tong Tian, your elder brother has spoken.
You should quickly sign this divine decree to facilitate the swift progression of the calamity.
At this moment,
Tong Tian realized that these individuals were intent on using his disciples to populate the divine decree. Observing their righteous facade, he could not help but sneer.
Elder brother, you too harbor such thoughts? I am deeply disappointed.
Today, I shall not sign this divine decree.
With that, Tong Tian waved his sleeve and departed from the Zhixiao palace.
The saints within the Zhixiao palace were momentarily taken aback. Tong Tian's abrupt departure seemed to dismiss their significance entirely.
Impudent! Yuanshi roared.
This Tong Tian truly does not know what is good for him. Taishan Laojun remained silent, harboring his own grievances against Tong Tian. The happiest among them were undoubtedly the two saints from the west, having successfully deepened the rift among the three pure ones.
Nuwa's expression betrayed no emotion. She had remained uninvolved throughout this affair. Master, what shall we do now that Tong Tian refuses to sign the divine decree? Zhuanti asked anxiously.
As each disciple of their Western teachings was invaluable, and they could not bear to send anyone to the divine decree.
Hongjuan's eyes were half closed, revealing no inner turmoil.
The decree shall proceed. You disciples may ascend to divinity according to your own merits. This divine decree, along with the divine whip, shall be entrusted to Yuanshi for management.
If there is nothing else, you may disperse. Within the canyon dojo, atop the towering phoenix tree.
At this moment, a symphony of myriad Tao sounds resonated,
echoing endlessly through the ether.
An infinite cascade of celestial light descended, encircled by the majestic clouds of 81 layers.
With a thunderous roar,
the profound and exquisite essence of the Tao violently emanated from the center of Lingfeng.
His aura soared to unprecedented heights.
Yet all traces of his presence were absorbed by the Taoist canyon, rendering the outside world oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding within. Only the beings dwelling within the canyon could perceive the monumental transformation. Within this sacred space, at every corner, a colossal phoenix apparition was visible, surrounded by a multitude of resonant vibrations. In this moment, Lingfeng had seamlessly integrated various supreme foundational laws he had previously mastered. He had ascended to the realm of the sage, free from the constraints and governance of the heavenly Tao, existing in transcendent majesty within the primordial world.
At last, he had reached the sage realm. Lingfeng, having endured countless years, finally attained this pinnacle. Suddenly, a notification shined. It was detected that the 6 sages were deliberating in the Zhixiao palace about the failure of the divine sealing. With the Tong Tian sage refusing to sign the divine sealing list, and the 3 pure ones completely at odds. The Tao ancestor had entrusted the divine sealing list and the divine whip to the Yuanshi sage for the purpose of sealing deities on behalf of heaven. Should he proceed to eliminate Yuanshi and seize the divine sealing list and the divine whip? Choice 1, accept the mission, emerge from the canyon to eliminate Yuanshi and seize the divine sealing list and the divine whip. Rewarded with a tile from the Yusu palace. Choice 2, decline the mission, dedicate oneself to cultivation, rewarded with the essence of water. Declined. Lingfeng was already well aware of the outcome of the 6 sages' deliberation on the divine sealing, leaving his heart unperturbed. The subsequent focus would be the coalition of various sects against the Jie sect. By placing the Jie sect disciples on the divine sealing list, they could avert such calamity. In the great calamity of divine sealing, both the Chan sect and the Western sect displayed remarkable shamelessness. The Chan sect reveled in overpowering the weak, calling upon their elders when the younger disciples could not prevail, and when even the elders faltered, the Yuanshi sage would intervene directly, leading to a cataclysmic battle among the sages. Meanwhile, the Western sect delighted in undermining others, approaching exceptionally talented disciples of the Jie sect with claims of a fated connection. Alas, with Tong Tian's temperament, how could he contend against such tactics? Yet, allowing him to endure some hardships might be beneficial, at a critical juncture. He could then provide assistance. It was paramount to ensure he was not utterly vanquished. Securing an ally among the sages would be advantageous. Safeguarding against exposure that might provoke hostility from other sages, which would be less than desirable after all, a single hand cannot clap alone. Among the 6 sages, Lingfeng held a particular fondness for the Tong Tian sage, admiring his straightforwardness and his protective nature. The Tong Tian's teachings embraced all
treating both demon and human alike with equality, in stark contrast to the Yuanshi, who harbored extreme discrimination against the demon race. While the Western sect regarded only the talented as worthy of recognition. Gazing at the essence of water in his hand, Ling Feng cast it without hesitation to Lan Feng. Now, Lan Feng had ascended to the 9th level of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. With this essence of water, he would effortlessly break through to the quasi-saint level. Upon encountering the source of water, Lan Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. She first expressed her gratitude to Ling Feng, and then began to seclude herself in order to refine the source of water. During this period, the strength within the canyon had experienced significant enhancement.
Kong Xian, after refining the 5 elements source, emerged as the most formidable entity in the canyon, second only to Ling Feng. His current realm has ascended to the 5th level of the quasi-saint stage. This remarkable advancement can be attributed not only to the immense power and suitability of the 5 elements source for Kong Xian but also to his exceptional innate talent, which would undoubtedly evoke envy among countless beings in the primordial world. Furthermore, the rapid progression of Kong Xian's cultivation can be ascribed to the fact that he specializes solely in the 5 elements principle, allowing him to pursue a more unadulterated path. This stands in contrast to Ling Feng, who has refined a plethora of top-tier sources, resulting in a gradual ascent through the quasi-saint realm, where each refinement of a source only facilitates a minor breakthrough. In comparison, Julie has been somewhat slower, currently at the 3rd level of the quasi-saint stage. While Bing Huang remains engaged in the refinement of the ice and snow source, and it may take her some time before she emerges from her seclusion. Just as Ling Feng was preparing to continue her observation, a voice resonated from outside the dojo. Chapter 60, My Fear of Death Persists. Friend, are you there? Outside. The familiar voice of Ling Feng echoed, unmistakably belonging to Tong Tian. Initially engulfed in profound melancholy, Tong Tian experienced a spark of surprise upon his arrival in the southernmost region. The density of spiritual energy here was several times greater than he had previously encountered. Was this once desolate and remote land truly transformed? The southernmost region now flourished, with the abodes of various great demons scattered like stars across the landscape, many of which housed formidable beings at the 7th and 8th levels of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. The collective strength of these entities, if united, would be formidable indeed. After a moment of astonishment, Tong Tian discerned that the source of this transformation lay with Ling Feng. Moreover, the harmonious coexistence among the demon clans indicated that Ling Feng was likely preparing to cultivate his own faction. This realization illuminated Tong Tian's mind, sparking a flurry of thoughts within him. Friend, I am here. At that moment, as Tong Tian contemplated, Ling Feng's voice resonated in his heart. For Ling Feng, Tong Tian's arrival was entirely anticipated. As he conveyed his thoughts, an unusual spatial aura surged before Tong Tian, and in an instant, Ling Feng appeared before him, perfectly within the confines of the Taoist temple. Tong Tian was astounded. How could Ling Feng manifest so silently before him? As he gazed at Ling Feng, his eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he could no longer perceive Ling Feng's cultivation level. The aura surrounding him was erratic and surreal, shrouded in a veil of mist. Friend, have you achieved sainthood? Tong Tian exclaimed, yet deep within, he was convinced that Ling Feng must indeed be a saint, otherwise, it was inexplicable. During his previous visit, even through the temple's barrier, he could distinctly sense Ling Feng's cultivation. However, now, in this direct encounter, he found himself utterly unable to gauge Ling Feng's essence. Ling Feng smiled, remaining silent. Tong Tian furrowed his brow. This is strange. If you have attained sainthood, there would surely be a resonance throughout the wilderness, accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. If you have become a saint, the cosmos cannot remain indifferent. Thus, friend, have you truly become a saint? Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt amusement within. Yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, Did you come here for a specific purpose? Friend, this matter is of little consequence. Have you attained sainthood? Friend, I cannot shake the feeling that you have truly become a saint. Tong Tian's heart raced with urgency. If Ling Feng had not achieved sainthood, why could he not discern his essence? Yet, if he had indeed become a saint, why was there no response from the cosmos? Friend, if there is truly nothing of importance, I shall take my leave, as I must resume my retreat. Sighing,
Tong Tian suppressed his burning curiosity and shifted to the matter at hand. Initially, he had sought Ling Feng on a whim to unburden his heart, but circumstances had changed. Observing the demon clans outside, he sensed that Ling Feng was laying the groundwork for a significant venture beyond the gorge.
In simpler terms,
what had once seemed inconsequential now bore great significance.
Dear friend, I have indeed come to seek your counsel.
A few days ago, my master, the venerable Hong Jun,
summoned me and several other saints to convene at the Purple Cloud Palace.
This matter is of great significance, as it pertains to the fundamental structure of the primordial world. The master gathered us to deliberate on the great calamity of enshrinement. To elevate his disciples onto the list of deities and confer upon them divine statuses for the service of the heavenly court. Furthermore, the disciples of the Jie sect, being the most numerous, insisted that I allow their members to be included on the list, under the pretense of bestowing fortune. At this juncture, Tong Tian became incensed.
And then? What followed?
Tong Tian's expression hardened as he firmly declared, I would certainly never acquiesce. Yet, the great calamity of enshrinement cannot simply be ignored.
I wonder what thoughts you hold on this matter. Thoughts? My perspective is one of survival.
Survival?
Tong Tian questioned, perplexed. They are already so powerful. What need is there for survival? Indeed, survival.
Tong Tian furrowed his brow, still somewhat bewildered, and reiterated, I do not comprehend. It is natural to remain low-key when one is weak, but now, with our strength, we stand at the pinnacle of the primordial hierarchy.
Why then should we still seek to survive?
Ling Feng shook her head. No, you are mistaken. The more powerful one becomes, the more one must embrace survival.
Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's confusion deepened.
We have all cultivated from ancient times to the present, having weathered numerous great calamities. Do you believe that before Hong Jun attained sainthood, the dragon, phoenix,
and Qilin clans were in a different position?
At Ling Feng's words, a look of reminiscence clouded Tong Tian's eyes. In those days, his own strength was not formidable, always trailing behind his two elder brothers. During that era, the primordial sovereigns Yuanfeng, Zulong, and Shikolin were entities far beyond their reach. Indeed, they were immensely powerful,
unmatched in both individual prowess and collective influence. Ling Feng nodded. Yet these three clans now languish. The Qilin clan is nearly extinct. My Phoenix clan, aside from this temple,
has scarcely any remaining kin, while the Dragon clan is now populated with mere mixed bloods, unworthy of recognition in that era.
After the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix,
the three clans withered, while the formerly weaker demon and shaman tribes grew in strength, ultimately assuming prominence in the heavenly domain.
Tong Tian fell silent,
suddenly grasping the wisdom in Ling Feng's words. Indeed, they held considerable merit. After the great calamity of the shamans and demons, the heavenly order collapsed, the 12 ancestral shamans perished, and the once feeble human race, which had merely fed on scraps from the two tribes, began to rise.
Ling Feng's final statement resonated like thunder from the heavens, striking a chord deep within. In that moment, Tong Tian understood. Survival.
He has indeed grown powerful, becoming an immortal saint, but his disciples remain weak. In this impending calamity of enshrinement, all they need do is to temporarily avoid the limelight to remain unscathed.
Thank you, dear friend, for enlightening me.
Tong Tian bowed deeply, his gratitude sincere and profound. I shall close the door and seek refuge, withdrawing from this contest.
Let those who wish to ascend the list of deities do as they please. Tong Tian harbors little doubt that these saints would dare to impose upon his Jie sect's temple without regard for decorum. Ling Feng illuminated a clear path for Tong Tian, who found himself increasingly admiring Ling Feng. With a gaze that burned with intensity, he proposed, Friend, why not join my Jiejiao and become its leader? We shall share the mantle equally, and with your presence, we can surely achieve great things.
Ling Feng replied firmly, No, I shall not leave my sanctuary.
Tong Tian faltered.
Previously, you refrained from leaving due to your fear of death.
Now that you have attained sainthood, what reason do you have to remain?
Ling Feng smiled and responded.
The same as before, I still fear death.
Tong Tian was left speechless as he departed, unable to comprehend why, having achieved sainthood, one would still harbor such fears. The powers of a saint are unparalleled. Even if all beings in the vast wilderness were to perish, you would remain unharmed.
Such timidity.
He silently scoffed on his way back. Meanwhile, within the canyon, as Tong Tian exited, Ling Feng observed Jingwei. The essence of Jingwei had grown significantly since their last encounter, suggesting that the restoration of her intelligence was drawing near.
Just then, the system's enhancement sound echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Ding!
It has been detected that after returning to Jiejiao, the leader Tong Tian has imposed restrictions on his disciples,
preventing them from venturing outside. They remain within Jin Ao Island. Would you like to proceed to Jin Ao Island and give Tong Tian a thorough beating to deter his meddling?
Option 1, accept the task, leave the canyon and head to Jin Ao Island to confront Tong Tian, earning a common palace lantern from Bayou Palace as a reward. Option 2, decline the task, dedicate yourself to cultivation, receiving 10 strands of Hongmeng Qi, a cultivation substance found in the primordial chaos, requiring refinement, which greatly benefits those at the saint level.
Chapter 61, The Poem of King Zhou Rejection. Over the years,
Ling Feng has come to grasp a profound truth: it is best to categorically refuse all system tasks, as this spares one from unnecessary contemplation.
Just moments ago,
he had urged the Tongtian teacher to endure, only for the system to instantly issue a task commanding him to violently confront Tongtian, advising him to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern him.
Is this not a slap in the face? Moreover, what is this reward? A mere ordinary palace lantern? Such a triviality is utterly dismissive. In stark contrast, the reward for declining the task is far more enticing: 10 strands of primordial energy. Although Ling Feng is unfamiliar with what this entails, the accompanying description suggests it possesses remarkable potency.
Were he aware that only after Hongjun refined vast quantities of chaotic energy beyond the 33 heavens could he condense even a trace of primordial energy, he would surely be elated.
This substance could enhance my current cultivation?
Ling Feng rejoiced. Since achieving the status of a sage, his realm had remained stagnant.
While he has attained sainthood, stagnation equates to regression.
He has yet to encounter many of the other sages of the Hongwang, should his hidden location be discovered.
It may incite undesirable intentions.
Therefore, he must not only strategize within the Hongwang and ally with Tongtian but also continuously pursue personal transformation. This is the true path of kingship. In the next moment, 10 wisps of grey mist appeared before Ling Feng, each emanating an overwhelming energy.
With the reward in hand,
he wasted no time and prepared to enter seclusion, fully committed to refining the primordial energy. In the Hongwang world, in the southern Jianbu continent, the demon race has proliferated significantly, with most lacking any affiliation, existing as wild demons within the Hongwang. These demons have gathered in the southern Jianbu,
embodying a sense of collective warmth.
Throughout the entirety of the Hongwang, the sole sage of the demon race is Nuwa. However, despite her status as their sage, she has never intervened on their behalf, remaining an indifferent observer from the time of the Wu Demon War to the present, when the demon race has grown weak. She has devoted herself solely to seclusion and cultivation, neglecting the welfare of her kin. Had Nuwa provided even slight assistance during the calamity of the Wuan demon,
the demons might not have suffered such dire decline.
Since then, she has distanced herself from the demons, now revered as a divine being by the human race. This has left many great demons feeling discontented, perceiving Nuwa as biased towards humanity, with dissenting voices growing increasingly louder among the demon ranks.
Yet, despite their grievances, the demons dare not speak out.
Over the years, the powerful among them have dispersed, each forging their own path, unable to unite. Had it not been for the recent rumors regarding certain developments in the southern Jianbu, igniting a flicker of hope among the disheartened demon powerhouses, they would not have converged here. At this moment, a figure clad in resplendent garments, woven from the feathers of primordial spiritual birds, soared through the skies above the southern Jianbu, accompanied by several formidable demons, each exuding the potent aura of great Luo golden immortals. On the other side, a striking figure, exuding an air of heroism, held a long halberd in hand, accompanied by several formidable beings of the great Luo golden immortal rank. Guiche and Qin Yuan called out each other's names. They were old acquaintances, both among the top 10 demon saints of the demon clan's heavenly court. They had fought side by side during the ancient war between the witches and demons. However, after that cataclysm, few old friends remained, as many powerful beings had perished at the hands of the witch tribe. Qin Yuan, the woman clad in colorful garments, turned her gaze towards Guiche, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she spoke. Isn't your abode in the North Julu continent?
Have you come to the South Shanbu continent upon hearing rumors of powerful demon beings emerging here?
Qin Yuan, who had achieved enlightenment as a member of the Feather Clan,
had once been a vassal of the Phoenix tribe.
Now, she was no weakling, having attained the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm.
In contrast, Gu Ha,
facing her, was a step stronger, being at the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal.
During the era of the ancient demon court,
he was among the most distinguished of the 10 demon saints, having slaughtered countless formidable members of the witch tribe during the war.
Ah!
There is no need to conceal the truth. I have indeed come upon hearing of a suspected quasi-saint level demon being in the South Shanbu continent. Especially since this place is operating under the banner of the demon court, recruiting various demons. I wish to ascertain whether there are remnants from the ancient demon court present here, Gu Ha replied in a low voice.
Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded in agreement,
as her purpose for this journey was the same.
Once, the ancient demon court basked in glory, but now
the demon clan had been driven to extinction in the vast wilderness, with the last remaining demon saint failing to take action.
Alas!
The demons of the wilderness now gather in the South Shanbu continent. Perhaps there truly is a powerful force behind this movement. If the demon clan still harbors a glimmer of hope, I believe that hope lies within the South Shanbu continent.
Since our objectives align, let us travel together for mutual support along the way.
Meanwhile, within the human territories, many powerful demons had already departed for the South Shanbu continent. Following the death of Wu Yi, struck down by divine lightning while wielding the Shen Yuan Bao, he entrusted his legacy to the Grand Master Wen Zhong, a disciple of the whose master was the Golden Spirit Holy Mother.
In the 7th year of the emperor, the birthday of Nuwa was celebrated. Nuwa is revered as the righteous deity of humanity,
and her birthday is the most festive day for the human race each year. On this day, King Zhou departed from his capital, Chaoga, aboard a magnificent chariot, heading towards Nuwa Palace to pray for favorable weather and the well-being of his people. My king, all matters are favorable, you may enter the palace for the sacrificial rites. An official attired in court robes approached, bowing respectfully to remind him. Very well, I am aware, King Zhou replied, his demeanor initially one of reverence.
However, as he stepped into Nuwa Palace, a tremor coursed through his body.
Inside the grand hall, the statue of Nuwa stood cold and solemn, when suddenly a fierce wind arose. To King Zhou's eyes, it seemed as if the statue had come to life, captivatingly graceful and enchanting. In that moment, his heart raced, filled with an overwhelming desire of possession.
Bring me pen and ink, I shall compose a poem. The surrounding ministers stood in stunned silence. Compose a poem?
Today, we have come to the Nuwa Palace to offer our prayers to the great deity Nuwa. What verse do you propose? However, with the King Zhou's interjection, none dared to voice any dissent.
Soon, the ink and brush were presented in full.
The king circled around the statue of Nuwa several times, his gaze brimming with desire. Thus, he commenced to write. The phoenix and dragon-adorned canopy is a sight to behold, embellished with intricate patterns of gold. The distant mountains gracefully soar in emerald hues, while flowing sleeves dance in the rosy twilight. Pear blossoms, kissed by rain, vie for beauty, and peonies, shrouded in mist, flaunt their charming allure. The ministers soon discerned that the king was extolling the beauty of the goddess Nuwa. Yet, upon reading the next line, all were struck with disbelief, their eyes widening as if they had witnessed a ghost.
But to possess such enchantment, to reclaim the long-lost monarch of Changlu, the ministers were utterly flabbergasted.
In that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around them.
Within the royal palace, Nuwa,
who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, her gaze icy as frost. Meanwhile, in the western sect, the seated figure of Zhuanti slowly opened his eyes, bursting into a fit of raucous laughter.
Junior disciple?
The somewhat puzzled Jiayin inquired. Elder brother, the time for the resurgence of our western sect has arrived. This Nuwa wishes to remain uninvolved. I shall watch to see if she can maintain her composure and remain aloof.
With a sweeping gesture,
Zhuanti unveiled a luminous screen that displayed all that had transpired earlier. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated once more in the mind of Lingfeng,
who was cultivating in the valley's dojo. Chapter 62, Luya becomes a semi-saint Ding.
It has been detected that Zhuanti is scheming in the shadows. plotting against King Zhou, leading him to speak disrespectfully before the statue of Nuwa in her palace.
Enraged by this affront, Nuwa contemplates annihilating the Shang dynasty. Should she venture to the west and deliver a sound thrashing to the shameless Yuan Ti? Option 1, accept the mission, exit the canyon and head west to confront Yuan Ti, earning an ordinary Bodhi seed as a reward. Option 2, decline the mission, focus on cultivation, receiving 20 fragments of the Chaos Bell as a reward. Declined. After stowing away the rewards, Ling Feng resumed the refinement of the primordial energy. Cultivation is the truest joy. Yuan Ti will inevitably face retribution in due time. With these 20 fragments of the Chaos Bell, Ling Feng now possesses 80, only 20 more needed to forge a complete innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. After composing a poem, King Zhou faced Nuwa's wrath as she descended to obliterate him. However, upon reaching the skies above Chaogu, Nuwa discovered the thick aura of heavenly fortune enveloping the area. Realizing that this fortune signifies the heavenly Tao's favor towards humanity, thus preventing saints from descending to slaughter them, she retreated to the Hua Huang Palace. King Zhou's insults could not go unanswered, prompting her to summon the 3 demons of Xianyuan Tomb, the 9-tailed fox spirit, the 9-headed rooster spirit, and the jade pipa spirit. Before her, these 3 great demons bowed respectfully. You 3, immediately go and bewitch King Zhou, exhausting the fate of the Yin Shang. Understood, we shall obey the saint's command. Thus, the 3 demons made their way to the land of Yin Shang. At the Yinzhou post station, beneath a grand canopy, stood a 16-year-old maiden with skin as smooth as cream, radiantly beautiful and striking in form. Upon seeing her, the 9-tailed fox spirit devised a scheme and unhesitatingly took the place of this exquisite maiden. Is this maiden named Sudaji? Then that shall be my name henceforth. To ensnare King Zhou, the first step is, of course, to draw near to him. As the 3 demons arrived in the land of Yin Shang, the Chan sect and the Western sect also made their moves. Zhang Zia, do you wish to become a registered disciple of the Chan sect? High above, amidst boundless auspicious clouds, the Lord of Primordial began to sit serenely, a massive divine halo behind him radiating profound brilliance. Disciple, I am willing. Below the Lord of Primordial, an elderly man with white hair knelt in excitement. Having been of low aptitude, he had tirelessly sought out renowned mountains and blessed lands over the years, yet no immortal had consented to take him as a disciple. Today, however, the leader of the Chan sect was willing to accept him as a registered disciple. This was a saint. Zhang Zia felt as though his ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Such extraordinary fortune had befallen him. Very well, these 2 items are the list of deities and the divine whip. Today, I bestow them upon you, allowing you to act on my behalf in the matter of bestowing divinity. This. Zhang Zia's face was one of disbelief. Not only had a saint accepted him as a registered disciple, but he was also granted precious treasures to carry out the significant task of bestowing divinity. At this moment, Zhang Zia's heart swells with an indescribable excitement and joy. His disciples will never disgrace their mission. Unlike the actions of several other sects, the Western Church appears to sit high upon its cloud, discreetly engaging in subtle maneuvers behind the scenes. Observing the struggles of the primordial world while scouting for promising talents to eventually bring into their fold. Following the discordant council of the 6 saints at the Zishao Palace regarding the conferral of gods, Tong Tian returned to Jinao Island and soon imposed restrictions on his disciples, instructing them to remain within their respective caves and focus on their cultivation. This caused considerable distress for both the Chan and Western sects, who initially intended to present the disciples of the Jie sect for inclusion in the divine ranking. However, with Tong Tian abruptly opting out, what a predicament this became. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. Both Quan Ti and Yuan Shi realized that many disciples of the Jie sect still held positions within the Yin Shang dynasty, thus presenting an opportunity. This game is not one that can simply be called off by Tong Tian's whim. In the extreme southern lands, Ling Feng had successfully refined all of the primordial essence, and a vigorous, powerful aura enveloped him. His realm was shifting, yet he still lacked a fraction to reach the 2nd tier of the Saint realm. This primordial essence is indeed a remarkable substance. Should I refine some more, I am certain I could break through to the 2nd tier of the Saint realm. At that moment, within the Canyon Dojo, a colossal sun rose, radiating an intensely scorching energy. Simultaneously, the Tao patterns within the dojo pulsated, counteracting the aggressive force of this tremendous sun. Within the brilliance of the sun stood the proud three-legged golden crow. Luya, having cultivated upon the fusang tree for countless years, had now successfully broken through to the quasi-saint realm. At this moment, he exuded immense power. The pressure of a quasi-saint radiating freely, causing the Tao patterns within the dojo to vibrate incessantly. Ancestor. Upon breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, Luya promptly approached the parasol tree and respectfully bowed. Excellent, you have reached the quasi-saint realm. In this primordial world, you possess a measure of self-preservation. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Luya was taken aback. Is the strength of a quasi-saint merely sufficient for self-preservation in this primordial realm? Could it truly be as perilous as that? Now that you have reached the quasi-saint level, venture outside for a while. Continuing to meditate in seclusion will not significantly elevate your cultivation. Indeed. Initially, Luya felt quite pleased at the prospect of exploring the world outside. Considering his newfound status as a quasi-saint to be that of a local sovereign in this primordial expanse. However, Ling Feng's statement dampened his spirits. Now, all he desired was to continue his cultivation. What is the purpose of venturing out? Is it not better to continue cultivating? A forced smile lingered on Luya's face. Yet he found it difficult to voice his reluctance. He exited the dojo and quickly circled the southern continent. After this brief excursion, he promptly returned to the dojo. If being allowed to stroll about counts as following orders, then he had complied, albeit returning rather swiftly. Ancestor, I wish to resume my seclusion. Upon returning to the dojo, Luya could no longer restrain himself. After reporting to Ling Feng, he immediately returned to the fusang tree to continue his cultivation. As Ling Feng observed Luya's swift return, she found herself at a loss for words. On this day, Kong Xian sought out Ling Feng. Having attained the 6th level of quasi-saint cultivation, he felt a sense of responsibility to oversee the numerous demon clans in the extreme south region on Ling Feng's behalf. Apart from the members of our sect, there were also 36 formidable great Luo golden immortals who had established their own abodes in this land. Most of these great Luo golden immortals possessed cultivation levels of 7 or 8, showcasing considerable strength. The extreme south region has now become a sanctuary for demon clans in the southern Jianbu continent, with countless demons aspiring to establish their own abodes here. This has resulted in fierce competition, as only the elite among the demon clans can remain in this territory. Weaker demons are simply unqualified to establish abodes in this land. However, the demons sent from our sect enjoy Kong Xian's protection in the extreme south, and the incoming factions regard these demons as Kong Xian's vassals. Aware of Kong Xian's formidable prowess, no one dares to offend the demons emerging from the canyon. All of this is orchestrated by Ling Feng from the shadows. She aims to provide certain demons within the canyon with opportunities to step into the limelight, ensuring they do not raise suspicions when traversing the vast wilderness in the future. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a formidable group of demons would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Conversely, at present, many demons from across the wilderness have chosen to migrate to the southern Jianbu continent, where the abundance of beings serves to obscure their true intentions. This aligns perfectly with Ling Feng's strategic plans. Having remained in hiding for so many years, she understands that when the time comes to act, it must be nothing short of extraordinary, capable of altering the very fabric of existence. At this moment, within the canyon sanctuary, Ling Feng contemplated for a brief period before declaring, Kong Xian, you may now formally establish the demon court. Chapter 63, The Gathering of All Beasts. The resurrection of the demon court in obedience to the command of the ancestor, Kong Xian respectfully replied and then departed from the dojo. Upon exiting, he shed his previous elegance and exhibited a formidable presence, declaring, Today, I, Kong Xian, shall establish the demon court in the extreme southern lands, inviting all demon clans from the vast wilderness to unite in solidarity. In the next moment, Kong Xian revealed his true form, a magnificent peacock towering between heaven and earth, unleashing 5 beams of divine light that cleave through the sky with terrifying ferocity and unmatched might. As Kong Xian's words echoed, a voice emerged from the crowd, a mighty demon of the 8th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, among the most powerful of the great demons in the extreme south. His tone was tinged with excitement, and almost simultaneously, several other enthusiastic voices chimed in. Kong Xian, you have finally stepped forward. Our demon race, though inherently powerful, has always been fragmented.
At last, a formidable figure has appeared to establish the demon court.
Can our kind once again ascend to the glory of the ancient celestial court?
I, from the Earth Tiger clan, have awaited this day for far too long. I have journeyed from the northern realm to the southern continent, and now to the extreme south, solely to partake in this momentous occasion.
The name of the demon court shall once again resonate throughout the wilderness. In an instant,
the entire extreme southern region erupted in fervor, as all the great demons expressed their uncontainable excitement.
At this moment,
the re-establishment of the demon court by Kong Xian illuminated a beacon of hope for the empowerment of their race. I, Hu Jiao, pledge my allegiance to the demon court.
Just as the great demons were still reveling in their enthusiasm, a great demon of the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal from the Fox clan spoke up.
Hu Jiao submits to the demon court, to be appointed as the Fox King. Almost immediately following Hu Jiao's proclamation, the voice of Kong Xian resonated again.
I, Yang Qiu, pledge my allegiance to the demon court.
I, Gue Deng, pledge my allegiance to the demon court. Soon, all the great demons in the extreme southern lands had submitted. A development that left Kong Xian somewhat astonished, though it was not difficult to comprehend. The powerful demon clans of the southern continent were already aware of Kong Xian's presence in the extreme south, even referring to it as a sacred land. Those eager to establish their dominions in the extreme south had all been awaiting Kong Xian's emergence, for prior to this, the name of the demon court had already circulated in whispers, and they had all longed for this momentous declaration.
After the demons pledged their allegiance,
Kong Xian appointed various demon kings, infecting nearly 100 in total, including those who had emerged from the dojo.
Subsequently,
he commenced the grand construction of the demon court palace at the location closest to the canyon dojo. The foundations of the demon court had begun to take shape. Upon completing these tasks, Kong Xian approached Lingfeng once more. Ancestor, the unification of the extreme southern lands has been accomplished. And with the addition of the great Luo demons from the dojo, the demon court has now appointed 95 demon kings. I shall assume the title of demon saint,
openly leading the court.
However, we must still account for the demon clans surrounding the extreme south and the southern continent, which will require additional time. Kong Xian spoke respectfully. Hearing his words, Lingfeng shook her head.
Too few.
The number of demon kings is rather scarce, with fewer than 100 in total. Witnessing the grand assembly of the myriad celestial beings at the enormity of it is truly impressive. The number of demon kings in our demon court must be increased. I shall summon all those who have attained the Luo Golden Immortal level from the Canyon Dojo to receive your bestowal. It would be insufficient for you to be the sole demon saint, the scene would be untenable.
Hence,
I shall send Julie to the demon court to be conferred as the demon saint by you.
I shall adhere to the will of our ancestor. Kong Xian,
filled with excitement, envisioned the scenario of countless demon kings emerging from the demon court, restoring the glory of the ancient celestial court's demon race, which is not beyond the realm of possibility.
Moreover, the demon court is backed by an unfathomable phoenix ancestor. In the past, the celestial court did not have a saint to oversee it. Go forth, the management of the demon court is entrusted to you. Yes. Kong Xian departed, immersing himself in the construction of the demon court.
With a clear objective, his motivation surged. First, he sought to amplify the renown of the demon court, continually attracting demon races from across the world to join. Any demon race arriving at the demon court and reaching the Luo Golden Immortal level would be directly conferred as demon kings. It was not long before the number of demon kings in the demon court exceeded 200.
Of course, many of them were from the Canyon Dojo. Subsequently,
Lingfeng informed Julie of this development. Now, Julie had reached the 4th level of quasi-saint status, and upon receiving Lingfeng's command, he also left the dojo,
choosing to emerge into the world.
Today, our demon court shall gain another demon saint, a powerful figure from the ancient Juke lineage, who will advance together with us. On that day, Kong Xian's voice resonated across the skies of the southern Zhan continent.
The entire continent erupted in fervor. A demon saint signifies a quasi-saint level of cultivation.
The strength of the demon court once again provided clarity to all demon races regarding its prowess.
Consequently,
some demon races that had been observing from the shadows shifted their attitudes, and their eagerness to join the demon court surged anew.
At this moment,
Countless demon races in the wilderness harbored a singular thought: to journey to the southernmost lands and join the demon court. It is not merely that the demon court is powerful enough to shelter these demon races, rather, it is that the past years have been too arduous for them.
Now,
with the leadership of a formidable demon race, congregating in one place allows for mutual support, illuminating a glimmer of hope for the demon race. In the southern Zhan continent, 4 little children remained in the company of the mosquito Taoist. Possessing the strength of De Luo golden immortals, coupled with the presence of the mosquito Taoist, they typically encountered little trouble from those who lacked discernment. Throughout their journey, the news they heard most frequently pertained to the demon court. The lord of the demon court is an exceedingly powerful demon saint, and in addition to him, there exists another demon saint and over 200 demon kings.
This is an influential power among the demon races that cannot be overlooked. Little Five, with a twinkle in her beautiful eyes, confidently stated that the demon court must have been established by their master. With a hint of curiosity, she ventured, "If one can be conferred as a demon king upon reaching De Luo, why don't we also seek to be crown kings? I think that's a splendid idea."
Her elder sister replied without hesitation, finding the notion of being conferred as a king delightful.
"Then what are we waiting for? Let us return and receive our titles."
At this moment, the 4 little creatures were filled with excitement, while the mosquito man exhibited a rather peculiar expression.
"I had always believed that the Phoenix ancestor was solely devoted to cultivation. Why has he suddenly established a demon court? However, after wandering for these past years, I sense that my own opportunity is approaching.
Perhaps upon my return, I too could ascend to the status of a demon sage."
On another mountain peak,
the 6-eared macaque sat atop a spiritual tree, having claimed dominion over this region, styling himself the Chaos Demon King. He had subjugated a vast territory and commanded several formidable demons of the great Luo golden immortal rank. Today, he summoned all the lesser demons to gather around him.
"Do you know whence I hail?" The assembly of demons exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the answer.
"I come from the extreme southern lands, where the demon court has now been established." Upon hearing this, a great Luo golden immortal level bull demon grasped the implication of 6-eared's words.
"My king, I understand.
I shall rally the demon soldiers and march to assault the demon court to reclaim your homeland."
A chorus erupted: "Assault the demon court, reclaim the king's homeland. Assault the demon court, reclaim the king's homeland."
6-eared felt a twinge of annoyance and, without hesitation, soared into the air, delivering a swift slap to the bull demon's forehead.
Chapter 64, The Attention of the Sage. Be quiet. Luair snapped irritably.
This bull demon was tolerable in every aspect except for his lack of intellect. He persistently fancied himself quite clever, even referring to himself as Great Wisdom. The other demons, witnessing the beating of Great Wisdom, promptly fell silent, perplexed as to where the error lay. Luair took a moment, casting a glance at the sulking Great Wisdom who remained unaware of his misstep, then addressed the assembly.
"I have gathered you not to launch an attack on the demon court. With over 200 demon kings, our insignificant faction would merely be delivering ourselves as offerings. Instead, my intention is to join the demon court, and those who wish to accompany me are welcome." Upon concluding his statement, Luair awaited the response of the demons. "Wherever the king goes, we shall follow," declared Great Wisdom, undeterred by his recent chastisement. He wholeheartedly believed Luair's actions were justified. "Wherever the king goes, we shall follow," echoed a chorus of demons behind him. "Very well, we shall depart at once." Luair felt a surge of emotion. Within the dojo, Lingfeng continuously scrutinized the situation in the primordial realm through the Xian-Tian mirror. Currently, the demon clans were congregating in the southern region of Zhanzhou, creating considerable commotion. Although the sages often secluded themselves in meditation, they remained attuned to the happenings of the outside world. The mass migration of demon clans had certainly captured their attention. Ding! The detection of the sages' interest in the large-scale migration of demons to southern Zhanzhou has been confirmed. Yuanshi has dispatched disciples to eliminate the demons heading to southern Zhanzhou. Will you proceed to slay Yuanshi and avenge the fallen demons? Option 1, accept the task, exit the canyon and proceed to Yusu Palace to slay Yuanshi, receiving a common sapling as a reward. Option 2, decline the task, focus on cultivation, receiving 10 units of Hongmeng Qi. I refuse. Despite her rejection, Ling Feng's heart was still tumultuous. Yuan Shi's audacity was astounding, sending disciples down the mountain to slay the demons bound for southern Zhangzhou.
Very well, I shall remember this grievance.
With that,
Ling Feng stored away the Hong Meng Qi, as there was no time to refine it. She summoned Zhu Li and Kong Xian, informing them of the situation and advising them to remain vigilant against any provocations from the disciples of the Chan school.
Rest assured, ancestor.
If the disciples of the Chan school dare to venture into the extreme southern lands, they shall find no opportunity to depart, Kong Xian replied,
taking a deep breath to suppress his anger.
Ancestor, allow me to take some demon kings away from the extreme southern lands. I must protect these demons.
Zhu Li,
known for his fiery temper, was unable to swallow this affront.
Ha!
The disciples of the Chan school, who consider themselves geniuses, shall soon learn their place.
Not permissible.
Ling Feng shook her head. She knew all too well Yuan Shi's unscrupulous nature, should his precious disciples be harmed. He would disregard his identity as a sage and take to the field himself. Should Zhu Li and the others fall into Yuan Shi's clutches,
Ling Feng would be left with a lifetime of regret.
You may traverse the southern continent accompanied by the celestial hound, the lion of the mountain,
and the multi-eyed golden centipede.
Should you encounter disciples of the teaching causing chaos, you are authorized to quell them directly.
If ever you find yourselves in peril, I shall be there in time to offer my aid.
The celestial hound cannot endure a day without battle, it thrives amidst the constant strife of the southern continent.
However,
this clan has grown formidable, with their chieftain being a powerful figure of the 8th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the others are at the 6th and 7th stages. The Lion of the Mountain and the Fiery Dagger are of comparable strength,
with the strongest among them reaching the 7th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The multi-eyed golden centipede is particularly formidable,
having attained the 9th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal shortly after commencing its cultivation in the Canyon's training grounds.
As you command. Zhu Li bore no resentment,
understanding that the ancestor was concerned for their safety. The slaying of a saint's disciple could not be overlooked.
Moreover, there is the matter of the 10,000 demon formation.
Speaking thus, Ling Feng touched the forehead of Kong Xian, instantly flooding his mind with vast knowledge regarding the formation. This array was to be established by you in the extreme south, where you would preside over it. As the strength of the demon court grows,
you will be able to confront the saints with this formation.
This.
Kong Xian was taken aback by Ling Feng's words.
To challenge a saint was a feat once achievable by the ancient demon court Emperor Di Jun through the celestial star array, which had long been lost and could only be arranged by him alone.
Kong Xian grasped Ling Feng's intention.
He held the demon court and the extreme south in high regard.
Ancestor, I shall not disappoint your expectations.
After their departure, Ling Feng approached the yellow middle leaf fruit tree. Over the years, numerous fruits of the yellow middle leaf had matured around its base.
Ling Feng meticulously harvested them one by one. These fruits were sufficient to create 36 great luo.
Yet these great luo would find it exceedingly difficult to advance further in strength, remaining at merely the first stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, if not weaker.
Suddenly,
Ling Feng contemplated that certain races, with their inferior talents, would never manifest great Luo-level power. For them, the fruits of the yellow middle leaf were indeed invaluable treasures.
Ling Feng's gaze swept across the canyon. Clans such as the Lark clan and the Spirit Duck clan had resided in the canyon for an extended period. Yet none had produced a great Luo Golden Immortal. Their innate limitations confined their potential, rendering them incapable of breakthrough despite favorable circumstances. In contrast, the Xin K, Lei K, and the cloud-bound immortal crane clans had all given rise to great Luo powerhouses. Additionally,
the Shangfu and Miameng clans were among the more gifted within this gathering of races. Those whose cultivation is beneath the golden immortal realm and are nearing their demise, come to the Wutong tree to meet me.
On this day,
Ling Feng's voice resonated throughout the training ground. Instantly, all clans raised their gazes toward the Wutong tree, pondering the significance of the ancestor's words.
In unison,
the aged and weakened demons of the various clans became agitated, hastening towards the Wutong tree. Ling Feng regarded the roughly 200 elder demons and spoke slowly.
This is the yellow middle leaf. Consuming it will instantly elevate you to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant,
all eyes were drawn to the 36 fruits floating before Ling Feng, their gazes filled with disbelief.
Could it be that consuming these fruits would instantly elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? However, it came with a caveat: once ingested, they would forever be devoid of any further advancement, and their combat prowess would pale in comparison to that of a typical great Luo golden immortal. The crowd momentarily froze in astonishment, only to have excitement and fervor resurface upon their faces. They had already faced the grim reality of stagnation, with their time running short. Without this Huang Zhongli, they would soon wither away. Yet now, having laid eyes on the Huang Zhongli, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for ascension to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. For them, this represented an unimaginable opportunity of monumental significance. Thus, the drawbacks articulated by Ling Feng seemed almost negligible in their eyes. Chapter 65, the second level of sagehood. Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of the gathered crowd, Ling Feng understood that her words were superfluous. The 36 Huang Zhongli are now bestowed upon each of your clans. For those who have not yet received, there is no need for haste. Within my domain, life and death are both safeguarded. Moreover, this is merely the first batch of the fruits. More shall follow in due course. Ling Feng selected 36 individuals among them, those whose life essences were the faintest, and granted them the Huang Zhongli. The elder demons beneath the golden immortal rank, upon receiving the precious fruit, trembled with excitement. What a jest! It is exceedingly rare for their less gifted races to produce beings of the great Luo golden immortal tier. Now, with such an opportunity to enhance their strength, how could they contain their exhilaration? They consumed the Huang Zhongli the moment it was in their possession. Instantly, pure energy unfurled within them. The order of the great Tao intertwining around their forms, and their auras surged relentlessly. Golden Immortal. Tai Golden Immortal. Great Luo Golden Immortal. They achieved the great Luo fruit position in an instant. All 36 ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, creating a palpable surge of spiritual energy beneath the Wutong tree that was almost daunting. Meanwhile, those elder demons who had not received the Huang Zhongli gazed upon them with envy, fervently wishing for their own share of the miraculous fruit. Thank you, Ancestor Phoenix, for bestowing such treasures. Some of the newly ascended great Luo golden immortals, their faces flushed with exhilaration, prostrated themselves in gratitude. Feeling the unprecedented surge of energy coursing through them, their excitement intensifying. Great Luo Golden Immortal. They were, after all, a group of lowly cultivators. And never did they expect Ling Feng to grant them the fruit that would elevate them to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. The methods employed by Ling Feng appeared utterly incomprehensible to their eyes. Depart now, she commanded. As you wish. The elder demons rose in unison and departed. Once they had left, Ling Feng produced the primordial energy to commence her refinement. Just a fraction more, and she would breach into the second level of sagehood. The calamity of the gods had quietly commenced, and her current power was indeed insufficient. After Ling Feng entered seclusion, the matters of the demon court proceeded in an orderly manner. Presently, the number of demon kings in the court was nearing 300. In the southern region of Zhenzhou, Zhu Li led the likes of Wang Tianhong, while in the far southern territories, Kong Xian was in motion. In the human realm, within the Shang dynasty, Daji had approached King Zhou, employing her beguiling arts to enthrall him utterly, rendering him obedient to her every whim. Under her influence, King Zhou would never venture eastward, but instead, he was steered westward. Gradually, Daji grew fond of this intoxicating sense of power. Casting aside the mission bestowed upon her by the Saint Muo, she indulged alongside King Zhou in excess and cruelty. In an instant, the Shang court was shrouded in darkness. The ministers watched as Daji toyed with state affairs. Some openly suggested that King Zhou rid himself of her, yet all were met with brutal retribution from the king. Now, the court of the Shang dynasty was filled with officials who dared not voice their anger, while some sought alternative paths. Li Jing, the commander of Chentang Pass, was equally incensed by King Zhou's debauchery and tyranny. However, contemplating that his wife was currently with child and unable to undertake any significant actions, he resolved to remain in concealment, diligently tending to his duties in safeguarding the citizens of Chentang Pass. My lady, hold on. Outside the delivery room, Li Jing paced anxiously. Today marked the day of his wife's labor. It was peculiar indeed that the child had taken 3 long years to arrive, but it seemed the moment had finally come.
Suddenly, the skies above Chentang Pass were adorned with magnificent auspicious clouds, accompanied by ethereal melodies that enveloped the air.
The townsfolk raised their heads in astonishment, pondering the divine spectacle that had unfolded.
Li Jing, equally bewildered, gazed upward just as a midwife's voice erupted from within the delivery room.
"Master, it has arrived. Mother and child are safe, but wait, why is it a meatball?" The midwife's tone shifted dramatically, her face filled with fear. "What?"
Li Jing burst through the door, only to be met with the sight of his wife having given birth to a peculiar meatball, causing his composure to shatter. "My wife has carried this child for 3 years and 6 months, and it emerges as a mere meatball.
What kind of monster has taken form within her womb?"
Fury consumed him as he realized the unnatural nature of the birth. He had sensed something amiss, for a normal gestation could not extend beyond 3 years.
Unfortunately,
his worst fears had materialized. A creature of malevolence had indeed taken root within his wife.
"You abominable fiend, you shall not live to see another day." With that,
Li Jing unsheathed his sword, his anger compelling him to strike.
"Master, no."
Lady Ying desperately tried to intervene, but it was too late. His sword fell upon the meatball.
And in the next instant, a brilliant light erupted from it. Ding!
The spirit orb has been detected. It is destined to be reborn as the son of Li Jing, the guardian of Chentang Pass, endowed with great fortune.
Will you proceed to subdue the spirit orb and claim its reincarnated form?
Choice 1. Accept the mission, venture out of the canyon to subdue the spirit orb, gaining the postnatal treasures, Jian Kuan Circle, the merging of heaven and earth,
and the wind and fire wheels. Choice 2. Decline the mission, focus on self-cultivation and receive the source of gold. System, I refuse. At this moment,
Ling Feng had just achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 2nd level of sainthood. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice resonated again. Ling Feng was in high spirits,
especially with the system's announcement bringing additional joy.
From the conveyed information, Ling Feng learned that Neza had been born, yet he harbored no intentions of confronting Neza, for the being had been clearly destined by the primordial beginning. The source of gold, however, could be bestowed upon the Golden Phoenix clan. Over the countless years, this clan had produced a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and Ling Feng had not particularly favored them. The last time he had procured the source of gold, it had been given to the siblings of the Golden-Winged Great Pang. These 2 siblings were still in seclusion, but upon their emergence, they were likely to ascend to the ranks of quasi-saint level experts. Additionally, there were the Ice Phoenix, the Thunder Phoenix, and the Blue Phoenix.
When the time came, the number of quasi-saint masters in the dojo would burgeon phenomenally. With a mere thought,
Ling Feng cast the essence of gold beside the current leader of the Golden Phoenix clan, a formidable being at the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. This essence of gold will greatly benefit your cultivation. You may grasp the profound principles it embodies in advance. Once you reach the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, you may begin the process of refining it. Upon completion, you shall attain the status of a quasi-saint.
Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the leader of the Golden Phoenix clan was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, ancestor." Meanwhile, after being conferred kingship by Kong Xian, Daoist Wen once again retreated into seclusion to cultivate. He has sensed a loosening of his own realm and believes that soon he will be able to achieve the status of a quasi-saint without relying on external forces. Suddenly, a colossal blue phoenix materialized within the canyon. It was the true form of the blue phoenix. At this moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the blue phoenix, its spiritual energy surging intensely. The blue phoenix has broken through.
A unique aura, characteristic of a quasi-saint, began to radiate slowly from its being.
In the Phoenix clan, apart from Ling Feng,
another being surpassing the Great Luo Golden Immortal has emerged. Chapter 66, The Reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl after breaking through to the quasi-saint level. Lan Feng occasionally secluded herself for profound cultivation and at other times guided the younger generations of her clan. Perhaps due to her prolonged seclusion, Lan Feng exhibited no desire to venture outside the canyon. This suited Ling Feng's intentions perfectly. The Phoenix clan had yet to reach a point of complete exposure. Ling Feng continued her retreat, quietly observing the shifting tides of the primordial world. Following Ling Feng's seclusion, the affairs of the human territories progressed in an orderly fashion under the auspices of the saints. The nine-tailed fox spirit, who had assumed the guise of Daji, no longer heeded the commands of the Saint Nua, instead ensnaring King Zhou in a web of indulgence and folly.
One day, Jiang Zia,
under the decree of the Primordial One, arrived at Chaoga with the dual purpose of eliminating Daji and assisting King Wu in overthrowing the Yinshan dynasty. The sword presented by Jiang Zia was capable of slaying Daji, yet it was promptly destroyed by King Zhou, prompting Jiang Zia to retreat to Shiqi.
In Chentang Pass. Shortly after his birth, Neza was taken as a disciple by Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Under Taiyi's tutelage,
Neza practiced both cultivation and martial arts. Though still young, his prowess had already reached the 9th level of the golden immortal realm. A testament to his remarkable talent as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, evoking envy in countless beings. With an extraordinary background, profound techniques, and an early start in practice, Neza lacked proper guidance, resulting in his mischievous nature. Not long ago, Neza had slain the dragon prince at the East Sea, flaying him and extracting his bones. Upon learning this, the dragon king of the East Sea was filled with wrath. At this moment, ominous clouds loomed over Chentang Pass,
accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain. The sea outside Chentang Pass roared with ferocity, waves crashing violently. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounded Chentang Pass, while a colossal dragon roared in the skies above. Li Jing, surrender Neza. He has slain my son, and I demand blood for blood. Otherwise, I shall unleash a deluge, destroying Chentang Pass and drowning all within. Ding. Detection indicates that Neza has killed the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon King is stirring up trouble at Chentang Pass, demanding Neza's surrender. Will you intervene to rescue Neza? Choice 1, accept the task, venture out of the canyon to Chentang Pass to rescue Neza, and receive Taiyi Zhenren's whisk. Choice 2, decline the task, focus on cultivation, and gain the essence of blood and slaughter. System, I refuse. Ling Feng, upon opening her eyes, felt a twinge of impatience. Enough of this, system. I am in seclusion. Neza's slaying of the 3rd Dragon Prince and the Dragon King's demand were all part of a preordained arrangement. The Dragon King approached, leveraging the lives of the citizens of Chentang Pass as a bargaining chip. Regardless of Li Jing's feelings towards Neza, he could not simply hand over his son. Thus, the subsequent tale of Neza self-mutilating to repay his parents' debts unfolded. Seeing this, the Dragon King found it unwise to continue his threats, with Neza dead. They had no choice but to withdraw. Little did they know, this was a trial set deliberately by the Primordial One, intended for Neza's rebirth and transformation. Upon the demise of Neza, the venerable Taiyi Zhenren appeared. Originally, Taiyi Zhenren intended for Neza to utilize the incense offerings from the temple for 3 years to form a corporeal body. However, this plan was inadvertently thwarted by Li Jing, compelling Taiyi Zhenren to use the leaves of the 5 lotus pool to assemble Neza into human form. Thus, Neza experienced a profound transformation, seizing this opportunity to transcend to a higher realm. After Neza's tumultuous escapade in the Eastern Sea, he was poised to commence his endeavor at the Xianyuan Pavilion to draw the Xianyuan Bao, was he not? Ling Feng acutely sensed the machinations of the Primordial One. He was not only propelling the progression of the Fengshan calamity but was also persistently targeting the disciples of the Jie sect. Although this would incite the wrath of the Jie sect, how could they contend with a mere child who, inadvertently, drew the Xianyuan Bao from an immense distance and struck one of their members? Ling Feng suppressed his thoughts and gazed upon the blood fiend source in his hand. It was imbued with a surging aura of sanguine malice, even more potent than the blood sea itself. This substance was ideally suited for the mosquito Taoist, who had previously cultivated within the blood sea before arriving at the canyon sanctuary. Furthermore, the mosquito Taoist was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the quasi-saint realm. This pivotal step felt both near and infinitely distant. In the next moment, the mosquito Taoist, deep in meditation, suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation before him. Before he could react, the blood fiend source, radiating a rich and pure aura of sanguine energy, captivated him deeply, causing his state of cultivation to become increasingly pliable. This artifact, the blood fiend source, if refined, could assist you in transcending to the quasi-saint. The mosquito Taoist gazed at the blood fiend source before him, his visage brimming with excitement. He believed that this source was not merely a means to break through to the quasi-saint. Once fully refined, he felt he could continue his cultivation indefinitely. with his path of enlightenment becoming remarkably clear. Thank you, Ancestor Phoenix. The mosquito Taoist, eschewing further chatter,
expressed his gratitude in fervor before immediately commencing the refinement of the blood fiend source. His aura grew increasingly dense and formidable.
Meanwhile,
across the vast expanse of the primordial land, various schemes unfolded incessantly. Neza was employing the Xian Yuan Bao to eliminate the disciples of the Jie sect,
quietly igniting the flames of conflict between the Jie and Shan sections.
While there had been previous confrontations between the two sects, they had never escalated to the killing of each other's disciples. This time, the situation was evidently escalating. The night had deepened, and the bright moon illuminated the channels.
Neza,
having learned about the Xianyuan pavilion from his mother, expressed his desire to visit it to Li Jing, only to be met with stern reproach. This rebuke only intensified Neza's curiosity about the Xianyuan pavilion. On the walls of the Chuntang Pass, Neza's figure flickered and vanished.
Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Xianyuan pavilion. Is this what my mother spoke of, the Xianyuan Bao and the Jintian arrow?
Neza gazed at the bow in the center of the pavilion, intricately engraved with mountains, rivers, insects, birds, the sun, the moon, and the stars, observing it with keen interest. Subsequently, as he lifted the Xianyuan Bao, he found it exceedingly heavy.
Despite possessing the cultivation of a first-level Tai Golden Immortal, he struggled to raise the Bao. How heavy? Allow me to test its might. In a moment of whimsical mischief, Neza drew forth a thunder arrow and hoisted the Xianyuan Bao,
making his way to the edge of the Xianyuan pavilion.
With all his might, Neza finally managed to draw the bowstring. In the next instant,
the thunder arrow was propelled forth, carrying with it an overwhelming force that cleaved through the vast sky. In the eerie Skull Mountain, within the White Bone Cave,
resided the disciples of the Jie sect, namely the Lady of Shurji.
Under her tutelage were two young disciples, the Azure Cloud Boy and the Colorful Cloud Boy.
One day,
as dawn broke and the morning dew mingled with the mist, Azure Cloud and Colorful Cloud cheerfully emerged from their cave, baskets in hand, to gather spiritual herbs amidst the mountains.
Upon reaching the base of a cliff, an inexplicable dread suddenly gripped them.
They looked up to behold a terrifying arrow hurtling towards them with formidable force. Before Azure Cloud could react, the thunder arrow struck true, piercing through his throat, causing him to tumble to the ground, lifeless.
Azure Cloud! Azure Cloud!
Colorful Cloud cried out in panic, tears glistening in his eyes. This unforeseen calamity had claimed Azure Cloud's life.
This cannot be. I must seek out my master. Chapter 67, Li Jing of Chentang Pass. What? Upon hearing this news,
Lady Shurji felt her head spin. Although Biyun and Kaiyuan were merely her attendants, they were essentially akin to disciples. How could it be that they ventured out to gather spiritual herbs and yet one of them has vanished?
Over the years,
she had meticulously adhered to the instructions of the sage of Tontian, remaining quietly within her sanctuary, refraining from venturing out or stirring up trouble, diligently cultivating her practice.
Yet, unexpectedly, disaster had struck. Come, take me to see.
The two immediately proceeded to the scene where Biyun had met her tragic fate. Upon witnessing that Biyun had completely lost her breath, an arrow lodged in her neck, Shurji's heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two.
However,
in the next moment, she could not afford to linger in sorrow, her gaze fixated intensely on the arrow that had slain Biyun.
This was the Jintian arrow.
In the world today, only Chentang Pass possessed such a formidable arrow, and its commander was none other than Li Jing. Chentang Pass lay far from this place, yet a Jintian arrow from there had found its way to her sanctuary, fortuitously striking down her attendant. Such an extraordinary occurrence was almost beyond belief, even Shurji herself would doubt it had she not witnessed it firsthand. Speaking of Li Jing, she was somewhat acquainted with him. During the time when the three pure ones had not yet been divided, Kunlun Mountain was populated not only by the disciples of the sages but also by numerous solitary cultivators.
Li Jing's master was the formidable Duizhenren,
with whom Shurji had maintained a rather amicable relationship. After transporting Biyun's lifeless body back to her cave dwelling, Shurji promptly summoned Li Jing. Having cultivated for countless years, her powers were profound, thus subduing a mere golden immortal like Li Jing was a trivial task.
Lady Shurji, what prompts you to detain this junior?
Li Jing asked,
a hint of panic in his voice.
He had been drilling his troops when he was suddenly restrained by a being of immense power. Anyone would feel disconcerted in such a situation.
Li Jing, my disciple has been slain by the Jintian arrow. Are you aware of this?
Upon hearing Shiji's words, Li Jing was initially taken aback, followed by a visage of utter confusion. This junior is unaware of such a matter. However, after approaching to investigate further, Li Jing's confusion only deepened. The Jintian arrow had always been housed within the Xianyuan pavilion. How could it have been used to kill Lady Shiji's attendant? Your ignorance does not incur my wrath. Upon your return, conduct a thorough investigation.
My attendant cannot have perished without reason, Shiji declared firmly.
Rest assured, Lady Shiji. I shall diligently investigate upon my return, Li Jing assured her. As he finished speaking, Shiji employed her mystical powers to send Li Jing back to Chentang Pass.
Immediately,
he proceeded to the Xianyuan pavilion, and upon entering, his heart sank.
This one of the Jintian arrows was missing.
The Xianyuan bow had also been tampered with.
A wave of apprehension washed over him, and a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind.
The Xianyuan bow was not something just anyone could draw, even he himself might struggle with it, let alone the others at Chentang Pass.
No, it must be Neza. Suddenly,
Li Jing recalled his uniquely gifted son. Neza had previously expressed a keen interest in the Xianyuan bow, and within all of Chentang Pass,
only Neza possessed the strength to wield it.
Li Jing's expression darkened suddenly.
Could it be that Neza had indeed shot the heavenly arrow, resulting in the death of Lady Shiji's disciple? It was entirely possible.
Without delay, Li Jing sought out Neza.
Neza, did you draw the Xianyuan bow?
Yes, father.
How did you know?
Neza replied, his face lighting up with joy. However, at that moment, Li Jing's countenance turned ashen, and he lamented, wretched child, wretched child.
Do you comprehend the calamity you have wrought?
At Skeleton Mountain, outside the bone cave, the sorrowful voice of Li Jing echoed.
Beside him, Neza pouted, filled with defiance.
He could not believe that a mere arrow shot from a distance could have claimed a life. Perhaps these monsters were maliciously framing him.
Since childhood,
he had heard his master, Taizhenren, declare that no monster was virtuous, and now, he saw the truth of those words.
Inside the cave,
Lady Shiji had also come to understand much during this time.
This must have been an unintentional act, thus, a minor punishment would suffice, rather than a life for a life. Kaiyun, please escort Li Jing in.
As you command, my lady.
Neza and Li Jing lingered at the cave entrance, Neza growing wary.
None of these monsters were trustworthy, just like the dragon clan before them.
He resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate them. To rid the world of their menace, strike first and seize the initiative.
Upon seeing Kaiyun emerge, Neza wasted no time, launching a lethal attack without hesitation.
Kaiyun,
caught completely off guard, could not foresee such an event. She had no time to scream before her life was extinguished. Beside her, Li Jing stood in stunned silence.
Inside the cave, Lady Shiji was equally taken aback. Monsters, come forth and meet your end. After slaying Kaiyun, Neza roared into the cave.
Within the canyon dojo, Ling Feng had already refined the remaining primordial essence, yet her realm remained at the second level of sainthood. With time on her hands, Ling Feng played with Jingwei for a while before turning her attention to Neza through the Xiantian mirror, observing everything from the moment he drew the Xianyuan bow. In the mirror, Neza erupted in fury, slaying Kaiyun, and Lady Shiji stormed out in anger. Sensing her formidable presence, Neza fled back to his master, Taizhenren.
Li Jing,
see what a fine son you've raised. Lady Shiji scolded before pursuing him. Li Jing, rooted in place, felt a tumult of confusion, anger, and shame. He could never have imagined that Neza possessed such a murderous intent. Inside the dojo, Ling Feng put away the Xiantian mirror, shaking her head as she remarked. Lady Shiji's fate is sealed. Upon meeting Taizhenren, her life shall come to an end.
Indeed, before long, the system's voice resonated in Ling Feng's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that Taizhenren is refining Lady Shiji with the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Do you wish to proceed to Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave to slay Taizhenren and rescue Lady Shiji? Choose one. Accept the task of emerging from the canyon to confront Taizhenren at the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain, thereby rescuing Shiji and earning the gratitude of the disciples of the Jie sect. choose to decline the task, dedicating oneself to cultivation,
which would yield 10 units of primordial qi.
System, I refuse.
Lingfeng had long foreseen the outcome and harbored no desire to alter it. Only after the news of Shiji's plight spread would the disciples of the Jie sect be stirred to action.
How could one endure such oppression from the Chan sect? In Lingfeng's view, Tong Tian needed to experience some adversity to foster a more fruitful collaboration in the future. After acquiring the primordial qi, Lingfeng began secluding himself to refine it. And it must be said that this primordial qi is indeed a remarkable treasure. Now, he quietly awaits Tong Tian's visit, which he believes will come soon. Chapter 68, The Slaughter and Robbery After Death. Shiji was destined to ascend the divine list, but that time had not yet arrived. Currently, Tai dared not allow Shiji to ascend, for during their battle, Shiji had already uncovered some of his secrets. Should Shiji ascend the divine list now, he would undoubtedly reveal those secrets. Although Tai had completed his own slaughter and robbery, his other disciples had yet to fulfill theirs. Thus, Tai bound Shiji's divine soul, intending to present Shiji on the divine list when a vacancy arose in the future. Neza, you shall proceed to the West Qi to assist GFA in his campaign against the Yin and Shang. After dealing with Shiji, Tai gazed at Neza with a look of indulgence. As you command, master. Just after slaying Kai Yun, Neza noticed the expression in Li Jing's eyes, which reflected not only shock and confusion but also a profound anger towards him. He realized that returning to Chentang Pass would surely result in another beating from Li Jing. And thus he dared not go back. Fortunately, Tai had sent him to the West Qi, which was undoubtedly good news. The news of Shiji's demise did not spread quickly. On one hand, Tai did not actively disseminate it, and on the other, Shiji was not cultivating on Golden Horn Island, so even if he were missing, it would take quite some time for anyone to notice. Hence, Lingfeng planned to leak this information through certain demon clans. Kong Xian. Lingfeng's voice resonated in Kong Xian's mind. Ancestor. Kong Xian, seated in the demon court's great hall, responded respectfully. I have a task for you. Speak freely, ancestor. The 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect, Tai, have slain the disciple of the Jie sect, Shiji. Find some individuals to spread this news, but remember, do not reveal your identity. Nor let anyone know that the information originated from our demon court. Understood, ancestor. Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback, then astonished. Tai has killed Shiji? Although Kong Xian spent most of his time in the southern demon court, he was not entirely ignorant of the happenings within the primordial world. The Chan and Jie sects, both of which belonged to the saintly teachings, occasionally had friction, but it was rare for such a deadly incident to occur. Once it reached this level, it could be said that the relationship between the Chan and Jie sects was as hostile as fire and water. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kong Xian immediately began to make arrangements. If the source of this news were to be discovered, the demon court would quickly become a target of scorn. The news that Tai, the 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect, had killed the Jie sect disciple Shiji soon became widely known thanks to Kong Xian's efforts. After the 4 little ones returned to their kingdom, Taoist Wen was also striving to break through to the quasi-saint level, while the other 3 little ones successfully advanced to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Unlike these 4 little ones, the other 3 had always yearned for the outside world. Thus, through persistent coaxing, the newly returned eldest and the others set out once again. The 7 little ones traveled together, but this time their destination was the territory of the human race. Tai is truly wicked. Shiji, with good intentions, came to seek an explanation but was ruthlessly suppressed. The ancient figure of Tai, if I were to encounter him, I would ensnare him with my gourd. The 7 little ones, having heard a more detailed account, were now filled with righteous indignation, fully aware of the events that had transpired. Not far away, Neza was en route, riding on the wind and fire wheels, heading towards Shichi, yet he found himself disoriented, having wandered aimlessly for quite some time without reaching his destination. At that moment, he overheard a discussion concerning his master. As he discerned the content of their conversation, a surge of fury ignited within him. His master had slain Shiji in the name of justice, to rid the world of calamity. All the monsters of the realm deserved to perish. What nonsense are you spouting?
Neza stood upon the wind and fire wheels, his fiery gaze fixated upon the 7 diminutive figures below, who were of a similar stature to himself. A group of impudent children, dare to speak so recklessly, and do not blame me should I decide to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, the 7 little ones looked up. Sizing Neza up, and the eldest exclaimed in astonishment, "The mystic silk, the fiery spear, the wind and fire wheels, this cannot be the mischievous Neza we have heard of." The 5th one chimed in, "He matches the description perfectly, it must be him. Indeed, a reflection of his master, a disciple quick to threaten us with death. Today, fate has led us to cross paths. Consider yourself unfortunate, we shall show you how to handle such insolence." Neza's forehead was now adorned with bulging veins. Incensed by their brazen disregard for him, continuing their chatter as if he were inconsequential. "You shall perish!" Neza bellowed, flames surging around him as he unleashed his deadly assault. "Ha! So it is the true fire of Samadhi, allow me to teach him a lesson." As the 5th one spoke, his own true fire of Samadhi erupted, growing fiercer than Neza's own. Recognizing the threat, Neza was taken aback. Knowing he could not win, he wasted no time and fled. "Do not think you can escape," the 5th one pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, the reclusive Taizhenren suddenly opened his eyes. Recently, during his meditative practices, he had been plagued by unrest. Was it Neza who was in trouble? Promptly, Taizhenren calculated, and astonishment washed over his face as he discerned the truth. Indeed, Neza was in peril, being pursued and attacked. However, it seemed there was no intent to kill, no life-threatening danger. But where did this unease stem from? With a furrowed brow, Tai calculated once more, and ultimately, the results pointed back to himself, his countenance now wrought with horror. What? Am I to face a great calamity? Have I not already vanquished Shurji and averted my own fatal tribulation? How could there still be a great calamity ahead? Just as Taizhenren grappled with shock and fear, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave, tinged with urgency. "Is senior brother Tai present?" Upon hearing this, Tai was left bewildered, his heart heavy with anxiety. "Senior brother Tai, why are you so reckless in your endeavors?" The visitor was the Jade Dingzhenren, who now regarded Tai with a face full of urgency. Upon hearing Jade Ding's words, Tai was even more perplexed. What had transpired? Word is circulating outside that you have slain the stone woman of the... Taizhenren's body trembled, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this be? How could anyone know of this incident, and moreover, let it spread? Taizhenren forced himself to regain his composure and inquired in a deep voice, "What is the source of this information? Do you, my junior brother Jade Ding, have any knowledge of it?" "The sources of the news are exceedingly chaotic, we are still investigating." "Brother Tai, where do you think it could have originated?" Meanwhile, as a series of events unfolded across the vast wilderness, the meditating Lingfeng once again heard the system's notification chime. Ding! It has been detected that Taizhenren is pursuing the source of the leaked information regarding the death of the stone woman and has captured several minor demons. Should you proceed to eliminate Taizhenren, thereby nipping the impending crisis in the bud? Option 1, accept the task, emerge from the canyon and proceed to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain to slay Taizhenren, thereby establishing a formidable reputation throughout the wilderness. Option 2, decline the task, devote yourself to cultivation, which would grant you the innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly suppression primordial staff. Chapter 69, The 7 Unusual Beasts of Myshan. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingfeng declined. Taizhenren had his own fate, and Lingfeng did not wish to meddle unnecessarily. He cast a glance at the Jintian Hunyuan staff before him. Such a treasure was of little use now that Lu'er had already acquired one. Furthermore, Lu'er, bolstered by his own cultivation and the innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Lingfeng, was formidable enough. After sealing the Demon King, he had taken his subordinates to search for a new mountain in the southern Jianbu continent. Along the way, Lu'er had also recruited several powerful demons, all of whom were great Luo Jingxian. Since Lu'er already possessed a staff, the question arose, who would wield this one? It was best to keep it for now and decide later. After stowing away the Jintian Hunyuan staff, Lingfeng resumed observing the Xiantian mirror, watching as Lao Wu relentlessly pursued entranced Neza. At that moment, Lao Wu had Neza, stripped of his spiritual treasures, firmly underfoot. Realizing he could no longer escape, Neza surrendered and curiously scrutinized the small beings around him, each resembling him in size.
Where did these little creatures come from, and why were they all so fierce?
Fierce was one thing, but their blows were painfully effective. To add to his bewilderment, they were all strikingly beautiful, resembling porcelain dolls, especially the little girl carrying a gourd, whose beauty was utterly enchanting.
You mischievous child, consider this a lesson.
I have confiscated all your spiritual treasures.
Should you dare act recklessly again, I shall annihilate you.
Lao Wu declared, hands on her hips and head held high.
She had taken all of Neza's treasures, the Qiankuan circle, the Mingtian silk, the wind and fire wheels,
and the fire-pointed spear. Lao Wu distributed these treasures among the other little beings, who joyfully played with them. Meanwhile, Neza remained unfazed. He was confident he would not perish, even if he did, his master could revive him.
Thus, he felt no fear of death. Instead,
his heart raced as he gazed at Xiaoqi.
This little girl was truly beautiful. Yet, was it too lenient to take his treasures? At that moment, Xiaoqi,
with her bright eyes and lovely features, blinked her alluring peach blossom eyes in confusion.
Neza, enough already, I see that his nature is not fundamentally bad. He merely lacks guidance. A lesson will suffice. The truly vile one is that old man Tai. Lao De interjected.
At this point, Neza suddenly found Xiaoqi less appealing. Lao De seemed more attractive, his large eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at Lao De. Look at you, with your shifty eyes.
What are you thinking? Off you go. With that, Lao Wu kicked Neza away.
Neza's body collided with the mountainside, causing a massive mountain to collapse, sending dust swirling into the sky.
He emerged, coughing and utterly disheveled. How infuriating.
Neza now pondered whether to seek his master or head directly to Shichi.
However, at this moment, Tai Zhenren was in a state of utter turmoil.
The matter concerning Shiji was of great significance. Originally, he and his fellow disciples had planned to eliminate the disciples of the Jiejiao sect unexpectedly. Yet now, with the revelation of this incident, the situation had become exceedingly complicated. Who could it be? Who was behind this? A cowardly and shameless scoundrel. Across the vast lands of the southern continent,
the affiliated forces of the Chan sect were currently in motion.
The Chan sect was stringent in its selection of disciples.
Those who gained entry were invariably individuals of exceptional talent and extraordinary abilities.
Consequently, the number of disciples was limited, necessitating the assistance of various other forces,
for which the Chan sect would offer protection in return.
They were simultaneously tasked with tracing the source of the news regarding Taiyi's assault on Shiji and, following the Chan sect's directives, were mercilessly slaughtering the demon clans of the southern continent. The weaker ones were swiftly eliminated, while those slightly stronger were captured, their souls bound for future divine rankings. You sycophants are exceedingly overstepping your bounds. At that moment, 7 demon beings found themselves encircled by a throng of Chan sect disciples. After an extended battle, they had all revealed their true forms: a white-furred monkey, a large water buffalo, a dog, a wild boar, a centipede, a white snake,
and a goat.
Having previously cultivated on May Mountain, they had descended upon hearing of a demon court in the far south, eager to showcase their prowess.
However, along the way, these Chan sect lackeys relentlessly pursued them, dispatching the weaker ones only to be replaced by stronger opponents. Although their cultivations barely reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, their combat prowess was formidable, enabling them to vanquish many of the Chan sect's affiliated forces that were far superior. Now,
they found themselves besieged by a dozen or more individuals of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. After prolonged combat, they were fatigued, and should no extraordinary circumstances arise, they too would fade into obscurity like the demons slaughtered along their path.
The current situation was dire for them. Ding!
The system detected that the 7 uniques of May Mountain were being besieged by the Chan sect's affiliated forces.
Should assistance be rendered?
Option 1, accept the mission, exit the canyon and annihilate all present Chan sect forces, gaining the attention of the primordial leader.
Option 2, decline the mission, focus on cultivation. Receiving 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Decline.
Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Feng instinctively rejected the notion, then paused in realization.
The 7 uniques of May Mountain? This cannot stand, they must be saved.
Over the years, various forces in the primordial world had, whether knowingly or unknowingly, obstructed the gathering of the demon clans in the southern continent, for such an assembly would render them overwhelmingly powerful, thus jeopardizing the interests of the saints.
The Chan sect,
in particular, had been most zealous in this endeavor. Indeed, there have been numerous occasions when Ling Feng found himself on the verge of acting, yearning to covertly suppress the disciples of the Chan religion with overwhelming force. However, upon reflection, he recognized that a momentary lapse of patience could jeopardize his grand ambitions. He resolved to endure a little longer. Once the Tongtian leader was sufficiently weakened and chosen to ally with him, he would then be able to unleash his full potential.
Even if he were to be discovered by the myriad saints of the primordial chaos, what of it? Would it be a one-on-one confrontation or a brawl? If they dared, then let them try.
Ling Feng, being a saint of the great Tao, possessed the formidable myriad demon array, capable of contending against saints.
Moreover,
should Tongtian employ the extermination of immortal sword array, it too would wield the might to confront 4 foes at once.
Regardless of the circumstances,
he would not falter when the time came to reveal his hand.
Who, after all, would fear whom? At this moment,
Ling Feng could scarcely be bothered by the 3 portions of ancestral dragon blood he had recently acquired. His gaze swept across the Taoist temple. Most of the formidable beings at the 8th and 9th levels of the Daluo were engrossed in critical stages of seclusion.
Eventually, he spotted Luya, soundly asleep atop the Fusong tree. Ling Feng promptly conveyed a message to Luya.
With Kong Xian currently overseeing the monster court and Zhu roaming throughout the southern Jianbu continent, while Lan Feng was unable to reveal her identity, the only quasi-saint he could rely upon was Luya.
Luya, there is a task that requires your attention. Master, please proceed. Luya, still in a slumber,
was startled by Ling Feng's voice and was uncertain of the nature of the task ahead, yet he figured as long as it did not take him outside the temple,
it would be manageable.
Venture to the southern Jianbu continent and rescue 7 members of the demon race. Before Luya could gather his thoughts,
a peculiar spatial fluctuation whisked him away to a mountain peak. Below,
the 7 monsters of Maishan and the other Daluo golden immortals besieging them sensed the terrifying aura emanating from above and instinctively looked up.
To their astonishment,
they beheld an enormous 3-legged golden crow, encircled by the divine flames of the sun, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss.
All present trembled involuntarily. Where did this 3-legged golden crow emerge from? Chapter 70, Ordinary yet extraordinary. Hadn't the legendary 3-legged golden crow long since perished in the primordial world?
The assembly of individuals stood in utter bewilderment, gazing upon the formidable and colossal creature, their minds momentarily bereft of thought.
Luya, who had just been transported, was equally perplexed. What was happening? He was already a quasi-saint powerhouse. How could the ancient phoenix ancestor so effortlessly conduct spatial transference? Was this the manifestation of a saint's prowess?
Despite his status as the prince of the demon court, with knowledge far exceeding that of the common folk and a perspective that was anything but ordinary, he found himself overwhelmed with astonishment, unsure of how to respond. It appeared he must continue his diligent cultivation. The once mighty ancient demon court had fallen, and although his father possessed the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, he too had perished,
which rendered Luya considerably more cautious in his endeavors.
Particularly concerning was Ling Feng, who had remained within the confines of the dojo for countless years, never stepping outside,
prompting Luya to ponder even further. In his eyes, Ling Feng was immensely powerful yet remarkably low-key, serving as his role model. Meanwhile, the crowd below trembled at the sight of Luya. His presence was overwhelming.
Merely standing motionless in mid-air rendered even the most formidable experts at the Daluo golden immortal level incapable of harboring any thoughts of attack.
They must not panic. They had to unite and engage, or certain death awaited them.
One Daluo golden immortal at the 5th level exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt Luya's terrifying murderous intent enveloping him. In the next moment, before he could react, the scorching sun divine fire descended from the heavens.
And even before it made contact, some souls emitted black smoke, howling in agony.
They were engulfed in horror, their thoughts consumed solely by the instinct to escape.
Yet,
the sun divine fire seemed to possess a mind of its own, pursuing them relentlessly wherever they fled.
Ah!
In midair, anguished screams echoed once more. as more than a dozen who had sought to encircle the 7 monsters of Mytian were mercilessly eradicated by Luya. The 7 monsters of Mytian exchanged bewildered glances at Luya, their initial terror now considerably diminished. It became apparent to them that this 3-legged golden crow seemingly harbored no intention of slaying their kind. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, an irresistible force swept over them, and they heard Luya murmur, deepening their confusion. "How peculiar, you seemingly unremarkable ones, why did the ancestor summon me to rescue you?" With that, Luya ceased speaking and hastily returned to the dojo. Yuan Hong and the others were left in a state of greater perplexity. They could not help but speculate about the ancestor Luya mentioned, their astonishment growing with each passing thought. Soon, they approached the dojo from the side, traversing the demon court. "Ancestor, I have brought back these 7 little demons." Upon entering the dojo, Yuan Hong and his companions widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. Particularly when they beheld the scene within, they even began to doubt whether they had arrived at the correct location. What realm could possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? In which realms can the spiritual beings roam freely? Where do such myriad primordial species reside, exuding such formidable energies? The Phoenix. Did not these clans already dwindle amidst the cataclysm of dragons and phoenixes, rendering the primordial realm almost invisible? What of the mythic creatures like the Swanee, the Huado, and the peacock? These are races that have long since faded from existence. Yuan Hong and his companions were profoundly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. Even the currently tumultuous demon court pales in comparison to this place, does it not? "Well done, you may return," spoke Ling Feng, awakening Yuan Hong and his 6 companions from their reverie. It was only then that they beheld Ling Feng's colossal form, which dwarfed the heavens themselves. "Would you care to cultivate within my domain?" Ling Feng inquired. Yuan Hong and his companions, possessing some potential, had exchanged blows with Yang Jian, and eventually secured a position among the righteous deities on the divine list. However, now that they had been discovered by Ling Feng, their chances of appearing on the divine list were henceforth extinguished. At this moment, Yuan Hong's eyes widened as he surveyed the surroundings of the sanctum, swallowing hard as if steeling his resolve. "First and foremost, we 7 express our deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace." With that, the 6 individuals behind Yuan Hong knelt in unison. "Esteemed elder, our descent from the mountains was to venture into the demon court, to showcase our capabilities. If it were merely for cultivation, we could have remained on Mount Mei." Yuan Hong articulated clearly. The conditions of this sanctum were indeed exceptional. Cultivating here would likely lead them to attain the status of great Luo golden immortals in no time. Yet, he did not forget their original intent, to contribute to the growth and strength of the demon race. Although the others remained silent, it was evident that they shared Yuan Hong's sentiments. This left Ling Feng momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had declined the opportunity to cultivate within the sanctum. "Rise," Ling Feng said, using his powers to assist them to their feet. "Your aspirations are commendable, but your strength is currently insufficient. Even minor great Luo beings could pose a life-threatening challenge to you. And there are nearly 400 demon kings at the great Luo level within the demon court. With your current cultivation, do you think you will be valued there?" Ling Feng's straightforward remarks caused Yuan Hong's face to flush. He found the elder's words to be quite reasonable. His inner resolve wavered, and he began to believe that remaining in the sanctum to cultivate to a higher realm before venturing to the demon court would be wiser. I hope the ancestor will allow us to cultivate in the sanctum. Then you shall focus on your cultivation here. Once you reach the level of great Luo golden immortal, I shall permit your departure." With that, Ling Feng handed Yuan Hong the innate spiritual treasure, the Jin Tianhan Yuan staff, and bestowed a drop of ancestral dragon blood upon Chang Hao, the little white snake. Finally, Ling Feng touched their foreheads, imparting the foundational technique, the 8-9 mysteries, to them. At this moment, the 7 individuals were rendered speechless with astonishment, particularly Yuan Hong and Chang Hao. Yuan Hong could sense that this staff was perfectly suited to him, and with the possession of such a spiritual treasure, his strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Meanwhile, Chang Hao felt an immense allure emanating from the blood of the ancestral dragon. By refining this essence, he would surely ascend to a higher realm. The others were engrossed in the profound intricacies of the 8-9 profound arts. Ling Feng had relocated them to a suitable position, allowing them to cultivate in peace. How amusing it would be if they realized that just beyond the sanctum lay the demon court. One could only imagine their expressions.
Nonetheless,
Ling Feng reflected on the significance of the existence of a group of demon kin who genuinely cared for their kind,
as it imbued the establishment of the demon court with true purpose.
Just as Ling Feng pondered how to manage the remaining 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood, the voice of the system suddenly resonated.
Chapter 71, The Preparatory St. Pilding.
The detection reveals that the Thunder General, Lei Zhenzi, has been dispatched by Yun Zhongzi to the Western Qi, where he is highly regarded by Ji Chang, who has taken him as an adopted son.
Should the host seize the opportunity to bring Lei Zhenzi into the Valley Dojo ahead of time?
Option 1, accept the task, emerge from the valley and travel to Western Qi to recruit Lei Zhenzi into the dojo, which would garner the attention of Yun Zhongzi. Option 2, decline the task, devote oneself to cultivation, thereby obtaining the source of flame.
Refusal. Ling Feng possesses little interest in Lei Zhenzi.
Despite his considerable renown in the investiture of the gods, being the sole disciple of Yun Zhongzi, and excelling in aerial combat while making significant contributions on the battlefield against the Yin during the Western Zhou period,
Ling Feng is simply disinclined to engage in such an arduous and thankless endeavor. To bring Lei Zhenzi into the Valley Dojo and attract Yun Zhongzi's notice? Nonsense. Is the source of flame not enticing enough?
Gazing at the source of flame floating before him, Ling Feng momentarily hesitated over whom to bestow it. This source of flame could potentially forge another preparatory saint, yet Ling Feng had yet to fully refine the source of fire himself, thus,
granting it to him would be of little benefit. As for the Huodou clan,
the strongest among them has recently ascended to the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, boasting a solid foundation despite the recent breakthrough.
Moreover,
the Huodou clan cultivates by devouring flames, making this source of flame particularly suitable for them.
In recent years,
the clan leader has valiantly led several powerful members of the Huodou clan in battle alongside Zhu in the southern Zhan continent, rallying against the great sect's disciples. It would be a commendable gesture to reward the clan leader with this source of flame. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng stowed away the source of flame,
intending to present it to the Huodou clan leader upon his return.
Now, only 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood remain. This substance holds exceptional efficacy for the Swan and I clan, as well as for Chang Hao and Wang Tianhong. After providing 1 drop to Chang Hao, 2 remain. And Ling Feng plans to reward both Wang Tianhong and Swan and I with a drop each upon their return. It would be unjust to reward only the Huodou clan.
However, where is Tong Tian? Why has he not come to seek me? Is he truly so patient? Ling Feng mused, stroking the little head of Jiwei. On Jin Ao Island, under the stringent orders of Tong Tian,
all disciples are prohibited from leaving the island and must remain within its confines to cultivate diligently.
Consequently,
the isolation has severed communication between the disciples of the Jie sect on Jin Ao Island and the outside world. News of Shiji's demise at the hands of Tai Yi has stirred a frenzy beyond, while the Jie sect members on Jin Ao Island remain blissfully unaware.
Nevertheless,
the Jia sect boasts a multitude of disciples, with many dispersed throughout the wilderness. Upon learning of Shiji's death, their immediate reaction was to seek vengeance against Tai Yi. Yet, the esteemed status of Tai Yi, one of the 12 great Luo Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, casts a long shadow over their ambitions. Despite being Jia sect disciples, their dojos situated beyond Jin Ao Island signify their lesser standing within the sect in the eyes of Tong Tian.
Thus, in comparison,
one's status and cultivation are inferior to that of Tai Yi Jinren, and seeking revenge with one's head is futile.
Consequently,
some contemplated returning to Jin Ao Island to inform their fellow disciples, allowing their master to be apprised of the situation. At this moment, Jin Ao Island was surrounded by numerous immortals. All disciples of the Jie Jiao, who had returned specifically to relay the incident concerning Shiji.
Ding!
It was detected that Tong Tian had learned of Shiji's suppression by Tai, igniting a wave of indignation among the Jie Jiao disciples,
who implored Tong Tian to permit them to seek vengeance against Tai.
However, after Tong Tian had previously heeded their counsel, he was reluctant to allow them to venture out.
Should they choose to confront Tong Tian at Jin Ao Island, demanding he refrain from meddling?
Choice 1, accept the task, exit the canyon and approach Jin Ao Island to implore Tong Tian to refrain from unnecessary interference, earning the gratitude of the Jie Jiao disciples. Choice 2, decline the task, devote oneself to cultivation, receiving 3 quasi-saint pills, which, upon consumption, would directly elevate one to the first level of quasi-saint.
Refusal.
Ling Feng felt speechless. This system was increasingly prone to jest, suggesting he should confront Tong Tian.
Tong Tian's actions were not without merit.
The death of Shi Ji weighed on him as well, for she was still his disciple. Nevertheless, Tong Tian understood that the Western teachings had become thoroughly corrupt. Once the more promising disciples from Jinao Island emerged, they would be targeted by both sects, potentially leading to their names inscribed on the divine list. If these disciples sought vengeance, it was likely none would return. For their safety, Tong Tian would unequivocally deny them the opportunity for revenge, as he envisioned a broader picture than they could grasp.
Yet, such conscientiousness was not easily comprehended by all. Oh! What a remarkable item!
Ling Feng gazed at the quasi-saint pill before him, astonished. Consuming this pill would instantly elevate one to the status of a quasi-saint, however, akin to the Huang Zhongli. Its effects were merely that of a false quasi-saint, lacking the prowess of a true one, and further advancement would be impossible.
Nevertheless, for many, this was still a coveted treasure, as countless beings in the vast wilderness spent their entire lives striving for the quasi-saint realm. He decided to keep it for the future, seeking a suitable individual to consume it. The threshold for using the quasi-saint pill was significantly higher than that of the Huang Zhongli, requiring one to be at the golden immortal level, otherwise, the potency of the medicine would be unbearable, leading to catastrophic consequences and the loss of both life and wealth. Thus, Ling Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion, refining the primordial energy while intermittently consulting the Xiantian mirror to monitor the happenings in the wilderness. He was aware that the time for Tong Tian to seek him was drawing near. At Kunlun Mountain, the 12 great Luo golden immortals had gathered. Each of these golden immortals bore a killing tribulation, necessitating a substitute to ascend the divine list in order to dispel their tribulations. However, following the revelation of Taizhenren's slaying of Shi Ji, the disciples of Jiajiao and Chan Jiao were filled with animosity upon encountering each other, making it unlikely for them to achieve their objectives as effortlessly as Taizhenren had. Given the exposure of the news, they would turn the tables. Whenever Jiajiao disciples sought vengeance, they would unite to suppress them. However, despite the passage of time, there is yet to be a sighting of the disciples of the, which has left them somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the disciples of the remain unaware of the news? Surely, that cannot be the case.
Within the confines of the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi observes all that transpires in the vast wilderness, including the recent events surrounding Tong Tian's seclusion on Golden Ao Island.
Tong Tian, you possess quite a measure of patience. I wonder how long you can endure this. If you do not release them,
I shall command my disciples to systematically eliminate your followers outside of. Furthermore, many of your disciples hold positions within the Yin and Shang,
and I do not believe you can continue to bear witness as they ascend the divine list.
As these words were spoken, another figure beside Yuanshi interjected.
None other than Zhuan Ti. Elder brother, do not be hasty. Tong Tian's prolonged restraint is of no consequence.
I have already incited dissent among several members of.
Chapter 72, An Encounter That Cannot Be Avoided.
Yuanshi gazed at Zhuan Ti with surprise, not anticipating such cunning methods from him.
Although somewhat shameless,
there was no better alternative.
Given Tong Tian's extreme caution, if external assaults were futile, then internal strategies must be devised. Moreover, what are your thoughts on the matter of the demon court? Zhuan Ti inquired solemnly. The demon court?
Merely a disorganized rabble. I have already instructed my disciples to handle it. The demon court poses no significant threat. As Yuanshi spoke of the demon court, disdain marred his expression, viewing them as mere beasts clad in fur and horns, forever unworthy of prominence.
Brother, we must not underestimate them. The demon court currently wields considerable power, with 400 demon kings and 2 formidable demon saints. Each of these saints possesses remarkable backgrounds. One is the first peacock in the realm, a descendant of the ancient ruling clan, the Feng. The other belongs to the Zhuke clan of the 4 sacred beasts. Yet they are merely quasi-saints, not true saints. Ultimately, they are but insignificant insects. Let them frolic for a few more days, and when the time comes, the list of deities will have no one. And we shall send these demons to serve the heavenly sovereign.
Upon hearing Yuanshi's menacing words, Zhuan Ti was taken aback and awkwardly replied, brother. What I meant was, when you deal with the demon court, please do not eradicate them entirely. My Western sect is impoverished, there are still many promising talents among them.
Do share some with us? Yuanshir cast a sidelong glance at Zhuan Ti but remained silent.
Within the canyon's dojo, Ling Feng refined a wisp of primordial essence,
enhancing the richness of his aura.
Yet, he understood that this current primordial essence could hardly support a breakthrough to the third level of sainthood.
Nonetheless,
he was pleased that Jingwei had regained a semblance of intelligence, no longer merely mindlessly moving stones to fill the pond.
Suddenly,
Ling Feng lifted his gaze towards the area of the mosquito Taoist.
A breakthrough? The atmosphere above the dojo was thick with a menacing aura,
palpable enough to instill fear from a distance.
Ah, I have achieved quasi-saint status. The joyful voice of the mosquito Taoist resonated throughout the dojo.
Ling Feng waved his hand, dispersing the formidable aura surrounding him, leaving the mosquito Taoist momentarily stunned, his face soon contorted with bitterness.
Why is this so?
You disregard others' breakthroughs,
allowing their phenomena to manifest freely within the dojo, yet when I break through, you extinguish my phenomenon. Phoenix ancestor. The mosquito Taoist looked up,
his eyes filled with a hint of resentment directed at Ling Feng.
You treat me differently, since you have broken through.
Go outside and keep a close watch on the 7 little ones, Ling Feng instructed. Now that the mosquito Taoist had attained quasi-saint status, coupled with his already formidable combat prowess, he was the best choice to protect the 7 little ones, with whom he shared a good rapport.
Recently,
the 7 little ones had soundly defeated Neza and claimed all his spiritual treasures. Neza would undoubtedly harbor resentment and seek help from Tai Zhenren. Ling Feng feared for the safety of the 7 little ones.
At your command, ancestor.
Upon hearing the news of the 7 little companions, the melancholia within Mosquito Taoist dissipated in an instant. He longed to reunite with these little ones after such a prolonged separation.
With a mere thought,
the space before him shimmered, and in the next moment, Mosquito Taoist materialized before the 7 little beings, who were gazing at him with wide-eyed wonder.
Within the dojo,
aside from the Blue Phoenix, the other leaders of the various attributes of the Phoenix clan remained engrossed in their secluded cultivation.
The transition from the 9th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the Quasi-Saint realm is indeed a formidable chasm. Although Yen Phoenix and the others possess the corresponding essence for refining, which would undoubtedly allow them to attain the Quasi-Saint level, the duration of this process remains uncertain,
as it hinges on their innate abilities. Individuals like Mosquito Taoist and Kong Xian, even without refining the essence, could ascend to the Quasi-Saint realm relying solely on their own prowess. Once they engage in essence refinement, their capabilities would be significantly enhanced.
In contrast,
while Yen Phoenix and her peers are not lacking in potential, within the Phoenix clan, they are not particularly exceptional. Thus the speed at which they achieve quasi-saint status post-refinement will inevitably lag behind that of Mosquito Taoist.
Nevertheless, Ling Phoenix remains unperturbed, prioritizing steady growth.
In the extreme southern lands lies the Demon Court, a veritable assembly of talents and formidable beings,
following their designation as Demon Kings.
These once unruly demon tribes now exhibit remarkable obedience to commands. As a race that venerates strength, the might of Kong Xian is widely recognized, fostering an environment within the Demon Court that is devoid of chaos and rife with unity, leading to its burgeoning power. We have once again extended an olive branch to the Great Sage, Ghostkar, and Qin Yuan, yet these two seem disinclined to join the Demon Court.
Below Kong Xian, a demon of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level spoke with deference.
At the mention of these two, Kong Xian felt a tinge of frustration.
Ghostkar and Qin Yuan,
both members of the 10 Saints of the ancient Demon Court, have long been renowned for their formidable prowess and fearsome reputations. Given their presence in the vicinity of the extreme southern lands, Kong Xian discerned their intent to join the Demon Court. Initial interactions were indeed pleasant, however, as time passed, their hesitance grew, indicating a desire for further observation.
Should the Demon Court succeed in enlisting these two, its influence would undoubtedly become even more formidable. You may withdraw.
I shall personally approach them for a discussion. At this juncture, it has become apparent that only Kong Xian himself can navigate this situation. On an unremarkable island near the extreme southern lands, Ghostkar and Qin Yuan, along with their subordinates, have temporarily settled. Their initial purpose for arriving in the southern Jianbu continent was to observe the development of the demon court and perhaps reconnect with old acquaintances. However, they have encountered few familiar faces. During their stay in the southern Jianbu, they have witnessed the burgeoning hope of the demon race. The demon court has not disappointed, flourishing vibrantly. They had initially considered joining the demon court to contribute to the demon race's resurgence. Yet, just recently, they sensed the presence of the three-legged golden crow. They had previously followed the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, their identities being the 10 great demon saints of the ancient demon court. Upon sensing the presence of the three-legged golden crow, they were filled with exhilaration. This was their prince. Subsequently, their thoughts became detached from the demon court, as they incessantly dispatched their subordinates in search of Luya's whereabouts, while they themselves continually sensed and pursued Luya's trail. Thus, when Kong Xian sent someone to solicit their allegiance, they merely responded with indifference. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the cave abode. Could it be that they have found the prince? Qin Yuan and Gue Che opened their eyes in excitement. Report to the demon saint. The great Saint Kong Xian from the extreme south demon court has come to visit. Upon hearing this report from their subordinate, Gue Che and Qin Yuan immediately lost interest. Let us go, after all, Kong Xian is a quasi-saint, and we cannot afford to avoid him. Gue Che nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of this statement. Chapter 73, The Prince of the Ancient Demon Court. Thus, the two emerged. Despite facing Kong Xian, their enthusiasm remained notably subdued. Their minds were solely occupied with thoughts of Luya, eager to locate him without regard for the demon court. Consequently, their smiles bore a distinctly perfunctory quality. What brings the great sage to our humble presence today? Upon encountering them, Kong Xian immediately discerned the subtle shifts in their expressions. Foregoing pleasantries, he spoke candidly. I am aware that you both intend to join the demon court. Numerous individuals have approached you on this matter in recent days. Yet you consistently deflect with claims of further deliberation. What unforeseen circumstances have arisen? At Kong Xian's words, the two exchanged an awkward glance. Since the great sage was already cognizant of their intentions, they decided to forego any pretense. Qin Yuan sighed and continued, initially, we came here indeed to join the demon court and contribute to the flourishing of the demon race. However, not long ago, we sensed the prince's presence fleetingly in the southern Jianbu continent. The prince had been missing for many years. He had not been seen since the calamity of the witch and demon. For countless years, they had sought him. And the brief glimpse of his aura in the southern Jianbu continent reignited their hope. Thus, we earnestly request the great sage's patience, allowing us some time to search for the prince. Indeed, great sage, we implore you for a moment's grace. The once fearsome ghost cart now spoke with an air of supplication. They aspired to join the demon court. Yet their desire to seize this opportunity to find Luya was paramount. Upon hearing their words, Kong Xian's expression morphed into one of bemusement. The prince? The prince of the ancient demon court, does that not refer to Luya? The one who has been slumbering atop the Fusong tree? Not long ago, he had indeed ventured forth, and although overly cautious, Kong Xian had sensed Luya's trace. So, it follows that Qin Yuan and Ghost Cart detected Luya's aura after his recent emergence, prompting their current predicament? With this thought, Kong Xian erupted into hearty laughter. I forgot to mention, your prince, who is Luya, is actually one of our own in the demon court, a concealed demon sage. Upon hearing Kong Xian's proclamation, Qin Yuan and Ghost Cart's eyes widened in astonishment, their expression laced with uncertainty regarding the veracity of his words. Doubt it? Kong Xian assessed them, though they remained silent. Their demeanor unmistakably conveyed skepticism. Wait just a moment, soon, you shall ascertain the truth of this matter. With that, Kong Xian bid them no farewell and soared back towards the location of the temple. Ding! Detection indicates that Qin Yuan and Ghost Cart, both revered figures among the 10 demon sages of the ancient demon court, harbor disbelief in Luya's affiliation with the extreme south demon court. They dare to question your prowess. Shall you proceed to eliminate them? Choose one, accept the task, venture out of the canyon and eliminate the entities known as Qin Yuan and Gue Che in the far southern lands, which will reward you with a handful of ordinary ice fragments from the primal snow mountains. Choose two, refuse the task, devote yourself to cultivation, which will grant you 10 units of Hongmeng Qi,
I refuse. Lingfeng was once again left speechless by this system.
Guiche and Qin Yuan hold significant value in the realm of the demon court, and both possess considerable strength, making it plausible for them to develop into quasi-saints with proper guidance. This system's incessant demand for violence is reminiscent of the ancient rogue, Yuan Shi. After declining, Lingfeng first stored away the Hongmeng Qi and then communicated with Luya,
who was soundly asleep on the Fusong tree. Luya, I need you to go to a certain location.
Upon hearing Lingfeng's voice, Luya hurriedly opened his eyes, eager to respond. But before he could utter a word, a peculiar wave enveloped him, transporting him to the skies above the isolated island where Guiche and Qin Yuan resided.
Luya was bewildered. Ancestor, I didn't wish to come out.
Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from above, Guiche, Qin Yuan, and the other formidable demons on the island looked up in astonishment.
Kong Xian,
who had just taken flight, promptly turned back. The sight was shocking. Guiche, Qin Yuan, and the assembly of great demons were filled with disbelief.
It was the prince. The Golden Crow Prince of their ancient demon court. Your humble servant, Guiche, pays homage to the prince. Your humble servant, Qin Yuan, pays homage to the prince.
The crowd of great demons on the island knelt in reverence, their faces flushed with excitement. Luya flapped his wings in the air. He indeed recognized Guiche and Qin Yuan. During the peak of the demon clan's power, he was a second-generation figure, and these two had often assisted him when he caused trouble.
However,
he had no inclination to acknowledge them at this moment. After a brief exchange, he swiftly returned toward the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, who had also turned back, wore a look of astonishment. Initially, he intended to consult Lingfeng, but was taken aback when Lingfeng directly transported Luya.
Ancestor, truly, you know everything. Kong Xian thought with amazement.
Observing Luya hastening back, he glanced at Guiche and Qin Yuan, who remained kneeling, and then at the panic-stricken Luya, and inquired, Luya, why the urgency to return?
With wings flapping.
Luya sorrowfully replied without looking back, I merely wish to stay within the Taoist temple, yet the ancestor persistently insists I venture out.
Soon, Luya vanished from sight. Kong Xian was left speechless. Luya's words stunned Guiche, Qin Yuan, and the others. What had happened to their prince? He was not like this before, in ancient times. He roamed freely across the primal lands, so why was he now so subdued? However, from the exchange between Kong Xian and Luya, they gleaned much information. It seemed that the great sage from the extreme southern demon court truly knew their prince, and they appeared to have been acquainted for quite some time. Great sage. What could have transpired for our prince to become like this?
Qin Yuan inquired, stepping closer to Kong Xian with a puzzled expression.
Kong Xian found himself utterly perplexed. Echoing his uncertainty aloud.
Your Highness, it was never like this before.
Guiche scratched his head, equally bewildered. Yet, Kong Xian's inner turmoil surpassed theirs.
Despite having ascended to the quasi-saint realm, this individual seemed even more timid than before. After engaging in conversation for a while, they gleaned more information regarding Luya and came to believe that he was, in fact, the concealed demon saint of the demon court. Ultimately, accompanied by their subordinates, they returned to the demon court with Kong Xian, who conferred titles of nobility upon them. This time, not only did the demon court's strength augment,
but its allure to the demon race also intensified. Upon ordering the dissemination of news regarding Guiche and Qin Yuan's incorporation into the demon court, a multitude of demon clans gathered from all corners of the realm.
Meanwhile, at a relatively secluded part of the dojo, Luya, having just returned,
discovered he could not gain entry.
He began to pound on the barrier, fervently pleading, Ancestor, please open the door and let me in.
I wish to cultivate earnestly, just as you do, and devote myself to seclusion. Chapter 74, The Innate Beast Bonehammer Within the Sacred Grounds. Lingfeng found himself exasperated as he observed Luya outside, desperately wishing to gain entry. He was perplexed as to when Luya had become so anxious. Each time he ventured out, he rushed back in haste. Brother, you are already a quasi-saint. Must you truly be so disgraceful? Lingfeng mused in frustration. Ancestor, please open the door. Came Luya's voice once more from outside. Lingfeng furrowed his brow and promptly teleported Luya before him. Is there something in the wilderness that frightens you? Why the constant urgency to return? Lingfeng inquired pointedly.
Luya paused for a moment, then, with a wavering voice, replied, "Ancestor, I have endured the calamity of the Wuan Yao. Many of my brothers fell to the arrows of the great archer Hui, and even the once mighty ancient demon court has perished. I sense the depths of the wilderness are perilous, and my cultivation is far too feeble. In this vast expanse, there are countless who could extinguish my life. I yearn to emulate you, Ancestor, and diligently cultivate within the sacred grounds. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can I navigate the wilderness with confidence."
Hearing this, Lingfeng regarded Luya with incredulity. "You have achieved quasi-saint status, yet you still deem yourself weak?"
Luya continued earnestly, "Moreover, Ancestor, you are immensely powerful and have never stepped beyond the sacred grounds. Your caution, no, your relentless dedication to cultivation compels me, a mere quasi-saint, to strive even harder."
Lingfeng stared at Luya, his reprimand suddenly lodged in his throat, for the logic was unassailable. Had he unwittingly led Luya astray? With a weary wave of his hand, Luya felt as if a great burden had been lifted, promptly soaring back to the fusang tree. Lingfeng's attitude only bolstered Luya's conviction that his thoughts were indeed correct. In the wilderness, great terrors abound. It is far better to remain within the sacred grounds. Luya lamented, and soon thereafter, he reclined upon the fusang tree and drifted into slumber. At that moment in the wilderness, Jiang Zia was astride his bizarre steed, en route to Shiqi. Upon reaching the shores of the northern sea, he found himself momentarily entranced, exclaiming, "To cast aside all worldly affairs and engage in cultivation here is my true desire." However, scarcely had he uttered these words when the sea began to churn violently, unleashing a tempest that swept across the land. The waves crashed fiercely, sending forth countless white spray, the sound akin to thunder rolling. Jiang Zia gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, pondering, how peculiar, what could have caused such an anomaly? As he uttered this thought, the waters suddenly parted, revealing a figure emerging from their depths. Upon sighting Jiang Zia, the figure knelt before him, proclaiming, "Immortal, please grant me your salvation." In truth, Jiang Zia was bewildered. Who is this? He wondered, noting the formidable aura radiating from the individual, far surpassing his own, and yet they sought his salvation? Jiang Zia found himself at a loss. Summoning his courage, he pressed on, "Who are you?" "My name is Bai Jian. Originally the chief general under the reign of the Yellow Emperor, who, a millennium ago, vanquished Qiyu, cast into the sea by firearms. I have remained in a state of wandering spirit for 1,000 years." Upon hearing this tormented soul's introduction, Jiang Zia was immediately reminded of the words spoken to him earlier by the primordial heavenly venerable. Bai Jian is a loyal minister, should he be encountered. He could be inscribed upon the divine list and subsequently tasked with overseeing the construction of the divine platform in the West Qi. Jiang Zia felt a surge of excitement. He took out the artifact bestowed upon him by the primordial heavenly venerable and directed it towards Bai Jian. Ding! The system detected Jiang Zia's intent to send Bai Jian to West Qi to supervise the construction of the divine platform. At that moment, Bai Jian was en route. Should one choose to eliminate Bai Jian in advance to thwart the divine process? Option 1, accept the task, exit the canyon, proceed to West Qi, and await Bai Jian's arrival to slay him, thereby halting the divine progression, with a reward of a wildflower from the land of West Qi. Option 2, decline the task, devote oneself to cultivation, receiving the innate spiritual treasure, the innate beast bone hammer. System, I refuse. Bai Jian is the first figure to ascend the divine list during the era of divine canonization, responsible for the construction of the divine platform in West Qi. Once the platform is completed, he shall employ the artifact, the 100 Spirits Banner, to guide the souls of those who perished in the divine war into the divine platform, thus facilitating the process of canonization. Once Bai Jian's divine platform is established, the divine ordination will officially commence. Even if Ling Feng undertook the task to slay Bai Jian, it would be in vain. Another would be appointed by the primordial venerable to assume Bai Jian's responsibilities. Moreover, Bai Jian is a loyal minister, a remnant of the Yellow Emperor's old guard, and Ling Feng bears no enmity towards him. What purpose would there be in his demise? Upon rejecting the task, Ling Feng gazed at the innate beast bone hammer in his hand. This object appeared to be an ordinary beast bone, yet when held, one could sense an aura of primal ferocity emanating from it, igniting a desire to battle and engage in combat.
This artifact likely originated from the remains of a ferocious beast from the time of creation, imbued with the power of primordial forces, rendering it a formidable treasure of significant potency. Such artifacts are typically associated with the Wang Tianhan lineage. With a mere thought, Ling Feng cast the innate beast bone hammer to the chieftain of the Wang Tianhan clan. During this period, the clan had returned to the canyon, having engaged in exchanges and sparring with numerous demon kings from the southern extremities prior to their return, greatly benefiting from the experience. The clan's chief had now attained the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and had returned to the canyon to strive for the attainment of quasi-saint status. They could freely enter and exit the canyon, and feeling somewhat stagnant in their cultivation, they would venture to challenge formidable experts in the demon court. Just days ago, the Elder Hound had boasted of confronting 10 demon kings at once, only to be thoroughly overwhelmed by the 10 skilled demon kings, nearly being subdued. Following this ordeal, he returned to the canyon to devote himself to seclusion. In the next moment, the Elder Hound sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the space around him, and the innate beast bone hammer materialized before his eyes. The old wolf had yet to wield the innate spiritual treasure, and upon laying eyes on the primal beast bone hammer, a spark of excitement ignited within his gaze. Grasping the hammer, he could palpably feel the surging battle intent emanating from it. With a single strike, the heavens would tremble and the earth would quake. I am profoundly grateful for the ancestral gift. The old wolf rose and bowed deeply in reverence. Meanwhile, perched upon the wutong tree, Ling Feng extracted the primordial energy to commence its refinement. Currently, he possessed 14 strands of this energy, yet upon reflection, he surmised that even after complete refinement, a breakthrough in his existing realm was highly improbable. The divine calamity was steadily unfolding, and soon disciples of the Jie sect would ascend the ranks. Ling Feng had contemplated various strategies to avert their rise while achieving his own objectives, but after much deliberation, he found no flawless solution. At times, sacrifice is an inescapable part of the journey to success. Without Ling Feng, the ultimate fate of the Jie sect would have been disbandment. With Tongtian descending into chaos to reopen the primordial world, only to be subdued by Hongjun with the fallen Saint Pill and confined within the Zishou Palace, never to return to the primordial realm again. First, one must grow stronger. Simultaneously, he awaited Tongtian's arrival. Ling Feng dismissed any further thoughts, immersing himself in cultivation. Only through immense strength can one assert their will. In the face of absolute power, all schemes crumble effortlessly. Were Ling Feng truly invincible in the primordial realm, he would have boldly confronted Yuanzhi Tianzuan and placed the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect upon the divine ranking. Yet, the time for such actions had not yet arrived. His current strength did not permit it, especially with Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, stationed beyond the 33 heavens. His profound cultivation shrouded in mystery and intent unclear, stability was paramount. Chapter 75, The Call to Action in the Primordial Realm, Within the Territories of the Human Race. Ever since Ji Chang fled back to Shiqi and subsequently allied with Jiang Zia, the conflict between Shiqi and the Yin Shang has surged forth with unstoppable momentum. At this juncture, Shiqi has reached a critical point, and if this continues, the stability of the Yin Shang dynasty will be jeopardized. At this moment, Wen Zhong, mounted upon the mystical Black Qilin, is en route to the Nine-Dragon Island in the Western Sea, seeking to enlist assistance. He has discerned that the war between the Yin Shang and Shiqi is not merely a struggle for power among the human factions, but rather an overt confrontation between the teachings of the Chan and Jie sections. Initially, he intended to seek the aid of the Tongtian teacher, however, for years, Jinao Island has been shrouded in a formidable array, preventing disciples like him from gaining entry, or even conveying messages. Thus, he was compelled to redirect his efforts towards the Western Sea. The 4 saints of Nine-Dragon Island possess considerable prowess and share a favorable relationship with him. Moreover, as Wen Zhong's master is the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, a figure of remarkable standing within the Jie sect, his invitations to the other disciples are generally met with deference. Below, the waves crash tumultuously against the cliffs, sending forth sprays of white foam. Not far ahead lies Nine-Dragon Island, enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy and flourishing with celestial flora. Just as Wen Zhong reflects on the superiority of this scenery compared to Chaoge, a young boy suddenly emerges. "Is your master present?" The boy, with strikingly beautiful eyes, sizes up Wen Zhong. Upon noticing the black Qilin beneath him, he concludes that this man is no ordinary individual, and responds, "My master is inside."
Engaged in a game of chess.
Please inform your master that the esteemed Wen Taisher from Yinshang has come to visit.
Shortly after the boy enters,
hearty laughter resonates throughout Nine Dragon Island.
"When doubt you, what brings you to our humble abode today?"
To speak candidly, I have encountered certain predicaments.
"Oh? What troubles have compelled you to seek refuge amidst these desolate shores?"
As a disciple of the Chan sect,
Zhang Zia has committed the grave sin of aiding GFA in rebellion. Not long ago, I dispatched Zhang Guifang to lead an army against them.
Yet now he finds himself besieged.
Meanwhile, the feudal lords of the southeast are also inciting chaos.
I wish to march westward to Shichi,
but I fear our national strength is waning. It is out of sheer desperation that I have sought your assistance.
Should you lend your strength to quell this unrest? It would indeed be a blessing for all living beings. At this juncture, they remain unaware of the events surrounding the Fengshan Bang. Yet the incident involving Tai Yizhenren slaying Shiji has already spread, leading to a palpable animosity among the Jie sect disciples towards the Chan sect. Since you have come in person, we shall emerge from our seclusion to assist you and teach Zhang Zia a lesson. Indeed, we four saints shall join forces.
Not only to avenge our comrade Shiji but to dispel any notion that the Jie sect is without capable defenders.
Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong is filled with elation.
Ding!
It has been detected that Wen Zhong has invited the four saints of Nine Dragon Island to join him in the rescue of Zhang Guifang from Shichi.
Should he proceed to Nine Dragon Island to confine them within its bounds, thereby preventing their departure?
Choice 1, accept the task, exit the canyon, proceed to Nine Dragon Island. Set up a confinement array to trap the four saints within the island, and release them only after the calamity of the Fengshan has passed. In exchange for a celestial herb found on Nine Dragon Island.
Choosing to refuse the task, by immersing oneself in profound cultivation,
one could obtain the corpse of the Xian Shui clan, a race from the primordial realm, whose remains harbor the essence of water, greatly benefiting those striving to comprehend the path of water.
System, I decline.
After rejecting the task, Ling Feng began to assess the prevailing circumstances outside.
The sealing of gods continued unabated.
According to future accounts, the four saints of Nine Dragons Island, while neither particularly strong nor weak,
managed to subdue Zhang Zia upon reaching Shichi. However, during their pursuit of Zhang Zia, they encountered a deadly fate at Wulong Mountain's Yunshao Cave,
where they were vanquished by the duo of Wenshu and Jinjia. Wenshu, being one of the 12 great Luo Jingxians of the Chan sect, undoubtedly possessed a realm far superior to that of the four saints of Nine Dragons Island.
Alas, these four individuals were indeed unfortunate. Clearing his thoughts, Ling Feng retrieved the reward bestowed after declining the task. The corpse of the Xian Shui clan, a race hailing from the primordial realm? Upon its emergence, Ling Feng could perceive the vibrant essence of water within, which would greatly aid in the understanding of the water's path. This would be perfect for Lan Feng, who had recently made a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. With the Xian Shui clan's remains, his cultivation would proceed with greater ease. With a mere thought,
Ling Feng transported the Xian Shui clan's corpse before Lan Feng. Since his ascension to the quasi-saint realm, Lan Feng had not engaged in much cultivation. Apart from imparting wisdom to the younger generation of his clan and occasionally wandering within the dojo, he found himself stagnant.
His innate talents were limited,
and he sensed that he had reached a bottleneck. Without a rare opportunity, he feared he would remain forever confined to the first level of the quasi-saint realm. The corpse of the Xian Shui clan, a race intrinsically aligned with the path of water, would significantly assist him in grasping this profound concept.
At that moment, Ling Feng's voice resonated in his mind, and the next instant, a wave rippled through the space, revealing a fish-like corpse floating before him. Upon sighting this body, he felt a subtle loosening within his own understanding of the water's path, leaving Lan Feng utterly astonished. Though he was unaware of what lay beyond the primordial world or the identity of the Xian Shui clan, he trusted that his ancestor would not lead him astray. "Thank you, ancestor,"
Lan Feng exclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, atop the Wutong tree, Ling Feng's curiosity about the primordial realm intensified. He had previously acquired primordial energy, a product of that realm, and now he had obtained the remains of a race from the same.
What manner of place could it be?
On a certain mountain peak in Shichi, 7 little beings sat in a row with the mosquito Taoist. They had claimed dominion over this mountain. With the small demons of the forest bowing in submission to them, indeed, they were the sovereigns of this hill.
Concurrently,
Neza was leading his army as they marched past the foot of the mountain.
"Hey, isn't that the impudent child we thrashed last time?"
Old Fifth immediately recognized Neza. At this moment, Neza had lost his magical treasures, including the merging heaven silk, fire spike lance, and wind fire wheels, all snatched away by the 7 little beings,
compelling him to seek the assistance of the Taizhinren. However, Taizhinren was still preoccupied with his own affairs, utterly flustered.
He had never heard of the 7 little fellows that Neza mentioned, and at that moment, he lacked the energy to investigate their identities.
Nonetheless,
it was essential for Neza to possess magical artifacts, otherwise, his combat prowess would be severely diminished.
Thus, Taizhinren bestowed upon Neza the Zholongshan Huazayaz,
which had previously claimed the life of Shurji, as well as the Yin-Yang twin swords. Armed with these 2 treasures, Neza triumphed effortlessly in his battles against the Shang dynasty. The eldest brother's gaze was fixed intently on Neza, who strode ahead with remarkable valor, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
A new opportunity had arisen. This mischievous child had acquired yet another magical artifact. Chapter 76, Dealing with Mischievous Children. Upon hearing the news, the little ones instantly perked up. Has this mischievous child acquired another magical treasure? After they had pilfered several artifacts from Neza last time, they found them exceedingly useful and convenient. Originally intending merely to teach Neza a lesson, they were astonished by how effective these treasures were. Thus, upon seeing Neza adorned with a new artifact, an irrepressible thought arose within them: let us teach him a lesson once more. Beside them, the mosquito Taoist sighed, reminiscing about the days when he was at the mercy of these 7 little rascals, dragged daily either to collect treasures or on their way to do so. He had assumed that they had matured and lost interest in magical artifacts, but it seemed that was not the case. The eldest frowned slightly. Are you aware if this mischievous child has been up to any trouble lately? No, right? The 5th one wore a worried expression. If he hadn't done anything wrong, how could they justify their audacious thievery? Are you foolish? If he hasn't committed any misdeeds, we just create some mischief ourselves? Little 7, ever the clever one, smirked mischievously as she cast a sly glance at the mosquito Taoist. The rest of the little ones looked puzzled, unsure of little 7's intentions. Uncle Mosquito Taoist, you should reveal your true form and swagger before that mischievous child. If he dares to make a move, we will promptly jump in to teach him a lesson. He was at fault first. Isn't it only fair for us to take all his treasures? Not far away, the mosquito Taoist, still seated, was taken aback. If you want to steal, why not just do it directly? Why go through all this trouble? Let us just go for it. Wow, little 7, you're so clever to think of this. Uncle Mosquito Taoist, hurry, transform into your true form and flaunt it before that mischievous child. Quickly now. The 7 little ones grew increasingly impatient. Eventually, the mosquito Taoist, with a face full of reluctance, transformed into a mosquito, suppressing his formidable aura to merely exude the fluctuations of a golden immortal. Buzzing his wings, he flew towards Neza. At that moment, Neza was following Jiang Zia's orders, leading a 1,000-strong army to flank and rescue Zhang Guifang's Shan army along the designated route. The battlefield's situation was ever-changing, and they could not afford to waste a single moment. They were pressing forward with all their might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the sound of buzzing filled Neza's ears. Initially, he paid it no heed, but the mosquito seemed intent on bothering him, circling around and buzzing incessantly. He swatted at it but could not rid himself of this irritating pest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gradually, Neza's countenance grew darker. The mosquito appeared to be flaunting itself before him, occasionally displaying a mocking expression, incessantly taunting him. He could no longer endure it. You vile creature, seek your own demise. Neza immediately summoned the 9-dragon divine fire shield, intending to subdue the mosquito Taoist. However, in the next instant, the Hun Tianling, radiating a terrifying aura, drifted from the horizon, mercilessly ensnaring him. Neza was taken aback. The Hun Tianling? Is this not his mystical silk? Just as he was struck with astonishment, a childlike voice echoed from above. Humph, you little rascal, do you take our words as mere nonsense? It was those 7 exquisitely beautiful little girls. Neza instantly recognized Xiao Wu and the others.
These were the very individuals who had previously beaten him soundly and seized all of his treasures. Even if he were turned to ashes, he would still recognize them. The remaining soldiers, numbering nearly 1,000, had never witnessed such a scene.
Their leader, Neza, had been subdued so effortlessly. How could these mere mortals hope to contend?
Fear gripped their faces as they stood on high alert.
However, fortunately,
the little ones seemed disinclined to engage them.
"You little brat, I warned you last time, if you dare to act recklessly again, I will obliterate you." Neza felt blood rush to his throat. How was swatting a mosquito considered reckless? Moreover, this mosquito was incessantly provoking him. Anyone would retaliate, wouldn't they?
Neza had intended to plead his case, but Xiao Wu offered him no chance to speak.
The moment he opened his mouth,
Xiao Wu struck his head with the Qianquan circle, causing Neza's head to swell with pain, making him cry out.
Not even granting him the opportunity to speak. How ruthless. "If you want to allow me to speak, then I shan't. Why must you resort to violence?"
"This is not violence, it is a minor punishment for a major lesson. Today, we shall grant you another chance. Should you act recklessly again, there will be dire consequences."
As Xiao Wu spoke, she seized the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield from Neza's grasp. Neza's face contorted with defiance as he clutched the shield tightly, realizing that these individuals had set their sights on his treasures once more. "Hand it over."
Xiao Wu yanked it away forcefully, claiming the shield for herself.
Neza felt utterly despondent. Could treasures in their possession ever be reclaimed? A band of robbers. "Oh, and here are a pair of swords." Hearing Xiao Wu's delighted exclamation,
Neza's expression turned to one of terror. The yin-yang twin swords were his last remaining treasure. He was being stripped bare, left with nothing.
"No. Don't. Give it back."
As Xiao Wu toyed with the yin-yang twin swords, her face radiated with joy, while Neza was in a state of utter despair.
Robbers. Highwaymen.
Having stolen 3 of his treasures last time, they were now making off with 2 more.
Was there no sense of justice left?
"You little rascal. Remember this, if you continue to act recklessly, I will not merely seek your treasures,"
Xiao Wu warned. She then broke into a smile, saying, "Mosquito Taoist uncle. It's time to go." Watching the previously bothersome mosquito transform into a figure, Neza's eyes widened in shock. He pointed at Xiao Wu, then at the mosquito Taoist, his body trembling violently. You are too much."
With that, Neza spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, his energy waning as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on another front, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island were en route to Shichi to rescue Zhang Guifang. Suddenly, the speed of Wang Mo's flight in the sky slackened. Below, an army appeared to belong to the West Qi, and it was not far from the location where Zhang Guifang was besieged.
Indeed. That child Liang'o must be the disciple of the old dog Tai Yizhenren, Neza. Yet, something seemed amiss. His aura was so feeble, as if he had recently endured some form of distress. Regardless of whether he had been affected, since fate had brought us to this encounter, it would be prudent to eliminate this little demon first, avenging the 2 disciples of our esteemed Taoist Shi Ji. The 4 exchanged thoughts and dove directly toward Neza, who was still enveloped in sorrow on the ground. Neza sensed the impending energy from above, and his composure shattered completely. Could it be? More trouble was on the way? Chapter 77, Yang Jian. They were initially lost, unable to discern the location where Zhang Guifang was besieged. However, their predicament was not without merit. They had uncovered the whereabouts of the scoundrel disciple of Tai Yizhenren. Capturing this little thief could compel him to guide them to their destination. Once there, they could assert control, truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "You are indeed the disciple of that scoundrel Tai Yizhenren, Neza, is it?" A voice, laced with murderous intent, suddenly echoed from above, jolting Neza to his feet in shock. "You know my master? And you dare to insult him so vilely? Are you an enemy of my master? Scatter and flee."
Neza, startled, shouted urgently, and in an instant, transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. The earlier weakness all but forgotten. The enemies of Master Tai Yizhenren were beyond his capabilities. Had this been the past, he might have stood a chance, for he had once wielded numerous spiritual treasures. Alas, those treasures had been plundered, and recent setbacks had left him beleaguered, constantly bested by 7 little rascals. Neza now understood that there were greater powers beyond this world, and his once brash demeanor had significantly tempered.
Moreover, the aura emanating from these four individuals was considerably more formidable than his own. Therefore, retreat was the only option. As long as the Green Mountains remain,
one need not fear the absence of firewood. After a brief flight, Neza suddenly recalled Jiang Zia. Aimless flight would inevitably lead to capture.
He resolved to return to Jiang Zia, where numerous experts lingered nearby. Should these four dare to pursue, Neza would show them what it meant to experience the ebb and flow of fortune. "Little thief, do not run," thundered voices from behind Neza. Instead of fear,
a sense of glee filled him as he heard the four pursuing.
Chase on, chase on. I welcome your pursuit.
Soon, you shall witness something truly entertaining." In another flat expanse, Jiang Zia, along with Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, gathered, bolstered by the presence of tens of thousands of soldiers. This formidable army constituted the main force besieging Zhang Guifeng.
"General Zhang, surrender.
King Zhou is tyrannical and foolish, causing great suffering among the people.
Why not join us in the West Zhou and overthrow the despot, achieving something great?" Jiang Zia called out to Zhang Guifeng, who was encircled within the valley. "Jiang Zia, you treacherous scoundrel!" Zhang Guifeng retorted in fury. "Even in death, I shall never ally myself with you filthy vermin." With a countenance marked by grief and indignation, Zhang Guifeng surveyed his loyal soldiers, aware that they had no chance for a comeback today.
Despite being outnumbered, their perseverance spoke volumes of Zhang Guifeng's military prowess.
Regrettably,
the enemy was simply overwhelming, and their sheer numbers were compounded by the presence of formidable adversaries. "Esteemed comrades, I, Zhang Guifeng, shall take my leave first."
With that declaration, Zhang Guifeng resolutely raised his sword to his neck. "General! No!"
In that moment, both the soldiers of Yinshang and West Zhou were struck with astonishment.
Their hearts stirred by Zhang Guifeng's unwavering loyalty. Alas!
Jiang Zia sighed, and in the next moment, Zhang Guifeng's spirit ascended, propelled by the magical artifact. The 100 Spirits banner, directly soaring to the Fengshan platform to inscribe upon the list of deities.
"Master, save me." At that instant, a panicked cry for help echoed from afar. It was Neza. The onlookers below raised their heads, sensing four formidable auras approaching from the horizon. Jiang Zia furrowed his brow.
These four individuals wielded considerable power, and a wave of concern washed over him.
He shouted, "Yang Jian, prepare for battle. At your command." A young warrior clad in silver robes, wielding a three-pointed, double-edged blade, stepped forward. This was Yang Jian, a disciple of the revered Yuding Zhenren,
one of the 12 great immortals of the Chan teaching, and also the nephew of the Heavenly Sovereign. However, the Heavenly Sovereign harbored no affection for this nephew. Born of his sister Yaoji, an immortal man, and had often been hostile towards Yang Jian over the years. Not far away, the four saints of Jiulong Island, who had been pursuing Neza, were momentarily stunned upon witnessing this spectacle, only to be filled with elation.
They recognized Jiang Zia. Their purpose for coming was to slay Jiang Zia and rescue Zhang Guifeng. "Where is Zhang Guifeng?" cried Wang Mo, one of the four saints, his voice booming and unyielding. Yet, there was no response from below. "Where is Zhang Guifeng?" "Master One has sent us to rescue," Wang Mo reiterated.
This time, a voice emerged, laden with sorrow.
"General Zhang has already taken his own life." "What?" The four saints were immediately taken aback.
They had come to rescue Zhang Guifeng, only to be met with the devastating news of her demise. "Jiang Zia, prepare to face your end,"
Wang Mo bellowed, charging towards Jiang Zia with fury. "Your opponent is me," Yang Jian declared, leaping into the void, standing defiantly.
Within the Canyon S dojo, Ling Feng was observing this scene through the Xiantian mirror when suddenly a voice from the system resonated in his mind.
"Ding! The four saints of Jiulong Island are about to engage in a fierce battle with Yang Jian. Do you wish to intervene to rescue the four saints and slay Yang Jian?"
Option 1, accept the mission, leave the canyon, proceed to the battlefield at Shichi. Rescue the four saints, and slay Yang Jian, thereby earning their gratitude. Option 2, decline the mission, focus on cultivation, and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 fiery sword.
Refuse.
Ling Feng was at a loss for words. The current situation evidently favored the four saints of Jiulong Island. Although their title was somewhat amusing. The four individuals from Jiulong Island were no weaklings. Even if all present combined their strength, they would likely fall short against them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chased Jiang Zia to the point where he fled to the cloud cavern, only to be confronted by them and subsequently suppressed by Manjushri. In the Xiantian mirror, Yang Jian was quickly overwhelmed by the enraged Wang Mo, and soon fell into defeat, blood staining him as he plummeted from the sky.
Jiang Zia, prepare to meet your demise. With unparalleled speed, Wang Mo swiftly defeated Yang Jian and immediately charged towards Jiang Zia. It was not that Wang Mo desired to spare Yang Jian, rather, Yang Jian had cultivated the profound 8-9 mystical skills, rendering his physical form exceedingly formidable. To vanquish him would require considerable time, a luxury that was in short supply in the current predicament. Upon witnessing Wang Mo's advance, Jiang Zia was struck with terror. After a mere exchange of blows, he realized he was no match for Wang Mo, especially with 3 others yet to enter the fray. Run! Jiang Zia decisively shouted. Nearby, Neza, momentarily dazed, thought to himself, I just returned from one escape, and now I must flee again? Very well, my life is paramount. Thus, Neza once more embarked on the path of flight. Jiang Zia. The venomous voice calling out during his escape sent shivers down Jiang Zia's spine. And he dared not look back, inwardly lamenting his fate. Why? Why is it that you all pursue only me? Why must all 4 of you chase after me together? Chapter 78, The Four Saints of Jiulong Island. As Jiang Zia made his escape, Nezet and Yang Jian, along with Lei Zhenzi and the army of Shiqi, found themselves momentarily paralyzed in place after having fled a distance. Witnessing the relentless pursuit of Jiang Zia by the Four Saints of Jiulong Island, they were momentarily struck with astonishment. Did these 4 formidable monsters harbor a grudge against Jiang Zia? Clearly, one would suffice in the pursuit. Yet they chose to chase him down collectively, such ruthlessness. At that moment, a wave of sympathy washed over them for Jiang Zia. Neza, suspended mid-air, suddenly felt he had unwittingly unleashed calamity. He had intended to lead the lambs into the wolves' den, only to find himself leading the wolves into the sheepfold. With Jiang Zia undoubtedly the plumpest lamb, now being hunted by 4 voracious wolves. If Jiang Zia were to perish, the ramifications were too dreadful for Neza to contemplate. I should return to report this to my master, Taizhenren, he resolved. With a newfound determination, Neza soared toward Taizhenren's sanctuary. Meanwhile, the 4 saints of Jiulong Island pursued Jiang Zia with a grand display. The 7 mischievous little ones, who had just pilfered Neza's Jiulong divine fire cover and the Yinyang twin swords, ceased their playful antics and gazed curiously in the direction of the dissipating aura. What are those 4? Little Five exclaimed, captivated by the mounts of the 4 saints of Jiulong Island. Bayan, Swanni, spotted leopard, and fierce beasts. These creatures were scarcely seen in the present primordial world, and within the canyon's sanctuary, only the Swanni clan could be found. The master had an insatiable interest in rare races from the outside world. Let us go and see if we can bring these 4 ferocious beasts into our sanctuary. The eldest felt a surge of excitement upon observing the mounts of the 4 saints. This time, the gaze of the mosquito Taoist glimmered with fervor. Last time, Ling Feng had granted him the essence of blood calamity, allowing him to effortlessly ascend to the quasi-saint level. Although Ling Feng had not requested anything in return, he felt a lingering discomfort, tormented by the desire to repay Ling Feng's kindness in some manner. Now, fate had smiled upon him with the appearance of Bayan. Like the Swanni, Bayan was also a descendant of the ancestral dragon. The Swanni within the canyon were already renowned for their valor, and it was inconceivable that Bayan, being of the same lineage, would be any less formidable. Moreover, this Bayan might very well be the last of its kind in the entire primordial realm. Its rarity beyond measure. Let us bring these precious beasts back to the canyon, declared the mosquito Taoist, prompting the 7 little ones to beam with delight. As the 4 saints of Jiulong Island pursued Jiang Zia, the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little ones trailed closely behind them. They were acutely aware of Jiang Zia's identity and knew he would not be easily slain. He was undoubtedly seeking reinforcements. Thus, when the 4 saints of Jiulong Island found themselves in peril, they would emerge to negotiate terms using the mounts of the 4 saints as leverage. In this manner, they would neither kill nor plunder, but rather engage in a fair exchange.
Within the canyon's sanctuary, Ling Feng observed the unfolding scene in the Xiantian mirror,
struggling to suppress a smile.
The inner thoughts of the 7 little ones had long been discerned by Ling Feng. However, this was perhaps for the best. Had they rashly attempted to seize the opportunity and clashed with the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, it would have been quite inappropriate. For these 4 were ultimately disciples of the.
Zhang Zia altered his course and soared towards the cloudy cavern. Ling Feng sighed,
pondering whether the fate of the 4 saints had already been sealed. At that moment, Manjushri had just returned from his lengthy vigil at Taizhen Ren's side. Despite waiting for a considerable time, they had failed to encounter any disciples of the seeking vengeance against Taizhen Ren, which left him rather disheartened. The disciples of were becoming increasingly cautious, making it significantly more difficult to slay them and deliver their names to the divine list, thus alleviating their impending calamities.
Alas! Tai's lack of prudence was disconcerting.
Having slain Shiji was one matter, but allowing the news to leak was quite another. After voicing his frustrations, Manjushri began to enter a meditative state in preparation for his cultivation. Yet, he found it impossible to settle his mind. If he could not send the disciples to the divine list, he would inevitably find himself taking their place.
Ugh!
The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became.
Senior brother, help!
Just then, an urgent voice echoed from outside the cloudy cavern. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to Manjushri, yet he could not quite place it. The one calling him senior brother must also be a disciple of the primordial one. After all, there were only 12 disciples in total, and recently one more had been taken in, named Zhang Zia, tasked with facing the thunderous tribulations of the divine list. The thought that a mere ant like Zhang Zia would refer to him as senior brother, and that he was evidently in peril and seeking his assistance, only served to heighten Manjushri's agitation.
Jinja, go out and inform Zhang Zia that I am in seclusion and at a critical juncture. Manjushri was disinclined to meet Zhang Zia. Understood, master. Senior brother, save me.
Outside the cloudy cavern, Zhang Zia's cries for help grew ever closer.
Uncle master. My master is in seclusion, at a critical moment.
Just as Jinja reached the entrance of the cave, he caught sight of the frantic Zhang Zia fleeing, pursued by the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island. Jinja's eyes widened in recognition. As a disciple of Manjushri, he was well aware of the 4 saints.
He swiftly turned back. Master, master. The 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island are chasing Zhang Zia.
At these words, Manjushri sprang to his feet.
The 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, the of? How fortuitous. You have delivered yourselves right to my door. He erupted in laughter, feeling a wave of relief wash over him.
With the 4 saints now in the cloudy cavern, they would not be permitted to leave.
At that moment,
Zhang Zia appeared significantly more agreeable to Manjushri. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he stepped out of the cloudy cavern, calm and composed.
Junior brother, what troubles you to appear so flustered? Observing the panicked Zhang Zia and the relentless pursuit of the 4 saints, Manjushri struggled to suppress his amusement. Senior brother, the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island are pursuing me, obstructing my ascension to the divine list. I implore you, assist me.
As Zhang Zia beheld the serene demeanor of Wenshu, he felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, nearly brought to tears.
It was at this moment that the 4 saints realized they had pursued Zhang Zia too fervently, arriving at the dwelling of Wenshu, one of the 12 great golden immortals of the Chan sect. The group hastily came to a halt, maintaining a respectful distance. Fear not. What are these 4 saints of 9 dragons?
Merely 4 insignificant insects,
Wenshu declared, his voice resonating with authority. Do you comprehend the audacity of your actions?
You are hunting a disciple of the primordial lord, my esteemed junior brother, who has been appointed by heaven to bestow divinity. How dare you act with such impudence? Prepare to meet your demise.
With that proclamation, an overwhelming aura emanated from Wenshu, a brilliant golden radiance illuminating the heavens and the earth. This was the dragon escape formation, employed to ensnare and eliminate adversaries. Wang Mo, the first to be targeted, felt the terrifying energy and his complexion turned ashen. We cannot withstand this.
However, there was no time for Wang Mo to react, as the dragon escape formation swiftly ensnared him.
Beneath him, the fierce beast, the Bien, roared violently, sensing its life hanging by a thread. Uncle Mosquito Daoist, should we intervene? If we delay any longer, the Bien will perish. Chapter 79, The 12 Divine Fire Banners. Wait a moment.
The mosquito Taoist restrained the fervent excitement of the 7 little ones.
At this moment, he too felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island would arrive at the entrance of the Cloud Cavern so swiftly. The Cloud Cavern is the sacred ground of Manjushri, one of the 12 great golden immortals, and the primordial heavenly venerable cherishes these 12 disciples greatly. Thus, the 12 great golden immortals hold an imposing status in the primordial universe, and their own powers are formidable, otherwise, they would not have garnered such renown. However, the 7 little ones were oblivious to who Manjushri was, and they had only a vague understanding of the terror that was the primordial heavenly venerable. Inside the dragon escape pillar, Wang Mo was in a state of disarray, his flesh torn and bloodied. Without relying on his spiritual treasures, he was no match for Manjushri. Let alone now that Manjushri was employing the dragon escape pillar against him. This pillar had effectively separated Wang Mo from the remaining 3 saints of 9 Dragons Island. To eliminate the calamity, I need only to slay Wang Mo, the other 3 shall be left for my brethren, Manjushri chuckled gleefully. Taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. Manjushri, if you dare to kill Wang Mo today, we shall be irreconcilable foes. Yang Xin, mounted upon his mythical beast, roared, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of spells upon the dragon escape pillar. The others were equally engaged, vociferously denouncing Manjushri while persistently assaulting the pillar. The immediate priority was to rescue Wang Mo. They had already sensed his life force waning rapidly, and he could not endure much longer. Humph. A bunch of horned and fur-clad miscreants. My school of enlightenment has always been at odds with your school of interception. Manjushri scoffed coldly, allowing Jin Jia to continue refining Wang Mo within the dragon escape pillar, while he himself charged towards Yang Xin and the others. Naturally, he was cautious, aiming merely to incapacitate Yang Xin and his companions. In an instant, the atmosphere before the cloud cavern erupted with spiritual energy. Golden light surging as various divine powers clashed violently. Mosquito Taoist uncle, Bian's cries are agonizing, he is on the brink of death. Xiao Wu exclaimed urgently. If Bian were to perish, their efforts would be in vain. Almost there. The mosquito Taoist felt a sense of urgency. He was in the process of suppressing the aura of the 7 little ones. After all, Manjushri was no ordinary figure. And if the primordial heavenly venerable were to trace back to the canyon's sacred ground through him, it would be too late for regrets. He was uncertain whether Lingfeng could contend with the primordial heavenly venerable, but it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. When venturing out, one must remain discreet. Unbeknownst to him, Lingfeng had anticipated various outcomes when he sent them out, all of which fell within his capacity to bear. Mosquito Taoist uncle, is it not yet ready? At that moment, as he was but a step away from fully cloaking the auras of the 7 little ones, upon hearing Shao Qi's words, the mosquito Taoist exhaled in relief and shouted, all right, charge forth, little ones. With that, he was the first to burst forth, initiating a stunning assault aimed at shattering the dragon escape pillar and rescuing Bian trapped within. They could not allow Bian to perish so easily. Charge! Charge! In the next instant, the 7 little ones surged forward like untamed stallions. The leader's figure surged dramatically, and with a single step, he aimed to shatter the cloudy cavern. The second and third brothers charged forth with unyielding ferocity, wielding the recently acquired 9-dragon divine fire shield and the yin-yang twin swords, having just plundered them from Neza. Meanwhile, the fourth brother was enveloped in the surging Xianning divine water, swiftly inundating the cloudy cavern. The fifth brother, brandishing the chaos silk and standing atop the fire windwheel, whirled through the divine flames with unparalleled might. The sixth brother, in a more ordinary fashion, remained seated like a salted fish, observing the surroundings intently. The seventh brother trailed behind the group, quietly carrying a gourd without lifting a finger. At this moment, figures like Manjushri, Jin Chao, and Jiang Zia stood frozen, their hearts racing in disbelief. What on earth? Where did such formidable individuals suddenly emerge from? The 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island were likewise struck with astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Ding! It detected that the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little fellows were engaging one of the 12 great golden immortals, Manjushri, in an effort to rescue the imprisoned Bien. Should one venture out of the canyon to the cloudy cavern to rescue Manjushri and admonish the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little ones?
Option 1, accept the quest, exit the canyon, head to the cloudy cavern, rescue Manjushri, and admonish the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little ones, earning Manjushri's gratitude. Option 2, decline the quest, focus on cultivating, and receive the innate spiritual treasure, the 12 blazing fire banners. Reject. Lingfeng was at a loss for words. This system was utterly absurd. It actually required him to save Manjushri, and on top of that, admonish the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little ones? Insanity. Having refused the quest, Lingfeng received the 12 blazing fire banners as a reward. These banners, akin to the 9 blazing fire sword, were both innate spiritual treasures of the fire attribute. However, while the 9 blazing fire sword was primarily offensive, the 12 blazing fire banners served to entrap. Among the powerful wielders of the fire element, apart from the Yanfeng and Shukai, there was also the Huadou. Lingfeng believed that the 9 blazing fire sword would be more suitable for Yanfeng, but given that she was currently in a critical period of seclusion, it was not prudent to disturb her, so he first stored the 9 blazing fire sword away. The 12 blazing fire banners could establish a blazing grand formation, within which various divine flames would continuously emerge to scorch those trapped inside, functioning similarly to the 9 dragon divine fire shield. This treasure was bestowed upon the Huadou clan, who cultivated by devouring flames, making it a dual benefit capable of both ensnaring enemies and aiding in their cultivation. With a thought, Lingfeng directly transferred the 12 blazing fire banners to the Huadou clan's training ground. This artifact, the 12 blazing fire banners, may be employed to set up a formation for your divine flame cultivation. Once your clan leader returns, further arrangements can be made. The Huadou clan had also developed to a considerable scale, with nearly 10 great golden immortals and over 100 clan members. Upon hearing Lingfeng's words, they all excitedly knelt in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. On the Wutong tree, Lingfeng continued to observe the scene within the Xiantian mirror. The 7 little ones were formidable, especially with the mosquito Taoist supporting them, yet they were still a step too late. Wang Mo had been obliterated by the escaped dragon pillar. Fortunately, Bian still clung to life, and after rescuing Bian, the mosquito Taoist refrained from further action. Under the combined efforts of these 7 little beings, even a formidable peak being of the golden immortal realm could be confronted. This Manjushri was precisely the opportunity for the 7 little ones to hone their skills. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would promptly lead them to safety. These 7 little beings were rather fierce. Observing the scenes relayed by the Xiantian mirror, Lingfeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, Jin Jia was mercilessly beaten, his body shattered, after all, in their eyes. The current plight of Bian was partly attributed to Jin Jia, and thus the 7 little beings would not spare him. Upon witnessing Jin Jia's demise, Zhang Zia trembled, pondering whether it was time to elevate Jin Jia to the ranks of the deified. However, he dared not act, merely confining Jin Jia's true spirit. Today, Manjushri had the misfortune of encountering these 7 little beings. They coordinated seamlessly, delivering a relentless assault on Manjushri every time he unleashed his divine powers. They were entirely absorbed by Shaoqi's purple gourd. It was time for the demon court to establish its authority. Yet, just as Lingfeng uttered these words, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the scene within the Xiantian mirror. Chapter 80, Shifting Blame to the Heavens within the Xiantian mirror. When Shu found himself mercilessly pinned to the ground by 7 diminutive figures, their relentless assault eliciting anguished cries that echoed in the air. On the other side, Zhang Zia stood in stunned disbelief. The sight before him was surreal, one of the 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect, Wen Shu, being overwhelmed by a band of children seemingly appearing from nowhere. Panic surged within him, yet his trepidation was futile. Such a battle was far beyond his capability to intervene. An urgent thought crossed his mind: he needed to call for reinforcements. However, as he stealthily attempted to take a step towards escape, he realized that his form had already been ensnared by a terrifying aura, a force that would mercilessly annihilate him should he dare to flee. This revelation filled him with dread and torment. To kill or not to kill, merely to confine me, was this not a sentence to await my demise? Zhang Zia lamented incessantly. Where had these 7 children and that figure in black emerged from? Even a celestial being like Wen Shu was no match for them. Meanwhile, Yang Sen and his companions stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Although these entities had not yet attacked them, their overwhelming power was palpable.
Who could predict what would transpire if Wenshu were to perish?
They could distinctly sense their mounts trembling beneath them, as if targeted by a formidable presence.
Yet, the only terrifying entity present was the figure in black, but what could possibly be his intention in locking onto their steeds? Surely, he could not covet their mounts.
In the next moment, Yang Sin could no longer contain himself, exclaiming with wide eyes filled with disbelief at the unfolding scene. The other two saints and Jiang Zia were equally astonished. The children's assault grew increasingly ferocious, culminating in Wenshu's demise.
What the? Wenshu is dead? Yang Sin murmured, his gaze vacant.
Wenshu was one of the 12 great Luo Golden Immortals, a disciple of the primordial Supreme Being.
The death of Wenshu, wouldn't that send the primordial Supreme into a frenzy?
The sky itself would shatter.
In the next instant, the mosquito Taoist swiftly gathered the 7 youngsters, preparing for their escape. While the quick-witted little 7 deftly collected Wenshu's spiritual treasures and the steeds belonging to Yang Sin and the others into a gourd. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, Yang San and his companions were also swept into the gourd.
Little ones, let us depart,
the mosquito Taoist urged, his heart racing. With matters resolved, he sought to retreat, concealing his achievements and name.
The mosquito Taoist reveled in the thrill, fortunately. He had previously exerted effort to mask his aura, or else, after Wenshu's death, their escape would have been impossible.
Left behind were Jiang Zia, in a state of shock,
and the shattered remnants of the cloudy sky cave. Jin Jia and Wenshu were both dead.
It was a catastrophe.
Jiang Zia felt as though the heavens had collapsed, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Within the Taoist temple, Lingfeng retracted the Xian Tian mirror. Wenshu was dead, killed by those 7 little rascals. Moreover, among the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island, only Wang Mo had ascended the divine ranking.
Would change be upon them?
Lingfeng pondered whether this alteration was for better or worse.
However,
Lingfeng exerted considerable effort to conceal the secrets of heaven from the mosquito Taoist and the 7 little ones. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications,
ensuring that tasks are executed with precision.
His trust in the mosquito Taoist's ability to obscure his aura was not lacking, yet for the sake of prudence, an additional layer of protection seemed prudent. Within the confines of Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign, seated on a mat, suddenly felt a stirring within and opened his eyes.
What curious event has transpired?
Without delay, he commenced a calculation, and gradually, a look of astonishment spread across his countenance.
Manjushri has perished? Who is responsible for this?
He resumed his calculations, yet found himself thwarted, as if a veil had been drawn over the truth, rendering it indistinct.
The heavenly Tao has been obscured. Which sage could this be?
A myriad of figures flashed through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed Hongjun,
Laozi, and Hua.
And the likes of Zhuanti and Jian were also eliminated from suspicion, leaving only the most dubious candidate, Tong Tian, with a countenance darkening to a near ominous shade. The primordial sovereign vanished from his spot, only to reappear in the disheveled confines of the cloudy cave. Upon witnessing the unconscious Jiang Zia and sensing that Manjushri's true spirit was safeguarded by him, the primordial's expression softened somewhat. He then employed his magical powers to awaken Jiang Zia. As Jiang Zia, still dazed, felt an icy chill pierce his consciousness, he jolted awake, panic etched across his face. "Calm yourself, there is no need for such disarray." The primordial sovereign cast a glance at Jiang Zia, his displeasure apparent.
"Master!" Jiang Zia exclaimed upon recognizing the primordial sovereign, hastily adjusting his demeanor and performing a deep bow.
"I am already aware of Manjushri's demise, please recount the events as they unfolded."
"Yes, Master."
Jiang Zia began to recount the recent tumultuous events, from the pursuit by the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island to the cloudy cave, the suppression of the king demon by Manjushri, and the subsequent arrival of the 7 children and a figure in a black robe. The narrative unfolded with numerous twists and turns. The primordial's expression grew increasingly somber. "Those 4 pests from 9 Dragon Island are indeed connected to Tong Tian."
With that,
the primordial sovereign soared into the air, heading towards Golden Tortoise Island. Meanwhile, in the western sect, Zhuanti abruptly opened his eyes, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve.
"Manjushri has died?"
"He had been a figure of significance to our Western teachings.
Regret coursed through Xuanti's mind, having considered cooperation with the primordial sovereign.
He hesitated to act against him, only to discover that Manjushri had met his end within the teaching of expounding.
Why had he not acted sooner? Could it have been Tong Tian's doing? At that moment, Xuanti felt an overwhelming urge to journey to Golden Tortoise Island. Ding!
It has been detected that the primordial sovereign is heading to Golden Tortoise Island to confront the leader of Tong Tian regarding Manjushri's death.
Shall you accompany the primordial sovereign in questioning the leader of Tong Tian?
Choice 1. Accept the task, emerge from the canyon and proceed to Golden Tortoise Island alongside the primordial sovereign to confront the leader of Tong Tian.
Earning the gratitude of the primordial sovereign. Choose 2. Reject the task, devote oneself to cultivation, and one may attain the bloodline of the Fire Clan. A lineage in the primordial realm that possesses a profound affinity for the path of fire. Once integrated with this bloodline, one's comprehension of the path of fire would yield remarkable results, advancing one's understanding exponentially.
Reject. Lingfeng was at a loss for words.
The system was becoming increasingly playful. What a nuisance!
It was evident that he and Yuanshi would never align with the same faction, yet they still dared to confront Tong Tian together.
However,
Lingfeng did not anticipate that this predicament would ultimately fall upon Tong Tian, and when Yuanshi Tianzuan sought him out, Tong Tian would likely be utterly bewildered. The mosquito Daoist and his companions had inadvertently accelerated the process.
Lingfeng believed that, following this incident, Tong Tian would hasten his approach to seek her out.
Chapter 81, Ascend to the Heavens. Come forth. Lingfeng sensed the bloodline of the Flame Clan before him and, after a brief moment of contemplation, discerned that it served merely as an auxiliary force, enhancing the perception of those with lesser talents regarding the path of fire, thereby facilitating their comprehension of it. This was indeed a valuable treasure, however, for Lingfeng, who had already attained the realm of a sage, it held little utility.
And its refinement could even yield significant drawbacks. Yanfeng was still in seclusion.
Having spent an extensive period without refining the essence of fire to advance to the quasi-saint level, he realized that merely relying on rare materials was insufficient for such a breakthrough. Innate talent was also essential. Yanfeng perhaps lacked that slight edge of talent, which hindered his progress toward the quasi-saint realm. Nevertheless, the Flame Clan bloodline would be of some aid to him.
With this thought, Lingfeng infused the bloodline into Yanfeng's body. Do not resist.
Initially, Yanfeng, who was subconsciously resisting while refining the essence of fire, immediately relinquished his defiance upon hearing Lingfeng's words. He understood that his ancestor would not harm him.
Soon,
joy enveloped him as the bloodline of the Flame Clan gradually merged with his being, causing the path of fire surrounding him to become increasingly vibrant.
In truth,
the path of fire remained unchanged, it was merely that Yanfeng's perception of it had become remarkably clearer.
Once the Flame Clan bloodline fully integrated into Yanfeng's body,
he felt a profound clarity in his mind, momentarily disregarding the immense transformation occurring within him.
He excitedly knelt before Lingfeng, exclaiming, "Ancestor, what is this? Why do I feel that my understanding of the path of fire has surged, and the bottleneck that once hindered me has vanished?"
This is the bloodline of the extraterrestrial Flame Clan, capable of permanently enhancing your perception of the path of fire.
With this,
I believe you will soon break through to the quasi-saint level, and perhaps even aspire to greater heights.
This revelation sent Yanfeng into a fervor. Breaking through to the quasi-saint level was one thing, but the prospect of reaching even loftier realms was extraordinary.
Such a divine artifact had been bestowed upon him by his ancestor. Yanfeng vowed to live up to the expectations placed upon him,
dedicating himself to even more rigorous training. Go forth and cultivate. Understood, ancestor.
Yanfeng suppressed his excitement, took out the essence of fire, and began the process of refinement. As he did so, he became acutely aware of the remarkable advantages bestowed by the Flame Clan bloodline. His speed in refining the essence of fire was now over 100 times greater than before. The quasi-saint realm was within his grasp. Atop the Wutong tree, Lingfeng withdrew his gaze. The Flame Clan bloodline was indeed extraordinary, almost guaranteeing a path to becoming a sage of fire.
However, it also came with limitations, and these limitations were quite evident.
Those who integrated with the Flame Clan bloodline would find it significantly more arduous to comprehend other paths beyond the path of fire.
In essence,
while reaching the sage level would be relatively easy, progressing beyond that would be fraught with challenges. This was why Ling Feng previously noted the considerable drawbacks of this bloodline.
Yet, for Yan Feng, such drawbacks were nearly non-existent.
Yan Feng was wholly engrossed in comprehending the path of fire.
Other paths would only warrant his attention after attaining the realm of a sage.
Given Yan Feng's innate talent, reaching the threshold of a quasi-saint was already a formidable challenge. Now, however, his potential has been elevated to that of a sage, which poses no disadvantage for him at all. The 9-9 fiery sword would be bestowed upon him once he successfully breaks through to the quasi-saint level. Yan Feng had yet to wield any innate spiritual treasures.
Should the 9-9 fiery sword come into his possession, he would undoubtedly indulge in its intricacies, thereby squandering precious training time. At present, what the Taoist sanctuary urgently required was a powerful being of the quasi-saint tier.
The greater the number of quasi-saints within the myriad demon formation,
the more formidable its might would become.
When confronted with an actual sage, they would not only withstand the encounter but might even slay a sage on the spot.
Outside the formations of Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian, come out.
At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzun was vociferously calling from beyond the array. Yuanshi did not assail the formations, yet merely the aura emanating from his being caused ripples to surge through the protective array of Golden Turtle Island. Such is the terror of a sage, merely standing there, the explosive energy he radiated possessed unparalleled lethality.
Within Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian, who was quietly meditating,
opened his eyes as someone had triggered the protective array he had established, a chill spreading across his countenance.
Humph, these juniors are utterly ungrateful. They dare to intrude upon Golden Turtle Island, showing blatant disregard for me as a sage.
The fluctuations of the array were not particularly intense, suggesting an assault merely at the quasi-saint level.
Thus, Tong Tian did not suspect it was a sage. Coincidentally, recent commotion surrounding the investiture of the gods had been rife,
primarily targeting the Jie sect, leading Tong Tian to believe it was the disciples of the Western Church or the Chan sect.
Master. Beneath Tong Tian, Taoist Duobao's face was etched with anger.
It's one thing for the Chan sect to bully us, but now their leader dares to come knocking.
What is happening? Yuanshi's senior disciple was outside Golden Turtle Island, challenging them while the nearby disciple sanctuaries were reduced to nothingness by the tremors. Upon hearing this,
Tong Tian realized that it was not disciples from the two sects but Yuanshi himself who had come, utilizing the backlash of the formation to harm his disciples, a truly disgraceful act.
Humph, this is intolerable. With that, Tong Tian waved his sleeve and emerged from Bayou Palace. Tong Tian, get out here.
After shouting for an extended duration, Yuanshi was seething with rage. I know you're inside, do not pretend you cannot hear me.
Come out. Tong Tian. Have you shouted enough?
Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind Yuanshi, causing his heart to leap in alarm.
Turning to see Tong Tian, Yuanshi's expression shifted back to one of disdain.
Tong Tian, the turtle who retreats into its shell has finally mustered the courage to emerge.
My disciple, Wen Shu,
has perished, and the true spirit is weakened.
I have come today seeking an explanation from you.
Yuanshi fixed his gaze upon Tong Tian, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis.
Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's rage, already on the verge of eruption, became utterly uncontainable.
The disciples of the Jie sect have slain his own followers, yet he did not seek an explanation from the primordial one.
Now, it seems,
the primordial one has audaciously come to his doorstep demanding an account.
Not only has he approached, but he has also maliciously exploited the backlash of the formation,
causing the demise of some of the weaker disciples of the Jie sect at the edge of the array.
Is it not a grave distortion of justice? When my disciple, Shurji, was suppressed by your subordinate Tai, did I come to you for an explanation?
Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the death of Wen Shu,
your indiscriminate demand for an account is utterly outrageous. Do you think me an easy target to deceive? The voice of Tong Tian was frigid,
as he struggled to contain his wrath. The demise of Wen Shu is intricately linked to those 4 wretched insects from your 9-Dragon Island.
Hand them over to me at once.
Chapter 82, Innate Spiritual Roots. 5 Pin Pine. Upon hearing Yuanshi refer to his disciples as the 4 pests of Jiulong Island,
Tong Tian's gaze grew increasingly frigid.
He had some recollection of those 4 disciples from Jiulong Island. They were formidable in their cultivation.
However, To think they could slay Wenshu was utterly implausible.
Relying solely on their abilities, they stood no chance of achieving such a feat. Do not create unnecessary trouble here,
lest you find me unyielding. Surrender those 4 pests, and I shall depart immediately. Tong Tian scoffed and declared.
Let us not even discuss whether my disciples from Jiulong Island possess the capability to kill Wenshu.
Even if they had succeeded,
it would only reflect Wenshu's inadequacy in his craft. He would have no one but himself to blame.
Very well, indeed, Yuan sure sneered. Inadequate, you say? Yet,
to my knowledge, after my disciple vanquished Wang Mo, 7 peculiar little girls emerged and directly subdued Wenshu, rescuing the remaining pests in the process.
Is this the manner of your disciples, to overwhelm the fewer? Moreover, you concealed the heavenly secrets afterward.
Humph, do you truly believe no one can discern your involvement?
Tong Tian?
Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian's aura surged violently, an intense sword energy seemingly capable of tearing apart the very heavens. Your disciple Wenshu murdered my disciple Wang Mo first. Being retaliated against is merely just retribution.
If you seek an explanation for this, then I, Tong Tian, shall engage you to the bitter end. Tong Tian, do you not possess any sense of reason? Yuan Shi rebuked sharply, continuing. Had it not been for Wang Mo and his pests pursuing Jiang Zia, would they have ever been subdued by Wenshu?
Tong Tian snorted derisively, his aura intensifying further.
Then let us deliberate why Wang Mo and his companions sought to hunt down Jiang Zia. How despicable of you, Tong Tian.
Today, I have come personally seeking an explanation. Yet you attempt to obfuscate matters with nonsensical distractions.
What do you deem irrelevant? Tong Tian retorted, his disdain palpable. Yuan Shi, recognizing that his stance was weakening,
soon withdrew in disinterest. After Yuan Shi departed, Tong Tian returned to the Bayou Palace. As his anger gradually dissipated, a sense of perplexity began to take root within him.
7 peculiar little girls who subdued Wenshu and rescued 3 of the 4 saints?
To possess the ability to subdue Wenshu indicated remarkable prowess.
Tong Tian was certain that among the disciples of Jia Zhao,
those capable of such feats were all stationed on Jinao Island, with no opportunity for them to venture forth.
Moreover, the deliberate concealment of heavenly secrets was a technique exclusive to saints. How peculiar, whose handiwork could this possibly be?
Images of various figures flashed through Tong Tian's mind.
No.
There was one individual he had yet to consider, the phoenix from the extreme southern lands.
Could it be him? Recalling Ling Feng,
Tong Tian suddenly realized that it had been quite some time since he last visited the extreme southern region.
I must find a moment to pay a visit.
If it truly is the handiwork of that esteemed friend, I owe him my gratitude. The incident where Yuan Shi, the leader of the teachings, came to berate at the front of Jinao Island quickly escalated, inciting considerable anger and frustration among the disciples of Jiajiao within the island. Especially after learning the ins and outs of the situation, all the disciples of the felt an intense fire of indignation burning within their chests.
Brothers of the Dingguang, how could this Yuan Shi and the Chan sect be so overly presumptuous? Indeed, Brother Dingguang, this Manjushri has clearly failed in his schemes. Can we truly place the blame upon others?
The one referred to as Brother Dingguang is a rabbit spirit with long ears, one of the 7 celestial attendants of Tong Tian, holding a certain status within the and revered as the long-eared Dingguang Immortal. At this moment, the long-eared Dingguang Immortal observed the expressions of those around him.
Yet he displayed an even greater fury than they did. This is not the worst of it. Do you know how the Chan sect has been targeting the within the realms of humanity?
It is widely known that our revered disciple, Wen Zhong,
serves in the Yinshang dynasty, aiding the emperor of humanity.
At this time, chaos reigns across the human realm, with lords in revolt and countless lives in despair. Yet the Chan sect, in their efforts to undermine us, has actually supported the traitor GFA, with the likes of Neza, Yang Jian, and Lei Zhenzi, disciples of the 12 great Luo Jingxians of the Chan sect, rising in rebellion alongside him.
Wen Zhong,
overwhelmed by the turmoil in Yinshang and with the kingdom's strength waning, sought to return to Jinao Island for aid. However, it was already sealed off. With no other recourse, he was compelled to seek assistance from the outer disciples of the.
Upon learning of this,
the 12 great Luo Jingxians of the Chan sect bestowed treasures upon their disciples to slay the incoming members, with the formidable Tai Manjushri personally suppressing them.
The Chan sect's audacity in its oppression of thee is intolerable. As he spoke, the long-eared Dingwang immortal cried out in anguish. Around him, a group of disciples also bore crimson eyes and heavy breaths, seething with rage. The Chan sect is truly overstepping their bounds. I shall request our master to allow me to venture forth. It is time to settle the score with the Chan sect, spoke Xiao Gongming, the senior disciple of the outer sect, coldly. Brother, we too must petition our master. The Chan sect's bullying of our is unbearable. And today Yuancher has audaciously come to question us, a thief crying stop thief. I cannot endure this any longer. Yet unbeknownst to them, Tongtian had already departed from Jinao Island and embarked on a journey to the extreme southern lands. Ding! Detection shows that Tongtian is en route to the Canyon Dojo. Should we preemptively eliminate the Tongtian saint for the safety of the dojo? Option 1, accept the task, leave the canyon and slay the Tongtian leader, earning the fear of Yuancher Tianzuan. Option 2, decline the task, focus on cultivation, earning the primordial innate treasure, 5-pin pine. Decline. An involuntary smile graced Lingfeng's face. Tongtian was coming. However, what delighted Lingfeng even more was the reward for refusing the task, the primordial innate treasure, 5-pin pine. Though the 5-pin pine may not be widely recognized, its precious efficacy rivals that of the ginseng fruit of Zenyuanzai. The 5-pin pine undergoes transformation every 5,000 years, requiring a total of 15,000 years to mature fully, yielding fruits divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 10 of each, totaling 50 fruits. Consuming one of each type gathers the essence of the 5 elements, allowing one to break through in a single effort, thus sparing years of arduous cultivation. This is indeed a miraculous object for transcending boundaries. The 5-needle pine exudes a profound innate aura, simultaneously enveloping an exceptionally pure and rich spiritual essence. Let it be planted beside the Huangjongli. At present, among the 10 innate spiritual roots, Lingfeng has already acquired 5. The innate Wutong, the innate Hulu vine, the Fusang tree, the Huangjongli, and now another 5-needle pine. Previously, gathering the 10 acquired spiritual roots had brought about earth-shattering changes to the Valley Temple. One can only wonder what transformations will occur upon collecting all 10 innate spiritual roots. Lingfeng feels a sense of anticipation. In the far southern lands, at this moment, Tongtian hovers in the skies above the extreme south. Sensing the multitude of powerful auras below, he momentarily stands in a daze. When did these demon clans gather in the extreme south? Having been engrossed in seclusion, oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, he remains unaware of the happenings in the demon court. Chapter 83, The Array of 10,000 Demons, revealing divine powers with nearly 500 golden immortals and 2 quasi-saints. This faction is certainly formidable. Established in the far southern lands, could this be the power of that particular friend? This thought only deepened Tongtian's confusion. However, it didn't seem right. Hadn't that friend, the Phoenix, claimed to fear death? How could they have orchestrated such an extensive gathering of demons in such a conspicuous manner? A faction of this magnitude could not be overlooked by any power. A truly fearful individual would remain hidden, rather than create such a grand spectacle. It was utterly perplexing, truly baffling. Unable to comprehend, Tongtian decided to put the matter aside. Friend, before Tongtian could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Within the demon court, Kongxian furrowed his brow tightly. Just moments ago, the array of 10,000 demons had experienced some fluctuations. Subsequently, the array locked onto Tongtian's presence, leaving Kongxian utterly astonished. Was a saint approaching? Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, quietly activating the array of 10,000 demons. This array was under his command, with the other 4 powerful demon kings stationed at the cardinal points, while Kongxian had flawlessly arranged the other nodes. Zhuli, also a quasi-saint, served as the sharpest blade within the array. As Kongxian initiated the array, it erupted with astonishing power. Which saint graces the demon court with their presence? Please reveal your name. Kongxian's tone was neither servile nor arrogant. For with the array of 10,000 demons at his disposal, he had the confidence to confront, and even contend with, a saint. Even if he could not match a saint's might, ensuring the safety of the demon court was indeed a trivial task. Within the demon court, all demon kings stood ready, fully immersed in the array of 10,000 demons.
Nearly 500 demon kings, alongside the 2 demon saints, Kong Xian and Zhu Li, formed a cohesive unit. In the air, Tong Tian appeared slightly dazed.
He recognized Kong Xian in Zhu Li earlier, when he approached the Lingfeng Daoist temple.
Curiosity compelled him to extend his consciousness to observe the situation within, where he had caught a glimpse of the interior. There was no doubt that Kong Xian and Zhu Li were part of what he had witnessed. Upon seeing them now, he realized his suspicions were correct. This was indeed the work of his friend, the Phoenix. The power of this great array was sufficient to pose a threat to a saint.
The means employed by the Phoenix truly elicited admiration. While Tong Tian marveled, a colder voice emanated from below. If the visitor does not reveal their name, do not blame us for taking action. Action would indeed be taken.
Tong Tian, intrigued, mused over the arrangements of formations in the primordial realm. For he had never conceded to anyone in this regard. Whether it was the extermination of Immortal's sword array or the myriad of arrays he had devised, they were all immensely powerful formations within the primordial landscape.
Though Tong Tian's words seemed unremarkable, they resonated with a palpable disdain in the ears of Kong Xian and his companions.
The assembled demons could no longer contain themselves, and in the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, culminating in the manifestation of a colossal demon. This formidable being exuded an aura comparable to that of a sage, its humanoid form adorned with an array of demonic tattoos. The visage of Kong Xian prominently displayed upon its head, while in its grasp was a blade intricately carved with a depiction of a vermilion bird.
This demon, named Wanyao,
was birthed from the Wanyao formation. Wanyao brandished the vermilion bird blade across its chest and then lunged forward with astonishing force. On the other side, Tong Tian was equally resolute. His own aura swelling dramatically, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under the weight of his presence, erupting in chaotic bursts.
In their initial clash,
the two were evenly matched, yet both exhibited restraint, skillfully regulating their power. Otherwise, such a confrontation could have shattered the extreme southern lands and sent tremors throughout the entirety of Nanjian Buzhou.
Ah, splendid.
This formation is indeed commendable, rivaling my Wuxian formation.
Come, let us continue. Tong Tian bellowed with laughter, his energy surging anew.
Wanyao, in response, roared mightily, raising the vermilion bird blade to strike fiercely at Tong Tian. Tong Tian deliberately absorbed the blow, eager to gauge the formation's offensive prowess while simultaneously dissipating much of its force. Otherwise,
such a strike would spell cataclysmic disaster for the primordial realm.
Yet, even the residual shockwave from the strike cleaved the surrounding waters of the extreme south into countless fragments.
Excellent, truly excellent.
Tong Tian exclaimed joyfully. It had been ages since he had engaged in combat, having refrained from action since attaining sagehood.
Within the canyon dojo, Lingfeng,
observing this spectacle, could no longer remain composed, her expression betraying her discontent.
Tong Tian must be troubled in some way. If he wishes to fight, let him seek out Yuanchi Tianzuan.
If they continue to clash, it will not only inflict irreversible damage upon Nanjian Buzhou,
but my dojo will no longer be able to conceal itself.
Thus, Lingfeng hastily transmitted her voice to both Tong Tian and Kong Xian.
Friends, cease this conflict at once. Kong Xian, withdraw. Upon hearing these words, Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback. The ancestor was instructing him to withdraw? Without hesitation,
he halted his assault and gradually ceased the operation of the Wanyao formation. The other great demons exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden change.
Tong Tian also paused,
a smile gracing his face as he regarded the still-present Kong Xian in the demon court.
I have seen you before in the East Sea,
when you had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Today, it is evident you have ascended to the 7th level of quasi-saint.
Such talent is indeed rare. Upon hearing Tong Tian's remarks, Kong Xian realized his true identity.
I was unaware that a senior had come. I apologize for my rudeness.
Kong Xian soared out from the demon court to face Tong Tian, bowing slightly.
He had sensed a presence trailing him ever since his recent breakthrough to quasi-saint. And now he understood it was the elder who had been following him.
Earlier, when Tong Tian conversed with Lingfeng outside the dojo,
Kong Xian had felt a hint of this awareness. From that moment, he realized that the saint who had been following him was not an adversary. Kong Xian's gesture illuminated the understanding of others. The unexpected appearance of this unfamiliar saint was one of camaraderie rather than hostility. A collective sigh of relief resonated within everyone. For none wished to unwittingly entangle themselves with a saint, whose power in the primordial realm was overwhelmingly formidable.
"Friend, what brings you to seek me today?" As before,
Tongtian did not enter the sanctuary, nor did Lingfeng emerge from within. They communicated across the threshold of the sacred ground, leaving Tongtian somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 84, The Awakening of King Zhou. Friend, you once expressed your fear of death, which is why you refrained from leaving your sanctuary.
Yet now,
you have grown so formidable that even I find it difficult to discern your true strength.
Why then do you still remain within? At this moment, Tongtian could not resist inquiring.
Though your sanctuary is concealed, you have boldly established a demon court beyond its confines.
If you continue to claim you are afraid of death, I find it utterly implausible.
Lingfeng smiled faintly and replied softly, My dear friend, I truly fear death. Moreover, as you have observed, the demon court is not my creation.
It is the work of Kong Xian. Tongtian was momentarily speechless. In fact, Lingfeng's assertion held considerable merit. The demon court was indeed orchestrated by Kong Xian.
Given its prominence and impressive combat prowess, capable of contending with sages, it is unlikely that anyone would suspect an exceedingly terrifying sanctuary lurked beneath, housing an ancient phoenix of unfathomable power. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief. Had Tongtian not witnessed it firsthand, he too would find it hard to accept.
Yet this was the reality.
Should a sage approach the demon court with malevolent intent in the future, escaping unscathed would prove exceedingly difficult. The mere thought sent a shiver down Tongtian's spine.
If Lingfeng were to target him, could he truly evade harm? Perhaps not. "Friend, are you feeling cold?" Lingfeng inquired, puzzled. "Ahem. Friend, let us return to the matter at hand.
I have come to express my gratitude for rescuing my disciple and to discuss the impending calamity of the canonization of gods."
"Do not speak so carelessly.
I have not rescued your disciple,"
Lingfeng hastily refuted. Tongtian fell silent. "Very well, you did not rescue him. Friend,
I wish to engage in a serious discussion regarding the canonization. Earlier, you advised me to endure, and I complied for a time. While it has had some effect,
I find it stifling." "How so?"
"The disciples within my Jinao island remained in seclusion, and those from the Chan sect lured my outer disciples to assist the Yin Shang,
only to betray and slaughter them. Many of my outer disciples have perished.
Recently, Yuan Shi personally sought me out at Jinao Island,
demanding an explanation for the death of his disciple, Wen Shu.
I am filled with hatred and frustration, yet for the sake of my disciples, I must endure.
Now is not the time to sever ties completely. Friend, what should I do? Should I continue to endure?" Tongtian earnestly questioned. "Of course, you must endure," Lingfeng swiftly replied. Then sighed.
"In truth, you have consistently misinterpreted my intentions."
This revelation only deepened Tongtian's confusion. Was not to endure meant in its literal sense? What other meaning could it hold?
My notion of enduring does not imply remaining passively in the shadows, doing nothing. Your current approach is not endurance, it is cowardice. To stand idly by as your outer disciples are slaughtered by the Chan sect without taking action, what else can it be called if not cowardice? Upon hearing Lingfeng's words,
Tongtian was utterly devoid of anger, realizing the truth in Lingfeng's assertions. What should I do then?
Lingfeng cast a satisfied glance at Tongtian.
It is quite simple. If the Western sect engages in underhanded tactics, why should you not retaliate in kind? An eye for an eye, as they say.
Observe the conflict between the Chan and Zhang sects, which revolves around the wars of Yin and Shang against the West Qi. Logically, the Shang should be formidable as well. Why then do they suffer repeated defeats against the West Qi?
Indeed, why is that? Tongtian pondered, his brow furrowed in thought. The answer is straightforward. Their backyard is aflame.
While Wen Zhong is preoccupied with the various battlefronts, King Zhou indulges in cruel tortures and debauchery, often sabotaging Wen Zhong's efforts. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be remarkable for the Shang to suppress the West Qi. I understand now. I will find someone to eliminate King Zhou, clearing the obstacles for Wen Zhong.
Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Ling Feng felt a sudden headache. Eliminate King Zhou? What nonsense! If you were to kill him,
you would invite the backlash of the Shang's national fortune.
The kingdom might collapse in the absence of a sovereign. Truly, you, with your ironclad simplicity,
have grasped this concept with remarkable clarity, Ling Feng remarked, taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions.
Tong Tian seemed to sense his misstep, feeling somewhat awkward.
As far as I know, King Zhou was once a sovereign of great resolve. It was merely the machinations of Zhuan Ti that rendered him momentarily oblivious.
Meanwhile,
Nuwa has also been conducting her own schemes, commanding the 3 demons of Shenyuan to approach Chaoga, with the 9-tailed fox spirit bewitching King Zhou with her charms. This explains the current state of the king. Therefore, all you need to do is restore his clarity, and that would be half the battle won for the Shang.
Tong Tian nodded, finding this course of action quite feasible. Moreover, if the 12 golden immortals of the Zhang sect can exploit their power over the lesser, why should your sect not adopt similar strategies? One must not be overly honest in this world.
Tong Tian fell silent, seemingly grasping the essence of the matter,
yet also appearing bewildered. This left Ling Feng feeling anxious. Do you truly comprehend, or do you not?
I do not wish to waste my breath only for you to remain oblivious. Thank you, my friend, for enlightening me. Tong Tian suddenly bowed deeply to Ling Feng. He had indeed understood Ling Feng's teachings, gaining a newfound perspective on the concept of subtlety. It was not merely about retreating and doing nothing.
It was about discreetly engaging in covert actions without detection. Look at Ling Feng, who established an imposing demon court. Who would suspect him as the true power behind the scenes? In the Yuxiao cave, those 7 little ones killed Wen Shu right at his doorstep. Who would dare think of implicating Ling Feng? With this realization, Tong Tian's gaze toward Ling Feng grew increasingly respectful. After today's meeting and the wisdom imparted by Ling Feng, he felt immensely enriched. He sensed that the time for his sect's resurgence was imminent. And all of this was thanks to Ling Feng. Before long, Tong Tian had taken his leave. Ling Feng sighed, uncertain whether Tong Tian had misconstrued his intentions. Ding! It detected that Tong Tian was currently interfering with King Zhou's will above Chaoga. Should the task of ensuring the smooth progression of the divine calamity involve slaying the saint of Tong Tian? Option 1, accept the mission to emerge from the canyon and eliminate the leader of Tong Tian, which would reward a parcel of ordinary farmland outside Chaoga. Option 2, decline the mission to focus on cultivation, which would yield 10 units of primordial energy. Decline. At that moment, Ling Feng was in remarkably high spirits. Pleased by Tong Tian's actions, as this fellow had finally come to his senses, and even more delighted by the rewards offered by the system. Chapter 85, The Triple Saints, Commencing the Refinement. In his pursuit of the primordial essence, Ling Feng found himself in great need of this substance. He had previously refined a portion of it, yet his cultivation remained stagnant at the 2nd level of sainthood. Now, having acquired 10 strands anew, there existed a possibility that, upon successful refinement, he might break through to the 3rd level. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Chaoga, King Zhou was indulging in intimate moments with Daji. Having just engaged in their amorous activities, he lay on the bed, fatigue weighing upon him, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling. In truth, the techniques employed by Zhuan Ti had not been particularly effective due to the considerable distance. He would awaken on his own every few days. It was evident that Zhuan Ti was aware of this, or perhaps he understood that such a lengthy period was unnecessary. Zhuan Ti had orchestrated the involvement of Nuwa. And soon after, the 9-tailed fox spirit approached King Zhou, employing her enchanting allure to ensnare him, rendering his consciousness perpetually clouded, obedient to Daji's every word. At that moment, a flash of spiritual light pierced the center of King Zhou's forehead. It was the merit of the heavenly Tao, a resource that even Tong Tian possessed in limited quantity. Instantly, the once dull gaze of King Zhou began to clear, and the memories of his muddled state surged forth with clarity. In the subsequent moment, King Zhou slowly rose from the bed, his demeanor transformed into one of composure and authority. The former King Zhou had returned. Upon regaining his faculties, his first act was to feign ignorance of his restoration. He recognized that someone was scheming against him. Revealing his awareness too soon might draw further attacks. What he needed was time to devise a careful plan. As the emperor, only a saint could maneuver against him, just as only a saint could offer him salvation.
The officials within the Yinshan court were largely connected to the Jiejiao, and the identity of the saint who would rescue him was becoming increasingly evident.
Tongtian Saint? This favor shall not be forgotten by this king.
After restoring King Zhou's clarity with the merit of the heavenly Tao, Tongtian returned to the Bo Palace, his heart heavy with concern. The act of awakening King Zhou, and ensuring he would not fall victim to further schemes, had cost him considerable merit from the heavenly Tao. Such merit was exceedingly precious and not easily attained. He could only hope that King Zhou would not disappoint him. With a sigh, Tongtian resolved to set aside his worries and began to contemplate his next course of action.
Master!
At that moment, a sound emanated from outside the door.
Enter, he beckoned. The door swung open, revealing 4 figures, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos.
Upon witnessing their cultivation levels, Tongtian's spirits lifted. All 4 had reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, with each having traversed a significant distance on the path to quasi-saint. These disciples had not originally been at Jinao Island. It was his appreciation of their talents that had summoned them for seclusion. To his delight, during this period, their cultivation had advanced remarkably.
Moreover, the 4 currently lacked any notable reputation, with few even aware of their affiliation with Jiejiao.
Upon seeing the 4 individuals, a sudden thought emerged in Tongtian's mind. He recalled the 7 young girls who had subdued Wenshu. Although these 7 girls had managed to restrain Wenshu, Yuanzhi remained oblivious to their true identities and merely referred to the 4 disciples from Jiulon Island when questioning him. Perhaps I could have them emulate those 7 girls and incite turmoil between Yinshang and Shiqi, ambushing the disciples of the Chanjiu and the Western teachings,
thus sending them to the Fengshan Bang. Once this idea took root, Tongtian felt it was indeed feasible.
When the time comes, I shall shroud these 4 disciples in the veil of destiny. Who could possibly recognize them as my disciples? Even if they were to assert that they were my students,
I would categorically deny it.
Nonetheless, it would be prudent to consult their opinions.
At this moment, a rosy glow adorned Tongtian's face, a reflection of his joy.
What brings you here, my disciples?
He inquired.
Master, I can no longer endure the transgressions of the Chanjiao disciples against those of our Jiejiao. I humbly request your permission to depart from Jinao Island, for I seek vengeance for our fallen brethren, Zhao Gongming declared, filled with righteous indignation.
Tongtian was instantly elated. What a fortunate turn of events!
He need not offer further persuasion, and he discreetly glanced at the 3 sisters of Yunshao.
Do you share the same sentiment? Indeed, master.
The 3 sisters replied in unison. The Chanjiao has wronged our Jiejiao, it is time they faced retribution.
The fierce determination in Yunxiao's beautiful eyes seemed to blaze with indignation. This time,
I shall slay several 12 great golden immortals to establish our authority and ensure the Chanjiao dares not target us again.
Bisho echoed, equally furious. Tongtian could hardly contain his delight at this point. The thoughts of his disciples resonated perfectly with his own.
While he felt joy within, his exterior remained inscrutable.
Should you wish to venture forth, you may.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the 3 sisters were filled with joy.
However, once you depart,
you must not disclose your identities as Jiejiao disciples, and I shall cloak you in the fabric of destiny.
Understood.
Initially, they had aimed to assert Jiejiao's dominance. Yet the importance of maintaining their identities paled in comparison to the opportunity for vengeance. Within the Taoist temple, the spiritual energy surged and rolled violently,
manifesting the laws. Lingfeng's aura grew increasingly potent until, with the explosion of spiritual energy, her presence reached its zenith. A breakthrough.
After refining the 10 strands of primordial energy she had previously acquired, Lingfeng had finally ascended to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm.
She could now keenly feel the immense power within her.
Having achieved this breakthrough, there was no need to rush into further cultivation. She decided to observe the state of the outside world.
As it stood, King Zhou had returned to normalcy. She wondered what actions he would undertake next.
Lingfeng felt a twinge of curiosity, for the familiar narrative she recalled might soon be rewritten, signifying that the calamity of the Fengshan would become increasingly chaotic and, indeed,
more intriguing.
Yet, the more chaotic it becomes, the more exhilarated Lingfeng feels. It is precisely amidst the turmoil that the attention of the multitude of saints is drawn away, allowing the demon court to flourish quietly and expansively.
Chapter 86, The Scatter Yuan Blood Evil Gourd in the Realm of Humanity. During the Shang Dynasty, some time has passed since King Zhou's revival. Initially, he presented himself just as he had before, but secretly began to reconnect with the loyal pillars of the Shang who had remained steadfast during his period of debauchery. These individuals, unwavering in their support, represent the most invaluable treasure of the Shang Dynasty. After a period of contemplation, King Zhou is now poised to take action. The first step involves revitalizing the court and eliminating Daji. My lord, all is ready, we await your command. On a moonlit night, at the gates of the palace, King Zhou stood with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor composed and his posture erect, gazing skyward alone. On this night, he appeared transformed. It was time to commence the plan. As he spoke, a shadow, ghostly in nature, melted into the darkness behind him as if it had never existed. Soon after, elite soldiers hidden throughout Chaobei emerged in an orderly fashion, surging towards the palace. Among them were formidable masters of the sect. Ding! The detection system noted that King Zhou was re-establishing his rule and targeting a faction of demon beings led by Daji. Should one proceed to Chaobei to slay King Zhou for the normal continuation of the impending calamity of the divine sealing? Choice 1. Accept the mission, exit the canyon and proceed to Chaobei to slay King Zhou, earning a piece of pastry from the palace. Choice 2. Decline the mission, dedicate oneself to cultivation, earning the innate spiritual treasure, the Scatter Yuan Blood Evil Gourd. Decline. A flicker of shock crossed Lingfeng's face. King Zhou was going to kill Daji. This was a significant move. The human race was on the verge of transformation, Lingfeng mused. His gaze then fell upon the recently acquired innate spiritual treasure, the Scatter Yuan Blood Evil Gourd. This sudden acquisition reminded Lingfeng of Luya's celestial slaying flying dagger. Over the years, Luya had been immersed in his cultivation within the dojo, devoid of opportunities to take action, causing Lingfeng to nearly forget the dagger that would later earn Luya his fame. The Scatter Yuan Blood Evil Gourd would nurture Luya's celestial slaying flying dagger. And once Luya's cultivation ascended, he might wield it with unparalleled prowess among the quasi-saints. Contemplating this, Lingfeng focused his intent and directly transferred the Scatter Yuan Blood Evil Gourd to Luya's side. At that moment, Luya was quietly meditating atop the Fusang tree, essentially asleep. Sensing the surge of sinister energy nearby, he abruptly opened his eyes. On the peak of the parasol tree, Lingfeng felt a twinge of frustration upon witnessing this scene. What had become of Luya? Previously, he exhibited no signs of such lethargy, yet, after attaining quasi-sainthood, he had grown increasingly reclusive. In Lingfeng's memory, Luya was a figure of ferocity, whose mere request for treasures instilled fear in countless formidable beings of the primordial era. But now, he spent his days merely nestled in the Fusang tree, devoid of any trace of his once fearsome demeanor. Had he become soft? In that moment, Lingfeng found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. This is the innate spirit treasure, the blood fiend gourd, ideal for nurturing your immortal slayer flying daggers. Lingfeng's voice resonated within Luya's mind. Taken aback, Luya responded fervently, "Thank you, ancestor." Before long, he had ascended the Fusang tree and secured the blood fiend gourd. A subtle probe revealed the gourd's internal malevolence was formidable. Even a mere wisp of its sinister aura could cause a lowly cultivator to explode on the spot. This potent malevolence would indeed serve well to nurture his immortal slayer flying daggers, and he could also cultivate with the energy contained within. The external dangers were overwhelmingly perilous. A quasi-saint was utterly inadequate for protection. I must hasten my cultivation. Without reaching sainthood, I remain but an ant. After uttering these words, he fell into a contemplative silence. He felt that even attaining saint status might not guarantee safety in the wilderness. He was certain that his ancestor had long since reached that level, and was not weak among saints, yet remained diligently ensconced in the Taoist temple, never stepping outside. Alas, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. One must forge ahead or risk falling behind. I must learn from my ancestor. Atop the Wutong tree, Lingfeng surveyed the current state of the Taoist temple. The demon clan within thrived, their numbers swelling, necessitating an ever-expanding territory. However, for Lingfeng, who commanded the essence of space, this posed no challenge. With a mere thought, he could continually extend the area of the temple. Yanfeng's presence grew increasingly potent, suggesting a breakthrough to quasi-saint was imminent. Meanwhile, Jin Huang and Bing Huan were also at a critical juncture. The golden-winged Great Pine siblings were likewise in seclusion, striving for their own advancement to quasi-saint. Beyond these, Ling Feng noted several promising talents within the demon court. Nearly 10 formidable Deluo golden immortals at the 9th level had entered the temple for cultivation, likely to break through to quasi-saint soon. The ability to reach Deluo golden immortal 9th level in the outside world already attested to their extraordinary talents. Thus, Ling Feng promptly conveyed a message to Kong Xian, stationed in the demon court. In the extreme southern region, within the demon court, upon joining, Qin Yuan and Gu He were assigned dwellings alarmingly close to the royal palace. This was due to their formidable prowess, ranking among the foremost of the demon kings, and their belief that proximity to the palace would allow them to sense the presence of Prince Luya. However, after all these years, they had yet to detect Luya's aura. Nonetheless, upon learning that Luya was the hidden demon saint of the court, they resolved to establish their roots there. Especially during the previous mobilization of their forces by Kong Xian to activate the 10,000 demon array, they faced a saint, witnessing the might of the demon court. The resurgence of the demon race appeared hopeful. This fostered an even stronger sense of belonging to the court. Just then, as Gu He was immersed in cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes. Kong Xian had just sent him a message, instructing him to prepare for entry into the Canyon Temple for training. Hearing of the Canyon Temple for the first time, confusion etched across Gu He's face, but following Kong Xian's explanation, joy blossomed upon it. Qin Yuan, the great sage has instructed me to prepare for my training at the Canyon Sanctuary, declaring it to be the supreme place of cultivation. It was within this very sanctuary that Prince Luya underwent his own training. Just as he was joyfully conveying this to Qin Yuan through telepathy, she too was about to send him a message. She had received a transmission from Kong Xian as well. In an instant, their forms became indistinct, and when they reappeared, they found themselves within the sanctuary. Alongside them were 7 others, all formidable beings of the 9th level of Deluo Jinxian, who had proven their unwavering loyalty to the demon court through Kong Xian's trials. Gu He, Qin Yuan, and all the other great demons who had just arrived at the Canyon Sanctuary wore expressions of uncertainty. However, upon beholding the immense figure of a fire phoenix before them, Qin Yuan immediately knelt in reverence. It was indeed a phoenix. Chapter 87, 3 more approaching saints. Qin Yuan, originally a member of the Feather Clan, was once a subordinate of the Phoenix tribe. However, as the Phoenix tribe waned, she found her way into the demon court. Upon encountering the Phoenix tribe again, she instinctively knelt, overwhelmed by a surge of shock and joy. This enigmatic valley dojo was indeed formidable. Was this the profound heritage of the demon court? Gu He, momentarily taken aback, followed suit and knelt beside Qin Yuan. After observing one another, the other great demons exchanged glances and collectively bowed down as well. Although uncertain of the reasons behind their actions, they felt compelled to comply. Soon after, they were astounded to discover that the environment within the dojo was astoundingly exceptional. The abundant spiritual energy and clear pathways were remarkable, and more importantly, they sensed that time flowed more swiftly here than in the outside world. This meant that while practicing for 10 days or half a month within this space, only a day would pass outside. Now you 9 shall cultivate diligently here, Ling Feng instructed, her words resonating deeply within them, as if they had received a sudden enlightenment. They immediately felt their realms loosening. The group, astonished, dared not ponder further and promptly commenced their cultivation, cherishing the rare and advantageous conditions. Qin Yuan and Gu He also noticed Luya cultivating beneath the fusang tree and, after a moment of shock, immersed themselves wholeheartedly into their practice. Within the dojo, their cultivation would usher in a period of explosive growth. For the conditions outside were utterly incomparable to those within the dojo. It was akin to a person who had long trudged through a quagmire suddenly breaking free. Not long after the 9 demon kings entered the dojo to cultivate, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from the sycamore forest within the valley dojo. The raging spiritual energy swept through the dojo in all directions. A colossal phoenix emerged from the flames, exuding an aura of dread, as imposing as a prison. Yan Feng had broken through, having attained the essence of fire and merged it with the bloodline of the Fire Clan. She finally ascended to the realm of the approaching saint. The 9 demon kings, sensing this shift, lifted their gazes toward Yan Feng's direction. Another approaching saint. and still of the Phoenix tribe. I perceive that several other great demons are also reaching critical points. The realm of the approaching saint is not far off for them. This valley dojo is indeed immensely powerful and mysterious. We must strive harder to break through to the realm of the approaching saint. The great demons communicated discreetly among themselves. After Yan Feng's breakthrough, Ling Feng, with a thought, directly bestowed the 9-9 fire sword upon her. Overjoyed by her recent advancement, Yan Feng's excitement surged upon sensing the 9-9 fire sword floating before her body trembled with exhilaration. Thank you, ancestor. After her gratitude, Yan Feng picked up the 9-9 fire sword, eager to admire its craftsmanship. The moment she touched the sword, it emitted a clear, melodious hum. And its brilliance flickered through the valley dojo, allowing all present to perceive its extraordinary nature. After presenting the 9-9 fire sword to Yan Feng, Ling Feng found herself at a loss regarding the approaching saint elixir still in her possession. The efficacy and worth of the quasi-saint elixir surpassed those of the Huang Zhonli by a considerable margin. When consumed by one who has attained the golden immortal realm, it facilitates an immediate ascension to the quasi-saint status. However, the side effects mirror those of the Huang Zhonli. Ling Feng understands that despite these adverse effects, the emergence of the quasi-saint elixir in the outside world would undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Ling Feng seeks 3 individuals who have reached the golden immortal level, find themselves at an impasse in their advancement, and have made significant contributions to the valley. In her mind, candidates have long been selected. The first is the Lei clan, who had pledged allegiance to the Lei Phoenix lineage long ago. Among them is a third elder who entered with merely celestial immortal cultivation but, after countless eons of training within the Taoist temple, ascended to the golden immortal status. Yet, upon reaching this pinnacle, his progress stagnated, leaving him despondent and eager to repay Ling Feng's kindness. He requested permission to venture beyond the temple to seek out suitable clans to bring back. This request was conveyed to Ling Feng by Xin Huan, who promptly acquiesced. Consequently, over the years, the temple has welcomed numerous new faces, a considerable portion of whom were brought back by the third elder from the Hong Huang era. Although the groups he introduced may not be particularly formidable, many were nearly on the brink of extinction, possessing remarkable innate talents. Thus, Ling Feng decided to bestow one of the 3 quasi-saint elixirs upon the third elder of the Lei clan. As for the other 2 recipients, she had also identified worthy candidates, both golden immortals who had similarly contributed to the valley. With a mere thought, Ling Feng transported the 3 individuals, including the third elder of the Lei clan, before her. The groups represented were the Lei clan, the Xian Ke clan, and the Bai Ling clan. Having received Ling Feng's summons through her telepathic communication, the 3 were not taken aback by her presence, rather, their eyes radiated with fervent excitement. In their eyes, Ling Feng was the supreme entity within the temple, and now, as she actively summoned them, they were utterly astonished, unable to articulate the exhilaration swelling within them. This is the quasi-saint elixir, 3 in total. Upon consumption, one shall attain the quasi-saint realm. Each of you shall receive one, consume it on the spot, and I will assist in stabilizing your suddenly surging cultivation, Ling Feng declared. Still reeling from their excitement, the 3 were taken aback by her words. The quasi-saint elixir. A path to quasi-sainthood? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Such a precious divine substance was being gifted to them. Master, this is too valuable, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Master. We are unworthy. Their voices faltered, yet Ling Feng urged them to dispense with further pleasantries and consume the elixirs immediately. After a brief moment of hesitation, they ingested the quasi-saint elixirs, feeling as though accepting such a treasure was a grave misallocation. Upon consumption, the elixirs transformed into an extraordinarily pure and potent energy, infiltrating their very beings. Arcane principles, intricate and elusive, swirled around them. Their auras surged at a visible pace. Tai Golden Immortal. Deluo Golden Immortal. Deluo Golden Immortal. 9th level. Quasi-Saint. As the 3 individuals ascended to the quasi-saint realm, a tempest of spiritual energy once again swept through the canyon sanctuary. The 9 demon kings of the demon court, sensing this overwhelming aura, were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had another crossed into the quasi-saint realm? And astonishingly, 3 at once. How little time had elapsed since the previous breakthrough to quasi-saint? This was the quasi-saint realm. When did it become so commonplace? Or perhaps the foundation of the canyon sanctuary was indeed this formidable.
The 9 demon kings, rendered speechless by their astonishment, profoundly sensed the might of the canyon sanctuary. Realizing that the power of the demon court was merely the tip of the iceberg.
In that moment,
they were immensely grateful for their initial decision to join the demon court.
Chapter 88, Fellow Taoists, please stay. There exists an immensely powerful force concealed behind the demon court.
Hidden with unparalleled stealth.
With such strength, how could the demon clan not flourish?
Dear friends, we must exert ourselves. We cannot allow those within the Taoist temple to underestimate us. The ghostly chariot conveyed.
Indeed. You too, have never been inferior to others, be it in the past, present, or future.
In seclusion I remain, undisturbed. I shall not emerge until I attain the status of a quasi-saint.
These formidable demons, many of whom dominate their territories in the primordial world, possess high aspirations.
Yet upon their arrival at the Taoist temple, they witnessed breakthroughs by others,
leaving them feeling quite disheartened.
Naturally, they are unwilling to be surpassed, which has only intensified their dedication to cultivation.
Atop the phoenix tree,
Ling Feng assisted the 3 newly ascended quasi-saints in refining the surging energy within them.
At this moment, the trio felt an overwhelming excitement. Is this truly how one becomes a quasi-saint?
They now surpassed even the cultivation of their clan leader.
However, they did not forget that their current achievements were thanks to Ling Feng.
Though they had long pledged their loyalty to the Taoist temple and to Ling Feng,
they now felt an additional weight of responsibility.
The greater their power, the greater their duty.
Well, I have completed the refinement for you. With diligent practice and mastery,
you will unleash power far beyond that of a great Luo golden immortal.
Thank you, Phoenix Ancestor.
The 3 bowed deeply in unison.
From now on,
you may freely enter and exit the canyon temple.
As you command.
The trio had long harbored this ambition. Although they had attained quasi-saint status, it was not the same as typical quasi-saints. Their realm had become fixed, and further cultivation would not yield improvement. Thus, they planned to venture into the primordial world to bring back some promising demon clans to the canyon temple. With their newfound power as quasi-saints, they were no longer comparable to the golden immortal level.
In the vast primordial land,
some time had passed since Shaoqi had utilized her gourd to whisk away young Sen and his companions.
Through these days of interaction,
they had come to understand a rather disheartening truth.
These 7 exceptionally powerful young girls seemed to possess an obsession with mounts.
The 3 had inadvertently been taken along when this little girl was capturing her steeds.
It was not that she genuinely wished to rescue them.
Upon realizing this painful fact,
Yang Sin and his companions were left in tears of despair. What the hell? Were they worth less than her mounts?
Had they not witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of these 7 young girls, they would have been compelled to teach them a lesson.
Moreover,
a figure in a black robe accompanied them, further obscuring their intentions, appearing to play the role of a servant. Yet they dared not underestimate the mosquito Taoist. For it was this very black-robed figure who had shattered the escaped dragon pillar with a single strike, gravely wounding Wenshu, leading to the subsequent assault by the 7 girls.
These 8 were shrouded in mystery and possessed formidable strength.
Although they had a peculiar affinity for mounts, Yang Sin and the others sensed no malice from this group.
You have saved our lives, and as for our mount, if you desire it, please take it. We only hope you will treat them well, Yang Sin said, caressing the head of the mythical beast with a tinge of sorrow. The expressions of the other 2 were similarly somber. They never anticipated that upon their emergence, Wang Yamo would perish, and their mounts would be lost as well, truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Shaoqi blinked her beautiful eyes at them and, after a moment, uttered words that cut even deeper. Very well, since you no longer have any business here, you may leave.
Yang Sin continuously reassured himself that her innocent words were not meant to be taken to heart. Just as he was adjusting his mindset, preparing to inquire about their true identities, he noticed 7 small figures had already taken their mounts and were soaring into the air with the Mosquito Man,
leaving only their silhouettes behind.
A bitter expression filled Yang Sen's face as he turned to his remaining 2 companions and said, "Let us return to Jiulon Island. We shall not venture out again."
The primordial wilderness is indeed a place of heartache.
Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters had exited Jinao Island. They were veiled by the schemes of Tong Tian, rendering even the saints' attempts to discern their origins a strenuous endeavor.
After departing Jinao Island, the four separated,
stirring trouble throughout the wilderness, killing anyone associated with the Western sect of the Chan teaching. At this moment, Zhao Gongming emerged from a desolate forest, riding a black tiger, which bore a corpse in its jaws, still warm. This was a disciple of the Western sect, who intended to seek refuge with Jiang Zia in Shiqi,
but tragically encountered Zhao Gongming along the way.
The mere thought of Jiang Zia chilled Zhao Gongming's gaze.
"Halt, fellow Taoist." At that moment,
a voice rang out behind Zhao Gongming. Shortly after, a man riding a white tiger emerged from the woods. He scrutinized Zhao Gongming and realized he could neither fathom his cultivation nor discern his origins. However, it mattered not, he had his own mission.
"I am Shen Gongbao.
And I see your extraordinary skills. Why not join me in serving King Zhou, slaying traitors and restoring order?" Zhao Gongming harbored no interest in such propositions. His sole desire was to avenge the fallen disciples of the Jia sect by eliminating the disciples of the Western sect. Noticing Zhao Gongming's indifference, Shen Gongbao continued. "I see you have slain this disciple of the Western sect. Do you perhaps harbor a grudge against these bald monks?" Zhao Gongming glanced at Shen Gongbao and retorted.
"What concern is it of yours?" The corners of Shen Gongbao's mouth twitched in response. "Fellow Taoist, to be candid,
the Western sect and the Chan sect are in league today. If you truly have a vendetta against the Western sect, you should join me in serving King Zhou,
suppressing the rebellion led by Jiang Zia and avenging while gaining fame." "Oh?" Upon hearing Jiang Zia's name, Zhao Gongming's interest was piqued. "From what you say, have you crossed swords with Jiang Zia?"
"More than just crossing swords, my enmity with Jiang Zia is one that cannot coexist."
"In light of this, I shall accompany you on your journey." Upon receiving Zhao Gongming's response, Shen Gongbao chuckled with delight.
His defection from the Chan sect was, in fact, a deliberate arrangement by the primordial one, aimed at addressing the steadfast disciples of the who had refused to emerge. The intention was to coax them out to engage in battle with Jiang Zia, ultimately leading to their inclusion on the divine ranking.
In truth, regardless of whether one is a disciple of the, any capable individual could suffice.
Shen Gongbao's mission was to entice those reclusive talents dwelling in the mountains and forests to emerge, ensuring their ascension to the divine ranking, thereby guaranteeing its completion. Naturally, it would be preferable if they were disciples of the Shen Gongbao, and the primordial one played their parts in unison, having already facilitated the ascent of numerous disciples to the list over the years. At that moment, atop the Wutong tree, Lingfeng once again heard the voice of the system. Chapter 89, The Primordial Source Stone Ding. It has been detected that the pivotal figure of the Fengshen calamity,
Shen Gongbao, is currently deceiving Zhao Gongming. Should we proceed to eliminate Shen Gongbao and safeguard Zhao Gongming?
Option 1, accept the mission, exit the canyon and journey to Chaoga to slay Shen Gongbao, in return for a cup of exquisite wine from the royal palace of Chaoga. Option 2, decline the mission, devote oneself to cultivation, thereby obtaining the primordial source stone, a rare artifact of cultivation born from the primordial realm, capable of significantly enhancing the user's training speed.
Declined. Lingfeng felt somewhat exasperated. Why did this system always lean towards violence? Was he truly that kind of person? Nevertheless, upon receiving the system's notification, Lingfeng was taken aback. Shen Gongbao? The very same Shen Gongbao known for his infamous line, "Fellow Taoist, please stay."
Lingfeng had a profound impression of Shen Gongbao. Once that phrase was uttered, it often resulted in either death or grievous injury.
He was indeed a formidable character within the Honghuang realm. However, what surprised Lingfeng was the realization that he was encountering Zhao Gongming, another fierce individual. How intriguing that Shen Gongbao had crossed paths with Zhao Gongming. This time, it remained to be seen whether the curse of death or injury would be broken. Although he had yet to meet Zhao Gongming, it was undeniable that Zhao Gongming was currently a quasi-saint. A level of power that allowed one to move through this era with ease. Curiosity stirred within Lingfeng regarding the unfolding events. He chuckled to himself, pondering whether it would be Zhao Gongming who fell victim to Shen Gongbao's schemes, or if Shen Gongbao would ultimately bring ruin upon himself.
Ling Feng leaned toward the latter possibility. The anticipation was palpable. With that thought, Ling Feng took hold of the primordial source stone he had received upon declining the mission. The stone radiated pure energy waves, albeit still inferior to the essence of the primordial itself. This artifact was exceptionally suited for quasi-saint level cultivators. As a product of the primordial realm, it was crucial for any aspiring saint, unencumbered by the constraints of heavenly laws.
Upon acquiring the primordial source stone,
Ling Feng immediately thought of Kong Xian. Kong Xian had been tirelessly serving the demon court, diligently overseeing its affairs, and was often unable to return to his own cultivation grounds, resulting in a slower pace of advancement. However, while his cultivation speed had diminished, his foundation had become remarkably solid. With a thought, Ling Feng sent the primordial source stone directly to Kong Xian's side.
Kong Xian, I commend your hard work during this time. This is the primordial source stone, a gift from the primordial realm, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Before Ling Feng could finish, Kong Xian had already sensed the dense aura emanating from the primordial source stone, which held an irresistible allure for him. Master,
all matters concerning the demon court are my responsibility, he replied respectfully, bowing in Ling Feng's direction.
Within the cultivation grounds, Ling Feng withdrew his gaze.
With the primordial source stone, Kong Xian would likely reach the 9th level of quasi-sainthood in a remarkably short time, and beyond that lay the realm of the saints.
Currently,
within the entire cultivation grounds, only Kong Xian and Yan Feng possessed the semblance of a saint. Yan Feng, having merged with the bloodline of the Fire Clan, ascended to the realm of the saint without encountering any obstacles. Conversely, Kong Xian attained his status due to possessing the primordial source stone. Ling Feng envisioned a future where,
alongside himself, both Kong Xian and Yan Feng would ascend to the rank of saints within the dojo. Before long, the dojo stirred with activity.
As the array patterns began to ripple, another individual had broken through to the quasi-saint level, and this person elicited considerable surprise from Ling Feng.
A colossal,
multi-eyed golden centipede materialized within the dojo, radiating the distinct aura of a quasi-saint, with a fierce energy that spread outward, only to be quelled by the array.
When the multi-eyed golden centipede first arrived at the dojo, it was merely at the 8th level of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. After cultivating to the 9th level within the dojo, it was taken by Zhu Li to hunt in the southern Jianbu continent, targeting forces associated with the Western teachings. It was during this time that the centipede encountered its own fortuitous opportunity and comprehended the path to becoming a quasi-saint. Subsequently, it returned to the dojo for seclusion.
And today, it finally achieved the status of a quasi-saint, entirely through its own efforts, without relying on any celestial materials or treasures provided by Ling Feng.
The breakthrough of the multi-eyed golden centipede filled Ling Feng with immense delight,
as he recalled that the centipede only gained fame during the era of the journey to the west.
Once the centipede stabilized its new realm, it exited the dojo to continue its endeavors alongside Zhu Li.
Within the dojo, the 7 monsters of Meishan were still diligently cultivating, each having attained the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, save for one brother who remained at the 9th level of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal stage. The others awaited his breakthrough to Deluo Golden Immortal before they all emerged from the dojo to serve the demon court. Ling Feng also disposed of the remaining 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood according to the prior allocation plan, while the leader of the Swan and Eye clan, who received the ancestral dragon blood, was presently in seclusion. Soon after, the 7 little fellows returned with Taoist 1, bringing back mounts from the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, though now, they ought to be referred to as the 3 sorrowful souls of Nine Dragon Island. Their mounts were indeed remarkable: Bian, Swan and Eye, a spotted leopard, and a ferocious beast. Except for the Swan and Eye, the other 3 were not found within the Canyon Dojo.
Upon the arrival of the 4 beasts at the Canyon Dojo, the Swan and Eye clan had sent representatives to approach Yang Sen's mount, the Swan and Eye.
But it felt uncomfortable interacting with these others of its kind. Thus, the 4 beasts continued to cultivate together.
After returning the 4 beasts to the dojo,
the 7 little ones incessantly boasted about their various exploits and the wondrous sights they had witnessed in the primordial world, eliciting envious gazes from those within, which the 7 clearly relished.
Following their grand tales, the 7 little ones once again set out with Taoist 1.
But not before casting a glance at Ling Feng and boasting to him as well.
In the realm of humanity, during the Yin Shang dynasty,
the moon had begun to rise, enveloping the surroundings in silence.
Shin Gongbao opened the window and poked his head out. Black Tiger. Tomorrow marks the day we confront Jiang Zia. Make sure to rest well tonight.
Black Tiger was the alias of Zhao Gongming, who, while engaging in nefarious deeds,
could not afford to use his true name. At this moment, Zhao Gongming regarded Shin Gongbao with evident impatience. I understand now, you may take your leave.
I wish to rest, he declared. In truth, he had long desired a respite, yet Shin Gongbao persisted like an irritating fly. Returning time and again to remind him of the necessity to rest, this was now the fourth occasion, and dawn was fast approaching.
He, Shin Gongbao chuckled awkwardly, promptly closing the window for Zhao Gongming before departing.
I have observed this Black Tiger for quite some time, though his strength remains elusive, it is likely not formidable. His identity is equally obscure, he is neither a disciple of the nor a solitary practitioner from the western Kunlun, merely an inconsequential figure. To Jiang Zia and his fellow masters, this Black Tiger companion presents a delectable opportunity, one can only wonder which master will ultimately partake of this tempting prize. Chapter 90, The Transmutative Bloodthirsty Axe. Outside the corridor, Shin Gongbao walked under the stars, lost in a reverie about Zhao Gongming's impending misfortune. He found Zhao Gongming to be an enigma, prompting him to invest considerable time probing his capabilities.
After multiple confirmations, Shin Gongbao resolved to take action against him the following day. Given Zhao Gongming's current display of power, he appeared to possess the prowess of a great Luo golden immortal, perhaps even surpassing his own disciple, Yang Jian. The mere thought of Yang Jian sent a shiver down Shin Gongbao's spine.
This disciple was exceedingly formidable. During their last encounter, he had already reached the level of a great Luo golden immortal, practicing the profound 8-9 mystical art.
His combat prowess was nearly on par with the lower ranks of the 12 great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect. Ding!
It detected that Zhao Gongming,
the outer sect's eldest senior brother of the Jie sect, was engaged in combat with Jiang Zia. Should one proceed to slay Jiang Zia to protect Zhao Gongming? Option 1, accept the mission.
Exit the canyon and head towards Chaoge to eliminate Shin Gongbao, earning a roast duck from the wine pool and meat forest.
Option 2, decline the mission. Focus on cultivation to receive the innate spiritual treasure, the transmutative bloodthirsty axe. Decline. The transmutative bloodthirsty axe? This weapon, akin to the scattered Yuan bloodthirsty gourd, radiates an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Ah! Ling Feng noticed a subtle detail: the transmutative bloodthirsty axe is composed of numerous small axes. This implies that it can be disassembled for use.
Instantly, Ling Feng envisioned a fitting recipient for this innate spiritual treasure.
Perhaps it could be gifted to the 100-eyed demon lord.
Given his multitude of eyes and hands, he could wield a small axe in each hand, allowing him to strike hundreds or even thousands of times in the span of a single blow from others.
The 100-eyed demon lord was currently absent, so it would be prudent to reserve the transmutative bloodthirsty axe until his return. In the realm of humanity, at Shichi, these past days had undoubtedly been the most arduous for Jiang Zia.
Ever since the incident with Manjushri suppressing the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island, he felt as though calamity had befallen him. In the ongoing conflict against the Yin and Shang, he no longer possessed his former composure. The Yin and Shang army had suddenly become a formidable adversary. Moreover, he had been hearing incessant rumors of disciples from the Western Church and the Chan sect unexpectedly perishing. The convergence of these tribulations left Jiang Zia utterly exhausted. He had scarcely rested, and now he bore the burden of dark circles beneath his eyes as he prepared for battle. Under normal circumstances, his state would render him unfit for combat. Yet he was acutely aware of his adversary today, Shin Gongbao, the one who had descended the mountain alongside him but was fain to be expelled from the Chan sect. Jiang Zia still harbored a degree of trust in Shin Gongbao, knowing that he was essentially delivering a chance for him to achieve military merit.
Internally reassured, Jiang Zia maintained a facade of readiness, presenting an imposing formation.
Neza, Leizhenzi, and Yang Jian stood by his side. Yang Jian, in particular, was his source of security. Jiang Zia, you traitors have caused chaos in the realm, bringing suffering to the people. Surrender your weapons and turn from darkness to light. On the battlefield, Shin Gongbao rode atop the white-striped tiger and shouted, revealing his status as a significant official in the Shang dynasty, having attained the rank of general. This circumstance underscored the dire straits of the Shang, for otherwise, a discarded disciple of the Chan sect would not have been bestowed such a title.
while calling out. Shen Gongbao keenly assessed Yang Jian's cultivation, astonished to find that he could not fathom his prowess. Has Yang Jian's strength advanced further? Remarkable. The talent of this disciple is truly extraordinary. Shen Gongbao mused inwardly, realizing that his companion, the Black Tiger, would find it arduous to evade the list of deities. It is you who should surrender. King Zhou's tyranny has led to the demise of the Shang dynasty, do not continue to resist futilely. Zhang Zia, seated upon his mythical steed, echoed back vehemently. Just as Shen Gongbao contemplated further words, Zhao Gongming emerged riding the Black Tiger. Glancing at Shen Gongbao with a sardonic remark, "You talk too much." With that, Zhao Gongming soared high into the air, descending amidst the forces of Shiqi. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving Shen Gongbao dumbfounded. What are you doing, Black Tiger? Such reckless behavior. Even without my interference, your demise is inevitable. Zhang Zia chuckled, recognizing that Shen Gongbao had unwittingly delivered a victory to him, as this fool had ventured alone into enemy territory, courting death. Neza, Yang Jian, Leijianzi, advanced together. Upon hearing Neza's name, Zhao Gongming, who initially aimed to capture Zhang Zia, abruptly shifted his intentions. He sought to eliminate Neza even more fervently. The atmosphere crackled with spiritual energy, stirring up sand and stones, as ancient trees were uprooted. The soldiers, feeling the weight of impending doom, hunched over and retreated. Even within the protective formation, resembling a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, at the mercy of nature's fury, various divine abilities were unleashed. Casting a shadow over the heavens and earth, illuminated by blinding celestial lights, radiating powers capable of annihilation. 3 young ones. As he spoke, Zhao Gongming's aura surged, emanating with the unmistakable presence of a quasi-saint. Although he refrained from employing his spiritual treasures, this merely diminished his combat effectiveness. Dealing with Neza and his companions remained an effortless task. Neza, perish. Zhao Gongming clawed towards Neza, who, once resembling a celestial being, now found himself in utter disarray. Crushed by an overwhelming sense of pressure that threatened to collapse his very form. Terror etched across Neza's face. Why is everyone targeting me? Neza struggled fiercely. Yet Zhao Gongming's might proved insurmountable, his quasi-saintly pressure and magical force mercilessly constricting him. Thud. Neza's body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and fracturing the earth as if triggering a seismic event. Not far away, Shen Gongbao and Zhang Zia were already left in utter astonishment. Incredible! Black Tiger, you are astonishingly powerful, you are indeed a quasi-saint. In an instant, Neza was vanquished, revealing the true prowess of Zhao Gongming. This was a significant escalation. The strength of the Black Tiger brother far exceeded my expectations. Shen Gongbao was consumed by anxiety, while Zhang Zia stood frozen in a state of shock and fear. How could Shen Gongbao have brought a true saint along this time? Wasn't he supposed to be merely a plump lamb? How had this lamb transformed into a ravenous wolf in an instant? Flee! Without a second thought, Zhang Zia turned to escape once more, seeking reinforcements.